Chapter 38. Pre-Chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the Pokemon names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. The Pokemon Poacher's Pokemon. Psycho Alakazam. Draco Dragonite. Ectogengar. Cyril Lapras, Dead. Pyro 1 Charizard, Dead. Pyro 2 Charizard. Electro, Ampharos, Dead. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. XXXXX the Pokemon Hunter. Of course everything went to shit. We'd barely reached the site for our next attack before a man flew in on the back of a fucking cloud. Cease and desist, evildoers, for you stand in the presence of the gallant Gerald, champion of Sinnoh and bane of scoundrels, rogues and scallywags. A clown. A fucking clown. I resisted the urge to join the grunts in their chuckles and laughter because as ridiculous as the man sounded, he had introduced himself as the champion of this region. If he wasn't just blowing hot hair, then he'd at least be an elite level trainer. As strong as I was, I knew I was nowhere near that level. Ariana, the woman sent to head this mission, was stronger than I was, but not so strong that an elite would be anything less than a major threat. Between the two of us and the grunts though, this should be doable. No. I don't think we'll be stopping. We are the advance guard of Indigo, here to stake our claim on these Pokemon. I was careful to keep a straight face to avoid showing the surprise I felt at her statement. Advance guard of Indigo? I'm no genius, and I can't claim to be the most well-informed about our activities, but I knew, for sure, that we weren't officially involved with Indigo. For fuck's sake, Team Rocket was an official terrorist organization within the region. I couldn't see what she intended to accomplish with the ruse, but the man across from her seemed to believe them completely. I see, then he said, saddened and resolved at her words. He took out a Pokeball, and my heart dropped when the Pokemon he sent out covered all of us in its shadow. Blue and large, was all my mind told me about this entry in the battle. I couldn't think before we were all swept up in a wave of water. It came out of nowhere, and I couldn't control my movement as the flow took all of us away from the clutch of baby Pokemon the rocket grunts were in the middle of capturing. Now that we won't be causing any damage to the young ones. Come, let me show you upstarts the power of Sinnoh. For one of the first times in years, I felt true fear take hold of me. That water-type move had been instantaneous and precise. The Pokemon above us, not even taking a second to conjure enough water with enough control to send us all packing. That single interaction had told me he was definitely elite level. The good bit was that he wasn't ruthless enough to kill us without letting us defend ourselves. I was yet to see if it was naivete or confidence. I hoped it was the former, but the latter was more likely. I sent Draco and Ecto out of their balls. Psycho was already by my side. Ariana sent out her Blastoise, still with that confident smirk on her face. The large flying Pokemon took a deep breath, visibly displacing the air around it, and I waited for the result, preparing my Pokemon for anything. The preparations were for naught, because what it did next was something my Pokemon couldn't have overcome even if we had seen it coming. Another tsunami of water came bearing down on us, but this time it didn't just crash in a formless mass that sent us moving. It crashed on us with enough force to cause cracks in the protect Psycho had covered us with. Absolutely insane. There was nothing I could see around us except the water. When the attack died down, I noticed that Draco looked battered, but Ecto looked like they usually did, unfazed. Ariana and her Blastoise were similarly unscathed. I prepared to say something snarky to trip him up, but I was suddenly blinded by a flash of light. Only Psycho's Protect allowed me to survive the blast of lightning that electrified the small lake we were wading in. None of the water had entered into the bubble, so we watched in shock as the Pokemon around us were savaged by the deadly combination. Draco was barely able to do anything before he was knocked unconscious by the combination. What the actual fuck? Something was off. Something was very off. That move combo wasn't unpopular. Sure, his variation must have been magnitudes more popular than the regular versions I'd seen, but to knock out a Dragonite so easily. I see the confusion on your face. I shall bless you with the gift of knowledge before I grant you the gift of death. The water all around you is salt water. Make of that what you will, he said with that arrogant tone that grated at my very being. Salt water? What does that have to do with anything? Never mind that though. It's time for the counterattack. Ecto emerged from the shadows, appearing behind the man on the back of his cloud and moving straight in for the kill. Against someone like this, the unwritten rules would have to take a back seat. After all, it's not like he was observant of them himself. Those attacks had not just been aimed at our Pokemon. Ecto stretched out his claws, aiming to separate head from neck when a balloon appeared from the champion's shadow and slammed into Ecto with a shriek. Both ghost types, for what else could that dark balloon be, went soaring into the distance, to fight in that strange way ghost types often did. The scowl I'd been holding back came through in full force, deeper and more intense than I'd ever felt on my face. Both Draco and Ecto were gone, and I was left with only Psycho to face off against a champion. Ariana seemed to get how precarious the situation was, since she reached on her belt and took out the one Pokeball I'd never seen her use. "Be honored, Gerald of Sinnoh, for you stand in the presence of a god," sounded out in my mind as the Pokemon formed from the red light of the Pokeball. I scowled at it, trying to identify it. Bipedal, with vulpine features, and a distinctive tail. Obviously a psychic type, or a Pokemon with strong psychic affinity. The champion seemed to realize something off about it, since he suddenly jumped off his cloud, slowing his landing with some trick or the other. "You smell dangerous," he said with a smile so bright that it threatened to blind me. "Show me your power, Pokemon," he said next, and as though it was some hidden cue, both the giant and the cloud got to work. High-velocity streams of water came crashing into the psychic's shield, but they had no effect. Powerful, I thought with awe running through my chest. The cloud went into motion next, appearing right in front of the shield in a blur of white, and shattering it with a single attack I couldn't perceive. In that second where the psychic was without protection, a fucking Crobat flew out of nowhere and grabbed onto it with poisonous fangs. A Crobat? The official position was that only one of these exists, but since I joined Rocket, this was the third one I was meeting. Ridiculous. The psychic, no Mewtwo, something in my mind corrected, shattered the grip of the bat and flew in evasive patterns while sending multiple Psybeams at his opponents. All three flying Pokemon dodged them with ease, the Crobat hounding Mewtwo with its pursuit, and the cloud content to send beams of light at him whenever he stood still for too long. I suppressed the awe I felt at the battle unfolding before me. My description made it seem like the battle was a regular one, but it was nothing even close to that. The giant water type covered the entire area in its massive shadow, the Crobat sent out shockwaves whenever it moved and the cloud's attacks bent space, and caused devastation wherever they landed. This was the strength of a champion. A small part of me wondered if he was stronger than even Lance. He was clearly doing things I'd never seen from the champion of Indigo. I was just adapting to the battle when two other Pokemon appeared from thin air around Mewtwo. One with red highlights, the other with blue, with the rest of their bodies pure gleaming white. Something in my mind screamed at their appearance. I should be recognizing them. I'd seen them somewhere before. Somewhere not here. In Indigo, maybe? Were they native to Kanto? I asked in my head but got no answer as they both shrieked and moved into action. They flowed around Mewtwo with peerless coordination, sending him flying between them as he tried to avoid their rushes and beams. It wasn't enough to just stay ahead of them though, as there were three other Pokemon to consider. What a terrifying team this champion has assembled. I turned to Ariana, by my side, and asked with my eyes whether she was watching the same battle I was. Mewtwo was strong, but highly liable to lose at this point. She scowled in reply before suddenly shouting to the sky. "Stop holding back! Full power holding back?" She had to be insane, I thought, but I was quickly proven wrong as the subtle psychic presence around the clearing multiplied its strength exponentially. It was getting difficult to breathe already. The next time the Crobat came flying at him, Mewtwo only lifted a single hand and the poison type was enveloped in a telekinetic field. Watching that same field rip out its wings had to be one of the most brutal things I'd ever seen. The Crobat went crashing to the floor, but was digitized in a blur of red before moving even a few feet. I turned to the champion and found him watching the battle with narrowed eyes, neither saying or doing anything. Even scanning his face for expressions yielded nothing, no sign that he was communicating with his Pokemon by any means. However, their strategies still changed after the loss of the Crobat. Two hyper beams from the red and blue duo trapped Mewtwo in his shield, and the shadow above us all finally moved. It moved so quickly, that the space occupied by its head was occupied by its tail instead, all within blinks. It swept low, towards the ground, before rising with a white aura around it. The entire thing was so perfectly timed, that the moment the duo's attack broke through Mewtwo's shield, the giant slammed into him. A textbook aerial ace, but the size of the Pokemon was anything but textbook. It swept right through Mewtwo's resistance in a second, and a massive shockwave swept through the clearing at the impact, nearly sending me flying off my feet. Mewtwo's progress through the sky was close to impossible to track, as he was sent flying over the horizon. The champion's smile was savage. What a terrifying man he was. Ariana looked on the verge of despair. Was this the end? Neither of us had a single Pokemon that could play around at this level. My eyes went wide when Mewtwo appeared in front of us in a flash of light. He looked pathetic. Bones crushed, and malformed, and previously white skin turned purple with bruises. Blue blood dripped and pooled around him. All that wasn't enough to put him down though. He healed and mended right before our eyes. Cuts closed, and bruises disappeared at a ridiculous speed. Your efforts are noted, but even still you remain inferior to me. Your best did no lasting damage, for I am no mere Pokemon. I am God, he said in all our minds. A fine bit of grandstanding, in my opinion. Would have been made more impressive if he wasn't so obviously drained from the strain of healing himself. Round 2 was approaching. XXXXX the Pokemon Professor. The world seems to have collectively gone mad. I'd known Giovanni to be a man with very little in the way of sanity, but I seem to have underestimated the depths of both his insanity and his stupidity. Of all the places to attack, everywhere at once was a stupid idea. I wouldn't have believed it if I couldn't see the data all in front of me. The news channels seemed confused as to what exactly to cover. All the major cities in Kanto seemed to be under attack from hordes of wild Pokemon, directed by men with the rocket R boldly on their persons. If there was a way to go from nuisance to the top of Indigo's shitlist, this was definitely it. Did he really think his organization was capable of withstanding the collective might of Indigo? Surely he did not think I would remain neutral in the face of such widespread mayhem. I'd negotiated very good terms of employment for myself as the region's professor, but my duty to defend it was clear and unequivocal. I had a duty to this very region, and whatever affections I held for my old apprentice would not stand in the face of that. I picked up my Pokeballs, placing them in my pocket while heading into the ranch to get my team. This time, I would be leaving with all 6 remaining members of my champion team and the 2 younglings I'd added recently. On the bright side, everyone would finally get the chance to stretch their wings and taste true combat for the first time in years, for some of them. Charizard's hunger for that was well known. As I walked out, I felt Alakazam and Gardevoir move around the ranch collecting the team. We'd be heading to Vermilion first, it seemed to be the worst hit except for Cinnabar, but I had no interest in defending Blaine City when he was content in allowing it to fall apart around him. He worked with Giovanni, after all. XXXXX the Rock-type master. It had been a day as regular as any other. I'd gone to drop off the children at school, with Forrest taking today as his turn to act out. After I finally quelled the inevitable series of tantrums and returned to the gym, I believed myself done for the day. I only had 3 challenges scheduled for the day, and they were all 1-badge challenges, so I was guaranteed a day of rest and relaxation. Of course, Arceus would never allow a man to live without adversity. The attack had been heralded by a series of tremors that swept through the city. Thinking it to be a regular earthquake, not unlike the kind that plagued Pewter once every few years. Risks of living so close to so many powerful rock types. The roars were what told me this wasn't a regular attack of any kind. I left the gym and found my city being torn apart by a trio of Onyx. They crashed and destroyed everything in their way, and my face was stuck in a stony mask as I beheld my city being crushed. I walked towards the errant wild Pokemon, stepping over bodies that belonged to people I once knew. People I'd shared meals and tea with. The only thing keeping me stable was the fact that I knew the school was all the way on the other side of the city. The kids were safe. I could trust Brock to care for them while I dealt with this nuisance. I grabbed at my starter's Pokeball and prepared myself for the battle in front of us. My golem appeared in a blur of red, turning to his adversaries without needing any prompting from me. The one on the left first, I said tonelessly. He growled, a low deep sound that sent vibrations through my body before moving into motion. XXXXXX the Grass Mistress. It was quite fortuitous that I was on the outskirts of the city when the attack began. It had prevented a lot of damage, I suspect. I had no idea what had caused it, but the grass types around Celadon had been set off and were now attacking the city itself. We'd intensified defenses after the attack from the cowardly rockets, and now those defenses were being put to the test in this sudden attack. I leaned backwards to dodge out of the way of a Bellisam's flying charge, and cut it in twain with the katana at my side. My family was the only one to stick to the old traditions, where trainers not only directed their Pokemon, but fought alongside them. The traits had been passed down across generations, to the extent that some joked that members of the Grain clan shared more traits with the grass types we trained than we did without fellow humans. Poison resistance, enhanced physiques, green thumbs, we had it all. All the gifts that humans could possibly inherit, but it hadn't been enough to stave off nature. We'd broken all laws of nature to acquire those gifts, and nature sought its balance. Slowly, and surely, our fertility disappeared. I was now the last of the clan, and completely barren. My father had been mostly sterile, with my birth being a complete miracle. He had said that our gifts were unnatural, and nature was simply correcting itself. I'm sure the near-constant inbreeding had nothing to do with it, I replied with snark. Enough thinking of the man, however, I had an ordeal in front of me. Venusaur showed why he was my ace as he swept through the field with unparalleled speed, dispatching his fellow grass types with vine whips strong enough to turn stone to dust. Tangrowth was coordinating our defense from the back, using his vines to trip up opponents, and guide my gym trainers on where to focus their energy, and Rosalia was sweeping through the field, using her skill with poisons to neutralize whichever ones the attacking Pokemon sought to use. XXXXX the Water Master. Sander, my father had named me with no rhyme or reason for the name. He said it came to him in a dream. Unquestionable strength was what the name meant when translated from the old Cantoan dialect spoken in Cerulean. He'd died a few days after explaining the name to me, and I'd lived my life trying to live up to the name he gave me. To ensure I did nothing to disappoint him as he watched me from Lucia's halls in the ocean. For the most part, I'd succeeded. I was a gym leader, one of the strongest trainers in Kanto, well known and respected for my strength and skill in Pokemon training. Even though I'd climbed so high, it was never enough. Not to me, not to my father's ghost watching me from the halls in the ocean. I never managed to make it to the point where I stopped questioning my own strength and seeking ways to prove it. This attack was nothing more than a means for me to prove that strength. Cerulean and Vermilion were the major coastal cities of Kanto, and it was the gym leaders from both these towns that saw most regular combat. We were in charge of monitoring the ocean around us, after all, and no matter what propaganda the League tried to spread, the oceans were still as wild and untamed as they'd been at the dawn of time. Lugia would never allow man to encroach too deeply into his territory, after all. This attack was only out of the ordinary in that it was happening more inland than I had ever seen. However, that mattered little. I was still the gym leader, and Cerulean was still my city. Nothing would stop me from defending the city while I still took breath. My strength would never be questioned. XXXX the ninja's air. The Safari Zone was the wildest, most dangerous area of land in all of Kanto. Of course, it fell to the strongest of Kanto's clans to manage it. With father gone on an official assignment, it fell to me to monitor the area and ensure Fuchsia's security. Our regular patrols were vigilant enough to notice the stirring in the zone's inhabitants, so we were able to prepare our defenses before they crashed into the city. We had no chance of stopping them before they could reach the city's outskirts, so we'd evacuated the city as best we could and prepared to fight for our home. Fuchsia was the gym with the most trainers, as my father was the most competent leader of them all, so we had a rich workforce to help defend the city. I could only imagine what would happen to a city like Pewter if it had been placed in a similar situation. Flint was famous for not accepting any gym trainers, after all. When the first of the Pokemon ran towards us, they were in for a nasty surprise as the ground fell beneath them and they landed in a pit of spikes. Defenses were easy to set up when one had a literal army of Pokemon at their disposal. The next wave of Pokemon jumped over the chasm we'd dug, but found themselves plagued by nets, poison pins and everything we could throw on the ground to reduce their speed and make them lesser threats. Our tactics proved to be quite effective, as the Pokemon were disorientated, confused, and poisoned when they finally got to our last line of defense. From there, it was simple to dispatch them with well-aimed low-power Pokemon moves. Venomoth proved his skill by even managing to take out 2 Pokemon with the same Psybeam. This was child's play. A/N, thanks for reading. We just started chapter 45 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Yes, war is breaking out across Kanto. Team Rocket have finally released their trump card and attacked the entire region at once. I'm sure you're curious as to what the fuck is happening with Donald, but never fear, he'll star in the next chapter, as we pan back to Cinnabar. Quick question though, what do you think about the shifting POVs? Chapter 39. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. Lips, soft plump lips pressing into mine were all I felt as I was swiftly roused from the spheres of unconsciousness. What the fuck happened to me? I looked up at the girl leaning over me, her face a crimson scarlet in the sunlight. Sorry, I was told kissing people was guaranteed to wake them up. It took me a few more seconds to place the face and the voice together and understand who exactly I was speaking to. Nurse Joy? I asked in shock, looking at the girl, about my age who looked exactly like a Nurse Joy. Oh, not yet. I'm going to be one, though. Make the family proud and all that. I nodded, noticing that I was still laid on the ground, and confused as to what was going on. It was in that moment that I noticed the chaos around us. People were screaming and crashes could be heard all around the city. What the fuck was going on? Perhaps she could see the question on my face because her next words answered my question. Cinnabar has been attacked, Mr. Oak. I was on my way to one of the shelters when I noticed you knocked out here. You're a strong trainer, aren't you? You can help. She said with such confidence that I had no choice but to believe her. Besides, there's no way I'd stand by and do nothing. As we spoke, a brawly magmar crashed through the house next to us, standing still and looking at us with a fierce savagery one rarely saw from Pokemon who lived so close to cities. Thank you for waking me. I said to her with a smile as I got on my feet and turned to face the Pokemon still staring at us. No idea what it was waiting for, but I could care less. The dead bodies around us told me exactly what these Pokemon had come for. Go to the shelter. Run, don't look back. I've got this, I said with complete confidence. 2 Pokeballs appeared in my hands, and with a single motion, Ino and Igneel took to the field. Get the rest of the team and come find us, I told Ino with our psychic connection, and she nodded before disappearing. I could feel her presence in my mind trying to understand what was happening, and I happily fed her my memories of the conversation I just finished, trusting her to do whatever it took to get the team together. Igneel needed no briefing, he saw an enemy in front of me, and after getting a nod to proceed from me, he charged. Don't stretch this out. We've got more opponents to deal with, I shouted after him, and he listened. His Dragon Rush was dodged, but he used it to get into position, tripping his opponent with a swipe of his tail and driving it into the ground in a blur of motion. I smiled as a Dragon Rage from his mouth knocked out his opponent. All in all, the battle, if you could even call it that, had taken less than a minute. Igneel wasn't keen to settle down for an extra second though, moving straight down the street at another Magmar. This one looked a bit stronger, but similarity presented little challenge to an angry fire dragon. I guess he'd noticed that he'd been skipped over for the gym challenge. Wasn't looking forward to quelling that issue at all. After dispatching that one, Igneel turned back to me and rushed straight at me. Only my trust in my Pokemon allowed me to stay still in the face of such a threat. My trust paid off as he flew right by me, crashing into a Magby that had been attempting to sneak up on me. This one was much less lucky than his evolved counterparts. Threatening my life was practically guaranteed to piss Igneel off even further. A fist surrounded in gleaming white energy speared through the young Pokemon's head, and I resisted the urge to flinch. Only a fool would show that kind of weakness to an enraged dragon. Igneel was on my team, but he still was what he was. A dragon. I felt my link with Ino and noted that she was being delayed on her way to the Pokeball. She guaranteed me that she didn't need any help completing her assigned mission, so I chose to trust in her and make my way to the docks. Igneel had already communicated to me that the bulk of the fighting was concentrated there. I was a few steps in when I changed my mind. Whatever trainers were on the island were undoubtedly at the docks, fighting the Pokemon as they appeared, so while there would be more opportunities for violence over there, I wasn't needed. Not yet, at least. For contrast, there were small pockets of chaos all around the city, people dying on every corner. My next choices were obvious. Igneel roared in agreement as I got on his back and we sped straight at the first attacking Pokemon. It was a Mankey that just finished punching an old lady to death and was keen to do the same to the little girl hiding behind her. I jumped off Igneel's back as he sped at it, managing to land without breaking anything by bracing for it. I watched in pride as he slammed into the fighting type, hurling it back, and bathing it in a massive flamethrower. He was done in seconds. I'm sorry, kid. Run to the shelter was all I could bring myself to say to the child before we moved to the next hotspot. It wasn't the best way to save a child, but I'd done the most efficient thing. Staying to take care of the child meant prioritizing her over all the other lives I could save on the island. Instead, I'd give her an equal opportunity to save herself. The next people in danger were threatened by a tentacruel of all things. How the fuck did one of those get so far inland? I didn't bother getting of Igneel's back this time, as he wasn't the Pokemon that would be taking care of this one. He sulked at it, but we didn't have the time to waste on a type-disadvantaged matchup. Magnezone appeared in the space next to us, confused as always. Thunderbolt was all I said and he carried out my orders by instinct, blasting the tentacruel without even thinking about it. Again I commanded as the water type struggled to get up from the surprise attack. The second bolt of electricity knocked it out, and I returned him to his ball before he could get distracted, taking off on Igneel's back the very next second. We covered ground with frightening speed, managing to make it to the next attack in less than a minute. This time, Igneel bathed the Oddish in a massive flamethrower, killing it without even really stopping his movement to the next target. XXXXX Ino. The master had set me on this mission, and I'd be damned if I didn't complete it. I slashed my spoon like a sword and cut the Mankey jumping at me in twain. The Sylph Center was under attack, and since I had no idea where the Pokeballs were kept, I had to make my way through the entire complex. A Charmander roared at me and charged. How cute! A single dazzling gleam dispatched the Pokemon. I spared its life, of course. I did not kill children. The master might think himself good at hiding his feelings on the matter, but it was obvious to one as perceptive as I. The pack of 4 Houndours seemed to be the major threat of this floor, with one of them already saturating the place in so much dark-type energy, that it became prohibitively difficult for me to teleport. Bad news for them then. The first one was sliced in twain with no difficulty. A blast of psychic energy sent 2 of them hurtling down the corridor. I dodged around the last one's attack, and focused my psychic energy for a few seconds. Senpai had been working with me on getting this particular move correctly, and I watched in pride as the houndour that had just tried to attack me dove straight at his compatriot that was charging back down the corridor. The last one got a psy-beam to the face, and a psycho cut to the neck once it was distracted by the first attack. I floated down the corridor, continuing my search for my comrades. They weren't in the storage unit, so the only other remaining option was the medical ward. It was also on the lowest level, so I'd had to cut through a veritable army of ants to get here. As I rounded the corner, I was faced with a horde of beedrill. Annoying bugs. Master had said something about bug types not being able to survive in environments like this one, so I wondered where these ones had come from. Not for too long though, it mattered not, when they'd be dead in a few seconds. Great psychic energy, guided with my spoon as my focus, allowed me to crush them all into pulp. Even months into using this strange implement, I was still astounded by its power. Master disliked his father and for good reason, but the spoon in my hand was proof that when they came together, they could do wonders. For who would have thought that even species like mine that did not feel the eternal urge for foci could be served by forging foci of our own. My spoon was not silver like a fox's, but solid gold. Perhaps to show the worth that I had in my master's eyes. Nevertheless, the spoon was an exceptional focus. My previously middling telekinesis had been amplified and enhanced to the extent that the fox claimed with time, I could even grow to match him. The words were not empty, for I could feel my power grow with the time. Soon, I would be a match for the best of the team, and I'd prove my master's faith in me to be worthwhile. Slow to evolve I might have been, but my power would leave no question in any's mind. Master had asked what my goal was, and I'd told him all I wanted was for him to see his goals into fruition. While it is undoubtedly true, it still rings false to my ears for the bit I'd left out. I hungered, nay thirsted, for thirst was more burning than hunger, to be recognized as the strongest psychic to know this planet. The foxes, the computers, the best and best of them all, I'd surpass all. Even the one in Master's memory that went by Mutwa would pale in comparison to me. I'd shine better than them all at the end of the day. I'd reign supreme. After all, I was just starting out and already so powerful. What power I would hold in my prime. Enough of the fantasizing though, Master has given me a task. I swept through the crowd of crushed bugs and made my way straight inside the lab. I ignored the humans crowded to the side. Doing nothing but using my telepathy to inform them that the Pokemon in the facility had been disposed of and they were free to leave, before gathering the balls I knew contained members of the family and teleporting to Master. I resisted the temptation to leave the ghost's ball behind by the closest of margins. XXXXX the champion. My boredom was gone, now replaced by a sharp anger. 8 cities in Kanto, each one under attack. It was my duty as champion to see to all of them, but I was but one man. Even I could not protect 8 cities at the same time. Luckily, each of these cities had gym leaders and most of them were even competent. Celadon, Pewter, and Cerulean were well protected by their respective leaders. Viridian was being seen to by a woman whose face I could not place. However, her Alakazam was a sight to behold as it crushed bugs with ease. Vermilion had been in dire straits but Samuel Oak had shown his face and that Dragonite of his was enough to make even the most ferocious of wild animals tremble in fear. Fuchsia was protected by Koga's own daughter. She showed why she was next in line to ascend the city's throne, as hers was the only city to suffer little to no damage. In a move that would no doubt send Agatha into hysterics if she were here, Oak's son had taken charge of Cinnabar's defense. Fire and water types alike fell in droves to his team of unique monsters. I could see one of the cornerstones of his team was a fiery Charizard that looked to be more draconic than the rest of his species. No doubt Dragonite's progeny. I looked forward to the battle we'd have when he came for my throne. That was all secondary though, I'd have to get the region through this mess before we could even dream of having a conference. Saffron was my destination. The fighting-type gym leader was trying and failing to stem the tide of psychics flowing into the city. A leak Alakazam appeared by my side as I snapped my fingers, and took me straight to the city's gym. Time for me to show my worth. A/N, a bit short. Just even more of a transition to the violence to come. Thanks for reading. We're halfway done with chapter 46 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 40. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. Ino appeared by my side in a burst of displaced air as she teleported in front of a Torkoal that had been charging straight at me. Its shell was insufficient to protect it from my pissed-off psychic as she blasted it straight into the water with a hyper beam. I smiled at her as she disappeared again and took stock of the battle. We were on the beachhead, after successfully disposing of all the attackers within the city itself. Now, we were focused on dispatching the ones rushing into the city from the sea, and the volcano. It was quite fortuitous how both areas intersected on the same beach and weren't on opposite ends of the island. That would have been a bitch and a half to defend against. The rest of the ocean beyond this beach was defended by Kisame. In the seas, she was unstoppable. Even though I'd been loath to send her on her own, my doubts had quieted when she'd taken out 2 rampaging gyarados in the blink of an eye. My team had grown so much. Even Magnezone was chipping in and doing his best. Lightning attacks flashed out every so often, killing or knocking out any water type unlucky enough to get in their way. Since a good portion of my team was weak to water types or had no advantage, most of them were clustered around the mouth of the volcano, which was admittedly the bigger threat. I watched with a proud smile as Broly and Kenpeki executed a perfect Fisher tag team to eliminate a commune of magma that were making their way down the mountain. It was too little too late though. The true threats among them had avoided the attack and jumped straight at my Pokemon with attacks charged. 2 Magmartars, I thought with awe. I hadn't even seen one in all my time here. This wasn't the time to be appreciative though. Now was for battle. The first one punched Kenpeki in the face, and its surprise when he didn't even move was enough to make me chuckle as Kenpeki grabbed the offending limb and slammed the fire type into the ground with a negligent flick before blasting it even deeper in with a shadow ball. My pseudo-legendary couldn't care less if it was a fucking Moltres or a Charmander in his face. He'd deal with them and move on. Brutal efficiency always. Broly dodged the punch that came towards him with extreme speed and sent a stone axe straight into the fire type's skull, stunning it. A Mankey flying across my line of sight was enough to divert my attention as I traced its trajectory to Snorlax. The massive normal type was being beset on all sides by the annoying fighting types. Even at a type disadvantage, there was little they could do to hurt him. After all, what was a rat to a bear? That analogy was apt for this, because 1,000 rats could fell a bear, so I had cause to worry, right? No. There were nowhere near 1,000 rats on my bear. Every Mankey that approached was dispatched with the kind of brutal efficiency my team was beginning to specialize in. Even Tsunade, delicate as she was using Minimize to draw the attention of multiple opponents to give Guy the openings he needed to punish them. This attack wasn't particularly dangerous. If my Pokemon were to fall today, it would not be to any of these wild Pokemon. Rabid as they weren't much of a threat to my well-trained monsters. Of course, that's when it all had to go to hell in a basket. A hyper beam shot Igneel out of the skies where he'd been harassing all the flying types, and I turned to see a pair that I'd hoped never to see again. The twins from the Viridian Forest. My suspicions about the attack being organized by the Rockets seemed to hold even more weight as one of the twins took out some sort of device from her pocket, and suddenly, the wild, rabid Pokemon were smoothly flowing around us. Insane. This was both good and bad news. Because, the fact that there was a device that could even slightly control them told me that there must have been a means to call off the attack with that same tech. The downside? They had technology to control wild Pokemon. The League might as well be completely under the Rockets' control at this point. No way was it going to manage to overcome constant attacks on all fronts from wild Pokemon. Maybe if we could crack the tech and replicate it. But I had no idea what was happening outside this island. Blaine was nowhere to be seen, and there didn't seem to be much, if any help incoming from the outside world. It all counted on me. And part of me liked this feeling. Something about the pressure of knowing that I had to succeed right now to save the world, made my brain clear. My reaction time sped up, as I saw the world in a new level of high definition. It felt like I was truly awakening at the moment where I needed to the most. It wasn't just me who was different though. My opponents looked more calm and measured than they had that night in the forest. They looked practically predatory. They didn't seem intent on giving me time to plan and coordinate with my team as one of the Bish ARPs came flying at me. It got to experience the shock of its life though, as Inno's illusion fell and it found itself face to face with a pissed off fire dragon instead of the squishy human it expected. Inno's teleportation, cloaking and illusions had grown with the rest of her under Alakazam's tutelage. Psychics grew most around their own kind and it was showing. Igneel moved the steel Pokemon's blade past his chest by slapping it out of the way with his tail and grabbed onto the Pokemon with a bear hug, trapping the tail between his body's and his opponent's. I flinched as I felt some echoes of pain from the Pokemon's bladed body digging into his scales. He took it like a champ though, and executed a move some had thought exclusive to the Typhlosion, Camerupt, and Torkoal lines. He erupted in a massive blast of fire. I watched the flames splash off the green shield surrounding my psychic and I with a smile on my face. When things finally cleared up, the bishop was on the floor, unconscious, and in a bad state. The twins looked shocked, and I longed to take a picture of the look on their faces. Igneel was breathing heavily, but he still looked ready to continue. Eruption was another example of the partnership Oak and I had developed over the training period I spent with him. We'd worked on moves as lab partners, and even though I disliked him as a parent, I had respect for him as a scientist. He was the one to theorize how we could make the move for Oghenevwogaga, after all. Who'd have thought that taking advantage of the tail flame Charizard's head as a natural outlet of the explosion would have such effects? The move worked by building up fire-type energy in his body for long periods, and then releasing all that energy in a single eruption. The only downside was that the resulting explosion was much less widespread than a Typhlosion's. It compensated for that with the increased power it had at close ranges. Trapping the target with him in a bear hug was effective to say the least. The twins finally got over their shock and sent the second bishop with both of their Houndooms at Oghenevwogaga. He looked ready to face them all at once, but he had no need to. I clasped my hands and screamed out. Would release, nativity of a sea of trees. Eno shook her head at my antics as a veritable forest appeared around the attacking Pokémon. Vines reared out of the floor across the field and began to grow at surprising speeds. From vines, and branches, they became actual trees. I suppressed the urge to scream in joy as Hashirama finally managed to execute the move perfectly. We usually had the issue of some of the trees forming before others. Not a problem with the effectiveness of the move, but it tended to affect the sheer aesthetics of it. The move wasn't completely mastered yet since it covered a comparatively small area. Only managing to encase the attacking Pokémon in Oghenevwogaga. Barely enough to cover an entire field. Understanding what Hashirama's use of the move meant, Oghenevwogaga took to the skies and escaped the forest in a blur before the second part of the move completed itself. What was the difference between a grass and a poison-type Pokémon? A stupid question on the surface, wasn't it? I mean, the differences are obvious. Poison types could create or produce some form of toxin in their bodies, right? But about Roselia and Bulbasaur? They didn't necessarily create poisons. Instead, they used the flowers they could create to achieve a ton of different effects. It's why they qualify as poison types. But what stopped other grass types from doing this same thing? I mean, it wasn't instinctive, but there was nothing stopping them from using their own control of nature to create similar effects. After all, types are a human classification. They don't exist in nature. Oghenevwoga's species are classified as fire/flying types, but look into those red eyes and tell me he isn't a dragon. I dare you. All this exposition was to lead on to the next part of the move. Buds grew on the trees Hashirama had just created and flowered in seconds. The pollen they created spread through the forest and I had no doubts that the Pokémon within had fallen unconscious. Would release, advent of a world of flowering trees, complete, I said in my best impression of Shikamaru's smug drawl. My opponents looked both shocked and infuriated. A comedic combination at the best of times. I would have started laughing if something strange didn't happen. One of the trees in the mini forest went down, and then another, and then another. I noted that the path of the trees falling down seemed to head straight at me. Oghenevwogaga prepared for the coming Pokémon, but I placed a hand on his shoulder, ignoring the heat that threatened to burn me through my thick leather gloves. Guys, got this one. Can't let you have all the fun, can we? I said, trying to avoid offending his pride. The truth was he still hadn't mastered eruption, and was probably more tired than he actually knew. I was proven right, when he slumped back, content to watch. Oghenevwogaga would never have left an opponent to someone else when he was at full capacity. He was almost always raring to go. My suspicions about what Pokémon had managed to survive the trap were proven correct when the bishop came crashing out of the forest, heading straight for me. I didn't even flinch as when he was a few feet away from me, he was faced with the strongest fighting type I'd ever got to see in person. He caught hold of one of the steel type's blades and wrenched it out of position to send several punches into the steel type's midsection. Practically ignoring the power blows, the bishop swiped at Guy's head before continuing with a stab when my fighter dodged the attack. I was content to let them duke it out instead of interfering, since Guy needed to face more powerful opponents to draw out his evolution. A Komodo on my team would be superb. Speaking of pseudo-legendaries though, I turned to the side and saw my team's ace in combat with both of my opponent's Hydreigons. He'd dived straight at them the moment they'd announced their presence by shooting Oghenevwogaga out of the sky. Looking at him now, I could barely even see the echoes of the young Larvitar we'd rescued from that Oghren all those months ago. His growth was something else. One of the dark dragons snatched at his neck with two of its heads, but Kenpeki had no trouble dodging the grasping attack and tossing the entire monster over his head after grabbing its shoulders for a second. I smiled at that. The Hydreigons weren't well trained. At least, not when it came to fighting opponents in their strength range. Even so, they were still going to manage to overwhelm him eventually. Unless something happened at least, and that something showed up a second later. Snorlax appeared from what looked to be thin air and grabbed one of the Hydreigon's heads, dragging it towards him before slamming it into the ground. A hyper beam shot out of his mouth in a blast of blue and I barely covered my eyes in time to avoid getting blinded by the dust. Snorlax was about to continue his merciless beatdown when two Might Hyenas started nipping at his heels. They were easy to toss aside, but were relentless in their pursuit of my normal type, desperately buying time for their pseudo-legendary teammate to overcome his daze. Kenpeki was still having an easy time with the dark dragon left to him. Slowly whittling away at its resistance and gaining ground on it. With the battle seemingly settled, I turned to the wild Pokemon situation. The twins' device had sent most of them away from this area, but there were still a few around. It went to show that the tech wasn't quite as perfect as it seemed, but it was better than nothing at least. Now, I had to focus on getting the device from them, interrogating them, and figuring out how to make it repel the wild Pokemon from the city itself. Just to clean up the rest of their Pokemon and disable them. With some of the biggest threats already handled, it shouldn't take more than half an hour. Of course, that had to be the moment when it all went wrong. A veritable hurricane swept through Hashirama's forest, dispersing the pollen and scattering the trees. I traced the winds to their source and found 2 knocked owls flying above the twins. That was quick. Took my eyes off them for 1 second and they were about to turn this battle on its head. I could see the Houndooms waking up from their imposed slumber, albeit with a bit of grogginess. That didn't matter though, 2 of the Pokemon I'd thought dispatched were back in and another 2 had joined the ranks. Hashirama was prepared to use the move again, but I vetoed it. The knocked owls were the real threat. His orders then became to submerge and find his moment to strike. For the Houndooms, I sent the fire type at my side that was practically itching for more combat. Tired as he was, Oghenevwogaga covered the space between him and his opponents in seconds, sweeping one of its feet with his tail and grabbing the other by its neck in his claws. Beautiful. He tossed the one in his grip at his compatriot just as it was starting to get back up and they both crashed to the ground again. Their teamwork was near perfect, and they were able to separate and disentangle themselves from one another before Oghenevwogaga could take advantage of their prone positions. They spread across his vision, moving in opposite directions to hem him in between them. True predators by every sense of the word. Their tactics reminded me of what a pack of wolves would do when hunting dangerous prey. These weren't wolves though. They were far more dangerous, but they'd made a key mistake. Oghenevwogaga allowed them to surround him from both sides, his back to one and facing the other with his full attention. A catastrophic choice for any singular Pokemon to make when surrounded by such odds. Oghenevwogaga wasn't alone though. He had support, and I'd made sure he knew it. He'd grown up with the team, and as battle-hungry as he could be, he trusted his teammates above all. When I told him we had his back, he hadn't even hesitated to turn his back to the Houndoom behind him. That kind of trust was exceptional. The one behind him attacked first, and true to form, Oghenevwogaga didn't even flinch. Before his adversary could make it to him, Broly stepped between them. Not allowing the fire-type Pokemon a second to comprehend its new situation, My starter jumped into the air, performed a perfect twist and brought down both of his axe hands on his adversary's head. It slumped to the floor dead, and Broly was gone in the next second, dispatching wild Pokemon with that same brutal efficiency. The second Houndoom had all its attention on the prone body of its comrade. Barely even paying attention to the fiery dragon in front of it. By no means a wise decision, Oghenevwogaga was ticked off at not getting his opponent's full attention, and showed his displeasure the only way he knew how. Fire, and lots of it. He belched out a veritable firestorm that covered his opponent nearly instantly and set what remained of Hashirama's forest on fire. If I wasn't so sure that my ghost had gotten out of the way, I'd be a bit worried. As it stood though, I watched as the fire grew in size and heat, till I could start to feel it from as far away as I was. When Oghenevwogaga finally cut off the flames, only the charred body of the Houndoom remained. I can feel your surprise. Houndoom are fire types, aren't they? Well, remember my spiel about types being human classifications? Houndoom were fire types on a technicality. They could breathe out noxious gases and ignite them. That made their fire poisonous, even to other fire types, but it conferred on them very little in the way of fire resistance in parts of their body that didn't have massive fangs. Oghenevwogaga had covered it in more than enough fire to overwhelm that meager resistance, and the result laid before me. I turned to the twins, expecting them to be pissed off, or even the least bit irritated, but contrary to my expectations, they looked excited. Their Pokemon were dying in front of them and they were excited. If I hadn't already thought the members of Team Rocket to be insane, I might have been a bit worried about their health. As it was though, I had no problems with the both of them being slightly more insane than the average Rocket. The psychos from Celadon hadn't smiled while they lost Pokemon, at least. I didn't allow them to distract me though, turning to the rest of the battle. Since Oghenevwogaga had finished his opponent, he was confident in interfering in another's fight. In a move I'd have never expected from a dragon, Guy led his adversary to Oghenevwoga's waiting arms and left the steel type in the care of his teammate before moving in and taking the Hydreigon of Snorlax's hands, leaving him to deal with the Mytyena that were harrying him. I sighed in relief. He slammed into the dark dragon, sweeping it off its feet and harassing it till they were quite a distance away from where Snorlax and the Mytyena were engaged. Of course Guy was willing to cede his opponent to another when he was moving for a more difficult one. No need to worry about my dragon being broken. Blaine had been clear. A dragon that didn't show the pride and aggression native to its species would never achieve final evolution. Every scientific study I'd checked since the battle agreed on that, and I wondered if that was why my fighting type was taking so long to evolve. Was he more fighter than dragon, and if so, how did we fix this? That was a worry for another day though, as he engaged the dark dragon across from him with a barrage of fists. The dark type replied with grasping teeth, seeking to grab him between their jaws. One of the heads finally succeeded when Guy was too slow in returning his fist to his side. The crunch of the teeth against dragon scale was audible even from here. The Hydreigon used the distraction from Guy's pain to take to the skies, and I resisted the urge to curse as multiple shadow balls came spewing from the dark type's mouth. Guy managed to dodge all of them, but the next set came closer to hitting home, and the set after that came closer still. I could see what was happening clear as day. "Do it, Guy," I shouted across the field. I could have sent the message with aura, but something told me to say the words out loud. He jumped back from his previous position, beating his stomach with his fists all the while. Every time his fists made contact, the contact got progressively louder, eventually echoing around the beach, and by the time he was finished, he'd been causing shock waves with the move. I smiled at him as he swept into the air immediately after the move was done, a red aura surrounding him. He jumped straight at his adversary and was sent flying back into the ground when 3 shadow balls hit him center mass. I resisted the urge to scowl as he fell. Of course he forgot to use Dragon Dance. The adrenaline from the belly drum must already be getting to him. I lashed out with my aura, stilling him from attacking again and reminding him of the second part to the move. I felt the dragon's embarrassment as a blue aura joined the red that he'd been cloaked with. He stood back, allowing the move to stack upon itself until his opponent realized he wasn't going to attack again and tried to snipe at him from a distance. He kicked off the ground with such force that sand swept into my hair and eyes. I hurriedly brushed it aside to see that he'd timed his jump so perfectly that he was able to both dodge the attack already coming, and move fast enough that there was no chance of his opponent managing to prepare another move to stop him. He came close to colliding with the dragon but missed AGT the last second as it finally managed to fly out of the way. Guy didn't let that discourage him though. He landed on the ground and was back in the air in the very next second. This time, the Hydreigon could use their shadow balls, but he tanked the hit with his hardy scales and just barely missed the dark dragon with his fist. Back to the ground he went, and then back into the air. There was much that could be said for the determination of a dragon type. It was another of their key traits. Dragons strained and fought for the tough spot. Even supposedly docile or honorable dragons like the Gumi and Komodo lines were hardwired to compete, to fight for the top spot. It was the only way to grow as a dragon. As he kept jumping at his opponent, something special began to happen. Even though neither one of us could tell, we were doing something beyond ourselves that day. We were playing with forces we didn't fully understand. Belly Drum was the first to go. As he was robbed of the enhancement, I saw Guy falter for a second, wondering if he should continue or move back and re-enhance himself. The Hydreigon in the sky was breathing heavily already. It was tiring. Retreating would give it time to recover its strength. "Keep going," I shouted, but Guy was off before the words had even left my mouth. At that moment, we thought as one. As Guy's attacks failed to connect, and he was battered by his opponent's moves, he continued to attack. Never letting up for a second. Never staying on the ground for longer than it took him to change direction and gauge the distance for his next jump. It was glorious combat in its finest form. But all combat would come to an end and it became a question of which dragon would outlast the other. The answer came quicker than I'd expected as the blue glow from Dragon Dance was abruptly cut off. Unlike with Belly Drum, this time, Guy dallied for more than a second, but his opponent seemed content to watch and wait, using the time to recover their own strength. He wasn't down for long though, jumping right back at his opponent, with none of the aura building up around him this time. The Hydreigon did not try to fly away, and we easily predicted the next outcome, and Guy moved his hand over his face. This time, however, I was shocked when it wasn't balls of dark that came from the Hydreigon's maws, but instead bright orange beams. Hyper beams. I had no time to warn Guy of what was coming, and the attack crashed into us. Covering our face with our hand was insufficient in blocking a move as powerful as a hyper beam. We crashed into the ground as one, and I had trouble separating between Guy and Donald. I was both and neither at the same time. It mattered little though, all I knew was that I was tired. We were tired. Not sleepy tired, the kind of bone-deep weariness that came with days of concentrated work. Enhancements weren't meant to be scaled or stacked the way we'd been doing. Especially not twice in the same day. I felt it then, the temptation to just call it quits. To resign ourselves to unconsciousness. No. Never. We wouldn't give up here. Fuck letting another teammate take over the battle. This was ours. This enemy would fall to our hand. I felt it then, the rage, the hatred, the pride. The refusal to just lay down and accept what would have been our fate. This couldn't be our fate. Never. We had to fight, to strive. Going willingly into the night was for pussies. Not us, never us. When the white light covered Guy and sent me from his mind, I finally gained enough distance to see exactly what was happening. Guy was evolving. The white light that covered him was practically blinding, and remained over his form for longer than with any of my other Pokémon. When it all finally died down, the Pokemon I found myself staring at was fundamentally different from the one I'd shared minds with just seconds earlier. Don't get me wrong, he was still Guy, but gone was the adolescent, and I found myself staring at an elder dragon. What people in my original universe had never understood was that evolution wasn't merely leveling up or getting stronger. In most evolutions, Pokemon changed fundamentally. For several species, evolution was the only way to achieve adulthood. No Charmeleon, no matter how old, would ever be considered an adult. It went against everything biology had taught me, but the Pokemon world had a tendency to laugh at the rules of my old one. Years of maturity were condensed into a single moment. Evolved Pokemon were the same as they'd ever been, but they were still more. As a Pokemon, Kommo-o shared a lot in common with his lesser evolutionary form, with the exception of the fact that he became just a bit more in every respect. His scaly armor covered more of his body. It was safe to say that there were more areas of his body covered than not. His body was still grey, but the red and yellow markings on some scales were more numerous and shone even brighter if that was possible. His face was much the same, but the headdress that had marked him out as special was even more ornate. Now, it looked like a crown. Oak had once theorized that Hakamo-o was possibly descended from a line of dragon kings, and I could see where he got the idea from. He looked majestic to say the least, and I was quite proud to look upon him. When I finished my evolution, I nodded at the Pokemon who was similarly examining me, and he nodded back before bending with a bow. I smiled at that. None of my Pokemon had ever revolted upon evolution, and I took it as a sign that I had to be doing something right. This time, I didn't bother trying to reach out to him with my aura or mind. I was content to have him take care of this. He knew his new strength better than I did, after all. Let him have this victory all to himself. He puffed up his chest, perhaps instinctively recognizing what my lack of orders meant, or interpreting something from my body language, and turned to face his opponent. He shook his body, sending scales clanging against each other. I didn't shake at the loud sound. Igneel was keen to roar whenever he willed, and having a dragon roar next to my head enough times was enough for me to invest in a pair of expensive earplugs that muted out sounds above a set decibel rating. They were really advanced tech with a price tag to match, but luckily, my Sylph card still worked. They were content to allow me to spend as much as I wanted. When the dragon in front of him did not so much as flinch at his gesture of intimidation. He wasn't fazed, and punched at the air with a powerful uppercut. The shockwave from the move was enough to almost send me flying if Ino hadn't grabbed onto me with her telekinesis. The attack traveled with the wind and slammed straight into the dragon floating in the skies above us. Good ol' anime physics to the rescue, I guess. He didn't waste the opportunity with his opponent so distracted and flew into the air with an almost casual jump. He'd needed to scale multiple enhancements to use strength like that just a few minutes ago, and now it was casual. Evolution was terrifying like that. This time, he didn't miss and ensured to grab onto his opponent's wings as he slammed into it and they began to fall. Maneuvering in the air so the Hydreigon was beneath him was child's play to the fighting type, and when they landed, the dust cloud had me worried for the future of my hair. I have sand in places I don't even think about, I thought with a scowl, but brushed the thought aside as Guy finished off his opponent with two powerful punches. Now that battle was over, I turned to look at the rest of the beachhead and was unsurprised to note that my team had dispatched our adversaries. The smug smile on Ino's face and what I could discern from her memories told me she'd been the one to direct the team while I was distracted with Guy's battle. I returned her smile and took stock of everything. All the twins' Pokemon were knocked out with the exception of the Noctowls, but they, along with the twins themselves, were held fast in Hashirama's vines. I smiled and approached them. Enjoy this, you little bastard. We'll get our revenge soon enough. We're Team Rocket admins, you know that right? We're valuable. One of the twins snarled at me as I got closer, but I kept my smile in place, not bothering to give her words any reply. I'd have ordered Hashirama to snap their necks, but Ino had warned me of the helicopter floating a distance away, filming this battle and possibly broadcasting it. It's why my team had been more lenient with her team than they usually would have been. The poacher had taught us a lesson. The only good enemy was a dead one. I ignored the rest of their ranting and raving as I directed Ino to send out their Pokeballs. I sent the team back into their Pokeballs and then scanned the Pokeballs with my Pokédex to lock them. Another trick Oak had taught me. As a lab trainer, technically, I was authorized to make arrests and step in when there was no law enforcement. The ability to lock Pokeballs came with that authority. Of course, I could only do it while I had custody of the Pokeballs and the Pokemon were within, and the lock could be disabled by even the lowest ranked law enforcement officer, but it was still a useful bit of power for situations like these. Enough of the yapping. The only words I want to hear from you are answers to my questions. How do I stop the attack? I asked after doing my bit to make sure they were as secure as they could be. We have no idea what you're talking about, the twin to the left said, and I scowled. The helicopter still hadn't left, so I couldn't just order Ino to get the information from their minds, or ask Hashirama to convince them with a bit of pain. Both were, unfortunately, extremely illegal. I'm sure it has something to do with that device over there, I said, pointing to the device they'd tossed on the floor that had made most of the wild Pokemon flee. Nothing in their expressions confirmed my guess, but I was still pretty sure. If it wasn't this, then what could it have been? I scowled for the umpteenth time today as I realized I only had one way to know for sure. XXXXXX the Pokemon Professor. A Magnemite tried to approach me, but Charizard latched onto it with a fire fang that knocked it out after a few seconds. He then turned around, turning the energy from the fire fang into a bright blue flamethrower that sent the steel and electric Pokemon flying towards us, reeling. Good. Dragonite was taking point, ensuring the skies remained safe, and taking out any Pokemon on land who seemed to be making good progress. Nidoking was the king of the ground, though. He'd poisoned most of it with toxic spikes that ensured the only Pokemon that made it close to the city over land were the ones who'd been weakened. The weakened ones that approached were easily vanquished with swipes of his tail and punches with his massive fists. He held the entire sector by himself, where it took scores of gym trainers and their entire teams to do the same. The weakness that the Indigo League tolerated would one day come to bite it in the backside. One could not just hope that elite trainers would always arise to solve their problems. It was one of the problems I had with the League as it currently existed. That was a thought for later though. Now was for focusing on why I'd come here. The wild Pokemon were fascinating in their feverish intensity. They struggled and strained to enter the city. No matter how many Dragonite cut down or Charizard roasted, they still refused to relent. It was suspicious. I've seen wild Pokemon. I've fought wild Pokemon. Wild Pokemon didn't fight like this. They fought only for survival, and for them to keep coming even after seeing hundreds of their fellows fall so easily, was unusual to say the least. It stunk to high heaven, and if I hadn't already been sure that this was Giovanni, the rocket admin that thought he was clever hiding in the very back between a few trees was more than enough to confirm his suspicions. Of course the idiot boy would find some way to throw the world into chaos to accomplish his selfish goals. It would have been admirable if it wasn't so pathetic. The boy thought himself a man beyond others and sought like every other idiot with a modicum of power to establish a new social order with himself at the very top. He'd failed in all his bids at becoming champion, but still thought himself beyond people like Lance and I. The arrogance. Please bring the boy over there to me was all I needed to say on the matter, and Alakazam disappeared from my side, to probably appear next to the rocket admin overseeing this mess. I looked through his eyes for a second and saw that he'd released a Hariyama and a Radon to protect him. This was going to be quick to say the least. And it was. He appeared, caught in Alakazam's telekinetic grip, at my feet a few minutes later. I left Dragonite and the rest to deal with the approaching wild Pokemon and turned my full attention to the man at my feet. With Alakazam hovering over him, he wasted no time in telling me all that he knew. Giovanni was good at obtaining loyalty from his subordinates, but very few people could ever be loyal to the point of self-destruction. It went against human nature itself. To place another so far above oneself as to die for their secrets wasn't as easy as the media would have you believe. I had Alakazam retrieve the device and I prepared to start working on it when I received a call from Donald. I'd been a bit worried when I didn't see any news about him before I left the lab, but with a team that was bordering on the elite level, there was very little that could pose a fatal threat to him, so I trusted him to be well. I guess I could teleport over to him and see what he made of the device. I'd enjoyed working with him for the past few months in spite of everything. XXXXX Donald Oak. A brilliant device if I've ever seen one, Oak said as he turned the machine in his hands again. I'd called him on the Pokédex to see what he'd thought of the machine, and had been surprised to notice that he was fending off the attack in Vermilion. I mean, I'd suspected that if this was happening here, it could be happening in some of the other cities as well, but I'd never thought Oak himself would get involved. His retirement from the League hadn't been the healthiest of splits, and he'd taken a stance of non-intervention on very nearly every subject matter relating to the League since then. I guess defending the people of Kanto was acceptable for him to do even if he had retired. That wasn't my business though. The old man was more than capable of taking care of himself and deciding what he wanted to do with his life, so I'd leave it to him. Can you figure it out? I finally asked after he hummed for the 7th time in half as many minutes while fiddling with the buttons. Radio waves, or something similar at least. That's how they control the wild Pokemon. I suspect they've used poison or some sort of psychic influence to condition the Pokemon to respond to these particular signals. I nodded. That wasn't anything I hadn't already suspected after a few minutes with it. And using it to repel the Pokemon. I asked again. That's the main reason I'd called him here after all. Figuring out the device was all well and good, but the goal wasn't knowledge of the device, but the ability to end the attack itself in seconds. One of these doesn't have enough range to cover an entire city, so even if I changed the settings, we wouldn't be able to use it to help both cities. I guess Giovanni is too smart for that. Giovanni. I echoed. That's a thought for later, child. Now, we focus on how to help our cities. Looking at this, I'm sure I could whip up something similar enough in the lab, but I'll need time. I propose I use these in ensuring the safety of Vermilion and you stay here to protect Cinnabar. And why not the other way around? I asked in suspicion. We're already in Cinnabar, are we not? Why not protect them with the device? Cinnabar has a fifth of Vermilion's population. We'd save exponentially more lives with the device there than here. Besides, you're already committed to defending your mother's people, so why not do it till the end? Once I finish my own device, this will be the first place I come to. I agreed with his plan, albeit reluctantly. Cinnabar did have less lives to save with the device, and using it here instead of Vermilion made no sense from a utilitarian point of view. I turned my back to Oak and looked across the city. We stood on top of the highest building in the city, the only skyscraper that the tourist town could boast of. It was a godsend for directing my Pokémon movements. I'd spread them through the city to rout the wild Pokémon causing havoc within its borders. It was all I could do to prevent them from overrunning the city. Blaine's lack of gym trainers was a hindrance in this. At least, there were small pockets of trainers all over the city helping me with this. I hadn't spoken to them yet, but I was grateful for their presence. Strong as I was, I could not hold an entire city on my own. For now though, my attention was on Guy. Evolution had done him a load of good. He was faced with a small horde of magmars on one of the streets, and he disabled them with all the skill and brutality I'd expect from a well-trained pseudo-legendary. The north of the city was one of the more interesting areas. We'd retreated into the city itself, and I'd had Ino recall Kisame to help in the inner defense. She'd claimed the entire north end of the city as her territory and covered it in a massive blizzard. Her unholy endurance and power were coming into play now. The weather conditions prevented any wild Pokémon from getting more than a few feet into her territory. They usually met their ends just a few feet in, but that still didn't discourage them from rushing to those ends. It would have been admirable, if it wasn't so pathetic. A brown shadow flew across my vision and I followed it to see it split a tentacle in twain and continue its movement. It was Broly, I had no doubts about that. Extreme speed had done him a world of good, and now he was using the move to cover distance across the entire city, taking out any wild Pokémon who strayed too far from the areas we were forming to box them in. I ignored Ignil's roar behind me as he finished being healed and swept into the skies once more. Behind me were Tsunade, Ino and Magnezone. The electric type was sweeping around, zapping any Pokémon that got too close while Tsunade was manning what had become our own medical station. She wasn't a Chansey, but something about fairy-type energy lent itself well to healing moves. She healed other Pokémon faster than I'd ever seen any Chansey manage. Ino was here for mission control. At such distances, I couldn't communicate the clearest of messages with my aura, but Ino had no difficulty spreading her mind across the entire city and communicating with the entire team. Tell Guy to retreat to us here and move Kenpeki in to take his place, I thought at her, and she sent my message across at the speed of thought. Endurance was the name of the game, so I regularly subbed out members of the team to come over here and be healed by Tsunade. Her addition to the team was just the gift that kept on giving. Her healing ability alone made her indispensable. The fact that she was the perfect type for dragon slaying was just icing on the proverbial cake. Guy landed and bowed to me before moving towards Tsunade. They exchanged words as she healed him and I watched him truly relax for the first time since his evolution. If there's anything I was thankful for, it was the relationships that had developed between my team. They were all friends, but between them there were friendships that went even deeper. Tsunade and Guy was one such example. Broly and Kenpeki were another. They weren't one big family, more like a group of friends made up of small families, but I had no reason to be dissatisfied with that. They all worked well enough together and clearly cared for one another. It was perfect. Kisame has spent too much time there. Tell her to kill the blizzard and move out. Hashirama will continue area denial with advent of flowering trees. Ino nodded and did my will as intended. My attention was taken from the north as Ignil crashed through a building in pursuit of a particularly resilient Growlithe pack. I winced and scolded myself shortly. Yes, we were causing damage, but less than the Pokémon would have if we left them to their devices, and we were also keeping the shelters safe. We were a net positive. It was harder to convince myself of that when Kisame's blizzard died down and I got a good look at the northern end of the city, or what remained of it. Luckily, the Pokémon world was good at evacuations, and the city itself was empty. I turned to the most valuable part of the city and found Snorlax standing in front of a wall of other Pokémon. He was the first barrier in the series of walls protecting the shelters from the wild Pokémon. He was also the most effective barrier, taking out 9 out of 10 Pokémon that swarmed towards the area, and leaving the rest to the weaker Pokémon behind him and their trainers. He was being superb, and I suspected that he'd be the one I wouldn't need to sub out for a while. After all, his species had so much endurance that a Snorlax rampage wasn't just a threat for a few hours. A Snorlax rampage could go on for days. I still kept a close eye on the situation though. When he'd gotten there, he'd been attacked by a few of the trainers' Pokémon out of fear, but Ino's voice in their heads was enough to calm them down. I still watched though. Fear did not disappear so quickly, and one of them might be tempted to do something stupid. Oak had told me the fact that I hadn't noticed in over a year with my Pokémon. They were wild. I spent too much time out in nature, and not enough in cities. According to him, very few of my Pokemon could be trusted around other humans without my controlling presence. He'd proven himself right when Igneel almost took off Gary's head when the little rascal had tried to climb his back. That had caused an awkward few days in the lab. The lab trainers had looked at me warily. After all, the bond between trainer and Pokemon made it so wild Pokemon meant either an unskilled trainer, or a wild one. I wasn't unskilled by any means, and no one wanted to be in the vicinity of a wild trainer. I took the whispers and looks of wariness in stride though. I'd spent more time in the forests with my team than in any civilian population. I felt more comfortable in the wild than I did in five-star hotels. I mean, I could still control my impulses, so I wasn't a wild trainer by any means, but I was damn close. Knowing that had me reevaluating Oak's decision to train me in the lab for a few months. Had he seen me going wild and sought to forestall the disaster? I didn't know, and for now, I couldn't care. It was time to swap out Broly with Guy. Guy wasn't as fast, but he could perform Broly's duties while my starter took a few seconds to rest. This attack seemed to have no end in sight. Oak had better hurry up with the device. XXXXX. When Oak finally came back, the sun had gone down, and I'd been forced to use 2 full restores on Tsunade to keep her running and healing everyone else. I doubted that I could have lasted an hour more. I ignored his attempts at drawing me into conversation. I was a bit too tired to give a fuck about how rude I was being. It mattered not one whit to me. All I cared for was the device. Sensing my disinterest in his tale of how he'd managed to overcome the hurdles in reverse engineering the device, he sighed and stepped back to release the device from a capsule in his lab pocket. I didn't even bother being amazed at the spatial manipulation tech this world used so casually and focused on the device. It looked like a giant broadcasting station, complete with a host of antennas and what looked to be satellite dishes. When Oak finally switched it on, it activated with a barely audible WHRLLLL. It hummed into activity. I noticed the wild Pokemon suddenly turning around, practically fleeing from the city. I'm sorry for taking so much time, my boy. It wasn't enough to just replicate the signal. I had to enhance it to overpower the one coming from the wilds. After all, to maintain the attack, there has to be other devices spread across the wild spreading the signal. I also built a device to track the others. Let's get to disabling them. I resisted the urge to tell him I was much too tired for this today, and that he should take care of it by himself. I wanted to see this through at the very least. Ino had returned the team to my side and I smiled as I spoke to them. We've succeeded today. Held the line. Near single-handedly defended the people of Cinnabar from their attackers. No one can doubt our strength now. Kisame, you had it on lock. Your blizzard took out a third of the attackers, and don't you think I've forgotten what you did with the water-type Pokemon? You're superb. She nuzzled herself against me as I complimented her and I smiled and turned to the rest of the team. Everyone was going to be getting some of this today. Ino, you were amazing. You took out all the attackers in the lab, retrieved everyone's balls, and coordinated most of our defense. Those are MVP feats if I've ever seen any. She was probably the only one on the team who'd understand my words with how much time she casually spent in my head. She bowed her head in thanks and I kept going. Hashirama. Both advent of a world of flowering trees and nativity, sea of trees on the same day? Stupefying. You pulled through and came in clutch. Thank you so much. He just grumbled a low Trevenant in reply, but our aura bond was clear. I knew how he felt. Magnezone, you're wondrous. You kept focus throughout the battle and ensured dozens of Pokemon learned the errors of their ways in trying to attack me while I was under your protection. You had me thunderstruck, he warbled and went zipping around the building. I sighed fondly. Guess it was too much to expect him to remain focused for so long. Broly, extreme speed is your bitch. You swept everything and everyone. Like a real ninja. I saw those moves too. Bugsy's Scythers got nothing on you. Absolutely sensational. My starter and best friend just nodded his thanks and placed a hand on my shoulder, taking care not to cleave it from my body. Igneel, is there anything for me to say? You were there from the beginning of the attack till the end. Unreal stamina and power. You took out a fully evolved competitive Pokemon with a single move. Your awe-inspiring a blue flamethrower went straight up in the sky at my words. I smiled fondly at my aggressive dragon. Snorlax, those Pokemon didn't know what was coming for them. Not a single one got past you. You definitely deserve some treats for that. You were spectacular. A nod and a gesture at his stomach was all I got from my normal type. Unreal stamina or not, he was hungry. I gestured at Ino, and a Snorlax cake appeared in my hands. I walked over and handed it to him and he swept me into a hug, taking care not to crush me, but still making my bones creak. Ino teleported me out the moment she felt the danger to be excessive, and he looked flustered at the mess up. I just smiled and rubbed his arm before turning to the next team member. Tsunade, is there any doubt that you were more important than I was today? She preened at the compliment and I continued. We all relied on you for healing. Let's not even get into your battling. You were indispensable today. She gestured at Guy in a smug manner, and I turned to deliver his own accolades, but changed my mind and decided to leave him for last. Kenpeki, you were legendary. You wrestled down 2 pseudo-legendaries at once, swept aside nearly 100 Pokémon by yourself, and still made it through unscathed. You blew me away, buddy. His roar shook the building and I hurried to calm him with a hug. At least, there was less risk of him crushing me between his arms. We'd been having hugs like these since he was a Larvitar, after all. Guy, you evolved. Every bit of watching you today was breathtaking. You refused to give up, and showed that Hydreigon who's boss. You astonished us all with your performance. Incredible doesn't even begin to describe you today. He bowed low, and something told me to reciprocate, so I bowed just as deeply as he did. With everyone well thanked and recognized, time to move on to the next step. We're not done yet, though. We have one more task for today. I'm sorry for the stress, and if anyone would like to sit this one out, then there's no problem with that. They all looked at me like I was crazy, even Magnezone stopped his antics to stare at me. Ino slapped on my head, told me I was being silly, and said they were all coming. I smiled. I didn't deserve this team at all. With all that over and done with, I turned to the old man and he only nodded before releasing his Dragonite on the building. I returned everyone apart from Igneel and mirrored Oak's actions with his Dragonite by climbing on his back. His plan was simple. He could track the rocket's devices with his own, so he was going to fly ahead with Dragonite while I followed behind on Igneel's back. Whenever he found one, it would be up to Igneel and I to destroy it, and then join him as he searched for the next one. I doubted it was the most efficient way to get things done, but I didn't have any bad ideas so I followed him. The first thing I noted as we started the journey towards the volcano was that Oak's body had to be more powerful or durable than mine. His Dragonite set a punishing pace that Igneel could hardly match without turning me to pace on his back. How the fuck was he doing it? My question had me unconsciously reaching out with my aura to get the answer, and when it came into contact with his, I reared back in shock. He didn't even turn around. I doubted he had any idea how he was doing what he was. Aura surrounded and enriched every part of his body. His body was being enhanced by his aura. Considering I tried nearly daily for months and couldn't do what he seemed capable of instinctively, I was justifiably ticked off. I'd tried and put in so much effort to achieve nothing but disappointment, and he just had it. No work, no effort, just there. Of course Oak had aura without even trying. He was Samuel Oak after all. Igneel brought me from my thoughts with a roar as Oak had come to a stop ahead of us and was pointing straight down. Igneel and I executed his unspoken orders without a second's hesitation. Good, destroying something might be just what the doctor ordered. We dove straight at our target. The device was easy to spot as we got closer and weaved through the trees. Igneel ached to do something to the rocket grunts sounding the alarm at our arrival, but I tempered that urge. A single fireball destroyed the machine and we were ascending again, unfazed. The rockets didn't even get the opportunity to release their Pokémon from their confines. We continued on, following Oak to the next device. This time, I was unsurprised that the grunts were waiting for us with their Pokémon ready. A wasted effort, really. I released Broly as we dove down, and he took advantage of the fall to cut down 2 of the Golbats on the way down. The last one of the species got the unfortunate experience of being ripped apart by an aggressive dragon. The Pokémon on the floor were taken out by my starter before we got close enough to the device for an accurate shot. This time, I allowed Broly to have the honor, and once he'd smashed it to smithereens, I returned him to his ball and we continued our journey. You're sure we got all of them? I asked the professor again to confirm, and he nodded. What next, then? He had point on this. He was more experienced, and probably had a better idea of what we needed to be doing. Now that I'm sure the devices work as planned, I'll be disseminating them to the major league cities. Since you spearheaded the defense of this place, you should remain, ensure things are in order. Rest a bit and I'll see you later. I nodded at his words and turned from him. Yes, I can assure you that the Pokémon will not be returning, I said, perhaps for the 70th time today. Not for the first time either. I was beginning to regret my decision to speak to the civilians of Cinnabar and coax them out of the shelter. And these rockets are gone? The mayor asked with a smile on his face that told me he was enjoying not being the one being questioned by the idiots. I'd come in and met the place on the verge of a riot, with a seemingly infinite number of questions being hurled the mayor's way. Once he noticed I had something to say, he'd hurriedly evacuated the stage and left me in charge of fending off this attack. Yes, Professor Oak has installed his own devices that should override the rockets and prevent anything like this from happening again. I sighed as another person asked whether I'd checked every building for wild Pokémon. Normally, the police force should be taking care of this, but Officer Jenny and her staff had been some of the first casualties of the attack, attempting to stave off the wild Pokémon. As a lab trainer with 7 badges, in the absence of a gym leader or any official authority, I was in charge. Technically, the mayor was, but he wasn't keen on being any help. This was going to be a long day. A/N, finally done with exams. Happy Valentine's everyone, but as a very single Pringle, I'm here writing instead of being hopelessly in love somewhere outside. Y'all should have fun. Let me live vicariously through you. Thanks for reading. I'm sure you can tell it's a bit longer than usual. We just finished chapter 46 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 41. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I turned to the television again and saw them showing some highlights from the younger Oak's defense of Cinnabar. Yes, you heard us right, viewers. Young Donald Oak commands a team of 10 Pokémon. Our investigations have revealed that his team was extended this way by virtue of his position as a lab trainer under his own father's employ. I won't make any insinuations here, because I trust you to make them on your own. 10 Pokémon when most of us are forced to move with teams of 6. Can't deny that the league's illusion of fairness is getting less and less believable. But enough about that though, let's focus on the identity of those Pokémon. 2 of them are simply unidentifiable. We've spoken to experts across the regions, and all they've been able to do is theorize the typing of the Pokémon. The rock type, the one with the brown skin, is suspected to be some sort of secondary evolution to Scyther, different from Scizor, making it a rock/bug type, and the one with the scales is suspected to be a cross between dragon and fighting type, but this is the most unsure. Apparently, it had the look of a dragon but didn't use enough dragon-type moves for a clear decision to be made one way or the other. The fighting type is accepted as a clear conclusion, though. The rest of the team, while identifiable, is no less unique. Melodic, Charizard, Clefable, Tyranitar, and Snorlax are some of the more rare species he can boast on his team. The other 3 slots taken by Pokémon more common, but no less powerful for it, like a Gardevoir, Trevenant, and Magnezone. Now we'll be speaking to Mr. Elnathan John, world-renowned professional battling commentator, about this team and what he feels the young Oak's chances are of making it all the way in this year's conference. I turned off the television. It was good to see that our attempts to turn coverage away from the attack were working, but conversations about the league's objectivity were no less inflammatory. The attack was the priority for now, though. Team Rocket had been made public enemy number 1, and granted the classification of an S-rank terrorist organization, meaning that any rockets caught were to be killed on sight. If that wasn't going to hamper their recruitment efforts, then I wouldn't know what would. Lance, they're ready for you, was all my secretary said as she poked her head through the door. I smiled and followed her to the conference room. A meeting like this was one of the last things I wanted to be doing today, but it was practically expected, and we did need to discuss what had happened. I arrived at the conference room, to find everyone already seated, or logged into the call, for those who would be joining via hologram. This was a meeting between the Elite Four, gym leaders, league president and professor. Not a meeting, if I was being honest. I'm sure most of the people here could see through any illusions I might have added to the invitation to obscure the purpose of this gathering. This was a war council. War had come to Kanto, and these would be my generals. The participants of the meeting were quite different from what I would have normally expected though. Bruno was still missing in action, so I'd consented to replacing him with Agatha's protégé for the meantime. When he turned up again, he would have his seat waiting for him. The same rule applied to Koga, so I could see why his daughter was here in his place. What I could not understand though, was the presence of 2 more non-gym leaders. I see some people here who ought not to be, can you explain that? I asked while taking my seat. Let's get figuring out why they were here over and done with sooner rather than later. Pursuant to Section 17 of the League Code of Conduct, a gym leader ought to protect the people of his town or city, and failure to do so in a material and visible way shall lead to the gym leader being queried and disciplined by the town's mayor and city council. Section 18 lists the punishment for such conduct to be anything from a fine, to being stripped of the position of gym leader entirely. Needless to say that because of their absence during the greatest threat to Kanto's people since the war, Blaine and Giovanni have been removed from their positions and temporary leaders have been appointed in their place, Donald Oak said in a sure tone, sounding more like a bureaucrat than a trainer. At least he didn't drone on and on like one. We know that, boy. But that doesn't explain why you are here, Agatha said in her clearly inflammatory tone. I guess it was too much for me to expect her to behave reasonably and toss her suspicions aside in the middle of a crisis. Section 36 of the same code empowers the city's mayor and council to appoint interim gym leaders, and we have been appointed to fill those roles for Cinnabar and Viridian respectively. He was content to speak for his fellow, and with their similarities in age, and with how accepting she was being of him speaking for her, I was a bit curious about what else might exist between them. All interim leaders need to be confirmed by the champion and league president. Good Show finally spoke up. No. A permanent leader, yes, but not an interim one. It might be customary for interim leaders to be placed before you for examination, but the law is clear that it is not a requirement. He replied, while leaning even further back to give the impression that this entire thing was tiring. The sigh he let out was also clearly exaggerated. I would have applauded the audacity, if I wasn't one of the people being disrespected. We'll return to this topic later. Now, let us have a report of the situations in each of the cities. I spoke up to prevent a debate on positions of law or something equally inane. The first to reply was the girl from Viridian. At least she'd intuited that we followed the order of the champion's route when everyone needed to speak. Viridian first, and then the rest. The city suffered damage to key infrastructure like the clinic, and the police station, however the loss of life was kept to acceptable levels, with only 341 fatal casualties. There were over 400 wounded, but the hospital remains up and running, and while some of its facilities have been converted for Pokémon care in the absence of the clinic, it has proven capable of handling the influx of wounded. Altogether, the attack was limited and concentrated to the industrial areas of the city. The industrial infrastructure, like the various processing mills, are nearly non-existent, with how badly they were damaged, but residential areas were mostly untouched. Those who have been rendered homeless are being put up in some of the city's multiple hotels. I used my position as gym leader to requisition the hotels to solve the housing crisis until new accommodations are found. Apart from that, the city is well on its way to recovery. Her report was detailed, and gave a good view of what had happened in the city. I see. Thank you, miss. I led off with my voice, asking for her name without saying as much, but she just stared at me as if waiting for me to continue. The silence dragged on, awkward as it was, and I was tempted to just move on, before she suddenly looked down at something on her computer before speaking. Oh. My apologies, I did not know you were asking for my name. I am Sabrina, she said, and I just nodded in understanding, ready to move on. Flint, the pewter gym leader, looked to be made of the stone his city was famed for producing in their quarries as he gave his report. Pewter is gone. All the infrastructure, key or not, was ravaged in the attack. Multiple earthquakes destabilized most of the city, making even what remains highly unsafe for rehabilitation. We lost over 1,000 citizens and the casualties are still pouring in. Those who were able to make it to the shelters are all right at this time, but we need help with evacuating those same shelters. They weren't built for long-term occupation, and the people won't be safe to stay within the city itself for quite a while, and that was the kind of report I'd been dreading. An entire city of Kanto had fallen to the rockets. I didn't notice how tightly I held onto the table until the bit beneath me cracked audibly. I released it, ignoring the stares, wondering how to move forward. Are there any cities in position to accept the people of Pewter for the meantime? Good Show asked, and I silently thanked him for helping. I'd had no idea what to do next. Of course, Donald Oak was the first to answer the president. Cinnabar took a lot of damage, but the underlying infrastructure was mostly untouched. With most of the tourists leaving the city to head home, we have space for maybe a few hundred, or even 1,000 people if I follow Sabrina's lead and take the hotels, he said in that measured and calm tone. Do it, I said. Take all that you need. Hotels, supplies, anyone that refuses to help in a situation like this is a rocket sympathizer and will be treated as such, I continued. I could see no reason for him to be hesitant in doing what was necessary for the people's well-being. Yes sir, he said, and I nodded. I looked around the faces gathered, silently asking who else. It took a bit before Koga's daughter chipped in. Fuchsia itself was untouched in the attack, she said in an impressive approximation of Koga's flat matter-of-fact tone, but we could all hear the pride she tried to hide. Things will be a bit cramped, but we can host another 1,000 here. I nodded at her in thanks before speaking up. Any remaining citizens should be sent here to the plateau. We have an abundance of hotels sitting empty. Thank you so much, Flint spoke out suddenly, bowing at his waist before us all. I nodded, in recognition of his thanks, and I saw both Donald and Janine follow my lead. Are there any other cities with similar damage? I asked, and when I went unanswered, I signaled for the reports to continue. Cerulean is in good shape. We suffered a lot of damage, but we're still standing. Only a couple hundred perished in the attack, which is low for a surprise attack from wild Pokémon. Altogether, we are mostly intact, and should be back on our feet sooner rather than later. I nodded at the report and moved on to the next. Thanks to the intervention of former champion Oak, much of Vermilion still stands. We made it out of the attack in relatively good shape. I am yet to receive reports from the emergency services, so I cannot speak of casualty numbers or anything like that. I nodded at his words. He was still a temporary leader, so I wasn't too bothered by his incompetence in this area. And what is the look of things in the rest of the region? I asked the president after all the gym leaders had finished their reports. As we all know, all the major cities had been attacked, but they were far from the only targets of the Rocket's insanity. While wild Pokemon had not been involved, members of Team Rocket had laid siege to Lavender Town, and they'd even thought to attack 2 of the CAEI islands. Elite Agatha had foiled the attack at Lavender with a team of ace trainers while Team Rocket succeeded in their attack on 5 Island. Elite Lorelei foiled the second attack, though. Lorelei couldn't resist the urge to defend herself from the looks she received and interjected in a strong voice. We were only informed of the attack after 5 Island was complete, and the village had been reduced to little more than rubble. We were able to intervene in 6 Island though, and all but 4 of the attackers including a self-proclaimed Rocket admin were captured. Good Show nodded at her and continued his report. Johto was not touched at all, and cities in that region are beginning to step up their defenses in case Team Rocket decides to set their sights over there. Some mutters spread across the room at that part of the report. Knowing that the attack had been limited to Kanto, and that the people of Johto were not going to be helping was doing little for morale. After all, although Good Show didn't outright say it, admitting that Johto had been informed of the attack, and then going on to mention nothing about any possible help was pretty much announcing that there would be no help coming, at least to a group like this one. Old rivalries weren't easily buried, and I could already see what little we'd been able to do to unite the regions beginning to come apart. Claire's very public statement after Surge's death where she might as well have called him weak for falling to wild Pokemon hadn't gone over well, and this wasn't going to be winning the Johto gym leaders any favors. And internationally, I asked to change the topic. We'd initially decided to keep the attacks secret from Hone, but the videos circulating the Pokenet did so too quickly and in too high of a volume, that we had no choice to admit that. They send their condolences, and have offered to send over 200 million Poke dollars worth of supplies in aid. Fuck. The meeting ended after a few more minutes. The decision to be made on how we'd end up counterattacking would have to wait until I heard from Koga. Whatever information he managed to acquire would probably prove itself essential in our decision of how to pursue the Rockets. They'd declared war with their actions, and I really hoped they were ready for what was coming next. A one-sided war wouldn't be much fun at all, would it? XXXXXX the rookie ace. Another foiled attack marked the continuation of our offensive against this new Mewtwo. The 2 examples of the species were like night and day when it came to power, and this one seemed intent on making sure we understood it. Apart from one initial glancing blow at the beginning that seemed to have done more to hinder than help our cause at this point. It had made it more careful, less likely to fall for feints and startlingly brutal in its reprisals. It was still intent on keeping us alive and fighting for as long as possible, but I was yet to see why. Metagross couldn't stop its teleportation, and no matter what Slaking seemed to do, when he could even be bothered to do anything, physical damage was not working. Ninjask was putting its speed to the test, zipping in and out of blind spots to attack from odd angles, but even that was having very little use against its psychic shield. It was unflappable and might as well have been invincible. James was standing next to Giovanni, just watching us with a smirk that seemed so alien on his face. He'd been a prankster, and an asshole at times, but he'd never been cruel, and as he laughed when Mewtwo decapitated Jill's Electabuzz with a swipe of its tail, I began to grow annoyed and angry. Jill's wailing would feature in several of my nightmares, I could already tell. Metagross, I silently asked my partner a question by only saying his name. Probability of success is 4%, he said, and I nodded, understanding that my plan had little chance of working, but seeing that what we were presently doing was having even less of a chance of achieving anything useful. We were losing, and badly. Frank, I said in a voice barely above a whisper, and as he turned to me, I began signaling in ace sign language. Before I'd even finished signing, my plan started to come together as James translated every word I'd signed right to Giovanni. Frank looked at me, silently wondering what the fuck I was doing. He knew I wasn't an idiot, so I only nodded, telling him to trust that I knew what I was doing. The rest of the team were too devastated by James' betrayal to do much more than run through the motions, so I needed to do something to snap them out of the funk of despair Mewtwo was keen on trapping us in. I needed to score a hit. I needed to show them that this god could bleed, and from there, the rest would be up to them. Frank nodded, and asked the rest of the team to pull back with their Pokemon as I stepped forwards. Mewtwo had been content to allow us attack, not bothering to take the initiative since he appeared, and this time was no different. So, the Oak thinks himself enough to do what a full team of ace trainers working in concert couldn't. Your father must be so proud. You inherited his arrogance quite well. I did my best to allow Giovanni's words wash over me, not reacting in any way. I'd heard worse on the circuit, and even worse than that in ace training. I spread my hands out, releasing all my Pokemon in the same motion and allowing Metagross to connect me with the rest of the team. Swampert moved into motion first, executing a minor earthquake to reorganize the floor to something suiting his needs. Meganium followed suit with a sunny day, to set the field for both her own moves, and to give Arcanine a slight boost. Salamence took to the air, moving around to ensure he had the most clear picture of the cave's airspace. He'd been a gift from one of Silpha's executives, seeking to curry some favor with the champion, and while I'd despised the reasoning, he was still dead useful, and an integral method of the team. Sometimes I felt bad at not earning him, but did I truly earn any member of my team? All 5 of the Pokemon on the field right now had been gifts from either father or people seeking to curry favor with him. The only Pokemon I had that didn't fall into either of those categories was uniquely problematic, and I kept him in reserve for now. He might have been the most useful choice against a psychic like Mewtwo, but I was unsure who he'd end up attacking if I freed him from his ball. Everyone moved into motion at once. Mewtwo rose a hand and blocked Meganium's solar beam with a protect, but all that did was left him open for Arcanine to crash through that same shield. He teleported out of the way, but Salamence swept down the moment he appeared with a blistering fast Dragon Rush. His dodge was followed up by another dodge as Swampert threatened him with a Hydro Pump. He was moving and ducking extremely quickly to avoid all the attacks coming at him, and I knew it was only a matter of time at this point. Mewtwo managed to move out of the way of Salamenki's Dragon Tail, but was caught in Metagross' telekinetic hold for a second, allowing Arcanine to grab it between its jaws. The Dark-type energy of Crunch allowed him to break that psychic barrier that had kept Mewtwo safe over the battle, and even though my Pokemon's neck was snapped in a display of savagery, the damage was done. James looked shocked to stupor, and Giovanni wasn't much different. In a similar, but different vein, my team was more alive than they'd been since James' betrayal. Frank's slaking covered the space between it and Mewtwo in seconds, heating the air between them with the friction of its punches. Lily's Typhlosion was explosive as it aimed a flamethrower straight at James and Giovanni, and my team had gone apoplectic with rage. I didn't notice any of that though. Not consciously at least. I felt none of the heat, and heard none of the sounds around me. All my attention was on Arcanine's dead body. Mission accomplished, Boss Metagross said in my mind, and I resisted the urge to break into tears. XXXXX the Pokemon Hunter. What the fuck was that? I screamed at the woman as we entered the submarine and began the journey back to Kanto. We couldn't do anything in Sinnoh with what might be the entirety of the league coming to crash down on us. We were losing, and I did what I needed to do to ensure we survived. Need I remind you that we were facing a champion? She sounded so disinterested, that I felt my anger grow even hotter. I wonder if you're not the one who needs reminding of who exactly we faced. That wasn't some random trainer. That was a champion, the pinnacle of an entire Pokemon League. What you've done will be disastrous. She was refusing to see sense. Oh, calm yourself. I knew exactly what I was doing. I introduced us as representatives of Indigo, did I not? When Sinnoh seeks revenge for their champion, they won't look to Team Rocket, they'll look to the Indigo League, and that even helps our goals of destabilizing the League. I looked at her, unsure of if she was just stupid or actually insane. And you think war between 2 Pokemon Leagues helps any of Team Rocket's goals? I asked with a sinking feeling in my gut as I was forced to begin to consider that I might have bitten off more than I could chew with these people. I know so. The boss had been clear with his orders. Apart from obtaining some rare Pokemon, we were also to do whatever was necessary in ensuring hostile relations between the regions. We're not stupid. We know that Team Rocket doesn't have anywhere near the amount of resources to take on the entire Indigo League on its own, but after a rough war against a region of similar size? It's going to be child's play. Besides, if this is going to help your mood, the boss is sure that Indigo will prevail in whatever hostilities break out between them and Sinnoh. He's found texts from before the Sundering that show that Sinnoh has always been inferior. I felt my legs give way as I fell back into my seat. She ignored my reaction and continued. We'll use the war as a distraction to accomplish several key objectives, and when the war ends, we'll take a weakened league. A perfect plan if I've ever heard one. I put my head in my hands and tried my best to swallow my desire to cry. Pokemon poaching was one thing. I'd done lots of damage, but nothing that was automatically a death sentence. Even as I got deeper into crime, I'd always known that if I ever got caught, my family would have no difficulty having me released into their custody and punishing me with a lifetime at the nursery or something. Treason was different though, an engineering war against your own country was nothing less than treason. The day Team Rocket falls, the day Lance wins like he always does, I'd find myself heading straight for the hangman. A fucking dead man walking. I got up and left the room, not bothering to reply to her words. She'd ruined my life quite soundly, and I knew that if we continued to talk, I'd do something that I might end up regretting. The entire situation was fucked. Incredibly so. Psycho's presence in my mind prevented me from lashing out, and allowed me to settle down to think. I'd lost a lot with this stupidity, but I also stood to gain quite a bit. So what if all I had waiting for me if this failed was a short drop and a sudden stop? All that meant was that I'd have to put in all my effort to make sure it didn't come to that. I had to make sure we beat Lance. The goal was no longer as unachievable as it had once seemed though. Giovanni had a good plan. Distracting the region with a war and pouncing while they were licking their wounds wasn't a terrible idea. While it meant that the people of Kanto would look at us less favorably if word got out, but if it didn't we could easily supplant the League as the dominant force in the realm. As a rocket admin, I'd be given the power of a gym leader at the very least, and if I did well, the position of Elite 4 couldn't be too much to ask. XXXX Donald Oak. Another destroyed building. I asked with a sigh, and the firefighter in front of me just nodded. I sighed again. Who knew being an interim gym leader would be so much stress? I guess every actual gym leader, and anyone who'd actually read the league constitution, but that was besides the point. It was way too much effort to just settle the people of Cinnabar into accommodations. Just finding everyone somewhere to sleep had been a bitch and a half to do. I'd had to have Hashirama use deep forest emergence a few times to create a few tree houses. They weren't the most stable or provisioned set of accommodations, but a roof was a roof and whatever protection they provided against the elements was preferable to just sleeping on the streets. For the umpteenth time, I cursed Cinnabar's state as a resort city, and nothing more suitable for emergencies like these. Blaine hadn't been doing much to help it either. His gym was highly unpopular for challengers, so the city didn't even have a strong trainer culture. Trainer supply stores were sparsely stocked, and the gym amenities were nothing to write home about. In a city like Celadon, I could have just easily distributed trainer tents, the kind large enough to support up to 4 occupants and just called accommodation a settled matter. Here there was a lot more going on. Lance had given me permission to claim whatever hotels I needed for the people's accommodation, but something about that rubbed me the wrong way. It felt too much like stealing the fruits of others' work, so until the situation left me literally no other choice, I would be staying away from that route. I glanced at my laptop, noting that Sabrina was yet to reply to my message, so I got up and followed after the man. Emergency response in Cinnabar had been ravaged in the attack. The police were gone, and the few remaining disaster relief personnel were understaffed and under-equipped for something of this scale. It was a stressful hell. We traveled the distance to the building on the back of the Rapidash that had become commonplace in the city since one of the breeders lent them out for use as transportation. Walking wasn't completely safe, and sometimes, we needed to respond quickly to threats like these. How many people are trapped in there? I asked as I felt a flicker, some part of me sensing that the collapsed building was not as empty as it appeared. What? There's no one in there, the firefighter replied in shock. We just called you in because we wanted some help clearing out the rubble and needed you to decide what we did next since you'd wanted these areas ready for inhabitation. I nodded at his words, but still sent Broly out of his ball. Somehow, he'd kept in touch with what had been happening even with his pokeball, so he needed no orders before disappearing into the ground. I guessed he was using seismic sense to get a feel for what was beneath the crash. Another thing we had to improve on. All rock types could use some form of echolocation when they were underground, using dig. But I needed him to be able to do that on demand. Anywhere, anytime. It would level up his battling ability a bit. Now, his ability with extreme speed was limited by his need to stop and take stock of his situation, but if he could do that merely by being on the ground, he'd be near unstoppable. That was my hope, at least. Broly resurfaced after a few seconds and looked at me for permission before he lifted his hands, lifting the entire building with his telekinesis. I didn't get to revel in the looks of awe we received from the gathered firefighters, as I noticed that underneath the building was a large Growlithe, practically massive, curled around a little girl. Ino was out of her ball in seconds and teleported the both of them to the hospital. The firefighters looked shocked to stupor. Next time, make sure to be more thorough with your searching. My words might have been cold, but they needed to understand the gravity of their fuck-up. While some of them looked angry, or otherwise offended, others looked shamed. Good. They should be ashamed. That kind of fuck-up just couldn't be tolerated. A/N, fun fact, this chapter was originally 10,000 words long, but I had to split it up as a result of a Patreon poll. So the next chapter is going to continue from this one very directly. Thanks for reading. We just started chapter 48 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 42. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I swept away from them with a scowl on my face. This city was falling apart, and I was barely able to deal with it. Once again, I cursed Blaine for leaving, and the mayor for saddling me with his responsibilities. Speaking of Blaine though, I had some free time, so investigating his disappearance could finally move up the schedule. The flight to the volcanic gym was short, but as I'd been working non-stop for what felt like an eternity, it was a necessary pleasure. When Igneel and I landed, I neglected to return him to his ball, just in case the paranoid gym leader had left any traps behind. The gym hadn't been searched yet, because it wasn't a priority, and Oak had asked me to prevent anyone from doing it before he did. The request was a simple one, and I still owed him for the help he'd been providing, so I hadn't asked any questions. I was going to search the place first to satisfy my curiosity though. I'd promised to prevent the authorities from doing it, but I'd never agreed to refrain myself. Not the strongest defense out there, but more than enough for me to justify this to myself. I didn't answer to Oak, so explaining myself to him was unnecessary. Igneel and I walked in and started looking around the place. My two targets were clear. Blaine's room and his lab. The man walked around with a lab coat, so it was fair to assume that he'd have a laboratory of some sort, and if he was anything like Oak, then that would be where I'd find the most information. I decided to start with the bedroom. We had to consult a map of the place that was helpfully pasted in the entrance hall, but we found the leader's quarters easily enough. Entering it, I was shocked at its appearance. The place was immaculate, with not a thing being out of place. For a man that looked as scatterbrained and rush-out as Blaine did, I expected the room to be in the most dire of states, with clothes tossed here and there, and food on every surface. The room I stood in was the exact opposite. It was measured, meticulous, and organized. The books were perfectly arranged, in a descending order based on vertical size. He'd even separated books with different widths to different levels of the shelf, with the widest but shorter books taking the lower levels. A paradise for someone like my sister, from my first life. She'd been intent on everything having in its perfect place, and I knew now that if she and Blaze had ever met, there would have been sparks flying. Love at first sight or something equally ridiculous. That was enough thinking of the past though. I had goals to achieve here. I opened the closet, finding matching pairs of lab coats hung on hangers, and the multiple copies of the same outfit folded neatly on the cupboard's floor. I rifled through them, and found nothing. The drawers were next. I took a deep breath to steel myself as I searched through Blaine's underwear, and had to close my eyes and think of positive things to survive searching his dirty laundry. At the end of all of it though, I'd found nothing useful. The only other place I was yet to search was the bathroom, and I entered when I finally decided that the entire room had no more secrets to yield to me. It was, like the rest of the room, neatly organized. The soaps were separated according to body size and function. The neat bottles of shampoo and conditioner he had almost made me laugh at the absurdity. I'd imagined Blaine rubbing shampoo on his bald head, or even worse, attempting to condition his bald head. The thought of him sitting down for 5 minutes, waiting for the conditioner to do its thing almost drove me to tears at the imagery. When I was finally satisfied that there was nothing more here, I made my way to the laboratory. It was all the way on the other side of the lab, and was uniquely missing from the map at the entrance. Only the fact that I was sure he had one made me even start the search, and it wasn't until I gave up on searching on my own and released Eno and Broly to help that I started making any progress. Broly couldn't go underground because most of the gym was made of metal, but he could still check for false walls easily. Eno was using her telekinesis and mental abilities to scan for anything afoot. At the end, we'd been forced to double back to the entrance and ended up finding the entrance to the lab in a janitor's closet only a few feet away from the gym's entrance. How did I know that we'd found it? Well, I couldn't see what other use a hidden elevator would serve in Blaine's gym. I swallowed my frustration as the trip seemed to take an eternity. When we finally arrived, it was to a chamber so large that it put every lab I'd seen to shame on that metric alone. My shock didn't stop there though. Much of the lab was equally as impressive. Rows of supercomputers as tall as Igneel lined the route from the entrance to what I suspected of being the central workstation. The lights of the lab were on, so I could properly appreciate it. Or at least I would have, if not for the smell that assaulted my nose as I got deeper into the lab. The vats that were scattered around were all empty, so I could not guess at what was causing the smell. It wasn't until we rounded around one of the computers and got a good look at the central workstation did I realize what I'd been smelling. The death and decay had been coming from a single source. A single stationary source, slumped against his chair with his neck bent at an odd angle. I didn't need to go any closer to know it was Blaine's body. The lab coat and bald head were distinct. I resisted the urge to vomit in self-revulsion as thoughts ran through my mind. A man laid dead in front of me, and my first thoughts weren't about what killed him, or who, or even to call the police. My first thoughts were on how fucked I was. I couldn't call the police, but I had to. This was suspicious enough, and there was very little chance that dozens of people hadn't seen me flying towards here. His body would be found eventually, and if I didn't report it I'd be the first suspect. Not like I wasn't going to be a suspect eventually. Eno tried to calm me down by reminding me that we were in a hidden lab, but that did nothing for my nerves. We'd found it. We weren't police officers or detectives, but we'd found the lab easily enough. When Blaine's disappearance was eventually investigated, this place would be found, and then we'd be right in this same situation, but looking even more suspicious. I was tempted to have Igneel turn the body to ash or for Eno to teleport it to the middle of the ocean, but I had no idea what clues we'd be leaving behind if we did that. I had no idea what League detectives used in their investigations, and the fact that the person in question was a gym leader did even less for my nerves. It wouldn't be just detectives and police officers. It would be ace trainers that would look into cases like these, and if detectives scared me, ace trainers had me pissing my pants while curled up in a corner. They were the cream of the crop, and I had no interest in messing with them. With all that being considered, I had only one choice. "Hello, I need to report a murder," was all I said when the person at the other end of the crisis hotline spoke up. I wonder how quickly this case is going to end up getting kicked up the ladder. XXXX. The answer to that question was very. The moment I'd given the identity of the victim, I'd been transferred to an ace hotline. From there, it had taken less than an hour for me to find myself sitting in a corner of the lab while ace trainers and detectives stored everything away. I did my best to sink into my meditation to avoid showing any signs that would have them questioning my innocence. The fact that the trainers had ignored me after asking me to step aside and return my Pokemon wasn't doing any good for my nerves. They hadn't asked any questions, or even so much as looked my way since then. Eventually, when they'd seemed to have gone over the place from top to bottom and taken pictures of everything that wasn't empty space, and even some pictures of the wall, at times, two of them began walking over to me. I did my best to maintain my calm facade and prepared to give the story I'd come up with. A duo of a trainer and a detective began making their way to me. "Mr. Oak, was it? Interim gym leader of Cinnabar?" the trainer asked first as they got to me. I only nodded in reply, waiting to see where this interrogation would be heading. "You're in a bit of a sticky situation, young man," the detective said next. She was an aging woman, with grey hair pulled in a tight bun, and wrinkles around her lips and eyes. Her suit was neat and fit her well. She looked to be in her 60s, but with how this world fucked with the normal aging process, I wasn't going to be betting anything important on it. I said nothing in reply to her. The movies always said to avoid volunteering information or being goaded to answer questions that weren't being asked, so I just stood with my back against the wall and focused on my aura. "I'll explain it to you, hotshot. You were the last human to see the gym leader, and the first to find his dead body. You were nowhere to be found for the earlier hours of the attack. We've done a bit of asking around, and you've now been awarded the position of interim gym leader. Forensics have determined that his death was the work of a powerful psychic-type Pokemon, or one otherwise skilled in telekinesis. Your gardevoir is quite famous. You see, you have the means, the motive, and the opportunity. There aren't many cases as open and shut as this one. Take it from me," I'd know. My mind began racing as she continued to speak. I could see all the things she was saying and how when you put them all together, it was difficult to see how I wasn't guilty. Oddly enough, the more she spoke, the more I calmed down. My worries were laid to rest as I began to see a way out of this situation. I knew one thing. I wasn't being arrested, so all they had were those assumptions. I'd done a lot of studying on the League's laws when I landed in this life. Being a law student in my former life, I couldn't resist the urge to study an entirely new legal system. "Is it, really though?" I asked her with a raised eyebrow. "Open and shut," I clarified when she looked confused. "I know I didn't do it, and we know you can't prove anything you've said. Circumstantial evidence is still valid in law, but if you think you can rely on purely circumstantial evidence to build a murder case, you must either be stupid or incompetent." I finished with a smug smile on my face. I'd missed this feeling. Being a Pokemon trainer and participating in battles was exciting, but I'd forgotten the thrill to be had from outwitting an opponent in mock trial. This wasn't my uni's moot and mock courtroom, and the stakes were much higher here, but the feeling was exactly the same. "Oh good. A smartass. Just like your father." "You're right, of course. I can't prosecute you on circumstantial evidence, but for a crime like this, circumstantial evidence is all I need to detain you for the maximum period in an ace cell while we gather evidence. Donald Oak, you're under arrest. Since you're such a smartass, I'll assume you know your rights and won't bother reading them to you. Hand over your pokeballs, and keep your hands where I can see them." What the actual fuck? Was she insane? Even the ace trainer with her looked shocked. Of course they sent a nutcase here. The worst part was that she was right. I could sue the League to hell for this, but I could not resist the arrest. Legally, at least. I could escape. Ace trainers or not, my team was strong, and I couldn't feel any blackout fields, and if I was betting Ino's strength against any of their psychics, Ino would win hands down. I wouldn't be resisting though. They could only hold me for 48 hours, and the choice between a lifetime on the run and 48 hours in a cell wasn't much of one. I wouldn't be fully cooperating either, though. "You're well within your rights, and I won't resist," I said in a lazy drawl as I unbuckled my poke belt in a familiar movement. I didn't pass it over to her like she expected though. I stood still for a few seconds before tossing the belt to my left, where Ino materialized out of thin air and caught it before teleporting away. I'd never returned her to her pokeball, only told her to hide herself, and I'd kept her appraised with our mental link throughout. She wasn't happy with my decision to surrender, but she understood the reasoning. "I'm sorry, but I'm not keen on leaving my team of Pokemon in your possession," I said, trying to infuse as much disdain as possible into my voice. I didn't bother resisting as she wrestled me to the floor, and clamped down the handcuffs on my wrists, while growling all the while. I smiled, in fact. Pissing her off might have gotten me into this mess, but I couldn't deny that it was fun. When she finally pulled me to my feet, I could feel a few bruises beginning to develop on my face and other areas where she'd hit me during my struggle. I was so going to enjoy suing the fuck out of the league for this. XXXX. 3 hours in a league cell, and I was beginning to regret the choices that led me here. This wasn't the worst prison I'd ever seen. In fact, when compared to the prisons in my old world, this was a 5-star hotel. Maybe that was because this wasn't actually a prison, but a holding cell in the Ace Trainer headquarters. There weren't any bars or windows, just a massive door that I suspected to be made of titanium and a massive ceiling light mounted on the ceiling. The atmosphere wasn't uncomfortably hot thanks to the air conditioning system, and the bathroom was clean. It wasn't a bad place, but it was so fucking boring. I'd tried fixing that an hour in, but I hadn't succeeded in getting the attention of any of the guards I knew were outside. 7 hours in, and I'd thoroughly reconsidered every move I'd made since arriving in this world, and even a few in between. I could see so many ways I could have done better. I could have been so much more efficient with my training. There were things I hadn't even touched with my Pokemon in favor of expanding their strengths. Don't get me wrong, expanding my team's strengths wasn't a completely bad idea, but I hadn't spent nearly as much time on overcoming weaknesses as I should have. I could have had an elite level team already, but they just had those fucking weaknesses holding them back. At least, when I got out of here, I wouldn't have any lack of activity to do. 16 hours in, and some food had been slid under the door. At least, they didn't want to add human rights abuse to the abuse of power lawsuit coming their way. The food had been crap, but it was technically edible, so that was fine. Fine enough, at least. With a few extra hours of thinking, I'd come to realize that this was Oak's fault. If he hadn't asked me to keep the cops away, I wouldn't have been curious enough to go investigating myself. Plus, I was sure the woman had lashed out because of who my father was, and not the admittedly rude way I'd answered her intimidation tactic. No one had tried to question me since I came in. I guess it was all to avoid having to call in a lawyer for me. Classic. When I'd chosen to become a human rights lawyer in my first life, I'd never thought that my rights would be the one in need of defending, albeit in a second life. 26 hours and counting, and I was beginning to consider the possibility that I might have made a mistake or two in my counting. I guess sleep deprivation was a bitch. The lack of a clock made me very hesitant to do any sleeping because then I'd lose track of the time I spent here. Every novel on interrogation always said to avoid disorientation. If I ended up losing track of things, then I was more likely to suffer a mental break. They also mentioned avoiding sleep deprivation, now that I thought about it. 12 hours since I woke up, and I was beginning to become sure that I'd only slept for about 4 hours. I'd played every single game that could be played with one player, and even a few that couldn't. My game of mental chess had been most exciting if I was being honest. From there, the rest of the 48 hours passed in a blur and I found myself jolted from partial consciousness by the door being fully opened. The 2 ace trainers at the door had faces that looked to be carved of stone and I silently followed them, once they motioned for me to. I guess my stay in prison was about to end. I'd had 2 meals, won 3 games of chess against myself, and practiced every word I knew of French, Latin, and Mandarin about a dozen times. XXXXX the professor. I'd been blessed with 3 sons, but on some days it seemed like a curse. One son in the hospital and the other in league custody. Donald had always been a strange boy, but I could not for the life of me see the logic behind his actions. David had joined Ace in a burst of ambition. I couldn't bring myself to refuse him, for he had never been one for dreams and goals. Now that he had one, I'd enjoyed the changes in him. The focus, the interest, everything around it. After these injuries, I wondered if there were any changes worth this. His prognosis was altogether very positive. He was in full physical health for the most part. Whatever bruises and bumps had been on him had been healed in his first few hours at the hospital. Mentally, however, it was much too soon to tell. Most of his team was dead and gone. Metagross had already shared memories of what happened with Alakazam. Every single member of his ace team, and even his Pokemon team had fallen to Giovanni and his Mewtwo. Metagross had only managed to secure his escape with the cooperation of his Pokemon and ace teammates. They'd done all they could to distract Mewtwo enough to allow it. Now that I got to look at Mewtwo in such a light, it was clear what it was. I'd thought that Giovanni's experiments were still focused on our mutual goal, but he clearly seemed to have branched out. The name suggested some relationship to the legendary psychic, Mew. I could have sworn that we'd used the last of the DNA we found in the creation of subjects Alpha and Beta. No. Donald and Sabrina. I couldn't afford to think of them as subjects anymore. It wouldn't work out for anyone if I kept down that path. The path that had cost me the love of my life. I was an idiot, but I'd learned my lesson. Some things were best left alone. Giovanni, Blaine, and I had thought ourselves geniuses. Beyond the league, and all that came with it. Beyond morality and decency. Our experiments showed that hundreds of pregnant women, seeded with cloned or replicated samples of Mew's DNA to create the perfect Pokemon trainer. A Pokemon trainer who was part Pokemon himself. Who could understand and join them like no other. I was ashamed to say that none of those children survived. Only half the mothers did. After that loss, I'd thought it over, but Giovanni and Blaine had wanted to continue. They'd wanted to keep going, and when Blaine theorized that it was only because of the cloning process that the failure had occurred, I'd consented to allowing my pregnant wife to be used in the next phase, with pure, unadulterated DNA samples. The science was sound. Everything about it was practically geared for success. The son of a champion-level trainer, and a woman directly descended from the first champion himself, with multiple other champions in her bloodline. The pedigree was immense. We were right, but only partially. That experiment gave me Donald, but cost me my wife. Donald was an extraordinary trainer if I was being honest with myself. He was a late bloomer, but once he'd hit his stride, he'd hit it hard and never stopped. Elite level after only a year of training. Interim gym leader already. Admittedly, I hadn't been the best father, but I'd been good enough to ensure his success, because that was what he was. My biggest success, and my biggest failure. An interesting dichotomy. Even more interesting was Sabrina. Donald showed no external manifestations of his unique birth, but from birth, Sabrina had proven to be extraordinary. A psychic without peer. Already more powerful than any recorded human psychic by the age of 4. It had taken a lot of influence and intimidation on my part to ensure that she wasn't being recruited into some black ops project or the other. That had probably cost me a bit of goodwill in Ace. Not like I'd had much of any in the first place. I'd tried to abolish the organization after all. Donald and Sabrina. Alpha and Beta. If fate existed, then it was, no doubt, laughing in my face. They'd become friends sometime while outside my influence. No one had noticed it during the meeting, but they shared many glances and messages. Admittedly, the Porygon I'd installed on Donald's Pokédex that had transferred itself to the rest of his technology had helped me in figuring that out, but once I'd been alerted to it, it was easy to see. Even apart from all that, Donald's Pokémon had taken refuge with Sabrina of all people. His dislike of me, as much as he'd tried to hide it, seemed to have been internalized by his Pokémon. I wasn't against the development, but I'd keep a watchful eye on them either way. It was my duty. So was dealing with Giovanni. I'd thought that my message after he'd gone after Donald was enough to clarify things, but it seemed that I must be forced to make my point even clearer. His little war of conquest against the League was equal to dog barking at the door. Annoying. Terribly annoying, but nothing more than an inconvenience. He'd caused damage with his opening salvo, don't get me wrong, but the retaliation coming his way was going to be both swift and brutal. Anyone with half a brain could see it coming. David's Metagross had already given their report, and the League was already taking steps. All his assets in Viridian had been seized, and all his contacts were being relentlessly investigated. If he'd continued with his slow build-up, he might have succeeded. If he'd abstained from pissing off the entire region in a harebrained scheme, he might have even managed to beat the League in the court of public opinion, curtail their influence, and become champion in all but name. Now? He'd be lucky if he wasn't dead by the end of the week. He was finished. XXXX Donald Oak. I can't deny being surprised to see you here, I said after the Ace trainers finally left the room. Leaving me alone with my elder brother, Dandrian Oak, big shot corporate exec in Hone. He'd abandoned the trainer lifestyle, whatever expectations Oak had of him, and most of the family to like the corp life in Hone. He'd been a banker, but latest reports suggested he'd since moved up the ladder and was now a senior vice president of Devon Corp. Why would that be? I've always cared for you, Donald. My raised eyebrow was more than enough to communicate my skepticism. Dontaryan Oak cared for no one who wasn't Dontaryan Oak, and quite frankly, I didn't have the mental strength for the power plays and jabs that had plagued our interactions since childhood. I had people watching you, and the moment they told me you were in custody, I rushed. What do you want, Dontaryan? This song and dance tires me, and in case you can't tell, I'm not really in the mood. I said, interrupting him from spinning one tall tale or the other. He was a good liar. Easily the best of us all. Fine, if you're going to be this way. We've been watching you from Hone. Your rise has been nothing short of meteoric, and after the League unjustly arrested you, we decided to intervene and offer you another option. Whatever he was leading up to wasn't coming quickly enough, I thought, as I scratched my neck. My skin felt itchy. I couldn't put it past Ace to taint the sheets with some sort of skin infection. Mr. Oak, I heard from a semi-familiar voice, as the president of the League himself walked in. Charles Goodshow was iconic in his trademarked purple suit, looking none too pleased to be here. Don't get me wrong, he smiled, nice and widely. It even reached his eyes, helped by the crow's feet he'd developed with old age. Something I just couldn't trace told me it was fake. That he wasn't happy to be here. No, not just that, he was pissed. Welcome to Kanto, Mr. Dontaryan, he said while shaking my brother's hand. The shake was short and abrupt, before he turned to me, and I could see the look on his face morph to pity and sadness. That wasn't genuine either. Nothing about this man was genuine, my instincts screamed at me. I didn't want to be in the same room with him, as naked as I felt without my team. Dontaryan might have been an asshole piece of shit, but he was family. He wouldn't hurt me. This man, though. Something told me he'd knife me in the back for a slice of bread even though he already had 2 loaves. We're extremely sorry for all this nonsense. The moment I found out, I rushed over here. It might please you to know that all the people involved are being punished severely, he said with a tone, that for how genuine it sounded, still managed to grate at my ears. This man had no chance of convincing me of anything. Thank you, but I'll still be suing the league, I said with a bright smile on my face. Dontaryan looked like he was barely resisting the urge to double over in laughter. I sent him a wink. The lines between Donal and the man I'd once been had blurred so much they were now non-existent. Dontaryan was my brother. I could vividly remember the two of us sneaking around the house, a 4-year-old me chasing him around, and being his shadow. We'd been inseparable back then. He'd grown up into an asshole, but echoes of that bond still existed. Whatever for. While we are sorry for their actions, everyone involved still acted according to the law, he said with a look of confusion on his face. Even his confusion wasn't genuine. Abuse of power, for one. The maximum possible custody time without any concrete evidence, and without involving my lawyer, or even questioning me. It doesn't matter whether the power was in their rights. What matters is the reasons for the use of the power, and I'd love to watch you convince a judge that it wasn't abuse. Human rights violations too. Anything and everything I can sue you for. His smile was still intact, and I swallowed the urge to punch him in the face to finally get a genuine reaction out of him. A/N, as you can tell, this is the second half of what had once been chapter 41. Thanks for reading. We just started chapter 49 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 43. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. Sure, their intentions are suspect. You might even be able to win your case. But think of what suing the league could cost you. He gave me a significant look here. At least, the pity had finally disappeared from his face. You can't be an employee of the league while suing the league, can you? He asked rhetorically, and I finally got his drift. Admittedly, in 48 hours, I'd forgotten the position I occupied in Cinnabar. I was the temporary gym leader, after all, and no matter how much power they might occupy in their individual seats, they were still employees of the league. League law was clear. Since all league employees were part of the league, an employee like that suing the league looked too similar to infighting and was thus illegal. A trainer could sue the league, but not a gym leader. Honestly, that fact almost made me stand down. The benefits of being a gym leader were numerous. It was the life. A sustainable stipend, unlimited stabling, and the ability to essentially have my own fiefdom were just some of the benefits inherent to the position. However, if Good Show thought it would work, he was dead wrong. I was self-sponsored. Money wasn't an issue. With a capture license of 10 Pokemon, it was unlikely that I'd ever need a spot to stable unused Pokemon, and if I did, Oak could be reasoned with. Cinnabar was a city on the brink. I had no interest in tying myself to that mess for any long period. Furthermore, even the protection that might have attracted me to the position wasn't as attractive as it once was. The league had played their hand. If I didn't prosecute this now, it would happen again. When I was a kid, little more than 4, I'd been teased and beaten up by some boys in my classroom, and when I'd run crying to Oak, he'd taught me a simple lesson. The only way to prevent someone from doing something again, was to punish them severely the first time they did it. It was one of the few memories I'd had of him being a good father. He'd taught me to throw a good punch and use my weight. The next time one of the boys had pushed me in the playground, I'd beaten him so hard, refusing to stop until 2 teachers had to be involved in dragging me off of him and he'd been forced to spend a month in the hospital. Creepy anecdote aside, there was a point being made here. I couldn't let this slide. I resign then. Consider this my formal resignation. That clock over there tells me your 48 hours are well and truly over, so I hope to see you in court. The smile on his face was undisturbed as I kicked off my seat in a burst of strength I didn't expect to have and made my way out of the room. I didn't actually know the way out of the Ace headquarters, but I couldn't even blink before an alakazam appeared next to me, and I found myself on the outskirts of a town I couldn't recognize. Of course. Leave it to the League to be petty enough to fail to drop me at my home. I swallowed the breath I was holding and walked forward. Nothing for it now. Mahogany Town. That's where the bastards had seen fit to leave me. I was tempted to add this to the case, but there wasn't really any point. I'd asked to be let out of Ace headquarters, and I hadn't given a destination, so they were perfectly justified in dropping me off at a random city in the League's jurisdiction. The fact that it was so far away from my residence that there was no way I was going to be able to leave anytime soon must not have been a consideration at all. A pure accident, I'm sure. I sat down at a table in the Poke Center's dining hall, enjoying my first warm meal in what had felt like forever. Fuck everyone. XXXXX. Your Pokemon have been such a joy to have around, Sabrina said as she relaxed on a couch in the office she'd inherited as interim gym leader of Viridian. She'd teleport to my position while I was eating breakfast at Mahogany. After an hour or two of rest, she'd linked up with her Alakazam and taken me to the Viridian gym. It was a lovely place, much of it remaining the same from Giovanni's time in charge. Not like I'd ever gotten to see much of the gym in that period. I'd definitely never seen the stables before, and getting to visit my team after so long felt perfect. Now that I wore my belt again, and could feel their presence against me as I moved, I doubted I'd ever abandon this feeling. Sabrina had also done me the favor of picking up all my things from Cinnabar. It would have been a bit weird visiting there after I'd just resigned from the position of gym leader in what was quite likely their greatest hour of need. I couldn't find myself feeling guilty for it though. I would have to give up the position sooner or later, after all. I valued my freedom too much. Sabrina passed me my laptop with a burst of telekinesis and I took a seat at her desk while she dozed off on the couch. What did I need my laptop for? To prepare my case, of course. The originating motion to commence proceedings formed in my mind's eye as I checked out a few samples online. It was complete in a few minutes, and I turned my attention to the rest of the proceedings I needed to file in support of the motion. The written address was the hardest. Kanto wasn't as case law anal as the United Kingdom, so I didn't have to troll through dozens of old cases to find situations similar to mine to cite, but that didn't mean that the address was simpler than it would have been in my first world. In fact, it was a bit harder. I had to explain the logic behind all I wrote multiple times instead of just citing a previous ruling and leaving it at that. When I finally finished with everything, I saved it all to my Poke Cloud account for safekeeping and waited for Sabrina to wake, watching her sleep with a fond smile on her face. It had taken Eno basically confirming it for me to realize the feelings she felt for me, and now I could not help but see her in a different light. She was beautiful, I'd always known. But now, she was a bit more than beautiful. Every movement she made accented her form and drew my attention. XXXXX Aaron, the bug elite. Gerald was gone, and this was coming up now? I could see why it was happening. We needed a champion, but that didn't mean I agreed with him being replaced so quickly. To crown a new champion just days after his murder makes it look like we don't care and we're just waiting for him to fall to get a replacement. It felt like we'd lost a pair of shoes and were ordering replacements, instead of mourning a fallen comrade. Needless to say, I wasn't in support of the call for challengers. But as the first elite, I was the one that would be facing the bulk of them. So far, we'd received 7 challengers for the position of champion, and only one of them had been able to force me to use more than 3 Pokemon. This Cynthia Chironal looked to be a favorite for the position, but I was sure she'd find herself on the losing side in our upcoming battle. I'd seen her ascent at the Lily of the Valley conference a year ago, and while she'd won, she wasn't anything special. Definitely nothing I couldn't handle. I listened as the commentator announced her and her stats. 1,234 wins and 7 losses was impressive, but she'd started her journey with a fully evolved pseudo-legendary. Those numbers made a lot more sense with that context. I put on my best game face as I walked into my side of the stands. The challenger shall release first, the referee said, and I waited expectantly for the Pokemon everyone knew was coming. Dozens of battles in front of live audiences, and never had she changed her first choice. It was incredibly predictable, and the ultimate fuck you to everyone she was matched up against. Almost like she was saying, you know what's coming, but you can't stop it. She didn't disappoint as the Garchomp took the field. The massive land shark landed with a terrifying stomp and awe-inspiring roar. I allowed it all to wash over me as I readied my own Pokeball. I'd been watching her battles, and there were 2 ways opponents tended to respond to the pseudo-legendary on the field. Either lead with their own ace and hope to win a direct conflict, or start with a weaker Pokemon and hope to weaken it before ending with the ace. The truth was neither of those strategies had worked at stopping her dominance. In the first case, she'd simply beat the ace and then steamroll the rest of the team. In the second, they'd beat all the Pokemon as they came out, gathering momentum, and breaking their opponent's spirit before beating out the ace. I was an elite though. Such simplistic strategies had no place in my head. I'd break the mold and use a completely separate tactic. Let's go, Scolipede, I said as a mainstay of my team took to the field. And Aaron starts off strong with his Scolipede. This Pokemon has an impressive 37-2 record this season. Only getting beaten twice, and that was after taking out 3 other Pokemon in the opponent's team on each instance. This is going to be a tough one for Cynthia's Garchomp. But I think we all know how this is going to go, don't we, Red? I toned out the commentators from there as the referee put down his flag to start the battle. Scolipede blitzed across the arena, augmenting his species' natural speed with agility without me even saying a word, the white glow of Megahorn infusing both his horns. To my shock, the Garchomp chose to stay still and grabbed hold of both horns, taking the bull by the horns, quite literally. It barely moved back 2 steps and I scowled as I gave my first orders. Screech and disengage. A blast of sound made the dragon finally recoil and let go of my Pokemon. He scurried away instead of pressing the attack though. I'd taken the measure of the Garchomp's physical endurance for myself, and there wasn't anything we could have done to damage it in the few seconds where it was distracted. Toxic spikes, I commanded, and watched as spikes laced with poison shot out of my Pokemon and embedded themselves all around the battlefield. Okay, that should dissuade the Pokemon from pursuing over ground. It was surprisingly speedy on its feet, so I needed to negate that. If Shirana's previous battles were any indication. Earthquake, she shouted with a flashy hand gesture, and I smiled as I shouted in response, nullify. The Garchomp managed to use its move first, but it didn't matter. Scolipede's low-power Earthquake was executed quickly enough to negate the effects of Garchomp's own Earthquake. I could see my opponent's visible eyes narrow as she realized the implicit threat. If she had her Garchomp submerge like she usually did, an Earthquake from Scolipede would end the battle in an instant. As one of her tactics fell through, she went for a different one. Sandstorm, she commanded, and I watched the field become covered in an ever-moving dust cloud. The tactic wasn't new to her, so I already had my next move planned. I couldn't possibly give any orders to Scolipede through the roar of the sand, so we'd already planned our strategy ahead of time. The sun's intensity doubled above us, and I could see some of the rays begin to penetrate the cloud. That wasn't the entire strategy. He used the power from the sun rays to charge up a solar beam that he sent sweeping across the field. I could see the beam encountering resistance in the form of a protect, and Scolipede could feel it as he focused on that spot. He covered the space between him and the Garchomp in a blur and executed a perfect stomping tantrum. Mission accomplished, I thought with a smile, and waited for the referee to declare victory or for the sandstorm to clear up. It took a few minutes, but the sandstorm eventually cleared, and I was shocked to see that Scolipede was the one knocked out instead of Garchomp. What? I'd planned that perfectly. I'd seen every eventuality, and planned for it all. How did he lose? I could barely hear the referee's calls for me to send out my next Pokemon. Volcarona took the field as I tossed him out reflexively. Strategy A hadn't worked. The Garchomp was nearly unscathed and I was already down one of my most tactically sound Pokemon. It wasn't irredeemable though. If any of my Pokemon had the power to take out this threat, it would be the mythical Pokemon that was said to bring the sun with a flap of his wings. I didn't need to order him to begin with Sunny Day the moment the referee started the battle, and from there things were on. Floating above the ground meant the land shark had few options to catch up to him, unless he abandoned his advantage and decided to take to the skies himself. The frustration I expected to find on Shirana's face wasn't forthcoming. In fact, she seemed content at how things were going. I guess she didn't recognize the Pokemon in front of her. Not unexpected, though. She had pedigree, but one of her age wouldn't be expected to know of the myths and legends that shaped Sinnoh. More satisfied with tales of the first champion or things so recent. My thoughts flew from me as surely as the Garchomp flew from the ground. It blew apart its own sandstorm with the force of its ascent, but it wasn't fast enough to catch up to my Pokemon, literally made for the skies. No, that wasn't it. Garchomp was faster. Much faster than Volcarona if I was being honest, but it lacked maneuverability. It stuck to straight lines and tried to catch up to him with strafing runs. It wasn't enough though. Volcarona was made for the skies and showed it in the way he drew the Garchomp in and waited till the last second to dodge its attack. All the while, spreading barely visible sleep powder in the air. He was spreading the powder in such minute amounts that wasn't visible, especially since they flew so high above us. Shirana would never be able to tell, and as the land dragon grew sluggish, I could see the plan coming together. Of course, since I could see it, Shirana could too. I watched her face carefully as she suddenly looked contemplative before her Pokemon disengaged without an order from her. Not a verbal one, at least. Psychic interference? No, the barriers should be able to stop that. Some sort of nonverbal cue? Impossible. She hadn't made any sounds, and her Pokemon wasn't even looking at her when it made the decision to disengage. Did it act on its own? As unlikely as I thought it was, I had to accept it. After all, once you rule out the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. It was only logical. The hyper beam it tried to test our defense with was denied with a quick protect, that absorbed the attack and disappeared. Volcarona was powerful, my most powerful, and perhaps it was time to show that to them. Shine like the sun, I screamed out to the heavens, and my Pokémon didn't bother acknowledging my order. Not verbally, at least, as he began a sequence of attacks we called our coup de grace. As he began to glow with the power of the sun within him, I lent an ear to the commentators. I'd love to see what the idiots made of this. Now, Aaron's Volcarona, and let's not get started on what a surprise it was to see him this early, has begun to glow. Remember we saw a move like this at the Elite's first conference over a decade ago. It's starting. Can I even capture this in words, Red? No, I don't think I can. It's insane. There's fire everywhere. Massive balls, no balls isn't the right word. Pillars. They're pillars of bright blue flame. Remember that Elite Aaron's Volcarona is well known for evaporating Galadon's lake in his search for a cabal of Pokémon poachers. Is he going to bring that same brilliant power to bear on Cynthia's Garchomp? Seems like Cynthia thinks so at least. She's screaming orders. Garchomp is racing to the ground to submerge. Will it make it in time? No, it doesn't. One of the pillars hits it from the side and sends it careening. It's spiraling, but manages to stabilize. What a beast. Volcarona takes advantage of the delay and now all the pillars are bearing down on Garchomp. I see the bright blue of Protect just before they hit. And what a hit it is. So beautiful. Something about the sheer explosive power and brightness evokes a sense of awe in us all. Apologies to everyone watching this live without shades. It might take your eyes a bit to recover from that display right there. It has to be over. That move has to be worth every bit of hype it gets on the forums. Superb. Exceptional. Exhilarating. I can't think of any more synonyms to describe such a superlative experience. Jaw-dropping, heart-stopping, show-ending excellence. And that's all she wrote, folks. Cynthia's Garchomp is well and truly done for. I smirked at that last night as we all waited for the smoke to clear, and clear it did, aided by a wave of Volcarona's wings. What the fuck? Whoa! This is unreal. Ladies and gentlemen, we all saw it, right? We can all see this, right? Garchomp floats above the ground, unscathed and unbothered. An attack that managed to outshine the sun for a brief instant just got no-sold by Cynthia's monster of a Garchomp. Once again, we're reminded of how hardy Cynthia's Garchomp really is. Just one of those pillars is estimated to contain enough destructive power to level a building, but Garchomp took a hit from dozens at the same time with nary a scratch. That's it. That's enough. I'm officially starting a petition to remove the pseudo from Garchomp's title. A legendary feat if I've ever seen one. Cynthia is going all the way, folks. You heard it here first. I couldn't even bring myself to disagree with the commentator's words. That was a move even Gerald would have been hard-pressed to overcome. The man in me was awestruck, but the trainer was already thinking, assessing, trying to figure out a way out of this clusterfuck. Now, I leaned on the trainer, and shunted the man to the side. Outraged Shirana proclaimed to the odd silence that had met her Garchomp's survival. Fuck. Volcarona swept back, but this time, Garchomp's speed was beyond anything I'd seen, even from dedicated flying types. They collided with the sound of tearing flesh and Volcarona was back in his ball before I even knew what I'd done. It was the right tactic, but something about the way I hadn't even thought about it rubbed me the wrong way. Weakness like that had to be eliminated. I waited a few seconds to consider my next option. I had a minute to choose my next Pokémon, and I was going to use every second of it. No Pokémon could keep a move like Outrage forever. As I heard Cynthia grudgingly tell her Pokémon to end the move, I smiled and sent out my next Pokémon. Galvantula took the field with an aplomb. Cynthia didn't look shocked at her size, so she'd clearly researched my team somewhat. I'd thought her lack of awe at Volcarona's presence was caused by ignorance, but as the battle went on, I had to accept that she might have actually researched me just as much as I'd researched her. Her facade of the uninterested rich kid might just be a facade in fact, and something about that rubbed me the wrong way. No one should be this good at lying. Every smile, every reaction was perfectly in line with the image I'd built of her in my head. The image I was beginning to suspect that she might have wanted me to build of herself was clear. Galvantula moved with speed that bellied her size and webbed 3 of the nearest falls. The arena that we had chosen was a giant dome, and both Cynthia and I were elevated on separate shielded platforms at opposite ends. Galvantula took advantage of that, forming webs spanning from one end of the dome to the other. She was doing her best to hinder Garchomp's flight path, and the pseudo-legendary seemed content to allow us to set up. Even now, she was maintaining that front. It ate at me that she didn't even consider this fight close enough to put all her focus on it. She was busy maintaining a facade to catch future opponents by surprise. When Galvantula had set up the field and began skating from web to web, the Garcomp finally moved. The first few webs were barely a hindrance to its movement, but as it moved through them, it began to slow down. Gal swarmed it with even more webs, then right at the moment where it was about to cross into close range, she fired off the move she'd been preparing. Thunder! I shouted as the bright yellow bolt of electricity made contact with the approaching dragon. It cooked in the attack, the webs enhancing the power of the electricity with their conductive nature. That wasn't all though. Another one. And another, and a third. Galvantula spent all her stores of energy in continuous usage of the most powerful electric-type move known to poke kind. When the attacks finally ended, the smoke disappeared, and we were met with a singed but angry dragon. That the attack did damage couldn't be questioned. What could be questioned though was the amount of damage. As the dragon moved at even greater speed to collide with Gal, I had to admit that it wasn't as much damage as I would have wished. Gal electrified her body, but the dragon ignored both paralysis and pain to deliver its blows. It was savage, and even though Gal tried her best to use her bulk to her advantage in their wrestle, it proved to be a fruitless endeavor. I returned her once it became clear that there was no point in holding out hope for a miracle. My next Pokémon took the field instantly. Left to me, I'd have forfeited the battle at this point. 3 Pokémon down, and I still hadn't even taken down a single one of hers. She had 5 more Pokémon at least at the elite level. I couldn't win this, but I couldn't surrender either. It was my job as the 4th elite to stop all those who tried to climb the submit, and if I failed, to weaken them to the best of my abilities. I wouldn't fail now. Not when Gerald's legacy was at stake. Heracross took to the field and settled in, racing from end to end. Garcomp tried diving at him, but the dodge was easy for the prodigious fighter. Garcomp was clearly feeling the stress of the battle so far. 3 elite-level Pokémon in a row was impressive, but that streak was going to end here. Heracross suddenly ceased his running and turned to the chasing Pokémon. I got the pleasure of seeing the dragon's eyes widen comically as the fighting bug jumped straight at it. Trailblaze. The attack barely did any damage, but the effect of increasing the user's speed was enough to make the move one worth using. Focus Blast was the next move we used. The blast of fighting-type energy was dodged, but Heracross used the distraction to attack with a horn attack. Contact was made, but we were right back to being the ones on the run. I couldn't deny my annoyance at how the battle was going. Now, I could see the Garcomp's weaknesses as clear as day, but didn't have a single Pokémon left, with the sheer power to take advantage of those weaknesses. I doubted even Volcarona would have been able to take advantage if we'd noticed it in time. It galled and pulled at me to be so helpless in what I'd thought would be a walkover. A spoiled heiress to a powerful clan with a single powerful sweeper of a Pokémon looked to be child's play for me to deal with. Now, I was beginning to suspect I was going to be the one that ended up being swept aside in her wake. Close combat, I whispered to my Pokémon and he used the move instantly, pivoting and delivering countless attacks to the dragon in front of him. Garcomp was no longer as overwhelming as it had once been, but I wasn't surprised when it caught one of the punches sent at it and proceeded to snap Heracross' hand in a display of savagery that I'd grown to expect of dragons in my years as a trainer fighting against them. I returned him instantly. He might have been well enough to keep going, but I could already tell he'd have no effect, and it would be the height of irresponsibility for me to allow him to suffer needless damage. Especially when Sinnoh was poised to go to war soon. Drapion took her teammate's place on the field with no time wasted. I'd already run the odds in my head. I did not have the tools to dispatch Shirana's monster of a Pokémon, so it would be a waste of time to attempt delaying tactics. After all, I could already see things I needed to improve in my Pokémon, so there was no time to waste. Starting things off with a leer, Drapion used the second she bought with that tactic to land a Venoshock. Garcomp reeled at the unexpected tactic. I trained bug types, yes, but most of them had poison subtypings, so the dragon had been getting poisoned from the beginning of this battle, and it was time for it to feel every drop of poison in its bloodstream double in potency. It screamed in pain, and we kept up the intensity. Night Slash washed over its still form, doing nothing but irritating the land shark that had long ago returned to the ground. Now, we made it suffer for that. Earthquake destabilized its footing and reminded it not to submerge, and Drapion covered the distance between them at her top speed. Not as fast as Scolipede, but an agility-enhanced bug could haul ass when the situation called for it, and this situation was practically screaming. She collided with the dragon, and the dragon type was the one to rear back from the physical challenge. Drapion put her clawed arms to good use, grabbing hold of the land shark's arms and nearly crushing them with her power. Its pained cries were ignored as she smashed it back with a headbutt, her powerful shell causing brutal damage, and allowing herself to be overcome with a telling white glow. Giga Impact, I shouted in sync with the announcer as Drapion made contact for the second time. Beautiful, I thought to myself. Garcomp fell to the ground, and as Drapion moved to capitalize, it submerged. Before we could make good on our threat, it resurfaced behind her. Its arms wrapped around her form and threw her straight up. The awesome power in its limbs became apparent as it sent Drapion flying at least a couple dozen meters. It had enough time to charge up a hyper beam, but I recalled her before it could cause irreversible damage with a move like that. She'd been practically helpless, too shocked and dazed to use a protect in time. Vespa-Queen buzzed as she appeared in the air. I'm bored of this. End it, princess, Shirana spoke up suddenly, and I was shocked to see Garchomp stand up straight from its hunched-over form and glare at my Pokémon with clear rage. The red aura that built around its body told me all I needed to know. Fucking outrage. I'd almost forgotten about it. It caught up to Vespa-Queen before she could even make a move of her own. The Pokémon that had been content to let us set up as we willed was suddenly taking the initiative, and that caught me off guard. I was forced to return Vespa-Queen not even 2 minutes after I'd sent her out. Garchomp was just that efficient. As strong as I was, I'd lost so easily, and the commentator's words were doing nothing for my mood. Cynthia Shirana has done it again. A superlative victory befitting a superlative woman. Another trainer swept by the mighty, inevitable Garchomp. This woman is just something else. Something unreal. The future champion, folk. Quote me anywhere. Aaron gave a good fight, but even his best just couldn't cut it against this woman. Superb. A/N, like it. Garchomp is the strongest non-legendary Pokémon in this FIC. Period. No questions. Thanks for reading. We just started chapter 50 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 44. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. 63 days since I began proceedings against the League. A court date still hadn't been chosen. Things like these tended to drag on for a while, and the conference was fast approaching. I had to bite the bullet sooner or later and challenge for my 8 badge. Over 2 months spent chilling in Sabrina's extra room had done a world of good for both me and my Pokémon. 3 hours of training a day was enough to make sure our skills didn't atrophy and to close out some of the weaknesses I'd noticed during my 48 hours of forced introspection. Igneel was getting more in touch with the flying part of his nature and Kisame had grown even more powerful with time. We barely trained to get her stronger, only trying to refine her control of what power she did have. The problem was that she was literally in the midst of maturation for her species and so was growing by leaps and bounds week over week. Guy was even more spectacular in that. He was the second pseudo-legendary on my team, and he was determined to live up to the name. Kenpeki was older and more trained, but Guy was determined to dethrone him and claim that position at the top of the food chain. Hashirama was finally able to use his new moves closely to how I imagined it. Nothing near the power I'd seen back when I was watching his namesake in the Naruto anime, but still far beyond anything I'd actually seen from a grass type in this world. Magnezone was Magnezone. Snorlax was the one he'd chosen to bother the most these days, so they were often together. The normal type's durability was more than enough to handle the shocks the playful electric type was fond of dishing out on occasion, and Tsunade was always running after them, ready to heal what little damage Magnezone could do. Broly was my ever-present shadow in all things, with Ino becoming a literal shadow for me. Her illusion skills had grown by leaps and bounds, and neither of them had taken well to my captivity. Even now, they were hesitant to let me around other humans who weren't Sabrina. Speaking of the psychic goddess, she'd been instrumental in the little training I did, and her companionship was probably the only thing keeping me sane these days. Well, her and the internet forums I'd taken to trolling. Donald Oak was now a well-respected shitposter and internet troll. I posted some vaguely anti-League content to sate my desire for revenge and commented on all the latest Pokémon debates. I wasn't there only for the memes though, there was some legitimately useful information that appeared on the forums, but would never see the front page of a newspaper. An example of that was a new species of Pokémon that was supposedly making the rounds of the upper echelons of society. Only one poster had been able to include a picture of the Pokémon he spoken of, and when I stared at the Railu in front of me, I figured out that we were fucked. The Lucario line was native to Sinnoh. To the best of my knowledge, they could only be found there, so finding them here in Kanto meant that something somewhere had gone wrong. They couldn't be native, or we'd be seeing reports from trainers encountering them in the wild, not from investigative journalists and all-round busybodies catching them with the local millionaire's kid. I had a vague idea of what had likely happened, but I could be fact, I was probably wrong, but that didn't stop the idea from taking root. Giovanni had been outed as the leader of Team Rocket by the League a few weeks ago, and since the attack, we'd heard nothing from the organization. If I had to bet on what they'd been doing, I'd guess it would be recovering the funds that had been seized from Giovanni's accounts, and there was no quicker way to get money than selling rare Pokemon to the people wealthy enough to afford them. That wasn't even all of it. The League had been attacking and cracking down on every rocket base that was findable, and they were still yet to retaliate. Every day, we saw a news story about how a couple dozen rockets or an admin had been arrested in a BSE in this or that forest. The rockets had awakened the might of the League's machinery, and it wasn't going well for them. The problem was that the League still hadn't calmed anyone down. Sure, they celebrated each victory on the forums, but there was a tension in the air. Like we all waited with held breath for what the rockets would do next. They'd killed thousands with their opening salvo, and no matter what the League did, so long as Giovanni remained out and well, no one would calm down. Even worse than everyone else, I knew exactly what Giovanni had on his side. Mewtwo. A fucking legendary Pokemon. There was nothing the League would be able to field to match up with that. Lance has 3 Dragonites, but I doubted even a dozen at the same level could match up to a legitimate legendary Pokemon. That's why I hadn't tossed everything into training with abandon. I did only what I enjoyed and lazed the rest of the day away. We'd lost. I couldn't beat Giovanni. I wouldn't even try. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw Quicksilver's still form. Quicksilver had died because I hadn't had the common sense to just run from the poacher. My misguided belief in my own invulnerability had led me to losing one of my family. That wouldn't happen. I couldn't let it happen again. Not now, not ever. If all I had to do to keep my Pokemon safe was keep my head down and watch as things happened around me, then I'd do it with a smile. Just 48 hours without them had almost driven me mad. I couldn't imagine going a whole fucking lifetime with them dead. Lost to my ambition. I'd rather swallow all my dreams. I'm sure I know exactly what you're asking yourself. What about Quicksilver? What about revenge? Trust me, I feel the desire, the thirst, the need to hold that poacher's life in my hands. I couldn't do anything about it though. Would I lose the rest of my family chasing after the slim chance of revenge? That was a terrible deal, so for perhaps the first time in either of my lives, I was going to be leaving well enough alone. Of course, it had to be the moment I was reminiscing about the silent 2 months I'd enjoyed that a complication had to arise. Good morning, Oak, I said to him as I strolled into the bedroom Sabrina had set aside for me and found him sitting on one of the chairs with his legs crossed and a cup of tea in his hand. Donald, my boy. It's been a while. I just nodded to his greeting. I couldn't see why he was even bothering now. We both hate small talk. What do you want? I asked with a tired sigh as I walked further into the room and started arranging the laundry that I'd just picked up into my closet. Most of it was just regular clothes. Nothing expensive. I'd been forced to drop out of the SILF sponsorship program when I'd both refused to drop my suit against the League and go back to competitive battling. Your retirement has come to an end. We'll be leaving now. He said, still sipping his tea like he wasn't actively trying to sabotage everything I'd worked so hard for. I burst out into laughter. This was just so ridiculous. When I finally stopped laughing, I had to try a few times before I could come up with the right words to tell him to fuck off without being too offensive. After all, as a professional freeloader, Oak had been the one bankrolling most of my expenses, and I wasn't planning on dipping into the savings from my trainer career anytime soon. He was also the one feeding Snorlax, so if he actually cut me off I'd end up in some serious trouble very quickly. I don't think so. I'm enjoying being retired. You were right. I was stupid. Being a Pokemon trainer wasn't for me. I'm just not cut out for it. His smile looked so full of pity that I had to clench my fist to avoid punching him in the face to wipe the look off his. Your brothers are at home. Both of them. Dantarayan and Daniel. I'll be taking you with me, and the 4 of us are going to put an end to Giovanni's Team Rocket. I had to start laughing again. Has the legendary Samuel Oak actually gone senile? Dantarayan isn't even a trainer, and is much too busy with his career at Devon to have time for good OL Kanto. I don't see what you're planning, and I don't really care. I'm done. Good luck. I said, turning back to my clothes before he managed to draw my attention again. I found your poacher. What? I found him. Months ago, actually. I didn't want to give you the information because I was scared you'd throw your life away in your pursuit of him, but now I see that you managed to do that well enough on your own. You found him. You know where he is? I asked, not caring for whatever he had to say that wasn't a location. Team Rocket. He goes by the name Archer. I turned to face him fully then. I could see the fucker's game clear as day. Get out, I said, leaving the room to him. I wouldn't be manipulated into returning to the life that I'd abandoned for good reason. He wasn't going to goad me into returning to the lifestyle that might just see me losing the family I'd built for myself. Giovanni and Mewtwo were dangerous. Daniel had had an entire ace team with him, and he was the only survivor. He didn't even have a team left beyond Metagross. He lost everything, and Oak thought I was going to be risking suffering similarly. Fucking insane. XXXXXX. I ignored the displacement of air, knowing exactly who it was. Ino would not have allowed anyone else teleport so closely to me, and the fact that they still kept their head confirmed my thoughts as Broly allowed them pass and take a seat next to me on the cliff edge. I love you, she said as she sat, and I just barely stopped myself from falling off the cliff in shock. What? I love you. At least, I love the man you used to be. That man had purpose, something I had always lacked. That's what drew me to you the first time we met. That purpose. That drive. And now it is gone. I didn't give her a glance as she spoke. Of course she was trying to convince me to return. I do not care about you being a trainer, I focused and tossed her out of my mind. What did I say about reading minds, Sabrina? I just cannot help myself, Donnell, and do not change the subject. Whether trainer or not, you need purpose. If you do not seek to be the best trainer in the world, seek to be the best baker, instead. None of that interests me, Sabrina. I'm fine just the way I am. Are you? Your purpose was not the only thing that drew me to you, Donnell. Your honesty too. When you read minds like I do, you see that everyone lies. What they think is always different from what they say or do. They lie to themselves, or to others, but you lied to no one. You thought it and you did it. Now, you have lost that too. I didn't reply her and she just got up and teleported away. Good. Another loss. They speak truth, Master Ino's voice rang in my mind and I turned to her with betrayal filling every part of my being. None of that, Master. We will stand with you no matter what you choose, but the rest of the team and I have spoken. We know why you stopped striving and are warmed by your worry, but just as you want to take care of us, we want to take care of you too. What are you saying? I asked her out loud. I'm saying we want to fight. She levitated the pokeballs off my belt, and the rest of the team appeared around us. I ignored the tears building in my eyes, as I turned to all of them, one by one, seeing them standing together in a show of solidarity. The first thing you'll need to do is get your 8 badge, Oak said, beginning to outline his plan. What? Your 8 badge? I have a lot of power from the league as the Pokemon professor, but the only way I can make you a full and complete lab trainer is if you have all 8 badges. You need to be a lab trainer to rely on the league's resources in this war and to have access to the best supplies. No one ever cared about that before, I said, in dispute to his claim. That was before you decided to sue the entire league in such a public manner while we're in the middle of a national security crisis. To put it crassly, you've pissed off so many people that everything you do is being observed and pored over with a fine-toothed comb. I nodded in agreement, understanding his point. The league spies probably thought I didn't notice, but Ino had been able to figure out that over 7 of Sabrina's gym staff were sending information about me to the league. I hadn't cared because I was doing nothing wrong, but now, that scrutiny was going to become problematic. I see. I'll head to Goldenrod right away. No. Not Goldenrod. You challenged the league. You need to show and portray strength. Either Mahogany or Blackthorn. They're the toughest gyms in Indigo with Blaine, Giovanni, and Serge gone. Besides, you need to prove yourself to me. You want me to take you with me to root out Team Rocket, then challenge Claire Blackthorn to the gauntlet and win. Weren't you the one who came to me with this opportunity? I asked sarcastically, but he'd already turned back to his computer, silently telling me to get the fuck out of there. Might as well make my Blackthorn right now. There was no need to delay things any further, since I felt ready. I hadn't battled anyone who wasn't named Sabrina in months, but I felt ready all the same. My team was raring to go, and I had a good feeling about this. When it comes to Pokemon, feelings are everything. Igneal, I'll need you to get ready for a long flight, I said to my fire dragon as I took him out of his ball and he growled at the insinuation that he wasn't ever ready. Sorry, buddy. Let's grab some supplies and get going. XXXXXX. The worst part about leaving Sylph was the money. I'd been able to stay at 5-star hotels whenever I pleased, but now, I was forced to make do with the Pokemon Center's accommodations. They weren't shabby, and after 2 nights in the wild, I was more than pleased with them, but they just didn't match up to the luxury I'd allowed myself to get acclimated to. Even worse was the fact that I couldn't involve myself with Sylph any further. Oak had struck a deal with Devon to secure my brother's services, and one of the terms was to cease our family's affiliation with Sylph. If they'd known that Sylph had dropped me like a hot plate, then they'd probably have had different conditions. Enough thinking though, it was time. I'd booked my appointment with the gym leader before I'd even left the lab, so all I had to do was show up on time. I'd also publicized my intention on the Pokenet forums I frequented to make sure this got the attention I needed it to. If I was going back into Pokemon training, then I might as well continue to head towards my goal of becoming champion. The narrative around me in the mainstream media was broadly negative. They spoke of how I was just another spoiled rich kid living on my father's generosity, using his Pokemon and lacking any skill of my own. Hopefully, trouncing who was widely regarded as the strongest gym leader in Indigo would go a long way in silencing my naysayers. It might make them dig their heels even deeper, but that was just a risk I had to take. Mr. Oak, follow me. You chose the gauntlet, yes? The receptionist asked as I walked in and gave her my name. I nodded as I followed her to a separate hallway. The gauntlet, the hardest gym challenge one could ever undertake. There were 3 ways to earn a gym badge. The first was obviously to challenge the gym leader to a single one-on-one battle. It was the most popular challenge these days. The second method was to train under the gym for a year. It was more commonly used in the older times, when Pokemon training was more expensive, and gym leaders did not keep Pokemon for the various gym badge levels and always fought with their strongest teams. The third method was the gauntlet. More commonly used to actually claim a gym for a leader. The provision that a trainer who beats a gym in the gauntlet would take over that gym has been struck out of the league constitution, but the gauntlet still offered a few advantages. 1. It was more financial compensation. Each gym challenge was worth some money, but a gauntlet was worth as much as 10 times more than a regular challenge. The second advantage was in terms of alternate rewards. Every gym offered a different reward to each trainer who undertook and defeated the gauntlet. Of all the rewards, the one from the Blackthorn gym was the most desirable. A Dratini. The first evolutionary stage of Kanto's most famous pseudo-legendary was up for grabs. With the rewards so attractive, then why don't more people attempt it? I hear you ask yourself. The answer to that is simple. It's fucking hard. You only got to use 7 Pokemon, chosen ahead of time, and were forced to face 2 gym trainers in 3-on-3 battles before facing the gym leader in a 6-on-6. It wasn't for the weak of mind or Pokemon, and claimed more than its fair share of Pokemon lives every year. Are you ready? The gym trainer in front of me asked with a smirk on his face, and I just nodded. Waiting to see what he had for me. I'll release first, he offered with a condescending smirk, forfeiting the coin toss. His Shelgon took the field with a commanding weight. Of course he was confident. A mid-stage pseudo-legendary was easily around the same level as most final stage Pokemon out there. I racked my head to think of which of my Pokemon would be most well placed to deal with this Pokemon and sweep the rest of the team. Magnezone, Tsunade, and Hashirama were ruled out since I hadn't included them in my selection. Magnezone and Hashirama weren't even with me, right now. My carry limit had been bumped back to 8 once Sylph had dropped me, so they weren't even able to come. Ino would be well placed to sweep a team of dragon types with her fairy type moves, but Claire was probably watching this with a keen eye, and there was no need to warn her of what was coming. I needed a Pokemon that could breach the Shelgon's armor with ease and still go on to deal with other Pokemon. Guy, let's do this. The crowd hushed as the majestic Kommo-o took shape before their eyes. He'd taken to training with gusto, and even when I wasn't doing any official training with the team, I'd catch him lifting gravity weights in Viridian's training room or practicing his moves to increase his efficiency and power. He was ready for this, and more importantly, he wanted it. I could feel it in his aura. He wanted this. The referee started the battle and he zoomed forwards with an outstretched fist. The game was on. Guy covered the field in a blur, easily matching the best of what Quicksilver had been able to put up in a straight line without any enhancements. The slow-moving Shelgon didn't get the opportunity to carry out or attempt a defense before a punch crashed into it. It was sent flying backwards, making its way to the wall, but Guy was well ahead of it. A well-angled kick sent it upwards and he cupped his fingers, prepared to deliver the coup de grace. When his barrage of focus blasts hit the shell Pokemon, it found its armor to be less than useful, and it crashed to the ground unconscious. What? What was that? How did you do that? My opponent was awestruck and I couldn't deny feeling some measure of pleasure at his misfortune. After all, he'd been so sure of himself at the beginning, and now what I suspected to be his ace was out of the battle without even getting to land a single hit. His next Pokemon was a powerful-looking Reishu. Nothing like Surge's Reishu, I assured myself. While Surge's had been a mass of muscle and strength, this one looked flimsy in comparison. It moved backwards once the referee started the battle, increasing the distance between he and Guy, and preparing a thunderbolt. I almost laughed as I saw Guy race past the thunderbolt, getting to his own target before the thunderbolt could even reach where he'd been seconds earlier. Guy was fast, and he used that speed in decking the Reishu on the head to phase it, and then knocking it out with a swipe of his tail and a bash with his durable forearms. My opponent's third Pokemon, a Meganium, was even less useful when it came to achieving anything against Guy. A single flamethrower made it cower behind a boulder, and Guy had whittled out the defense with focus blasts before taking out his opponent with an impressive hyper beam. The battle was over, but I left Guy on the field to allow him rest up a bit from the move he just used. The Pokeball would place him in time dilation, so it was best for him to just rest outside on the field. The league rules weren't clear on if this was allowed or not, and I'd seen challengers compelled to return their Pokemon in a few situations like this, but this referee didn't seem to care, so that was fine by me. The next gym trainer took the position with little fanfare and sent out her first Pokemon with no words passing between us. Simple and sweet, just like I liked things. She loved silence, but her Charizard seemed to be the exact opposite. It roared and screamed its existence to the heavens. I ignored it with months of expertise training Pokemon like Igneel and Kenpeki. Speaking of Igneel, he'd be mighty pissed if he found that we'd fought a Charizard without him. He had an unhealthy obsession with members of his species. I will be forfeiting this Pokemon from this round, I told the referee as I returned Guy, whispering reassurances to him all the while before sending out Igneel. He wasted no time in assuming an aggressive posture once he noticed the Pokemon in front of him. He roared, silently willing the other to cede to his greater power, but my opponent's Charizard only roared back. Only my iron hold on his aura stopped him from charging at his opponent right then and there. Don't get me wrong, he could have broken my hold in an instance, but that would have hurt me, and he wasn't so far gone that he would consider hurting me to be a reasonable price to pay. Once the referee's flag went down, and all restraint I had on him was let go, he covered the space between he and his opponent like a bat out of hell. They crashed into each other and began to wrestle. I didn't even bother giving orders. He'd just ignore them as far gone as he was in the euphoria of combat. Luckily, I didn't need to watch the dragons growl and nip at each other for long. Igneel disabled his opponent with ease. He slipped under his opponent's attempt to wrap him in a bear hug, punched it in the face, swept at its feet with his tail, and started to systematically disable the dragon in front of him. Eventually, the battle, if I could even call it that, ended with Igneel's teeth around his opponent's neck. He growled, commanding his opponent to surrender, but the opposing Charizard continued to struggle against his grip, trying to fight its way out of its situation. Igneel started to bite down, making good on his threat, but we found ourselves gripping empty air. Our opponent was looking down with her outstretched pokeball with a placid look on her face. I saw nothing but red. That kill had been ours. Rightfully earned. It was ours, and she stole it. When she sent out a Gengar next, I almost smiled at the thought of the cruelty. Flamethrower, I spat out, too incensed to bother commanding with aura. Igneel, similarly pissed off, belched out a veritable sea of flames that forced the Gengar to fly higher into the air to avoid the flames that Igneel coated the arena in. Fireball barrage, I commanded next, and he did exactly that. Massive blue balls of flame covered the sky as he sent them flying at his opponent the moment that formed. It was staying ahead of the onslaught but only barely, and as I heard my opponent suddenly scream in shock and command her Pokemon to run, I figured that our trap had been spotted, so we might as well begin. All the fireballs Igneel had fired had remained floating in the air and suddenly all converged on the Gengar. It tried to link up with Igneel using Destiny Bond, but Igneel used Crunch on himself to disrupt the Ghost-type energy before it could fully form. The Gengar had wasted its last few seconds, so the attacks made contact without any resistance. In an explosion brilliant enough to activate the shields covering both the trainers and the audience, the Gengar was blown to smithereens. The brutality must have been shocking, but no one was devastated. After all, it was a Ghost-type. It would reform in a few weeks at the most. Her next Pokemon, a Seadra, was seafood from the moment it took its place on the field. They'd denied us our kill, after all. And it was that thought that had me returning to my senses. I snapped the tendril of aura that I was using to connect my thoughts to Igneel as I noticed how the dragon type had been influencing my thoughts with his rage. Fuck. Fuck, fuck. That was bad. Of course something like this would happen. I'd gone weeks without battling. Never connecting with my Pokemon while they had the adrenaline of battle flowing through them after I'd gone a whole year where I'd done so for every day. I'd been a fool to think there wouldn't have been consequences. With distance, I saw exactly how cruel what we'd done to the Gengar had been. We'd had a legion of ways to disable the ghost, but we'd chosen to go about it in the most brutal manner possible. If that's what Dragon Rage was, I had a newfound respect for Igneel and his attempts to resist it. The battle hadn't waited for me to get my bearings, and Seadra's probing water gun and crashed against Igneel without him attempting a defense. He'd also been left shocked by the cutting off of our aura bond, admittedly for different reasons. I doubt he saw anything wrong with the Gengar's fate. He probably even saw it as justice of some sort. He'd been denied one kill and so had taken another. Enough thinking though, the water gun had been an annoyance, but if that had been a hydro pump, we'd have been in real trouble. Fly, I said, commanding him to take to the skies, leaving the range of the Seadra's influence and waiting to take advantage of his three-dimensional maneuverability. The Seadra stopped firing, and we waited a few seconds before I gave my next command. Fire, Ace, I said, and watched him envelope himself in the spinning flames of a flame wheel before swooping down with the speed of an aerial ace. The Seadra's hasty hydro pump evaporated against the heat of his shield and they made contact with a devastating crash. He didn't stop there though, remaining on the Seadra and tearing at its body with his claws. This time, when my opponent returned her Pokemon, I felt relieved. And now Donald Oak has taken out the second gym trainer with a single Pokemon. In what some might call a brutal display of might, he's shown exactly why he feels he's ready to come here for a gauntlet challenge. Normally, at this point, the challenger would have lost at least 3 Pokemon, but Donald's team is untouched. Let's see how Claire handles this. A/N, I wonder how you feel about our MC's short-lived retirement. Thanks for reading. We just started chapter 51 on the Patreon page. Yup, the next 7 chapters are readily available. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Since some people have been asking, I'm also much more active there. I'm always hesitant to say anything here lest I accidentally spoil anything. I'm considering starting a Discord server to fix this. Would you join one? Chapter 45. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. You know her. You love her. The gym leader of gym leaders. She tames dragons for fun. Let's give a bold welcome to Clary. The announcer spoke up, introducing the woman I'd come here to face. Lance's cousin. A woman so powerful it was said that she was the only one who Lance could spar with on even footing. I didn't give much credence to those rumors, but I couldn't deny the nervousness I felt. This was a gauntlet challenge so I wouldn't even be facing Claire's terrifying 8-batch team. I'd be facing her main team. The team she'd been training for as long as I'd been alive. I took a deep breath in, and another one out. The coin toss passed in a blur, all I noted was that I'd lost it and I watched her stare at me intently. She looked like a predator, with eyes that seemed to be judging and assessing every move I made. Her blue hair and fantastic curves only added to the appeal. She was a beautiful woman, there was no doubt about that, but that meant little. I was already promised to another, after all. Thinking of Sabrina calmed me down like it always did, and I released Broly on the field with a broad smile on my face. He was my starter. He'd start this. He never asked for much, so when he asked this from me, it wasn't even a choice. Claire's smile sharpened as she spoke, that answers my question. You have his name. You might even have his strength, but you lack his brains, she said while readying her pokeball. Go. Kingdra. She shouted to the skies as her ace took the field. What the fuck? She never started with Kingdra. I'd seen almost 100 of her battles at this point and in not one of them did she ever begin with the powerful water dragon. Of course she had to change tactics just to fuck with me, and fuck with me, she did. Broly was weak to water types. It came with being a rock type, and I wasn't so confident in his training to overcome the type disadvantage to place him against an elite level water type. I swallowed as I prepared to use my only substitution of the match, but as the red light of the pokeball hit him, Broly remained where he was. He turned to me with a growl, and I connected with his aura to understand him better. Cleaver, cleave. Or was what the crowd heard him say, but what I heard was I've got this. Trust me. And so I did. I trusted in him like he'd always trusted in me. I nodded at him and he nodded back. A Pokemon unruly enough to ignore the Pokeball's call? Oh how interesting. Was all Claire could say before the referee began the battle. Hydro Pump she commanded instantly, and Broly blurred away, dodging the attack with ease and changing his position. The field had been modified for this battle. It was flat grassland for the most part, but there was a sizable lake on one corner, and it was in that lake that the Kingdra chose to remain. A wise choice, considering that Broly couldn't necessarily dive into the water to hunt her down, and she'd be much more powerful in there, besides. Hyper Beam I said, trying to bait the Kingdra into action, but it only dodged the attack and continued trying to pepper Broly with attacks. This was a bad matchup. Broly had very few moves that could affect the Kingdra at such range, and the closer he got, the more he risked being hit by one of the Kingdra's own moves. That nozzle allowed it to send water-type attacks that moved much more quickly than any I'd ever seen before. Double team I said. A new strategy started to form in my mind as close to a dozen copies of Broly appeared around the pond that the Kingdra had claimed. It was surrounded by land so we could easily hem it in. We were blatantly stealing the tactic from Sabrina, but I doubted she'd mind. After all, I needed it right now. Use Focus Blast whenever it slows down and you can get a clean hit. Swap positions with your doubles using extreme speed. Don't get hit I commanded next, and the Broly I knew to be the original disappeared in a blur and a clone took his place. From there, even I had difficulties figuring out which one was real. Although since Broly never stayed still, it was reasonable to expect that all and none of them were him at the same time. A Focus Blast sailed at the Kingdra from the left. It dodged and retaliated with a water gun that went through a clone's body. Another blast from the right. Same thing. By the time the fifth blast came around, the Kingdra didn't even bother dodging, taking the attack on its highly durable crest and retaliating instantly. Too slow though. Your Pokemon will tire before mine, Claire stated with what I felt was boredom in her voice. So there's no doubt about who is superior though? Blizzard. The last word was directed at Kingdra, and its effects were instant. The very environment changed around us as the Kingdra got to work. The skies started to rain ice around the battlefield, and the ice was whipped around them in a storm that both hampered visibility and interfered with Broly's double team. With ice flowing straight through the illusions, it was child's play for Kingdra to detect the real one, and the real Broly was being peppered by smaller hits that made it likely that he'd slow down eventually. Death by 1,000 cuts, if you would. In one move, she'd made my strategy useless, and put a clear time limit on the battle. Was this the power of a real elite? I clenched my fist, trying to figure out a way out. Dig, I commanded, trying to come up with something more permanent. If this were any other Pokemon, I'd have Broly outlast it by simply waiting, but that victory wasn't worth it to Broly, and Claire's Kingdra wouldn't be so easily tired. Earthquake IO commanded Broly, and the ground all across the arena shattered. He was underground, so literally every part of his body was used to channel the waves through the ground. Even the ice that Kingdra floated above was shattered. The pond had frozen through, so there was no more water, and the ice had dispersed into enough pieces that she would have a bit of difficulty collecting them into a usable amount. The blizzard still didn't die out, so we prepared the next step. I reached out with my aura and told Broly in no uncertain terms, we won't be able to win this, but we can set things up for our next teammate. I felt his resolve as he agreed with me. Kingdra wasn't the type of Pokemon we'd have an easy time overcoming, and with a type disadvantage, we'd had literally no chance against her. The fact that Broly had lasted so long was impressive on its own. Now, all we had to do was set things up for the next few matchups. Claire still had a Salamence, a Dragonair, a Gyarados, Charizard, and a Dragonite on her main team. We'd have to be very strategic with the rest of this battle. Luckily, I had my own team of monsters ready to throw down, and once we took Kingdra out of the way, it would be easy pickings. Resurface and Sunny Day, I commanded through our aura bond, and he prepared himself for the next stage of the battle. XXXXX, the announcer. Claire's Kingdra looks to have young Oak's rock type on the run. It's easy to see how this happened, isn't it? Kingdra is one of the strongest Pokemon in all of Indigo, and with a type advantage, this wasn't a fair matchup at all. I'd have subbed out the Pokemon at the beginning if I were him, not doing whatever fumble with the Pokeball he had. Oh look, guys. The cleaver is coming back up. Still gives me chills whenever I see it. Who'd have thought that Scyther had a separate evolution? Really gets you thinking, doesn't it? I took a deep breath before continuing. Sunny Day. Whoa. Really feeling the heat in here, Cleaver seems to be attempting to overcome the strength of Kingdra's blizzard with his own environmental manipulation. The elements fight for dominance for a few seconds, but now Kingdra's blizzard continues unabated. Did you expect anything less? Cleaver doesn't even seem surprised as it rushes at Kingdra to begin a melee. Kingdra starts moving in the opposite direction, and I can't fault it for that. Look at those arms. If you thought Caesar looked mean, Cleaver is a whole different beast. Those arm blades look like they cleave through steel for fun. I smiled at my own joke and waited for the obligatory chuckles from the audience before returning to the job I was barely getting paid for. A duck here, a dive there, and Cleaver is within range to do some real damage. His first attack is blocked by Kingdra's crest. Both Pokemon are close in size, but Cleaver clearly has the advantage in bulk. They struggle with each other for dominance for a bit before Kingdra finally pulls out her ace in the hole. All the ice liquefies instantly and Cleaver is done for. He doesn't even get the chance to retreat before he's caught. Oak returns his Pokemon in the nick of time, using his only substitution of the match. I don't think Cleaver will be happy about that. Zoom in on Oak's face, you can see he's considering his options. Claire's Kingdra is a monster of a Pokemon, and the fact that he's here with 2 rock types, and a fire type while leaving his grass and electric types behind definitely shows lack of foresight. A loss here will teach him a lot more than a win would. I gave my 2 cents, being careful to criticize him but not so harshly that it was obvious that I hated him. The pretense of an objective point of view was one of the reasons I'd been chosen for this job after all. I was the perfect choice to promote Claire's image while being seemingly objective. And they'd said my degree in literature would never prove useful. Oak's next choice is a melodic. For the less informed among you, a melodic is one of the rarest water types out there. Famed for their beauty and calming aura, they're pretty much the direct opposite to Gyarados. Former champion of Hone, Wallace had a melodic as the centerpiece of his team. This melodic isn't going to be as strong as that one, but the species has a lot going for it. Let's see how his water type fares against the gym leaders. The first exchange is a nullity. Kingdra sends a hydro pump, but Melodic snatches control of the water before it hits her and sends it back as a row of icicles. They crash against Kingdra's crown, shattering on impact and doing no damage. Melodic controls some of the water in the arena, creating an orb that she floats within, and Oak shouts something in that made-up language he's fond of resorting to. What do you make of that, Drake? I turned to my taciturn partner. Well, 21. It's a bit of a strange thing. Not the best of signs for his mental health, but all the best trainers are a bit crazy, aren't they? I scowled at the last part of the reply, and sought to guide him back on our task. Crazy is one thing, but shouting in a made-up language seems to be pure insanity if you ask me. I said while giving him a significant look, silently willing him to get the momo. I agree with you there. Although that's not the only bonkers thing he's been doing lately, is it? Finally, I'd begun to wonder if I'd have to end up personally guiding him to say what he needed to. Indeed, Drake. Indeed. They're suing the league, getting dropped by Sylph, announcing his retirement on the forums, and then doing a complete 180 barely a month later. Even one of these things would be alarming, but all of them together speaks of a bit of mental instability, and not the fun kind, I said, laying down my cards. Of course. I see your point. Donald Oak wouldn't be the first teenager to crack under the weight of his own success. Icarus has flown too close to the sun indeed. Lovely. Now that that's done with, let's move back to the battle. And back to the battle, folks. Melodic is giving Kingdra a run for his money, snatching every opportunity to be a nuisance. XXXXXX Donald Oak. Okay, now that I have my 8 badge, what next? I asked Oak and my brothers as I reclined on the couch in the lab. An obviously new addition. Now, we focus on rooting out the actually important targets. I've been feeding the League with information about Giovanni's forces, but by the time they move out, their leaks would have informed Team Rocket so they could remove everything of value. Oak said, and I had to confess confusion. So if you know that the League has leaks, why have you been feeding them information in the first place? Because people are scared. Regardless of whatever you have against it, the League is the only hope the common man has in this situation. People need to be able to trust in and rely on the League. The League needs to be seen doing something to stop the Rockets, and since their information gathering systems are so terrible, I've taken the duty of ensuring we don't get caught off guard by the Rockets and making sure the League had targets on hand to direct their wrath at. And now that you have me. Now, we move quickly and quietly. All the targets I've given the League are small fry. I have an inside scoop on some of the most important bases Team Rocket manages in Indigo and Hone. That's where you come in. Most of these bases are large complexes, near impossible to move with any speed, but the first ones we'll need to go after are their breeding centers. We need to hamper Team Rocket's ability to produce new Pokémon for their army. I nodded, understanding the goal, but I still couldn't see why they had to wait for me before moving with the mission, so I asked. The 2 largest breeding centers are on opposite ends of the region. The moment we attack one, the other will be evacuated. There's no conceivable way for me to be in both places at once, and only Metagross remains of David's original team. We're trying to build one, but that would take time, the one thing we don't have. That's where you step in. I'll attack one of the complexes on my own, and you'll head for the other one as David's backup. Understood. I nodded, and we began planning the movie out. XXXXXX the ace trainer. I clutched my Pokeball, the only one on my belt, as I crouched next to my little brother. Who would have thought that Donald would have ended up being the best of us? An elite-level team in his first 2 years of being a trainer. I was sure he couldn't see it, but Dad already deferred to him in some things. He was Dad's successor, and unlike before, where that might have triggered some anger in me, all I felt was acceptance and calm. I'd joined Ace to make Dad proud, and I'd gone in over my head on my first real mission. I'd lost my team and proven that I'd never be the champion Dad sought to produce to succeed him. In contrast, Donald had become a superb trainer. 10 Pokémon, each strong and diverse. He'd been strong enough to be made an interim gym leader, and then strong enough to beat Claire's entire team without even needing to resort to his last Pokémon. My brother was something else, and I was proud. How do you want to do this? He asked from my side on the rooftop we'd chosen to spy on our target from. We could try sneaking in, but that comes with a lot of risk. On the other hand, we could just walk in guns blazing, he said, using another weird phrase he'd picked up from one place or another. Sneaking in came with the risk of being caught unprepared and instantly surrounded. If we went in with the direct approach, we'd be forced to fight from the get-go, but we'd be doing that with the assurance that as we moved forward, we'd only be facing enemies in front of us. That also came with its own risk of them being able to consolidate more defenses against us. Why not do both? I asked him with a smile, as I felt a plan crazy enough to be worthy of Ace come to mind. I sneak in behind them, while you attack from the front. They gather all their defenses to stop you, while I move freely inside to make sure they can't bring all their resources to bear. Do some sabotage, mess around with some stuff. That kind of thing. I continued in explanation, and I saw him smile as he came to my way of thinking. He drew all the attention to him while I got to wreak havoc on their defenses. I hated how the roles weren't switched, but my pragmatic side had to admit that he was just more suited to that kind of role than I'd ever be. I'd seen his team in action against Claire, and they were the exact opposite of subtle. With that kind of power, I don't think they've ever needed to be. A fucking Gardevoir taking out a Dragonair with a single move has to be the highlight of the season. The fact that the same Gardevoir had gone on to defeat a Dragonite and smite a Salamence had me re-evaluating all I'd thought about the species. When that Gardevoir appeared by his side, I gulped and got to work on my end of the plan. Metagross made both of us invisible, and we floated down towards the Celadon game corner as my brother teleported in front of the building and proclaimed in a loud voice. This is to all members of Team Rocket. Lay down your arms and surrender, if you want this to be quick and painless. Don't. If you don't, I resist the urge to facepalm as he walked in with his head held high and his Gardevoir trailing after him with her spoons clenched tightly in her hands. Guess I wasn't the only one ill at ease with my brother's nonchalance. As much as it worried me though, it pissed off the Rockets even more. We'd worried about how to get them to attack or show their true colors because if we just went in, moves flying, we'd look like madmen, but somehow Donald neatly sidestepped the entire issue. It might have been annoyance at my brother's tone, or irritation at his audaciousness, or even fear at knowing who exactly they faced, but the Rockets attacked first. One grunt, unadorned in the uniform as he was, sent out Eradicate that Gardevoir beheaded before it could even finish crying out its species name. I blinked at that. That kind of casual brutality. That was ace through and through. To kill an opposing Pokémon that was no real threat to one's own was the kind of thing I'd expect to see from ace veterans who'd seen all the world had to offer, not my teenage brother who should be shivering at the thought of fighting for his life. Anyone else? He asked with an arched brow, and the Rockets all looked between the dead normal type and my brother's Gardevoir. I could see more than a few of them itching towards the clasp of their poke belts, but the surrender wasn't forthcoming since one of them chose to grow balls at exactly the wrong moment. Fuck you, he cried and released all his Pokémon at once. Not a bad move, just a very stupid one, as my brother smiled and sent out the fighting dragon from the ball on the foremost left. Kamoo, it shouted and jumped into the fray. It jumped in and punched the first Zubat to pulp, before ducking under the Arbok's charge and wrapping its body around his fist and tearing it to pieces. Violent. If there was one word I'd use in describing my brother's team, that would be it. Some Pokémon were more graceful than others, but it seemed like every member of my brother's team was hardwired to fight to the end. The Charizard that had dispatched Claire's Kingdra was the next to take to the field. It turned one Mook into nothing but fumes, evaporating it with a single concentrated flamethrower, and moving on instantly. I prepared myself mentally, and jumped on Metagross's back as he floated down the hallway, past the chaos. The first thing I noticed upon entering the hidden hallway was how lucky we were. The hallway was narrow but tall, so we could comfortably float above the heads of the Rocket members rushing out of the woodwork to deal with my brother's invasion. If it had been just a bit shorter, then our plan would have failed right there and then, and I'd have been surrounded by Rockets in a narrow hallway. I trusted Metagross, but there wasn't any Pokémon I'd give high odds of surviving that while trying to protect a fragile human. A disaster is what it would have been. Luckily, things didn't have to come to that, so we were able to continue like we originally planned. Making our way over the crowd to the first of the breeding labs. This was both a research and a breeding center according to Oak's intelligence, so there had to be a lot more rooms like this one, considering the size of it. Multiple Pokémon were kept in varying states of suspended animation, with the most impressive being a Dragonair floating in a vat of strange liquid. I could either just release them or destroy the capsules, but after checking the computers the scientists had left behind in the chambers, I was able to determine that they couldn't be awakened with anything resembling even the vaguest definitions of speed. There was no need to kill them, because they'd never get the opportunity to be threats in this battle, and after this, they would be entirely the League's problem. Good news, if I ever heard it. The next breeding room was for Rattata, and I had to unfortunately order Metagross to snap their necks. There was no real regret on my face as the normal-type Pokémon perished. They weren't the main target of this raid, but the fact that they formed the backbone of Team Rocket's forces meant the more of them I killed, the more would be off the streets, and not causing casualties in the war brewing across Indigo. The next room was a dressing room that had a few stragglers waiting within. I remained cloaked on Metagross's body as we listened to their conversation to get a hint of what was happening. Are you sure we shouldn't be going up, Luke? The boss might not be happy about this, one of them said to the one in the middle. With the way the others deferred to him, I noted him to be the leader. Yes. I'm sure. Think about it. The boss is scary, don't get me wrong, but he isn't here. Donald Oak is. He's here with that Gardevoir and that Snorlax, that monster of a Charizard and a motherfucking Tyranitar. He's here with the team that took out the strongest gym leader and he isn't showing any mercy. I follow him on the forums, you know? The only thing he hates more than the League is Team Rocket, so I'm going to keep my distance. If you know what's good for you, you'll be doing the same. The boss can do what he wants when he gets here, but at least we'd still be alive and so would our Pokémon. The leader, Luke, said in reply and went back to watching something on his phone. When he put it like that, I could see the logic in his actions. He was less than trash though. I hated the Rockets that fought, but at least, I could respect them. They fought for their beliefs, misplaced as they were. This idiot spat in the face of all that. He wore the colors of Team Rocket when it suited him, and quickly turned his cloak when he had to face some real opposition. I longed to deal with them right there and then, but Metagross kept me on task. We had more things to do, and more missions to accomplish. We moved deeper into the complex, preparing to take the rest of the building. Of course, the next room had to be where I found something entertaining. XXXXX Donald Oak. And so you're saying that you and your brother here just happened to be wandering Celadon City and found out about a rocket hideout inside the game corner, and then instead of calling the authorities, you decided to tackle the problem by yourself? The police officer asked, trying to make sense of my deliberately bullshit story, while keeping a wary eye on Broly as he stood at my back. He'd refused to even consider entering his ball once he'd found out that the police were on their way. Eno floated in a cornet, keeping a wary eye on all the restrained rockets as David gave his statement to a different police officer. Since we hadn't bothered to get our stories straight before the police arrived, I was sure that his excuse would be a bit different from mine. No. You seem to be deliberately misunderstanding me, Mr. Jones, I said with a sigh, doing my best to feign tiredness like I wasn't having an ungodly amount of fun with the whole situation. Okay, explain it to me again. I said I entered on a lark, and asked the rockets to surrender, not expecting there to actually be any rockets. Once the rockets did reveal themselves and started to attack, I had no choice but to defend myself. It was all self-defense, I assure you, I told him with a bright smile on my face as I sold him the most obvious bullshit I ever heard. This time, I wasn't going to be submitting to a league arrest. As a lab trainer, I had the authority to do everything he thought I'd done, so even if I was selling him bullshit, there was nothing he could do about it. And where does your brother come in? You'll have to ask him that yourself. I'm just as curious as you are. Imagine my surprise when I finished with the rockets and saw him coming up from a secret tunnel. And the Pokémon? He asked, changing the subject. The foreign Pokémon my brother found have already been turned over to the Oak Lab. The League Professors Act makes it clear that the professor and his lab trainers have the right to seize obviously smuggled or stolen Pokémon. I don't think there's any doubt that those Pokémon fall into one of those categories, I said, finally giving a serious reply, as he asked about the den of Rylo that David had found. After he claimed one for himself, he'd sent the rest over to the lab for Oak to study and decide what to do with. I knew they were Pokémon native to Sinnoh, so seeing them here, in this world, where all the regions were so separated that most didn't even know about the existence of other regions beyond Hone and Kanto, was a very bad sign. I couldn't let on that I knew anything about it for obvious reasons, so I feigned ignorance when we'd been on the call with Oak. He'd finished his attack in half the time it had taken us, even though he was attacking a much larger base all on his lonesome. The man was OPAF. I see. So let's go over this story of yours again, the officer said, and I started to feel some of his annoyance now. The first time had been hilarious, the second, amusing, the third, comedic, and now that I was forced to recount the story for the fourth time, it was getting a bit tedious. XXXXXXXX. Fascinating. Very fascinating. Steel and fighting type Pokémon. How interesting. I'd thought your fighting/dragon combination to be the most interesting, but this one seems to take the cake. They don't share any of the steel armor that one would expect from a steel type, but that's clearly because of their fighting subtyping. Fighters need to be quick and nimble after all. Oak said as he examined one of the Rylo with his tools. Normally, holding a wild Pokémon as he did was a bad idea, but with Dontarion's Hypno keeping a watchful eye, there was no real danger. Any idea where it comes from? My eldest brother asked with a look that I couldn't quite place. You know exactly where it comes from, Dontarion. After all, Hone uses Devon in most of their explorations. Oak said in reproach, and I watched my father and David turn to Dontarion at once, and I figured that this had to be some sort of ambush. A/N, thanks for reading. We're entering into the last arc of the story and just finished up with chapter 52 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. There might be a surprise chapter on Friday, so you should probably turn on your alerts so you don't miss it. I also started a new story. It's set in the Naruto universe, and I should be able to dedicate more time to it as Oak enters its last arc. It's a long arc, but still the last one. Feel free to check that out if you are interested. I might end up hosting a poll on the Patreon page to determine which of my stories I end up focusing on when we finish Oak, so stay tuned for that. Chapter 46. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Heikamoo. Magnezone, Magnazone. Hashirama Travinant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. What are you looking at me for? My brother asked in a high-pitched voice and I resisted the urge to face-palm. Even nearly half a decade since he left the region, he was still the same person he'd always been. His tells for when he lied remained the same. Senior vice president of big corporate or not, he was still the terrible liar I'd grown up with. I could see both Oak and David pick up on the tells the same time as I did. We know about the other regions, Dontarayan, and I know exactly what Devon is up to, Oak said with a smile on his face. What are you talking about? My brother asked, perhaps not even noticing that he'd begun scratching at his thigh already. Devon is exploring the other regions, breaching the treaty signed between Indigo and Hone close to a century ago. You don't seem to remember what happened when all the continents were one, Oak said with a scowl on his face, and realizing that he'd been sussed out, my brother gave up on pretending or keeping up his illusion of ignorance. Fine. We've been looking around, but we haven't made contact. Even we aren't so stupid. But think about what would happen if we did. New regions to explore, new Pokemon to train, new ideas to interact with. Dontarayan spoke with a hunger in his eyes that I was sure everyone in the room could recognize. No one who carried the Oak name could ever be even vaguely accused of sanity. We were all crazy as fuck and proud of it. New markets for your company, you mean, Oak corrected, not willing to be drawn away from his scolding. Same thing. Everyone gains when we explore new ground. If we're innovative and competitive, the world gets a boost. Would you rather give it a sedative? He asked with a scowl, not keen on backing down, which was new ground for my brother to explore. He'd always been the most obedient of us all, never disagreeing with Oak. Not to his face at least. I'd rather a sedative than a lethal injection. That's what you risk with this. The last time the regions interacted, the war shifted the very geography of the world. The legendary Pokemon themselves had been forced to intervene to prevent us all from killing each other. Since then, we haven't interacted, and even when Hone was found a century ago, we all agreed looking for more regions was a stupid thing to do. Fear? Is that what controls you, father? The great Samuel Oak. Champion of champions. Most powerful trainer in the world is scared. Just imagine the headlines. I can't even believe this. Not fear. Caution. You risk interfering with things best left asleep. You risk war for no good reason. No good reason? No, there's a very good reason, father. You just fail to see it. We're the strongest we've ever been right now. Both Hone and Indigo right now have a combined 20 elite-level trainers. There haven't been so many alive at the same time within human history. This is unprecedented, uncharted waters, and it's difficult to tell if this trend will continue or if we'll see a decline. Right now, we're powerful enough that I give us good odds against the other regions. Now, we can move on our own initiative. We're powerful enough to force a peace. That's how powerful we are now. If we move now, we win. I started to see both the logic and insanity in my brother's ideas. Are you insane? David asked the question the rest of us were thinking in our minds. You want to meet them now and start the war now, out of the mistaken belief that we're more powerful than they are? David asked rhetorically, trying to impress the stupidity of his ideas upon our stubborn brother. No. That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening to me. Not at all. The what is inevitable. The regions have known about each other for at least a few years now. Someone will make first contact. Whoever acts first, wins. I just think we should be the ones to do so now that we're stronger than we've ever been. Think about it, between Hone and Indigo, there's 4 champion-level trainers available to us. For the elite level, more trainers at that level are rising by the day. Just look at Donald. 1 year as a trainer, and already elite level. How strong will he be in another year? A decade? We have the power now to make a difference. Devon just wants to make use of this power to secure our futures. And what if they're stronger? I asked suddenly, surprising even myself with my words. I don't know much about what you guys speak, but from the context of your conversation, I'm guessing there are other regions out there, beyond Kanto, Johto and Hone, and you want us to conquer these regions before they conquer us, right? Not exact. But close enough. The problem with this plan is that you don't know exactly how strong they are. What if they have a dozen champions just waiting to be unleashed on our coasts? What if they have monsters on the level of legendary Pokemon waiting to set our cities on fire and make us regret ever considering reaching out? I pointed out, interrupting him before he could complete his reply. He gained a look of triumph like I'd just led the conversation exactly where he wanted. And that's exactly why we must explore the regions. We need to know what kind of power they have and urgently. We must have this information, for our own security. You've taken more than information, haven't you? My sources speak of captured Pokemon, Oak added, preventing Dontarayan from gaining ground with his arguments. All for study. Don't cast stones like your league is not doing the same thing with Sylph. Donald has a Komodo on his team. Should I tell him exactly what region that Pokemon was stolen from? My brother shot back, and I had to reconsider some things. I knew Komodo wasn't native to Kanto, but I always assumed that he must have made his way here by some accident, but now I was confronted with the truth. Guy was a stolen Pokemon, and that probably meant there was a high chance that his parents had been killed in order for Sylph to capture him. And this had all been done with the League's consent? Insanity. XXXX. I sat behind a car, crouched and waiting for our target to pass by. This time, David and I weren't sent after a base, but a single rocket member. This one was supposedly dangerous, and had trained with Giovanni for decades. He was at least as strong as the average gym leader and wasn't going to be holding back at all. I felt my heart beat within my chest, unable to ignore the excitement I felt at the battle in front of me. Part of that excitement also came from not being trapped in the same space as my siblings and Oak. They'd been fighting since that first argument, and every time they shared a room for more than a few minutes, the subject invariably returned to the exploration of foreign regions. Executive Neutron, as he was called by the Rockets, took a turn into a deserted alley in Goldenrod City, and we took the opportunity to swoop down. Ino tried grabbing him in a psychic hold, but his body glowed with a dark light as he slipped through her grip. He rolled on the floor before sending a Pokemon out of one of the balls at his belt. The Houndoom was unable to do much but whine as Ino appeared before it and teleported away, overwhelming the dark type's innate resistance with sheer power and force of will. From our bond, I could tell that she'd dropped it right in the middle of a nearby lake. Dead on arrival. My victim's next Pokemon, a Crobat, was crushed in Metagross' own psychic grip. I calmed down, thinking our opponent captured, before he suddenly disappeared in a blur of white light. I turned to David in shock, to see him losing all the complexion on his face. I'd never been so quickly hurried out of a location in my life. XXXXX. And you say things between your siblings and father still have not gotten better, Sabrina, my girlfriend, confirmed as we sat together in a cafe in Viridian. Life as a gym leader suited her. I'd already heard whispers that the League was going to be turning Viridian into a psychic-type gym and confirming Sabrina as its permanent gym leader. I could see the appeal in the decision. It was a wise choice. Viridian needed a strong hand, and Sabrina had efficiently cracked down on crime, headed the recovery efforts, and successfully led Viridian to be the quickest city to recover from Team Rocket's attacks. She'd achieved incredible things as a gym leader, and was keen to achieve even more. Yes. But that's enough about me. How are things over here? Has recruitment gotten any easier? I asked her in turn, tired of talking about the state of things in the lab. The gym is fine. I have received a letter from the League, expressing an interest in having me stay here permanently. Congratulations, Sabrina. I'm so proud of you. Do not be. I will be turning the offer down. I looked at her, wondering if she was okay. Hasn't it always been your dream to be a gym leader? I asked in confusion. Yes, but not like this. Being a gym leader requires me to settle down here for the foreseeable future. I want to explore the world, visit Hone, meet other psychics. You asked me what I wanted months ago. Now, I have an answer to that question. I want to wander and explore, she proclaimed with excitement, and I felt my cheeks redden as I saw how beautiful she became when she spoke of her dreams. I love you, I said, without even noticing the words that had left my mind until it was too late. I felt panic overtake me completely. No, Donald. The books clearly say you should wait to say those words until the 15th date, she said, looking at me in confusion. If I could have sighed in relief without arousing suspicion, then I would have. Who'd have thought that Sabrina's social awkwardness would ever be a good thing? At least I hadn't embarrassed myself as thoroughly as I could have. Wait. Date? She thought these were dates. I'm dating Sabrina? I felt my brain shut down and refused to reboot. XXXXXX, the Sinnoh Elite. What the fuck is that? I thought to myself as a shapeless mass of dark gas came out of the stone Shirana had tossed to the field. 2 months. That's how long it had taken Shirana to get here, standing on the precipice of being crowned champion. The shortest championship run in history. Normally, the challenger would need months in between battles, to heal up their team, and prepare for their next opponent, but Shirana had kept to the minimum 2 weeks from battle to battle. She'd gone the first 2 Elite Four battles without even being forced to switch out her Gar comp. Flint had managed to secure a win over the pseudo-legendary but had to lose 3 of his Pokemon and his Mega-evolved Steelix. Mega Evolution? Wasn't that a trippy thing to see? Flint, absolute legend that he is, whipped out a new form of evolution and finally took out Garchomp with a series of moves so powerful I couldn't even believe my eyes. Of course, it had quickly fallen to Shirana's Octillery, and the last of Flint's Pokemon had followed it quickly. In spite of the loss though, Flint had shown us that Shirana was not invulnerable. The Garchomp could be beaten, and we'd spent every second of the last few weeks preparing Lucian for the inevitable clash. And then, she chose not to start with the Garchomp. Lucian's Mr. Mime seemed to be especially astounded as the darkness formed into a cloud with a multitude of eyes formed from the rock she'd unceremoniously tossed on the field. All the data was fucked from the beginning, and the smirk on her face showed she knew what she'd done. Thrown all our models into chaos and left shadows behind. I wondered what I'd have done if it had been me faced with such a departure from the expected actions. Lucian handled it like a champ and just rolled with the punches. With his assurances, Mr. Mime stood up straight and got to work. XXXXXX. It was brutal. A clean sweep of the 4th elite was how Shirana took her place as champion of Sinnoh. There'd never been such an undisputed champion in league history, and I highly doubt there'd ever be another. She was so far ahead of us when it came to pure battling ability that there wasn't even any doubt in our hearts or on the Pocoabe that she was the strongest trainer in Sinnoh. That alone should not have been able to guarantee the throne, but with Sinnoh in the situation it was in, we didn't really have a choice. She was strong enough, and we had good odds against Indigo. We could do it. What do you have for us, Agent? Lucian asked, taking his customary place at the right hand of the champion. Gerald was gone, and we'd replaced him without a second thought. We'd placed someone else where he once stood. Indigo as a league is a collection of 2 different regions. Kanto and Johto. Both regions are joined by land and connected with similar cultures. They have a varying elite structure, with an elite 4 chosen from across the league, but each individual region having their own independent council of elite trainers. The agent began, and I made sure to scrawl every word he said on my notes for further analysis. We would be going to war, and not a single thing could go wrong. There was no such thing as an acceptable margin of error. The champion? What do we know of him and his elite 4? The champion is Lance Blackthorn. He is a dragon master, and commands a team of 6 dragons, each of them at the elite level at the minimum. One of his Dragonite is widely accepted as the 2nd strongest member of its species in the world. 2nd strongest? Bertha asked with a look of confusion on her face. And I understood it. Surely as the champion, he ought to be the strongest. Lance Blackthorn is a threat. I've watched playbacks of dozens of his battles and from what I've seen, he wouldn't have difficulty beating anyone in this room with the exception of champion Cynthia herself. However, he isn't the biggest threat. He isn't the strongest trainer in Indigo by any means. That honor goes to this man over here, Samuel Oki said, turning the display he'd been projecting information on to the picture of an old man. Not like I'd ever seriously describe him as such. He had to, objectively, be in his 50s or 60s, but nothing from his bearing hinted at it. His hair had taken on hints of grey, but his frame was so powerful and built that he looked not a year older than 40. The picture he showed us had the man riding on top of a Dragonite, moving with a look of focus on his eyes that made it easy to tell that he saw the world like I did. Everything was a statistic to him. I find it difficult to believe that this random trainer is stronger than the champion and yet does not hold the position. Did you get any confirmation on it? Lucian asked with a look of calm assessment. He was taking in and categorizing the information, just like I was. Much less efficiently but undoubtedly effectively. He was once the champion. Ruled the league for almost 40 years, before stepping down and leaving the throne empty for the present champion to take shortly after. His team remains alive. NAD footage from an attack on one of their cities where he participated in the defense shows that they've lost none of the edge that made them a champions team in the first place, the agent replied, and switched to footage of a Dragonite tossing around fully evolved Pokemon like Pidgey. It looked unstoppable, and I watched our own champion, curious as to what she thought about it. Of course, from what our top analysts have made from the footage, champion Cynthia's Garchomp would have the advantage if they faced up, but with Lance's Dragonite getting involved, defeat is all but certain. Our recommendation is to avoid direct combat with Indigo by any means necessary. 2 champions and a whole host of elite-level trainers, one of which is Samuel Oak's own son, is bad odds for us to face against. The agent spoke at last, concluding his analysis. I understood his point, and with the data he'd given us, I could not come to another conclusion, but something in me didn't quite agree with just letting Indigo get away with their attack on us. With killing our champion in a cowardly assassination. You would suggest we just let it be? We let a dead champion lie? We leave Indigo without consequences for their actions? Is that your advice, Agent? Flint asked with a scowl on his face, looking on the verge of standing from his seat and throttling the agent. Gerald had been dear to all of us, but he and Flint had been the closest. Gerald always was partial to the fire-type master. After all, the Infernape Flint bore as a starter was the offspring of Gerald's own starter. A Pokemon he'd lost in a training accident no one had been able to get to the root of. He'd been mute on the matter. Flint clearly shared that affection. I'm sure the dear agent is not suggesting that. Cynthia spoke for the first time, calming Flint with her words and turning her attention to the agent. We will be attacking Indigo, that is without question. A champion has fallen, and if we do not retaliate, what stops them from full-scale invasion? Remember what happens the last time the regions found themselves. War is coming, and the only way to survive is to win. He who strikes first, strikes twice, as they say. The weight of her words settled on all of us near instantly. This was more than a war for revenge. A war for survival was what stood before us. We were elites of Sinnoh. Her survival would always be our priority. I agree with you, Champion Shirana. But the question still remains. How do we deal with the disadvantage we find ourselves in? Lucian asked, keeping a level head as he watched everyone with those keen eyes, his bronze zone, floating behind him. Oh, that's simple. We must just become stronger than our opponents. In our battle, Flint showed the most unique of things. Mega evolution. Teach us of it. She said, directing her attention to the fire elite at her last words. He coughed as everyone stared at him. We had stopped questioning him after his battle with Cynthia when he'd made it clear he had no intention to share and Lucian had backed him up. Now, with the champion being the one to ask, he had very little choice about whether he spoke of it or not. A champion's word was law, and to deflect the questioning of one was not so easily done. Before I begin, I must mention that Champion Gerald himself ordered me to take the secret to the grave. His orders are the only that might release me from my oath. He said, giving Cynthia a significant look, and she nodded in reply. He was asking if she was giving an order or a mere request. Only a champion's word can counteract another's. Now, agent. Please excuse us. He spoke, his voice deathly serious. The agent swept off, and we were left alone in the room. The champion and all four elites. Mega evolution is the final stage in Pokemon evolution, as Gerlad theorized. It's a temporary, but significant evolution. It gives a boost in power, akin to a normal evolution, but a few orders of magnitude more. Gerald would have been best at explaining the theory to you, but what I do know is that it needs two things. A Mega Stone, and a Keystone. They're the catalysts that bring out the evolution in the Pokemon. The Mega Stone interfaces with the Pokemon, and the Keystone does the same with the trainer. Both the trainer and Pokemon are needed for this evolution to take place. And how was it discovered? Bertha intruded, a look of curiosity on her face. It's highly unlikely Gerald was just playing around with rocks and evolved one of his Pokemon. I don't know. I didn't bother asking. All I know is that it's powerful and dangerous. When a Pokemon Mega evolves, it reaches new levels of power and all its traits are heightened to new levels. Even aggression. Previously controllable Pokemon become something else. There's a reason Steelix is the only Pokemon on my team that Mega evolves. His steel typing made it easy for me to deal with his improved strength with the rest of my team weighing in. Gerald's Infernape was a victim of its own strength when it Mega evolved. It had been unable to listen to reason, and Gerald had been forced to put down his own Pokemon to end the threat it posed. The champion had been forced to put his own Pokemon down. Mega evolution is dangerous, guys. Flint said at last, calming down. We understand. But we need the power. Between all of us here, I'm sure we can figure it out. 4 elites and a champion? There's no better team for unlocking the secrets of that power and harnessing it. Shirana spoke with a gleam in her eyes. We can manage it. Trust me. Even if I did, not every Pokemon can Mega evolve. Gerald theorized that only certain kinds could manage the transformation, and we don't exactly have a comprehensive list of those who can and those who can't. Gerald had found some Mega Stones and even started a collection, so those Pokemon we already have stones for are definitely able to Mega evolve. For the rest? Who knows? Flint finally spoke to reply to the champion with a sigh. His resistance was only a token effort. He wanted this just as much as the rest of us. Indigo had to pay for what they did, and if we didn't have the strength to stop them right now, we just had to acquire it. XXXXXX Donald Oak. Just like that, Hashirama. Just like that. Keep the trees up, hold it. Hold it. Now, the flowers. Let's go. The buds from the trees came out quite a bit slower than average, but considering this was his 7th attempt today, I could let the drop in efficiency slide. The objective of this training was to make sure he had complete mastery of the moves we'd spent months working on at this point. Okay, take a break now. We'll return to this later. Kenpeki, your turn. My pseudo-legendary scowled as he took Hashirama's place at the center of the mountain we'd colonized for our training. Tyran Nitar. Tar. He shouted as he started an earthquake, concentrating the energy on his fist before burying that fist in the ground beneath him. The earth beneath him quivered, but we couldn't feel the effects of the earthquake on the ground we stood on. Good. That meant the first part of the move was working well. Now, let's just see if he could direct it better. The ground finally ruptured as a literal geyser of lava came from the ground near Kenpeki. He took control of the lava with his telekinesis and began directing it around him in circles. Beautiful. I knew having him spend more time with Kisame would be useful for him to get to the right frame of mind for manipulating the sludgy earth. Lava had liquid properties, but it was still all molten rock at the end of the day. Kenpeki fired off the lava in bullets, ripping through Hashirama's forest with ease. Kisame was on hand to stop any forest fires, so I allowed my pseudo-legendary rock type to burn energy with his attempts. Now, for the last part of the move, I thought to myself as I clapped my hands and waited for him to get the message. His excitement died a bit as he summoned the lave over him and then wrapped it around his arm up to his claws. He couldn't feel pain from the heat of the magma, but getting it off his armor after he dried tended to be very stressful, so he wasn't too pleased with the training. Good. The frustration was exactly what I needed. Kenpeki was unstoppable when he put his mind to something, and knowing that he'd have to use the move till he perfected it meant that he was very focused on ensuring mastery of the move. It was cute, I couldn't lie. Ino instantly teleported me a few feet to the left as Guy and Broly barreled through the space we'd once occupied, locked in their combat. Broly had been a genius of a fighter from the first day we started training and Guy was a pseudo-legendary fighting type. There wasn't a pair more made for each other than they were. I didn't pay any more attention to their battle, than sending a quick warning to them through aura. It wasn't the first time this had happened, and while it endangered me, I wasn't keen on completely stopping them. It was good training for Ino. She had to pay attention to two fast-moving combatants, predict their paths and teleport us out of the Wai before they hit. She was one of my strongest Pokemon, and was only getting better by the day. Speaking of strong Pokemon, though. I looked up and saw Igneel still surrounded, completely encased in flames like some sort of spectral armor. The goal there was simple. Igneel was already a dangerous Pokemon to face, but training him to constantly encase himself in fiery armor meant he'd be even more terrifying to face in close range, and more able to shrug aside certain environmental conditions. If he got the flames hot enough, he could practically ignore rain dance. The only problem was how draining the move was. We were trying to work to include the empowering capabilities of Sunny Day into the move itself, but that was a pipe dream. We were miles away from reverse engineering the move to that extent. Tsunade shouted in amazement as she watched Snorlax attempt and succeed with his own move. Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, and Crunch at the same time to make everything he did dangerous at close range. That was our goal for now, to train him to divide his energy efficiently and his concentration along with it, across the different elemental attacks. As a normal type, he had equal affinity with all the elements, and with his high special attack stat, he could be a moving library of moves. Magnezone was off somewhere doing his own thing but I wasn't worried. There was a limit to the amount of trouble the electric type could cause on his own. Of course, that had to be the moment the ground beneath my feet threatened to erupt from an earthquake. I looked at Kenpeki with a scowl, but he looked just as surprised as I was. Magnezone flying towards us like he had the hounds of hell on his metaphorical heels gave me a very good idea as to what was happening. It took a few more seconds for me to be able to get a good look at the Pokemon chasing him. Of course, he managed to piss off a whole group of Onix. Aiden, if you would. I scowled and sent Kisame out of her ball. She wouldn't have a lot of water to work with, but it was good training all the same. My Pokemon needed to learn to work with less than ideal conditions, so I quickly banned her from using Rain Dance. She had to use whatever water she could generate with her innate water-type energy. Maybe this would be good training to improve her stores of water. The first of the Onix crashed to the floor in front of us, not able to make it across the last few feet since Kisame's hydro pump slammed into its skull. Good. I facepalmed as Igneel dove straight into the second one, abandoning his training for the promise of battle. I wanted to criticize him for his actions, but I held off in favor of just letting everyone jump in on the chaos. Ino focused her energy through the spoon in her left hand and nearly cleaved through one of the Onix with Psycho Cut. She was much too powerful for a Gardevoir. Far above than any instance of her species I'd ever met, and the fact that she wasn't even at her prime both scared and excited me. It scared me because I had no idea why she was so much more powerful than any other of her species, but excited me because she was on my team. Enough of that, focus on the present, I thought to myself as Snorlax jumped with his powerful muscles and landed on the skull of one of the attackers. His bounces echoed across the clearing as they nearly shattered the stony skull of his victim. I'd missed this kind of chaos. A/N, hey everyone. I'm sure you've noticed that this chapter is a bit early. There's a reason for that. It's my birthday. I turned 20 today, and decided what better gift could I give you guys who are letting me work towards living my dream than this one? There's probably quite a few things I could have given, but this is what I have, and I give it freely. Also, for the rest of this week, until Sunday, you get a 15% discount if you choose to opt for an annual plan on my Patreon page. Thank you guys so much. You're all legends. Chapter 47. Pre-Chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. XXXXX the Sinnoh Elite. Please talk some sense into her, Flint said from across the room, as we all stood in Gerald's hidden warehouse, inspecting the dead champion's collection of mega stones. I could understand his frustration with the present champion's stubbornness. Since she'd seen the Garcompet on the shelf, she'd been intent on mega evolving that monster of hers. The problem with that was that our plan for overcoming a rogue mega evolution was to overwhelm the Pokémon with the strength of our own elite Pokémon. Garchomp was the strongest Pokémon among all of them by a wide margin, though. If it mega evolved, I honestly doubted we'd be able to subdue it without putting it down permanently. With war on the horizon, putting it down was inconsiderable, and I feared it would kill too many of ours before it ran out of that energy. If the Pokémon went rogue on mega evolution, we'd be massively fucked. Without loop of any sort. I think what Flint is saying is that we should work on the other Pokémon first, and revisit Garchomp's mega evolution last. Lucian spoke up, calming the tensions that had begun to rise with his words. The bastard just solved the problem with only a few words. If there was anyone in the Elite Four that frightened me, it was him. His suggestion, while simple on the outside, placated both sides and hedged his bets without leaning one way or the other. If Cynthia still thought it would be a good idea after watching the effects of so many mega evolutions, we'd have a collection of mega evolved Pokémon to match up to her Garchomp, and if she saw the risks from witnessing our own mega evolutions, then all the better. So who goes first? Bertha asked with a smile, Camerupt tight clenched firmly in her hands. Her enthusiasm was infectious, I thought, as I walked forward and placed my hands on the Heracronite. I felt the workings of fate close around us. This was destiny. After all, how would all of us just happen to have Pokémon capable of mega evolving, and Gerald would just happen to have the stones we need to evolve those Pokémon? It was destined. My mind would not be swayed on it. I'll go first. Medicham is the calmest of the Pokémon capable of evolving, and I trust in our bond to make things easier. Lucian said, and we all nodded at him in agreement. Lucian was the most senior of us all after all, and his Pokémon would probably be the easiest to evolve. I looked forward to Heracross's own evolution, but if Flint's words were true, there was an uphill battle waiting for us at the very least. Let's get this show on the way, Shirana said with a smile, and we got to work. The training grounds we chose were in close vicinity to the warehouse, so we needed to do very little in the way of traveling to get from one place to the other. X. Are you ready? Flint asked from a distance, and Lucian only nodded before saying to his Pokémon, let's get this, Medi. He clutched the keystone wrapped in a bracelet and did the dance Flint had shown us, undoubtedly the least desirable aspect of the process, and then stepped back as his Pokémon began to glow. A bright white light covered the psychic for a few seconds, and we all held our breath as the psychic pressure of the mega-evolved Pokémon began to bear on us. When the process ran its course, I heard and ignored Flint's whistle of amazement. In terms of physical differences, there were relatively few of them to speak of. Her headpiece had changed colors and become more elaborate, and the gold bands around her waist and arms caught the sunlight in a hypnotizing fashion. The biggest physical changes were the ghostly arms floating above her two physical ones. They looked ethereal, like they just barely existed here. None of those changes, however, held a candle to the metaphysical change we could all feel. When Medicham opened her eyes, the clearing was flooded with even more psychic power, and I had to resist the temptation to fall to my knees as the power doubled again. Medi! Lucian shouted, trying to get his Pokémon's attention, but it proved useless as the power around us doubled again. Fuck! Even Medicham? I prepared to send my Pokémon forward, as my bug types were the most natural counters we had on hand, but Lucian waved me off with a gesture and closed his eyes, placing 2 fingers on his temple. It only took a few seconds for the psychic power around us to disappear entirely. I apologize for that, a sage, feminine voice spoke out in my head, and I only nodded before strengthening my mental shields. I doubt the powerful psychic had even felt them as she made her way through, but they gave me peace of mind. Beautiful! Cynthia shouted from the rock she sat on like a throne. Nice upgrade. Want to test it out? She asked with a ferocious smile that was completely at odds with the persona she'd spent so long cultivating in everyone's minds. Were we going to be seeing the real Cynthia Shirana from now on? Garchomp will be needed in case the other mega evolutions are not as peaceful. Lucian deflected the challenge, but our champion would not be so easily denied. As you well know, Garchomp isn't my only Pokémon. Since this is a friendly match, I won't subject your psychic to Spiritomb. But Lucario is just raring to go, she said, already taking out her Pokeball. Lucian nodded, and I settled in to watch an impressive battle. If Cynthia's other Pokémon were any indication, her Lucario would be a monster, and I'd just felt the power of Lucian's Mega Medicham. Cynthia's Pokeball spat out a fantastic specimen of the famed Aura Pokémon, and Lucian's Medicham got into a fighting stance. They moved to an unseen signal, and I had to focus on the little aura I could use to get a good view of what was happening. Lucario covered the distance between them within a heartbeat and traded punches with Medi. Credit to the Mega Evolved Pokemon, she didn't even flinch at the attack. She weaved through the first 2 punches, sent the third aside with one of her ghostly arms and got into a handstand split to dodge the kick Lucario sent at her head. She maintained the position and sent her own kick at the steel type. Lucario dodged, but the rocks behind him were blown to smithereens. That's some power right there. She acted like she hadn't noticed what happened and sprang from the handstand into a flying kick. Lucario, this time, dodged the kick and caught hold of the psychic's ankle. She leaned on the support, twisted her body and moved closer to him, allowing her ghostly arms to hit him with 2 punches, forcing him to let her go or risk some more serious damage. They both disengaged and got distance from each other. I blinked, and in that time, they were on each other again. This time, Medi was the aggressor and she wasn't pulling any punches. Lucario blocked the first few punches with Naria Win CE and moved to take advantage of a lull in her attacks, but it was a feint, and she surprised him with a focus blast to the face. He used Protect near instantly and was unscathed, but had soundly lost the momentum and wasn't given the opportunity to reclaim it. Medi was on him like white on rice. A punch here, a twist there, and a kick here meant he was steadily and sustainably on the back foot. Lucario turned things on their head by leaning into a punch, dodging on the last second and loathing out with a punch straight to Medi's midsection. Somehow, she flipped over the attack, using her small frame to her advantage and heading straight for Lucario's unprotected back once she landed. He was able to turn around in time to take a punch to his broad chest. He was sent sliding backwards on his feet, but showed no sign that he'd felt the impact strong enough to shatter stone. He took advantage of the distance to charge up an aura sphere. Dodge and corral, Lucian said, speaking for the first time in the battle. Medi jumped and moved to the side to avoid the aura sphere, but did not account for the one that had been hidden in the shadow of the first. She tried to move out of its way but couldn't get the timing right. It crashed into her and exploded. She landed, looking barely singed by the attack, but a lot more irritated than I'd ever seen her. The Pokemon of calmness wasn't looking very calm right now. She blurred across the field, fists ready, and started another dance with her opponent. He dodged, ducked, and weaved, but it all wasn't enough. Relentless. If I had to use a word to describe her, then that would be it. She did not allow herself to get swayed or distracted by Lucario's numerous feints, taking great care not to be lulled into playing the tricky Pokemon's game. All good things come to an end though, as a feint that somehow wasn't a feint ended with Medi taking a haymaker to the skull. Her head must have begun to ring as Lucario adopted a stance I recognized from some old boxing videos. He didn't let her a second's respite before lashing out with a left cross. This time, she teleported out of the way, not letting the attack make contact. She appeared behind Lucario and sent a kick at his knee. He dodged, but was quickly put on the back foot from there. It kept going, all of us watching awestruck as the psychic fighter soundly outmaneuvered and overpowered a fine specimen of the most powerful species of fighting type in Sinnoh. It was beautiful and hypnotizing, but all good things had to come to an end. Cynthia was the one who chose to end the show. She whistled once, and Lucario backflipped away from Medi and bowed, acknowledging his opponent. We'd thought it over with that, but Medi-chan was not having it. She covered the ground and aimed a kick straight at Lucario's bent form. He dodged, but she was already on the move to a different attack. Nothing came of it though. The ethereal arms she'd sent at him turned to dust as they came into contact with a cloud of darkness. Shirana's monster was on the field. Medi-chan ignored all Lucian's calls to stop and went straight for the alien dark type. Perhaps she remembered their bout from a few days ago and wanted to try her hand now that she had mega evolved and was more powerful than she'd ever been. Be gentle was all Shirana said as Medi made contact with her cloud. We all saw the energy of mega evolution disappear near instantly as the meditating fighter Pokemon was surrounded by the darkness. A few seconds later, and the darkness receded, leaving us staring at the unconscious form of Lucian's Pokemon. He returned her with a sigh, and we all gave the champion considering looks. The alien hadn't shown that kind of power in its bout against all of Lucian's Pokemon a few days ago, so either it had gotten a lot stronger in a few days, or it had been holding back in that fight. It held back against 6 elite-level Pokemon in quick succession. What a monster! So, do we move on to the next person or what? Flint asked, being the first to overcome his shock. I'm next. Bertha said simply, not even bothering to ask if I was interested, pulling rank in a subtle way. I only smiled and acquiesced. After all, what else could I do? Besides, I was curious to see Megacame erupt. They stood where Lucian and Medi had stood just a few seconds ago and prepared for their own attempt. Her dance was much slower and more elaborate than Lucian's, drawing out every movement and twist to make sure she got everything perfectly. That was who Bertha was as a person, and I could see Kamerup tracking her with his eyes as he began to glow. His evolution was slow. Slower than Medi's and much more gradual. When the light died down, our breath was taken away once more. The 2 humps at his back had merged into one huge volcano, and its fur had grown tremendously. Pokemon were such bullshit, because how could you even account for these changes and their reversion from a biological standpoint? It made no sense, and Flint wasn't shy about pointing it out. This some bullshit, he said with a broad smile as the moisture all around us began to swiftly disappear. Kamerupt wasn't best pleased with his comment though, as it humped and the volcano at his back belched out steam. Infernape wasn't having the threat and stepped in front of his trainer, snarling something at the volcano Pokemon. Of course, this is where things had to go to hell in a handbasket. The flamethrower Kamerupt fired at Flint was a bright blue, a sign of the heat he was now capable of producing. Infernape took the heat under the cover of Protect, and Flint was teleported out of the way by Mr. Mime before he could be damaged. Cynthia's eyes sharpened as Octillery burst from his Pokeball. No, stop, Bertha shouted, but her shouts were ineffective as Mega Kamerupt was uninterested in calming down, not even at his trainer's command. At least it had the presence of mind to rush past her and not through her. That would have been a tragedy. Infernape had left the protection of his shield seconds ago, and was making his own mad rush at the enhanced volcanic Pokemon. Octillery interfered with a hydro pump that landed in the space where both Pokemon would have collided. Infernape ended his run to avoid the attack, but Mega Kamerupt just kept on going, the water evaporating as it touched his fur, but angering him even further. His hump belched out terrifying amounts of steam as he chased after the mobile fire monkey. Flint had taken control of his starter and was now commanding him to avoid instead of engage. A good idea in theory, but not so easy to put into practice. Mega Kamerupt wasn't much faster than regular Kamerupt, but its flames were much hotter, and Infernapes were never the most fire-resistant of fire types. They just didn't compare to Pokemon like Charizards and the Magby line. I didn't think anyone could compare to Pokemon that swim in lava when it comes to fire resistance, but the point still stood. Mr. Mime intervened by boxing the enraged Mega-evolved Pokemon in a series of reflex. It wasn't to last though, as the hump on its back exploded for the first time in this fight, and it was marvelous. The very ground I stood on was ravaged by the attack, and it took me leaning on Drapion to keep my balance. I scowled as I sent out Volcarona. The fighters all turned to behold the new addition, and I smiled in satisfaction. When it came to raw firepower, Volcarona was the most powerful fire-type Pokemon in Sinnoh. There was no doubt about it, and as they regarded her, I could see them accepting the realization. That didn't stop the enraged Kamerupt from continuing its madness though. He rushed at Infernape again, but this time, Volcarona sent multiple explosive fireballs slamming into his side to dissuade him from that course. He saw the attack coming, and released a shockwave from his hump that detonated all the fireballs before they hit. Spectacular! Infernape tried charging up a fire punch, and hit him square in the skull. His hopes of ending the battle with that one hit died quickly, as all it did was enrage Kamerupt even more. This time, he didn't bother with a flamethrower and just sent a ball of pure magma at his opponent. Infernape got out of the way of the attack, but was left wide open for Kamerupt's rush. It would have been truly disastrous if Volcarona hadn't appeared between them and sent him flying with her most powerful whirlwind. Good. I took the few seconds of respite to take stock of our surroundings. Lucian was directing his team to suppress the fires that Kamerupt was causing with every failed attack. Bertha still lay on the floor where she'd fallen in the wake of Kamerupt's rush, watching everything with wide eyes. Cynthia was relaxed on the trunk she'd claimed as a chair, watching with assessing eyes. Garcomp stood behind her like a silent specter, and I knew if it intervened, this would be over in seconds. From the look she gave me though, it wasn't going to intervene. This was a test, but I had no idea what she was looking for. Kamerupt's return ended that train of thought, and this time, Bertha was ready. She'd stood up in the few seconds where I hadn't paid her any attention, and already had a hand on one of her Pokeballs. When Rhyperior took to the field, Kamerupt's charge stopped. Not from recognizing his teammate or anything so sappy, but from the fact that he probably realized the magnitude of what was coming his way. Rhyperior was the most powerful of Bertha's team by a fair margin. It wasn't surprising, considering it had been in her family for close to 2 centuries. She'd started her journey with a Pokemon well in the elite level, and while it had caused some furor at the time, everyone now just took the rock type as part of her team, forgetting that she'd done very little to actually train it. In case you can't tell, I didn't support her having Rhyperior at all. It was a display of everything wrong with the world we live in. A family guaranteed to produce strong trainers, not because of innate talent or anything like that, but from the fact that they just cheated by giving their kids a head start no one could match. Kamerupt wasn't given a second to think as Rhyperior dug into the ground and appeared in front of him in a blink. His rush stopped, and I felt him submit to the rock type in front of him. Good. Very good, boy. Bertha said as she walked forwards. Kamerupt growled at her, but Rhyperior merely took a step forward, making him calm down and accept her approach. Things were finally beginning to calm down, and then Infernape had to show that abrasive personality both he and his trainer were known for. He said something in native Pokespeak that I couldn't decipher, but was clearly enough to piss off the volcanic Pokemon. What the fuck? Before Bertha could lay a hand on him, Kamerupt was off with the horses. This time, Superior's growl did nothing to dissuade him, so gone in the haze of his rage. The ground-type monster just triggered an earthquake with a step, messing with Kamerup's footing and slowing him down before thrusting a drill hand into the ground. Lucian's eyes widened as Mr. Mime suddenly appeared behind me and teleported me next to him. I could see the same thing happen to Flint and Bertha. The champion was content to remain on her throne, Garcomp using his own tectonic control to prevent the move from affecting them. I watched in awestruck shock as Superior used the most dangerous ground-type move in existence. Fissure. The ground ripped apart, separating the clearing we were in into two distinct parts like the hand of God himself had reshaped the surrounding land. Fuck. Kamerupt was stuck on one end of the newly created canyon, and Infernape was on the other. Superior just calmly walked up to the stationary Mega Pokemon and unleashed a single punch to its skull. It hadn't even bothered trying to defend and was instantly knocked out. Superior was just something else. If only Bertha was a more competent trainer and had a team of other elites to back him up, we wouldn't be stuck with Shirana as a champion. Well, that was something, Flint proclaimed with a nervous laugh, and Lucian just gave him a deadpan look. Something indeed. That Superior of yours is quite a specimen. I didn't get the chance to properly appreciate him when he fought against Garcomp, Cynthia said with a smile that didn't seem sincere to my eyes. Her statement was also a very veiled insult to Superior's strength, reminding us that even with all the power we'd just witnessed, he hadn't even been able to last longer than 10 minutes against her monster. So, are we continuing? She asked, turning away from Bertha to look at me. I just smiled in reply. As if I was going to delay this for any longer. It was time for me to meet Mega Heracross. The Heracronite took its place at the center of my partner's horn as I prepared myself for the experience of a lifetime. This was my shot. My time to shine. I'd been the weakest of the elite, the least of the greatest for so long that I'd forgotten how it felt to be at the top of my game. I'd been placed below people like Bertha, a trainer that was far too mediocre for the Elite Four, but rescued by the strength of her ancestors, Flint, a powerful trainer, but lacking in all the things that an elite needed beyond mere strength. The only ones who deserved their places above me were Lucian and Cynthia herself, but even they weren't absent from the taint of family help. Lucian hailed from money. So much money that one of his suits cost half of what I earned as a member of the Elite Four, and Cynthia hailed from a clan of dragon trainers, old as Sinnoh herself. The only self-made member of the Elite Four was me, and it was time to prove my worth, not to them, but to myself. I stood a bit behind him and begun the dance. Two fists stretched out in front of me to begin with, and then a movement from the left to the right in a shimmy. An outstretched hand to the sky, and a hip movement I was sure was just Flint being dramatic were the last parts of the dance, and when I came to the end of it, stretching my hands towards Heracross, the keystone gleaming brightly in my bracelet, he was consumed in a bright white glow. I held my breath, waiting to see the results of his mega evolution, but a few seconds later and the glow cut off. Heracross remained the same. What? I asked, turning to Flint in anger. If this was some sort of prank, he'd be getting no forgiveness from me anytime soon. What happened? I asked, rushing towards him, intent on getting my answers. I don't know. This never happened before. He said with a genuine look of confusion that did nothing to sate the anger roaring in my blood. What do you mean you don't know? I screamed, still marching forward only to find my way blocked by Lucian. He shook his head and I realized what I'd been about to do. Let's all keep our cool, Cynthia spoke, perhaps noting the signs of Flint's imminent explosion. Did Champion Gerald say anything about something like this in all your lessons? She asked, and I saw Flint begin to rack his brain. There's only one thing he mentioned. If the bond between trainer and Pokemon is too weak to trigger it, there can be no mega evolution, he said in a tone I'd never heard from Flint in my life. He sounded sorry. That took the wind out of my anger nearly instantly. My bond? Heracross was my Pokemon. I'd trained him for years, we'd worked through everything from my first Lily of the Valley conference to my challenge against the Elite Four. He'd been there when I beat Blake, and when we'd wiped the floor with Bertha's team before she released Superior and snatched a resounding victory from the jaws of defeat. He'd been there for all of it, why would our bond not be strong enough? There must be another reason Gerald failed to mention, Flint said, but it rang hollow to all our ears. The false assurances a parent would give to his child had no place here. I failed and that was that. I snapped Heracross Pokeball up and returned him instantly. We'd work through it later. Let's move on, I said to everyone as they were still staring at me. Fine. I'll be evolving Garcomp, so I suggest you all get ready. Cynthia said, changing the topic from my failed evolution and bumping herself to second on my list of favorite elite trainers. Considering that list was presently made up of only her and Lucian, and I'd known Lucian for a while before he made it, it was nothing short of impressive. Are all my objections noise to your ears? Flint sarcastically asked, and Cynthia just shot him a stare that made him close his mouth. A feat even Gerald hadn't been able to achieve with a measure of consistency. She just took to the clearing we'd been using, her monster at her heels, and a megastone clutched tightly in its fingers. XXXXXXXX Donald Oak. I turned from left to right, preparing myself for what was coming. I'd told Oak this was a terrible idea. Dontaryan had been on my side with my objections, proving that he was the only one in the family with a measure of common sense. After all, who the fuck thought it would be a good idea to bust a Rocket Run illegal Pokemon fight ring by sneaking in as a participant and then turning on them at the last possible second? I knew why the plan was necessary. This fight club moved around a lot. The only way to know the location was to be actively participating. It wasn't open to random spectators, only top associates of Team Rocket were allowed to watch, and from the tinted glass that separated the fighters from them, it was obvious they cared to conceal their identities. That was why this mission was so important, after all. Chances were that a lot of the Rocket supporters in high places would show up for something like this, so this might be the only opportunity we'd ever get to bust them with their hands in the cookie jar. Why was I the one carrying out the plan? Because there was literally no other option. Dontaryan wasn't a fighter, David's team had only 3 members, and one of them was still in its first evolutionary stage. What of Oak himself? I hear you ask yourself. Now think of how stupid that question is. We had to resort to physical disguises, and Oak was so notorious that we had virtually zero chance of sneaking him in, especially since he'd have been the only old man here and subject to scrutiny. Me? I was just one in a dozen teenagers. My hair dyed blonde, and my eyes turned a light blue by contact lenses. With those 2 changes and the scar I'd added with makeup, there was virtually no chance of the teenage Gary Kasparov being recognized as Donald Oak, elite trainer. Hiding my team had been a worry of mine, but since this wasn't an official tournament, they hadn't even bothered asking us to register our Pokemon. A massive oversight on their part that I was determined to punish. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fight Club, the one place where you get to experience the true brutal power of Pokemon, not the play fighting that the league puts up to entertain toddlers. The announcer began with excitement in his voice, and I quickly tuned him out, debating with myself about when I would begin my attack. Now would be a bit hasty, but it was bound to catch quite a few of them off guard. The only downside to that was that all of them would have fully well-rested teams. On the other hand, I could begin in the middle of the excitement and get the chance to have a few of the Pokemon taken out by their fellow criminals in the ring. The second option was preferable to the first, so I decided to go with that and relaxed to watch. A Houndoom and Eradicate were the first Pokemon to step up to the ring, neither of them looking particularly impressive or even noteworthy. A few minutes into their battle, however, I began to understand the appeal of this to the spectators. The brutality was something else. Deaths happened all the time in league tournaments, but those were almost always accidents. Here, every move was calculated to cause the most pain and greatest injury. It was disgusting, but impossible to not watch. It was one of those things that you didn't want to look at, but couldn't look away from. The battle, if it could even be called that, finally ended when the Eradicate got a hold of the Houndoom's tail and looked about to eat part of it, before the Houndoom managed to flip the tables and tear a chunk out of the normal type. From there, he'd proceeded to roast the injury with its poisoned flames, undoubtedly killing the creature. I'd been content to allow a few more fights to happen before I ended things, to tire out as many competitors as possible, but I was forced to change that strategy when one of the Pokemon released for the next round was a Pidgeot, with his opponent being a nasty-looking Haunter. It reminded me too much of Quicksilver and his death. Igneal's ball was in my hand before I even knew what I was doing. A/N, yes, that cliffhanger was nasty. No, I'm not sorry. Have a great day, folks. Thanks for reading. We just started chapter 54 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 48. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneal, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Igneal appeared on the floor with a roar that caused total pandemonium. The trainers closest to me began scurrying away, and the 2 guard mock amps that had been stationed at the entrance began rushing at us. Igneal didn't spend more than a second bathing them in a sea of flames before rushing through those same flames to get them in melee. They didn't even get a second's respite before Igneal had finished with them. The Pidgeot that had been about to fight flew straight at Igneal, but a quick iron tail to the skull sent it into the sweet bliss of unconsciousness. The Haunter thought to use the flying type's distraction to entrap Igneal in the fumes that made up its body, but it was quickly blown apart in a mini hurricane. All this happened in a few seconds, but I could already see the rockets begin to react. A mook appeared from someone's ball, but Oghenevwogaga flew a bit into the air before evaporating the garbage Pokemon with his flames and nearly suffocating everyone stuck on the ground. Not me, though. Ino was by my side and had been on time to use the right kind of shield to prevent fumes from leaking through. We couldn't stay in the shield indefinitely, but we'd probably survive on rebreathed air for the next few minutes. I turned to the tinted glass that separated us from the spectators and prepared to make my invasion. Of course, that's when shit had to start getting real. One of the fighters turned to me with a snarl on his face. He had been on the other end of the room, so he'd been mostly unaffected by the beginning of the battle. At his side appeared a bishop, massive and angry. I smiled at the steel type. With Oghenevwoga's firepower, the Pokemon was barely a threat, but when he released his next Pokemon I was forced to re-evaluate this. I might not have described it very well, but the room we occupied was massive. Much larger than the average gym hall, with a special cage for battlers to stay in. It was fucking big, but became a lot less large when my opponent released a massive raging Gyarados. In a year of being a trainer, I'd only ever actually fought against the massive sea serpents twice, and each time had been in sanctioned battles with barriers. Now, without any of that and faced with the full force of the Pokemon's immense aura and desire for destruction, it was all I could do to resist fainting or running in fright. It was magnificent, and I had the perfect opponent for it. Kisame appeared with a calm whine, settling all my nerves in the way only she could. You see, Kisame had never been a small Pokemon. Easily thrice as long as I was tall, but when compared to the Gyarados in front of us, her size became a whole lot less spectacular. I mean, she had a tendency to roll up on herself, but even with that, they shouldn't have been that different in terms of size. She was a bit smaller than the average size the Pokédex claimed her species was capable of reaching, but this Gyarados had to be much larger than normal for the disparity to make sense. I felt a small mental poke and nodded at Ino as she drew me out of my thoughts. Make sure Oghenevwogaga and Kisame aren't disturbed was all I said to Snorlax as I sent him out of his ball. He nodded and ran straight into the mass of Pokemon that were being organized into some sort of attack on my person. Oghenevwogaga then dove straight at the bishop, shining like the sun, and Kisame drew all the water helpfully kept in the room's pool for water-type battles towards her and surrounded herself in a water prison. It proved to be the right move, as the Gyarados lashed out with a dragon breath to start things off. It washed against the water with no impact, and she moved her position before he could capitalize on whatever advantage he'd gained by attacking first. Multiple tendrils of water lashed out from her prison and crashed against Gyarados' scales, doing close to no damage and leaving her in position for a counterattack. It chose to try crashing down on her with a Thunder Fang building between its jaws. With mobility beyond the rest of her species, Kisame evacuated her position with incredible speed. Water Prison proved its utility again as it gave her the ability to retreat while attacking, this time turning the tendrils of water into blades of ice. They had a similar effect to her first attack when they hit the serpent's scale. That is, to say they did nothing. It wasn't done with her, but we had the initiative and were keen to keep things that way. Dragon Pulse, I commanded and watched the air in the arena bend around the attack. It made to connect with devastating power, but a quick protect nullified the attack in its entirety. If you think you'll win this, you have something coming. I've seen all your battles. There's absolutely nothing you can do to surprise me or my Pokemon, my opponent said from across the field with a disdainful scoff as my attack was blocked. Fuck. I guess being such a media personality wasn't always the best thing. He was still an idiot though. He'd gotten to see my battles and felt opposing me was the wise action to take. Doesn't matter how many tsunamis you've seen. When one comes, you run and hide. I said with my best impression of an arrogant huff, turning my nose up at him and enjoying the way his cheeks reddened. Now, time to end this. Oghenevwogaga gave up on chasing the fleeing bishop and banked hard. His flame aura intensified, as he added aerial ace to the blanket of moves he was using simultaneously. We were quickly approaching the limits of his multitasking ability, but luckily, he only had to keep the move on for a few seconds. When he crashed into the unsuspecting Gyarados' skull, I smiled at the sound and resulting shockwave that nearly threw me off my feet. The Gyarados crashed instantly, knocked out, and the bishop's escape was cut off as it found itself entangled in a series of watery tendrils. Oghenevwogaga took the opportunity to fly straight at his now stationary opponent, flames wrapped around his fist. Jetburn fist, I shouted as he crashed into the bishop with his overpowered fire punch. It fell into unconsciousness just as quickly as its compatriot had, and I smiled at my opponent in pity as he fell to his knees. And now you know despair. Worry not, though, you are not the first, and will not be the last to fall before me. My inner weeb practically jumped for joy at the sheer power of cool in those words. I looked for Snorlax in the crowd of Pokemon and found him doing what he did best, lashing out with ferocious strength and brutality. He punched through one Zubat and kicked a Nidorino straight into the wall before turning on the spot and unleashing a hyper beam in the form of a wave at all the Pokemon trying to surround him. I just smiled and left him to it before Ino grabbed onto me and telekinetically floated to the tinted glass. If Oak's device worked as it ought, there should be no means of escape for the rocket backers. Ino shattered the glass with psychic power and I was faced with the elites of Indigo. Rich men and women, all with more than enough money to live without limits, and here they sat, prepared to watch Pokemon brutality and contributing to Rocket's pocket. The scum of the earth, and of course I had to recognize one of them. Mr. Sylph? I asked, doing what I was sure was my best impression of a confused fish. Donald, my boy. I guess it's time to surrender, he said in reply, letting out a nervous laugh. I wasn't fooled by it though, there was an intelligence to his eyes, he was working on a way to get out of this. If I hadn't been paying such close attention to him, I wouldn't have noticed it in time. My instincts screamed at me in warning. It took all I could do to dive into Ino, mentally screaming at her to teleport the fuck out of there. We just barely made it to the ground to see a massive beam of light pass through the space we'd occupied a few seconds earlier. Fuck. I watched in a shocked state of awe as fucking Mewtwo floated out of the viewing room, fixing me with a look of disdain that seemed to fit perfectly on his face, those flowing orbs making it clear that I'd find no mercy from him. Good. I wouldn't be needing any. Months ago, I'd fought Mewtwo. I'd pulled out my entire team and been forced to still surrender to spare their lives. Now? We wouldn't be the ones surrendering. When I got time to myself and got to go over the battle again, I realized that the Mewtwo Giovanni could call upon was a mere shadow of the strength it had possessed in the anime. Fantastically powerful, don't get me wrong, but not on the level of a natural phenomenon like a legendary Pokemon. It was more like Lance's Dragonite than Moltres. I couldn't hold back against it, so it was time to pull out the big guns. I moved my hands, unleashing all my Pokemon from their balls in a coordinated maneuver I'd practiced religiously. My entire team stood arrayed before me, with the exception of Magnezone and Tsunade of course, I still had a carry limit. Let's go was all I said, coordinating the rest of my plan with them through aura. I was confident in Ino's mental abilities, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mewtwo could do some bullshit that let him tap into that connection. It was just the sort of hacks powers that would exist only to fuck with me to an illogical extreme. Fuck my life, man. Enough whining though, time to make a psychic pay for the sins of his father. I had a bone to pick with Giovanni, after all. He was the idiot who set this all into motion and ruined my plans of becoming champion. Yes, ruined. No way was I going to become champion after fighting the league so publicly. Igneel growled and flew right up at the floating psychic. I saw it raise its hand, and the next thing I knew, my fire dragon was crashing back into the ground like he'd been swatted by the hand of God himself. Ino jumped behind me, stretching her psychic influence across the whole battlefield. Kenpeki and Hashirama stood together, preparing a combination move of some sort, and Kisame herself just floated forwards, straight at our opponent. He tried to swat her down with gravity, but she just shrugged the move off. After all, she wasn't the one moving. All he was doing was making it a tiny bit harder to control her water shell. With him distracted, Broly kicked off the ground, sweeping right at the psychic legendary. It twisted in the air, moving out of the way of Broly's attacks, at the same time creating a shield that Kisame's attacks broke against. The earth beneath my feet began to vibrate, before shattering under the influence of Kenpeki's earthquake. From the cracks in the ground, plants began to appear. The beginnings of a veritable forest. I see, Kenpeki had softened the ground to make it easier for Hashirama to use his ultimate move in this concrete wasteland. Of course, I didn't see the point of a forest in this battle, considering the rest of us were not immune to the pollen from the second half of the technique. But since I'd told him to let loose and do what felt right, I could not fault his actions. Mewtwo moved, avoiding the trees as they began to cover the skyline. When the forest was done growing, the psychic legendary just shot me the most disappointed look he could manage. I just smiled in reply, thankful that he couldn't make it into my head without dedicating time and effort. I'd trained my mental resistance with Ino on a daily basis. She couldn't even make it into my head without me letting her these days, and Mewtwo could not be so much more powerful than she was. Igneel barreled through the space Mewtwo had occupied, but he simply seemed to phase through the genetically engineered Pokemon. The Psybeam that crashed into his back was enough to make me wince in sympathy. I wasn't deeply connected to any of my Pokemon with aura, having learned my lesson with Guy's Rampage, but I could still feel echoes of what they felt. Mewtwo, tired of remaining on the defensive, flew straight at me, but he was face to face with Guy in a second. The Komodo had been hidden, searching for the right moment to attack, and as his fist was blocked with a shield, I knew he'd done it. His other fist swept right past Mewtwo's defenses, and made devastating contact with the Pokemon's face. A perfect hit. That was easy, almost too easy. And I was proven right when the attack didn't even budge the psychic. Fuck. He just turned to Guy and stretched fingers out, slamming him back into the ground with force aplenty. Kisame's attempts to entrap him in water whips didn't work as he moved, using the forest his advantage. Snorlax's roar of victory told me he was done with the grunts, so things would be getting a bit easier here. Kenpeki was standing still, waiting in front of me for the seemingly inevitable legendary Pokemon. This was a bit harder than expected, but altogether not out of our abilities. I just had to make sure the rich bastards didn't somehow escape while I was distracted. XXXXXX the Sinnoh Elite. Garchomp's Mega Evolution was every bit as breathtaking as we all expected it to be. Not like there was much breathing going on when the evolution took place though. We'd all collectively watched with bated breath, all our strongest Pokemon around us. We were ready for the explosion we knew would be coming. When the light of evolution died down, we were looking at a Pokemon as different as it was the same. For everything it shared with its lesser counterpart, Mega Garchomp had something to set it apart. Its whole body was more angular, if I could use that word. Everything just seemed that little bit sharper on its new form. Its claws and fins, terrifying in their own right, had fused into massive scythes that looked sharp and strong enough to cleave a Snorlax in twain. From its abdomen came a new set of spikes to add to the ones already around its body. In conclusion, Mega Garchomp was a mean bad motherfucker, and from the roar it let out, an angry one as well. It turned to its trainer as she began walking towards it. Lucian had done his best to try to convince her to stay farther away from the Pokemon, but I could tell that his efforts were half-hearted at best. After all, if the champion killed herself from her own carelessness, then she'd be doing us all a favor. We respected her, but that didn't mean we'd ever be happy to have her as champion. Her dragon roared as she approached, but that did nothing to slow her down, it even made her speed up her approach. I resisted the urge to facepalm as her first words reached my ears. Behave yourself, Garchomp. You're embarrassing me. The scary part was that her chiding succeeded in calming the dragon. She criticized an enraged dragon and got it to calm down. What the fuck is she? Okay, now that we've settled that. Will you help us stretch our wings? She spoke, after spending a few minutes running her hands across her Pokemon's body. It was clear that she was addressing us, and while I felt the temptation to just say no, the trainer in me could not allow such a challenge go unanswered. That sentiment was clearly shared by the rest of the elite as we turned to each other, coming to an agreement without words. Prepare yourself, champion. You will now be faced with the awesome teamwork of the Elite Four, Lucian said, spreading his hands wide and leaning back like some villain from a television show. At the same time, he had Bronzong connect all our minds and we began to plan. Ground rules? She asked with a smirk, ignoring the melodrama of Lucian's declaration. 2 Pokemon each. We remain in a state of emergency, and league policy states that we cannot have more than half of our teams incapacitated from training at any time, I said, stepping into the discussion in the real world, while criticizing Flint's harebrained scheme in the mental one. It took a special kind of mind to adequately split focus between both realms. Lucian and I were the only ones of the 4 capable of doing it with any degree of competence, so it often fell to us to distract our adversaries whenever situations like this popped up, which, admittedly, wasn't very often. I agree. Let's go, was all the champion said before the massive dragon flew right at Volcarona. I'd seen this coming. The dragon was passable in long range, but its true strength lay in close combat engagements. Those scythes looked to have nothing but bad intentions for whoever managed to get within their range. Thankfully, Infernape intervened before the dragon could get very far. The fire monkey jumped straight at our shared adversary, enhanced with the power of Bulk Up and Swords Dance, and started wailing on him with powerful punches, each more devastating than the last. Not like one would be able to tell from just watching the Garchomp continue his pursuit, entirely ignoring the monkey clinging onto him. The only reason I even knew the attacks were powerful was because I'd gotten the pleasure of watching Flint try out that combination before. Let's just say Heracross now had a healthy appreciation for the Infernape line. I watched with bated breath as they got closer to my ace, her attack yet to be fully prepared. My worries proved unfounded as the dragon was halted in its tracks, the blue glow of psychic surrounding it. It fought against even that move, but its struggles were pointless. A single explosive spark flew from between Volcarona's wings and hit both Pokemon, or only one Pokemon if everything went according to plan. The sky was covered in bright light and my ears heard nothing. It was silent, the kind of silence that accompanied loss of hearing. When the light died, I was met with something that should not have been a surprise. Garchomp floated in the sky, untouched. A powerful attack like that and it just shrugged it off. Fuck, but we can't stop now. Maintain the tempo, I thought to myself as Mega Steelix crashed right into it. Bronzong and Mr. Mime had added their psychic power to the steel type's own strength to allow it to jump that high. When they collided, Mega Garchomp was forced to move for the first time in this battle, and we had the initiative. Both Pokemon crashed into the ground, but Garchomp had been able to wrestle his way out from underneath his assailant and was able to land relatively intact. But it was on the ground now, and the second part of the plan started to kick in. Bronzong's eyes took on a bright blue glow as he raised his hands. I could see the air around Garchomp warp under the influence of increased gravity. The gravity itself was only able to slow him down, but that was enough for what was coming. Rhyperior strode into the gravity field with a smile that looked especially cruel on its stony face. Espeon's eyes glowed to show that she was doing her bit to protect Rhyperior from the influence of her comrade's move. The old elite Pokemon was keen on revenge. When both Pokemon met in the middle, Garchomp struck first, but Riparior just endured the attack and lashed out with the force of one of its drill arms. Even Mega Garchomp was sent reeling from the force of the blow. The crafty Pokémon had found a way to imbue the shifting and quaking force from Earthquake into its fists for increased striking power. Even a durable monster like Garchomp couldn't just shrug that off. Riparior moved in and landed another vicious haymaker. Garchomp took the attack even better and struck with a counter almost instantly, but Riparior just calmly moved out of the way of the slower attack and punched Garchomp into the ground once more. The attacks were devastating. When Garchomp stood once more, Riparior moved in with 2 punches to the midsection, each one creating massive shockwaves. I was barely able to keep my footing, but Garchomp did not share my problem. It took a third punch to put the pseudo-legendary down, and Riparior calmly waited in a ready position for Garchomp to get up. It took us a while to realize that he wasn't going to be getting back on his feet on his own. Riparior walked on over to him and stretched a hand to pick up the ground-type dragon. That was the moment he struck. Hyper Beam. The blue beam of concentrated energy sailed right over Riparior's shoulder, and I would have been able to count the attack as a missed last-ditch effort if I didn't notice the trajectory. It was heading right for Bronzong. No one had expected Bronzong to be attacked from such a distance, so Espeon was the only one in range to protect him from the attack. She ended her defense of Riparior and stepped in front of Bronzong, using Protect to stop the attack from interfering with the bronze Pokémon's concentration. It was the right move. With all the information available, it was the right move. But now, knowing what came next, I had to admit that it would have been better for Bronzong to end his attack and defend himself. Perhaps Garchomp would have been slowed down for a few seconds by the absence of intense gravity. Instead of that, Riparior was beset with the gravity field without protection and nearly went down just from the force. It wouldn't have been that bad if Garchomp didn't choose that moment to stop holding back. One of his scythes went for Riparior's knee and sent the powerful rock type crashing to the floor. Garchomp rose like an avenging angel, and even if Espeon had since returned her protection to Riparior, it was too little and much too late. Garchomp had seized the initiative and, like a Growlithe with a bone, was extremely unwilling to let go of it. He wailed on Riparior with punches and slashes, each powerful enough to tear through steel. Eventually, when it became clear that Riparior was only seconds away from being knocked out, Bertha returned him to his ball to avoid further brutality. Now that he stood alone and unmolested under the gravity field, the monster started walking. He didn't even attempt to snipe Bronzong from range. He just walked out of the gravity field. He probably knew that the move needed a fixed epicenter and that if Bronzong wanted to move it, he had to end the move and use it again, giving him more than enough time to escape. Moments like this served to remind me of the kind of genius Cynthia Shirana was. After I stopped underestimating her, all her actions started to show the signs of a keen mind. The moment he left the gravity field, Steelix sent a tail crashing right at his midsection, a giant, powerful attack that hit nothing but air. Mamoswine's charge was similarly avoided, and we were now playing a completely different game with the powerful Pokémon. No longer content to just sit and take our attack, flexing his incredible durability, he was now putting more effort in avoiding attacks and trying to counter. Why, I thought to myself as he avoided a flamethrower from Volcarona with all the ease of a fly dodging the swats of an irritated grandma. It was ridiculous, but that's what I focused my mind on figuring out. Something told me that the answer to that question would be key for winning this engagement. Sure, there wasn't anything officially at stake. But beyond that? When one looked underneath the underneath. This was Cynthia's opportunity to establish the pecking order. The champion chose the order of the elites, and Cynthia had so far shown little respect for Gerald's chosen order. Sometimes ignoring Lucian in favor of Flint, and other times seeking my impute instead of Bertha's. She'd been taunting us with a revamping of the elite order, and I was honestly looking forward to it. As number 4, I had nowhere to go but up. To do that though, I had to put on a more impressive showing than what I was presently doing. Galvantula, I shouted with a wide grin. Light it up. Her enthusiastic warbles were music to my ears as she prepared to unleash the electricity she'd been gathering since the fight began. She hadn't gotten the chance to show it against Garchomp in their 1v1, but after Volcarona, she was my most powerful long-range attacker. I watched with a smile as the hair on my arms began to stand from the static in the air. Volcarona had done her part beautifully. Her earlier attack on Mega Garchomp had gathered the necessary clouds, and now they were being supercharged with electrons. This was our magnum opus. Volcarona could generate enough power to dry up an ocean, but she'd always had that power. We hadn't worked from it, but for Galvantula, I'd been there every step of the way, and this move was the culmination of years of teamwork and blood, sweat and tears. Enough of that sentimentality though, it was time to trigger it. The skies darkened even further and I raised a single hand to the heavens for maximum drama. Prepare yourself, champion. You've yet to see my full power. My smile was bright and smug. This move had been years of work and had been in the pipeline for even longer. When it was finally ready, evidenced by the flashes of lightning I could see in the storm clouds, I brought my hand down as a cue for Galvantula. She didn't disappoint. A blinding bolt of lightning. Easily as wide as Garchomp was tall, crashed right into the Pokemon as he was dodging a hit from Mamoswine. It had no chance to even prepare itself as the rest of the Elite Four had kept it on its toes. The lightning struck with all the force of nature. Mega Garchomp went down and my smile could have split the heavens in that moment, but in the next, it was gone like it was never even there. The fucker got back up. It fucking got back up. How the fuck? What the fuck? That was lightning. Genuine lightning. Hotter than the surface of the sun. That attack should have been fatal against any other Pokemon. The only reason I'd seen fit to use it here was because of Garchomp's innate resistance and his power. Even with that, it was a one-hit knockout. It should have been. All my calculations were precise. No Pokemon should have been able to take that attack and get up. Not to talk of still continuing to move. He was slow, slower than even under the gravity field, but his steps were sure. He got to his feet and smiled right at me. A nasty, brutal thing. Unsightly. Beautiful attack, Aaron, Cynthia complimented, but I could barely even hear her. It would have actually taken down Garchomp, but we can clearly see that Mega Garchomp is just a touch above that. I fell to my knees in despair. I think I'll end the exhibition there. We've got a good look at Mega Garchomp, haven't we? A/N, a day late, but hopefully not disappointing. Yes, Garchomp is still the strongest Pokemon in the verse. But I'm trying to build one where even the strongest Pokemon can be taken out with the right combination of prep and power. That clearly didn't work here, but an electric-type attack against a ground-type Pokemon was never going to end well. Thanks for reading. We're about halfway through chapter 54 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 49. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. XXXXX Donald Oak. Let's kick this up a notch, shall we? I asked my team and Igneel's roar was all the answer I needed. Let's go. Igneel was surrounded by bright blue flames, his firepower being further heightened by the sunny day floating near the ceiling. Guy's power rose too, as he entered what I'd begun to call the first gate. A mixture of belly drum and dragon dance had his physicality powered up to new heights. When we finally managed to increase the efficiency of the moves and add clangorous soul to the mix, that would be the second gate. I had no idea what the remaining 6 would be, but they had to be suitably empowering. My goal was an additional 2x increase in power from each gate. Ino floated in the air behind me, eyes closed and battling with Mewtwo on the psychic realm. It had scared me when she proposed the idea, but she was right in the end. This wasn't the Mewtwo from the anime. He didn't have that kind of awesome power. We could touch him. He could bleed, never for long, but the fact that we were able to do any damage at all was good for my nerves. All we had to do was keep him suitably pressed in the physical realm while Ino did the same on the mental plane. Eventually, he'd slip up and then, we'd pounce. Kenpeki's tail slammed into the floating Pokemon's shield with a clang, and Guy used the opportunity to blur to the other side and begin wailing on the protection. He suddenly banked away from the shield as Igneel fell on it with the force of a sun. The area around them was instantly robbed off all moisture from the passive effect of Igneel's aura. Mewtwo was forced to teleport out of the way, but Hashirama was there to intervene. Ghostly energy surrounded the tree branches that wrapped around the powerful psychic and tried to crush it to death. This time, he couldn't just teleport. He had to expend significant energy to rip the trees, crushing him apart. Of course, Broly and Snorlax were there the instant he did it, moving in sync to prevent him from seizing the initiative. Broly's extreme speed allowed him to move ahead of Snorlax, harrying Mewtwo from every corner, not letting the Pokemon get a second of rest. Snorlax was slower, lumbering forward at what looked to be snail's pace when compared to Broly's blistering speed. His attacks were no less powerful though, bending the very air around his punches as he lashed out at his adversary with monstrous strength. Broly was the fly buzzing around, and Snorlax was the earthquake waiting to make impact. Yes, I know that analogy made no sense, but bear with me. I'm freaking out here. Igneel swept across the field, forcing Broly and Snorlax to disengage as he landed. Our strategy was simple. Don't let him fight the same opponents for too long, continuously switch things up with no rhyme or reason. It was practically guaranteed to grate on a psychic like Mewtwo. After all, their whole shtick was being able to learn and predict moves on the fly, remaining ahead of their opponents by virtue of sheer brain power, but when you don't let a psychic think, that's half the battle won already. We just had to convert this into a victory. I whistled and Igneel flew away, not before triggering an explosion that cracked Mewtwo's protective aura though. Kisame, recognizing her cue, crashed down on the legendary Pokémon, with a lake's worth of water surrounding her. The water wrapped around both Pokémon, thickening in areas to prevent Mewtwo from simply swimming out. Hashirama had two branches in the water, in a posture similar to Kenpei's, who stretched both his hands into the water prison, both careful not to get caught in the move themselves. Their goal? Circulate so much ghost and dark type energy that Mewtwo couldn't even begin to consider the possibility of teleporting out of the water prison that was to become its grave. Kisame had kept out of the fight so far, content to conserve her energy, and it showed. Mewtwo was exhausted, she was fresh as a daisy and they were in her element. It wasn't even a fair fight. She took advantage of her bulk to slam into the psychic with powerful tail swipes and body blows. Its shield held, but just barely, as it was constantly attacked by instantly appearing water-type attacks. Spikes of water shot straight at its shield from all directions at practically every moment. I felt a flash of triumph from Ino's aura and I could tell that she was beginning to gain ground in their mental battle. The combined ghost/dark type energy in the water also had the knockoff effect of weakening its presence in the mental battle. Have one move realize multiple effects. When you step forward, accomplish a dozen objectives with that one step. Oak's voice rang out in my head, and for the first time, it brought a genuine smile to my face. He'd probably be pissed when he finds out I failed to capture the bigwigs here, but with Mewtwo dicking around, I couldn't spare a Pokémon to secure them and Ino could not spare the energy to keep up her anti-teleportation wards. Besides, my camera was turned on when I went in there. Video evidence of their association with rocket activity wasn't as solid as an actual arrest, but it would have to suffice. The shield cracked, and all my Pokémon were suddenly alert. This was when Mewtwo would be at his most dangerous. The water swarmed into its body and Kisame wrapped herself around him, crushing him with her bulk. I could see the life begin to drain out of his body, but that's when things went wrong. The water prison suddenly lost cohesion, shattered. Water swept through the hall, picking up anything not nailed down. Ino came out of her meditation with a gasp and grabbed me before teleporting towards the ceiling and levitating me beside her. The rest of my team found their own way away from the chaos. Kenpei hurled both Broly and Guy to the viewing balcony. Hashirama stretched branches towards the balcony that he and Snorlax began climbing. Igneel swooped down and picked up Kenpei in his talons. He showed the effects of gravity training on his strength as he picked up the dense rock type and dropped him off at the balcony. With the safety of my team taken care of, I swept the hall with my eyes searching for the source of the disturbance. The light towards the center seemed to bend out of the way, revealing another Mewtwo. Donald Oak. You have done a good job, but I must take it from here. This Mewtwo's voice tore through my mental shields like they didn't even exist. Fuck. I checked on my team with my aura, trying to see if we had enough juice left to put down Super Mewtwo. Do not worry. I have not come to fight you. My quarry is one you hold no love for, he said as he stretched out his hand and the Mewtwo we'd been fighting floated up towards him. I kept a careful eye on Kisame, silently telling her not to move yet. She'd blended well with the water and was perfectly placed for a surprise attack. What I saw next almost had me barf up my dinner. Mewtwo held his twin by the neck before dragging the screaming Pokémon towards his mouth. Its jaw unhinged as it swallowed its counterpart whole. Fuck. Fuck. I've seen some messed up shit in this life, but this took the cake. Thank you for weakening this one for me. I owe you, the powerful psychic said before disappearing from my eyes like it had never even been here. Fuck. I guess that answers the question of where the real Mewtwo is. He's hunting down his counterparts and consuming them. My lord? Ino asked hesitantly in my head, careful to avoid exacerbating my headache. I turned to her with a nod, silently asking her to continue. His power grew. When he ate the other one, his power grew. It nearly doubled. At her words, it was all I could do to resist the urge to slam my head on the nearest wall to knock myself out. Perfect. Just fucking perfect. As if the rockets having access to multiple Mewtwos wasn't enough, they now had a Super Mewtwo who also happened to be a cannibal whose power grew from eating members of its own species. If someone out there was actively trying to make this war unwinnable, they were doing a good job. I turned to the floor as the water began to recede and noted that none of the captured Pokémon or their trainers remained. I hadn't been able to focus on securing them thanks to Mewtwo, so they'd just fucking left. Good. The mission was a complete and total failure. Oak would not be pleased. XXXX. Fascinating, Oak said while stroking his beard, and I resisted the urge to tug at that beard. I'd returned to the lab, panicked as fuck and explaining what happened, but all he'd done was watch the video from my body cam and stroke his beard. Pardon me, but this is the exact opposite of fascinating. It's terrifying to say the least. You saw how powerful Mewtwo was. My entire team was barely enough to put it down, and that was because I managed to outplay it. In terms of power, it had every member of my team beat, combined. Super Mutwo is at least twice that strong, and growing stronger. How exactly is the Rockets having access to such a Pokemon fascinating? I asked the old man with a scowl across my face. The psychopathic old man had to realize this wasn't the time for science stuff. This was the time to freak out and come up with some sort of strategy for putting that beast down. Don't worry, it's very unlikely the Rockets have access to such power. My deadpan look was expertly executed. He claimed to have been there since the beginning, yes? He then consumed the Mutwo you were fighting, yes? I find it highly unlikely that Giovanni would order a Pokemon that powerful to do anything other than put you down with extreme prejudice, but it allowed you take down the fight ring, and then killed the Mutwo you were fighting. If I were in Giovanni's shoes, I'd be focused on preserving the Mutwo I already have, focusing on quantity not quality. A single Super Mutwo no matter how powerful stands no chance against the league on its own. A group of less powerful but comparable Pokemon though? No, this Super Mutwo has gone rogue, he said while still stroking his beard. His words calmed me, but I couldn't consider myself completely calm by any stretch of the imagination. After all, who knew what was going through Giovanni's head at this exact moment? XXXX the champion. A league on the verge of destruction, was this to be my legacy? Years as champion, years of good service, threatening to be overshadowed by the actions of one upstart gym leader and a power-hungry predecessor. The people were already beginning to whisper about returning Oak to the position. Even members of my staff whispered the same when they thought me out of earshot. They felt the old man would have handled it better, and as I read another report on the vigilante missions he and his sons were carrying out, I found it difficult to refute the statement. After all, dozens of rockets had fallen at their hands while I sat here twiddling my thumbs. Our intelligence did not compare with theirs, which was another point of contention. I had the power of Ace at my back, and Oak was still outplaying me. The vast resources of the League were deployed in rooting out the threat of Team Rocket, and 4 men in a lab were doing a better job. Yes, I know that of those 4 men, one was the former champion, and the other an elite-level trainer. Donald Oak's rise was also another bone of contention between me and some of those who held influence in the League. They blamed me for alienating the brightest talent of the decade, as if that was even my fault. Ace was its own beast. Admittedly, a stupid beast, but very much an independent one. I turned away from all that and tried finding something to take my attention for the time being, and that was the moment when the alarm began to ring. Fuck. What were the Rockets doing now? I checked my terminal and scowled. An attack on Blackthorn? Surely, Giovanni was not this stupid. Claire was an easily elite-level trainer, and she had nearly a dozen clan elders with Pokemon at that level to call upon. Blackthorn was the strongest city in Indigo, and Giovanni had bitten way more than he could ever chew. I put on my cape and gauntlets before whistling at the League Alakazam station for my personal use. I appeared on the roof above the gym and nodded my head at the gym trainers as they all dropped to one knee. I walked towards Claire, as she stood at the edge. What's the situation, cousin? I asked her with a smile, one that she could barely reply with a shaky smile of her own. When I got my hands on the Oak Boy, he'd regret what he did in Blackthorn. The psychic barriers around the city were tripped, and while I have no idea how they work or if this might be a false positive, I still chose to sound the alarm just in case, she said, and I nodded before turning to the side as I spotted something out of the corner of my eyes. What the fuck is that? I asked as a Pokemon I recognized as a Camerupt, but not quite a Camerupt exploded in the center of the town. The civilians had already been evacuated, so all the move caused was some property damage, and drew the attention of the trainers moving around the city. I prepared the Pokeball at my side, but Claire just put a hand on mine. Not yet. Look there, she said, pointing to the right, and I noticed the flaming butterfly floating in the air above the city. I scolded myself for not noticing it immediately. It shamed me to admit it, but Drake was right, I was too easily distracted. The clearly bug-type Pokemon went on a strafing run across the west district of the city, tearing buildings apart with a move I could not recognize from up here. What the fuck is this? At that same moment, to the north of us, there was a bright light and a psychic Pokemon of some sort floated above the north end of the city in a lotus position. It tore buildings apart with devastating psychic power, and I could feel my face losing the battle and developing a scowl independent of my intentions to portray a calm facade. But how could I be calm? This is my city. Grandma Jane's bun store was just casually torn apart by that psychic. I could remember all the times Claire and I had run into that store growing up, all the times Grandma had tanned our hides when we decided bothering her salamins was more fun than helping watch the store. My childhood happened in this city, within these walls. I am the champion, and this is my city. None would dare. Of course, it was at that moment that a truly massive Steelix took position on the southern end of the city. Fuck. A 4-pronged attack? I started strategizing on ways to attack all the individual prongs of this assault at the same time. Maybe send Charizard after the Steelix and sweep around with Dragonite. Head for the Psychic first, and then wrap around to deal with the rest. I looked at Claire from the corner of my eyes. She could deal with the Camerupt. Kingdra should already be completely healed, so I couldn't see her having trouble with a fire type of all things. The fire moth could be dealt with by the gym trainers gathered at my back. None of them were especially powerful, but as a unit, they were capable of pressing Claire herself. We could do this, and with ease. Just have to maintain my cool and take this one step at a time. Of course, that's when another wrench had to be tossed into my plan. A dragon, a very powerful one, had taken the field. It was somewhere close-by, and I barely had to do any searching to notice the woman a few rooftops away with what looked like a dragon-shark hybrid at her back. The Pokémon looked like it meant business, and from the aura around it, I could tell it was the biggest threat. I'll deal with one first. Start with the Camerupt and wrap around to the bug when you finish. Have your trainers deal with the Steelix. The elders will handle the psychic. I said to Claire with a whisper, my orders being circulated around the trainers behind us. The elders were best placed to handle the psychic, and while they were usually content to not be disturbed, with the city in danger, no dragon could remain docile. It was time for us to remind the world of the strength of Blackthorn. Champion Lance. The woman greeted me as I landed on the rooftop beside her on Dragonite's back. I am Cynthia, champion of Sinnoh. Here in response to your declaration of war, she said, continuing to speak in insanity. Had I been left with a crazy opponent? Of course, it was almost expected at this point. What declaration of war? I asked, choosing to play along with her game while the city defenses moved to take care of her fellow attackers. Why, your murder of Champion Gerald in breach of the joint planetary accords. Of course, I just scowled at the crazy woman and sent Dragonite forward. He flew out of his ball with a roar on his lips and crashed right into her own dragon. It just took the attack with a grunt, somehow managing to overcome the force of Dragonite's attack with sheer physicality. Both dragons began to wrestle, tearing the building apart. My opponent just took a rock out of her pocket, and I watched, gobsmacked, as tendrils of darkness rose out of the stone before wrapping around her and lifting her above the crumbling building. Well, this wasn't going to be the walkover I expected. I turned to the left and noted Claire had reached the Camerupt. Kingdra was firing off attack after attack, but not seeming to be getting anywhere. The elders had come out of the woodwork and surrounded the psychic with their dragons. The thing just danced through the sky, moving from opponent to opponent in a blur of speed and power. I amended my estimation of it instantly. It had to be part fighting type as well, making it a more dangerous opponent. Do you truly believe you have the luxury to check up on your fellows? The woman asked in a tone that bordered on the edge of disdain. I turned back to the battle, and found myself shocked at the situation. Her Pokémon was overpowering Dragonite. He wasn't my strongest, no, that honor was held by Dragonite, who still remained in his ball, but he was still a fully evolved pseudo-legendary. Even Dragonite could not overwhelm him so easily. This woman's Pokémon was something else. Your Pokémon, what is it called? I asked her with a scowl. Oh, you seek the name of those about to defeat you? He is Garchomp, the most powerful Pokémon in the world. XXXXXX. Gary, come on. You'll be late, I said with a scowl on my face as my cousin refused to get out of bed for what seemed like the 100th time since I'd returned to staying at home full-time. As the youngest, and the closest to the little midget in terms of age, I was appointed nanny and caretaker. While I could have just left the child rearing to Alakazam, I just could not bring myself to do it. I still remembered much of my childhood, or Donald's childhood, I guess. Without Dontaryan and David around, I would have run mad very quickly. Psychics just weren't cut out for raising human children, and Alakazam as a Pokémon seemed to give zero fucks for anything that wasn't directly threatening or likely to take that role. No, the little munchkin said from under his covers, and my scowl turned into a bright smile as I sent Kisame out of her Pokeball. Perhaps he sensed what was coming his way because he made to jump out of bed, but it was too little too late. Temperature control was one of the more interesting abilities that all water types seemed to share in some form or the other. It was the basis for moves like Scald and Ice Beam. Why am I telling you this? Because the water gun that just tossed Gary off his bed was made entirely of freezing cold water. If this wasn't the Pokémon world, I'd have been genuinely worried about him getting hypothermia. Since this was an anime universe, I only smiled, satisfied with myself. Donald the child shouted in a cute approximation of a war cry and jumped right for me. It was all I could do to prevent Ino from splitting him in twain. She was jumpy these days. Because I'd been so busy preventing him from being cut in half, the little demon was able to slam right into me with no resistance. He might just have been 6 years old, but momentum was a bitch and I found myself falling to the floor. Thankfully, Ino was able to catch me in her psychic grip and dump both of us on the bed. I wrestled the boy into the bed and began to engage in the most despicable and cruel form of torture. Tickling. His struggles were futile and pathetic. Nothing he did could get me off him, and I would have been fine with continuing the torture, but we had places to be. Surrender. Surrender, you little gremlin, I demanded of him, as I intensified my efforts. When he finally gave in to his superior foe, I let him go and ushered him straight to his bathroom. I felt like a den mother as I forced him to brush his teeth twice and dumped him in the bath water when he refused to get in on his own. I had to admit that now that I no longer had to live in the wilderness 24/7, I'd become a bit of a hygiene freak. 2 months of living with Sabrina, who was similarly inclined, had only amplified my tendencies. She was the one to introduce me to pocket sanitizer and a whole host of hygiene products and disinfectants that could fit in the front pockets of jeans. Space expansion tech was useful for a lot more than camping and wilderness survival. Gary got out of the bathroom much quicker than I would have liked, but we were already running late, so I couldn't complain. I gave him privacy to dress himself up. I'd found that giving him independence in certain tasks made him more likely to perform them without much grumbling or delay. Of course, when he came out wearing an exact copy of what I was wearing, I was more than a little bit freaked out. Where the hell did he even get a camo hoodie in his size? This was worrying, and bore need for further investigation. I looked down at his trainers, the same as mine, from the same small-scale brand that operated out of Viridian, same color and lace arrangement, but sized down for his feet. Obsessed much? I silently asked with a raised brow. Not even noticing my silent question, the little demon walked right up to me and gave me those demonic eyes that had to be outlawed. If I ever became champion, that would be my very first piece of policy. Walk me to school, Donald. He asked, and like with every other thing the midget asked for, I could not bring myself to say no. We were running late already, but I could not bring myself to teleport him to school after he already asked to walk. I grabbed him and placed him on my shoulders so we could make better time to the local school. He was just starting out primary school with the rest of the children his age, but this was going to be his first time interacting with them. Like he'd done for his own children, Oak hadn't sent his grandchildren to kindergarten. He considered it a waste of time and had Alakazam teach us instead. Because of that, we'd all shown up to school ahead of our classmates by a fair bit and socially awkward to the extreme. When your only dedicated contact was with a psychic, you tended to develop certain habits. One of which, the total and complete lack of a filter, had gotten me into trouble more than a few times in childhood. We stepped out of the ranch with Eno and Broly trailing behind us. Eno was with me at all times these days, but Broly seemed to just melt out of the foliage as he sensed us about to leave the bounds of the ranch. All my Pokémon roamed freely with the exception of Tsunade, but that was only because she'd just gotten back from the lab. She'd taken a nasty hit in the battle against Mewtwo, and while her scales were intact, I'd decided it was better to be safe than sorry. We walked slowly, taking a longer route. We were already late, and I could already feel that this was going to be a difficult day for the little monster. Donald, what is school like? He asked in a voice so tiny I might have missed it if I wasn't being enhanced by aura into something not quite fully human. It's interesting. You'll meet lots of kids. Different people from different places, all willing to play with you. You'll have lots of fun. I felt terrible for lying to the boy, but there was no need to scare him with the truth. I'd made exactly 0 friends in my time in school, and the same was true for Ryan, David, and Daniela. Oak kids just had bad luck in school. I hoped it was because Oak was still the champion, so the kids had treated us differently because of that, but something told me his retirement was not going to matter much. After all, it's not like he was any less famous, or any less relevant in Pallet Town. Oak was Pallet Town, and the rest of the town knew it. His taxes paid for practically everything. Will I have friends? He asked in an even tinier voice, and I knew that this was what was really bothering him. Something had been off in his morning rituals. He'd been even more clingy than usual. I guess I could see why he'd be anxious. You'll have friends if any of them are worthy of you. Remember who you are, Gary, you're special. Anyone who doesn't see that is an idiot, and not worth being friends with in the first place. Besides, aren't Eno, Broly and I, your friends? I asked with a hearty laugh. Was I contributing to the attitude issues we got to see in the anime? Maybe. Did I care? Hell no. This is my kid brother, and I'll be damned if I didn't do my best to protect him from what I knew would be coming his way. Spending time with him reminded me of what was truly important. I wasn't just fighting Team Rocket for my pride and vengeance. I was fighting for his future. When we finally arrived at the school's entrance, I saw a small missile that had been heading towards me get picked up by Eno's telekinesis. I looked into the boy's brown eyes, and felt recognition rush through me. Let him down, Eno, I said out loud, for the children's benefit. And you, young one. You have to watch where you're running, I said to the abashed protagonist. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm late. I overslept. Sir? What the fuck? How old did I look? It's fine. Gary here is also late, I said, gesturing to the demon on my shoulders. I'm Donald. What's your name? I asked the boy. Ash Ketchum, future Pokemon Master, at your service. I just smiled at his exuberance before letting the squirming Gary down from my shoulder. They stared at each other before making their own introductions. I just smiled as I watched the two protagonists hit it off. I'd be damned if anything happened to these boys on my watch. A/N, that's not a typo with Lance's Dragonite's name though. Lance's character refers to them all as Dragonite, but I have the alpha spelled as Dragonite to differentiate. If you have a better idea for achieving that goal, please don't hesitate to drop it in a comment. Just a bit of friendly fluff to close down the chapter. Thanks for reading. We have the next 7 chapters up on the Patreon page. I'm finally back. You can join up over there to read M. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 50. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I sat on a bench outside the school, already bored out of my mind. I remembered the conversation with Oak that had led me here. You had something to talk to me about? I asked as I walked into the lab with a bit of a stagger. He'd sent Alakazam to drag me out of bed, so this had better be very important. You'll be taking Gary to school, yes? He asked and I nodded. He should already know this. I'd gone through pains to keep him involved in the enrollment process. Good. You'll have to remain there for the first few days to watch over him, and then you can leave a Pokemon. After the first week I had to be sleeping because he didn't say what he just said. Perhaps sensing my confusion, he chose to elaborate. Gary is my grandson. He's of interest to all sorts of people with bad intentions. You'll be there to ward off their advances. Don't worry, I had to do the same thing with Alakazam when all of you went off to school. What? You mean Alakazam was watching me in school? Yes, he was. All the time. Constantly. So that means you. Yes, I am aware of your experience in school. Alakazam wanted to intervene, but I knew that your suffering would only strengthen you, and I was right, wasn't I? Already used to the futility of trying to argue with Oak, I just turned around and walked away. And that explained why I sat on the bench in the playground outside the school. The principal had been called in to deal with me when a few of the teachers had noticed me loitering about. That had been one hell of an awkward conversation. When I'd risen to the rank of elite level by defeating Claire and her team of dragons, I hadn't completely foreseen the consequences of my actions. Elite level trainers were natural disasters. Each one commanded a team of Pokemon powerful enough to lay waste to a city, and people were justifiably wary of them. Since most of my time was spent either with family or with Sabrina, I hadn't quite realized how it would affect my relationship with the general public. The principal had treated me like a bomb about to explode when he asked why I was sticking around, and had been quick to offer refreshments and company while I maintained my vigil. The fear coming off him had been a bit discomforting. Considering this man had taught me as a child, I couldn't see why he would ever believe the theories circulating the internet of my supposed instability. I mean, all I did was sue the league, give up being a trainer, and then return only to defeat the league's strongest gym leader before embarking on a campaign against the region's foremost terrorist organization. All reasonable things to do considering the circumstances. When I declined his offers, he was quick to scurry to his office after making me assure him that I would come straight to him if anything displeased me or if I needed anything. From the movement I could notice within the school, I guessed the teachers were being briefed on things and would probably be on their best behavior where Gary was concerned. I wonder how Oak did this without causing a stir. I mean, the man was the fucking champion. I considered calling Igneel out to practice his flame aura and endurance, but that required sending Ino back to the ranch to get him, and if a Charizard showed up on school grounds, they'd probably evacuate. I'm guessing the only reason Broly hadn't gotten a similar reaction already was because of Ino's presence softening his aura of danger. She was a fairy type, after all. Speaking of fairy type, we had to do more training on those moves. I mean, she was able to get good enough to put down Claire's dragons like they were nothing, but if we wanted to take on Lance when the dust settled, we'd have to make a lot more progress. He was a legendary trainer in all respects, and the fact that Oak was even stronger than that gave me the chills. Videos of Oak's battles weren't widely available and the lab restricted access to some of the truly fun ones, but the little I could find told me he wasn't one of pussyfooting around. Hey! Pussyfooting. What a strange word. I'd never really considered that. What do pussies have to do with feet, and why the hell did someone come up with a word so weird? I mean, the only weirder word I could think of off the top of my head was gerrymandering. What does that even mean? I mean, I know what it means logically, but the base words. Gary and Mander had no real meaning I could think of. From there, I started playing a game of trying to find words that were suitably weird and amusing. It took an hour for me to give up on it as a pointless exercise and start texting Sabrina. 10 minutes of that, and she was by my side in a flash of light. Don't you have a gym to be leading? I asked, not wanting her to leave, but still worried about her job. She was already getting some flack within the administrative arm of the league about her continued association with me. Apparently, it wasn't good PR for her to be seen frolicking about with an insane trainer suing the league. Especially with the reputation human psychics had already begun to garner for instability. She simply flicked my nose. I told you, Donald Oak. It is only a vocal minority of the league who thinks this way. You have quite a few supporters within the Indigo Plateau. They see you as the brightest trainer to rise within the league since Lance himself. They are regrettably mistaken, but I can forgive the ignorance. I flew into uproarious laughter at the jab. Sabrina wasn't quite jealous, but she did feel like she wasn't getting her due credit, a sentiment I duly agreed with. The trainers who thought the Viridian gym to be weakened by Giovanni's permanent leave of absence were cruelly enlightened. I don't think even a single trainer has managed to make it past Alakazam since she started working as the gym leader. Yes, no one has managed to defeat Alakazam. He has been pushed by a few trainers, but altogether has managed to hold on to a streak of victories. That is why I can afford to visit you here. Challengers have ceased attempting to beat their heads against the brick wall. I laughed again at the face she made with her statement. What would have sounded arrogant coming from anyone else only sounded charming when Sabrina was concerned. She just had that ability, while being the most beautiful woman in the world was an unfair advantage. Beautiful women just had the inbuilt ability to not sound like assholes. Some of them managed to do it in spite of that advantage, but those ones were spectacular in all the wrong ways. Beauty doesn't fix stupidity, a lesson I had to learn the hard way in my first life. So what brings you here? I ask, trying to sound casual like she hadn't just taken my breath away with a single smile. You, she said simply, and my heart skipped a beat. I could sense your boredom over the keyboard and decided to come spend time with you over here. You still owe me a third date, after all. I laughed again. Sabrina could be surprisingly funny, and months with her had gotten me to get her past some of her weirder habits. I loved her regardless, but... fuck. I saw her face redden and my mind caught up with what thoughts just ran through my mind. Fuck. Fuck. I looked at the school in embarrassment, and when I turned back to her, she was gone. I'd forgotten that she was in my head when I went off on a tangent, which was just incredibly stupid. Since she managed to get past my defenses the first few times and confessed that she liked being in my head. The silence was calming, or so she said. Ignoring the possible slights to my brain power, I'd given her full access, and it made conversations between us all the more interesting, but I was still usually careful to hide thoughts I didn't want her looking at. Full access wasn't quite full access. I mean, there was no reason for her to know what thoughts ran through my head the few times I got to see her in workout clothing, or when we hung out in pajamas when we lived together at the gym. Something about a woman in PJs just did it for me. Okay, enough of that. Horny Donald, go back in your cage. You've caused enough problems today. So what would I be doing for the rest of the afternoon? I couldn't text Sabrina, because I knew her well enough to know that she sought space to process things and I wouldn't want to infringe on that space. I couldn't text any of my other friends on account of them not existing, and there was only so much thinking I could do without running the risk of actually going crazy and proving everyone right. Training my Pokemon was already a bust. Gary wasn't supposed to know I was here watching, and getting his school evacuated would be the opposite of discreet, which is what I should be. That also ruled out exercising myself. Since I no longer lived in the wilderness, I had to do actual exercise to keep in shape. Being a trainer required an active lifestyle, but I'd seen plenty of trainers who had let go of themselves after settling down to more stable lifestyles. I understood the appeal of just laying in the couch and eating chips all day, but I had a war to fight, and if I was ever slow to release my Pokemon because my gut got in the way, I'd shoot myself in the fucking head and be done with it. With nearly all possible avenues of entertainment closed to me, I chose to spend time on the most productive activity of them all. Shouting at random people on the internet. Pokeabe forums always had something interesting going on, and if the notifications I saw were any indication, there was an ongoing debate about whether Eno counted as the strongest psychic type in all of Kanto. No offense to Eno, but they clearly had never seen Sabrina's Alakazam, or even Oak's. None taken, my lord, she said in my head with a tone that said she was very much offended. Ignoring my infuriated psychic, I decided to get up to some other mischief on the internet. Oh look, a chess tournament, I thought to myself as I opened one of my favorite Discord servers. It had quite a few of the more powerful trainers in the region, with Bruno being the main attraction. Of course, it was invite only and I still had no idea why I'd been sent one. It's not like I contributed very much, or even that much happened on the server either way. For a man widely recognized as a sage fighting master, he was oddly active on Discord. He moved in and out of different forums on the Pokeabe edition, and made his opinion on all sorts of topics widely known. He was the member of the Elite Four most reached out to for comment by the press simply because he was the most accessible at all times. I saw that he was participating in the tournament and decided to snag one of the empty slots. I'd played quite a bit of chess in my past life, and from what I'd seen in this world, the game was nowhere near as developed. Concepts like positional chess are still relatively unheard of and all my favorite openings didn't even exist. That gave me both an advantage and a disadvantage. After all, if no one knew the tactics, then no one could prepare for them, and on the other hand, since no one knew the openings, to talk less of the main lines, I was so much more likely to find myself in novel positions. School chess champion or not, I didn't think myself good enough to adapt to such positions on the fly, but let's see how it goes. My first opponent was Karen. I could recognize her by the username, Dark Empress Karen, and the profile picture of an Umbreon. There was also the fact that she consistently bothered me about Kenpeki. She sought a Tyranitar of her own and seemed ready to do anything to get one, as long as it fell within the bounds of the law. She started with pawn to e4, and from there we ended up playing what looked to be the Vienna Gambit. The scariest part about playing her was that she seemed to be able to find the critical mainline moves by sheer intuition and expertise. I'd spent hours memorizing this shit, and she just intuited it out from skill. This world was bullshit. Fortunately, she made a mistake by the 31st move as the time crunch started and I was able to eke out a win. I breathed out a sigh of relief at that and turned to Ino with a bright smile on my face. She gave me a mental high five, and I moved on to the next game. I found myself against someone I could not recognize for the life of me. The fact that this was a Discord server made entirely of elite trainers made that impressive. Donald had been a massive Pokemon nerd. He knew all the best trainers. He started the game simply, moving the white pieces in a strange setup I'd also never seen before. I guess he was determined to be a lot of firsts for me. He made it through the mid-game and somehow managed to only be down 2 pawns. He resigned at the 40th move, probably realizing that he had no way to make it back up after losing a rook for a knight and falling another 2 points of material down. My next opponent was the most famous on the server. Bruno had his profile picture as himself meditating on a mountain. Fun fact, that was, apparently, the most well-used profile picture on the website. His username was literally Fight Me and he had a small blue tick next to his name to show it was the real him. I got to start with the white pieces, and justifiably cautious, I went with the opening I knew best. I could recite the main line, and every sideline of the London from memory. 20 moves in, and I was proven right. This was my opening, but he was slowly beginning to eke out a positional advantage. I was down on king safety, but up on central control and we were dead even on material. Normally, this meant things would be equal, but the net he was weaving around my king was as obvious as it was unavoidable. Luckily, for me, he suddenly disconnected on the 63rd move as we entered into an equal endgame. I felt happy for the win, but somehow robbed of the chance to win with my own effort. Suddenly, my phone was taken over by a text from Oak, "Return home with Gary now." Was all the text said, but knowing Oak, it had to be incredibly important. I stood up from the bench and made my way to the principal's office. Oak's text had included some expectation of urgency, but I didn't want to prove the tabloids right by rushing straight into the school and essentially kidnapping my nephew. It would take absolutely no time for the news to be filled with a headline that told the story with completely unsuitable levels of drama. The principal's office was much as I remembered from my years in this very institution and the secretary waved me straight in with a strained smile that I tried returning, but when her smile became even more fragile at my attempt, I gave it up as a lost cause. "Donald. What brings you here? I hope no one has bothered you," he said, trying to sound casual, having clearly downed some liquid courage if the smell in the office was any indication. "Nothing of the sort. My father has asked me to return to the lab with Gary," I said simply. At least, he was no longer stammering. Of course. Of course. I'll have someone fetch him immediately. Would you like some tea? It's freshly brewed. I acquiesced, before smiling at him and taking a seat on his desk. I put the cup to my mouth and took a long drag of the delicious jasmine tea. For a region modeled after Japan, good tea was surprisingly hard to find in Kanto. Of course, that's when things started to go wrong. Ino screamed in my mind that something was going on with Gary. He'd slumped into unconsciousness. As my facial expression changed, I could see a glint in the principal's eyes. He knew. I ordered Ino to restrain him as I stood up from my chair but found myself slumping to the floor immediately. What the fuck? When I finally regained consciousness, it was to the principal's bloody head lying on the floor a few feet away from me. He'd been cleanly decapitated. Fuck. Broly. Indeed, my lord. Ino said in my mind. I asked her what happened as I finally started to regain cognizance of more of my surroundings. The principal was an agent of an organization that sought to kidnap young Gary to use as assurance against your father. He poisoned the tea he gave you. Once I extracted that particular fact, Broly had been unstoppable. As she spoke, my vision cleared up and I noticed Broly sulking in the corner. Ino had probably given him one hell of a dressing down. And how did you fix the poison situation? I asked out loud, mind not yet clear enough to engage in a fully mental conversation. He had an antidote in his pocket, I nodded, not surprised that she'd been able to find something like that. I suspected she'd gotten even more from his mind than she'd let on. And Gary? I asked, moving on to the priority now that the immediate was taken care of. I blocked off teleportation. Your nephew and his assailants are waiting in an unused classroom for external extraction. I suspect that they do not wish to leave on foot and risk being caught by your father or any of your brothers. I nodded at her words, not even bothering to ask why she hadn't dealt with them already. We'd gone through the same tactics training with Oak. If they weren't causing any immediate harm, then it would be preferable to wait for their reinforcements to secure more arrests. As it stood, I probably had the time to teleport to the lab and get help, but these fuckers had poisoned me. Pardon my French, but I'm going to fucking kill all of them. Eno, get rid of the body and clean up the scene. Our official story is that he poisoned me and escaped via teleportation while you tended to me. Explaining his death will be much more difficult than explaining his absence. Eno nodded, understanding my thinking, and made her way off with the body. I walked towards Broly then. He had his head bowed, but I connected my aura with his, sending him feelings of pride and assurance. His head came up instantly, realizing that he wasn't being scolded. If anyone had poisoned you, nothing would have stopped me from drawing the breath from their lungs. I cannot criticize you for doing the same. I said, realizing that now was not the time to turn this into a teachable moment. Eno had done more than enough of that. My job, now, was to reassure my friend, and as he swept me up into a hug, I realized it was the only job I actually wanted. Eno returned and told me that she sensed multiple people with hostile intentions on their way into the school on a helicopter. Lovely. We moved straight to the classroom the three idiots had kept Gary in. We met them just as they were about to escape, and the look in their eyes as they came face to face with me was one for the records. I'd never seen such concentrated fear in my life. I nodded at Eno, and they all slumped into unconsciousness before she teleported Gary off to the lab. Broly and I made our way outside to their escorts. Eno would join us in a few minutes. I released Kisame from her pokeball as we walked, and she drew water from all the water dispensers in the school as we made our way out. When we finally got to the school's entrance, she had barely enough to use as a platform, but it would have to be enough for a fight like this. Of course, knowing my luck, those words just had to jinx everything. I came face to face with a man I'd honestly never expected to see in a place like this. Standing right there at the entrance, wearing a freshly pressed rocket uniform and a smirk that made my blood boil, was the poacher. We recognized each other at the same time, and all the others with him were promptly disregarded. Broly swept forwards, about to cleave his head from his body, only to be intercepted by a Lucario who had moved in similar speed. His next Pokemon out was that same Dragonite, and where before it had threatened my entire team with its power, now, Kisame swept right for it almost instantly. She'd grown by leaps and bounds, and as he sent out a Charizard, I mentally asked Kisame to hang back. It would be 2-on-1 until Eno returned. Not catastrophic odds by any means, but enough to make us cautious. A single mistake would mean death, but isn't that what I missed the most about living in the wild? Since that day at Cinnabar, I'd never met anyone on equal footing in a battle where whoever lost would be dead beneath the ground. I had no doubts that if I lost here, he'd tear my skin from my bones, and when I stomped his team into the ground, his head would soon follow. The Charizard started things out, aggressive as any member of the species. A hydro pump from Kisame forced it to veer off its planned fight, and she almost clipped it with a barrage of ice beams as it dodged the first attack. The Dragonite had moved in its compatriot's shadow and was upon Kisame before she had time to do anything long range. It mattered little though, she had more than enough experience fighting fast opponents, and extreme speed or no, both Broly and Guy were faster. She used her control over his platform to bring her lower to the ground, allowing his swiping attack to pass right over her and slamming into his chest with a powerful dragon tail that didn't budge him. The Charizard came back around, and she retreated from the both of them lest they managed to encircle her. From that first exchange, I could already tell that this wouldn't be a walkover by any means. Broly smashed Lucario through a set of swings right as I turned to that fight to make sure things were going well. Settled that my starter was more than strong enough for even the Aura Pokemon of Sinnoh, I focused my energy on Kisame. She was constantly switching between water and ice type attacks to keep her assailants off balance and let her exploit their individual weaknesses. Ice for the Dragonite, water for the Charizard. Months ago, that Dragonite had been enough to threaten my entire team, but now he wasn't even a match for Kisame alone. If there was anything that convinced me of my team's growth, this was it. We'd reached the higher levels of the world, and this stupid poacher just could not keep up. I smiled at him, a bright, mean thing that showed just how much rage I'd accumulated in the past few months. Eno returned, appearing behind me in a rush of displaced air. Our minds melded and I was up to date on what had happened in the lab, which wasn't very much. She'd just dropped Gary off at the lab and told Alakazam what had happened. The extra time spent had been consoling the boy into letting her go after he woke up. "Get me that Dragonite's skull," I said out loud, and Eno only nodded before moving into the battle. Kisame saw her coming and turned her full attention to the Charizard. When Dragonite tried to punish her for it, he found a resolute Gardevoir standing in his way. Just as I'd taught her to do when facing dragons, she focused her fairy typing into her spoon and body and prepared herself to slay another dragon. It moved in with extreme speed, but she just teleported backwards to retreat and fired a moonblast at the space she'd once occupied. It was able to dodge the attack, by the skin of its teeth, but that mattered little. With the lack of knowledge about fairy types in this world, no one trained their dragons to fight their natural weaknesses to the typing. Fairy type moves tended to be one-hit knockouts to weaker dragons. Even Claire's dragons had only needed a few attacks to fall before Ino's feet. Eventually, this advantage of ours would disappear. I already saw that Oak was getting closer and closer to discovering the fairy type itself. Rocket had only delayed his inquiry into Gardevoir as a species, but not ended it. The lab already had notes that hinted at what he would soon discover. On that day, this advantage would disappear, but until then? I'd fuck over every dragon I came across with no hesitation or pity. Dazzling gleam I commanded, and the rainbow beam of light that shot out of Ino's body made contact with Dragonite, stunning it for a second and allowing her to move in for a closer engagement. Its claws tried to grab at her, but Ino had an easy time dodging them, and wherever she moved her spoon, cuts followed. Psy-cut with an edge of fairy-type energy, I recognized with a smile on my face. Ino had always been the brightest member of my little family, and moments like this showed that creativity and ingenuity. Sometimes, I wondered if she actually needed me. "Do not be ridiculous, my lord," she said, and I had to admonish her to pay attention to her opponent, no matter how unengaging she found him. When she was done delivering her 100 cuts, she went in to deal with the dragon finally, and it disappeared in a bolt of red light. I turned to my opponent in shock, and found him looking at me with a scowl. "I guess Daddy's been helping a lot, hasn't he?" he said, as he returned his other teammates. It was then that I noticed that Broly had already knocked Lucario into unconsciousness but refrained from killing it for some reason, and Kisame was in the process of drowning the Charizard. I winced a bit at that. Killing a fire type by drowning could actually qualify as torture. "Psycho!" he shouted, and I quickly instructed Ino to block off teleportation. It didn't matter though. His Alakazam appeared by his side and took off with a burst of psychic energy, teleporting straight through Ino's blockade. I looked at her in shock, and found her one visible eye just as wide as mine. Fuck. The rest of his accomplices had been knocked unconscious by Ino as she arrived, and I regretted not having her do the same to him. We bound them up and called the local Pallet Town police before leaving for the lab. After my experience with the Ace cell, I'd never be waiting at a crime scene like this one again if I could help it. A/N, thanks for reading, guys. How was the reunion with our poacher friend? Yes, I didn't forget about him. He still has one more key role to play before we can finally be rid of him. We've got the next 7 chapters available on Patreon, and you can read all of them right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. I also have a new story I'm working on, so you can also check that out here. Chapter 51. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Heikamoo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. So Blackthorn is under attack. I asked Oak as I walked into the lounge and found him reclining and watching the news story on the television. I mean, I'd never expected the petty old man to interfere in an attack on the strongest of the cities. After all, Blackthorn had most strongly opposed his reign as champion, and Oak could hold a grudge like no one I'd met before. We watched as Lance's Dragonite swept towards the Pokémon I recognized as Garchomp with 2 of his teammates behind him. The Sinnoh champion seemed calm in her trademark black dress thing as Garchomp casually wrestled with the pseudo-legendary trio. One Dragonite wasn't enough to pin it down, and it seemed to be keeping up with 3. Even if Lance's Pokémon weren't using their full power yet, I'd have expected it to be having a more difficult time against the 3 bulk, muscular pseudos. Lance was no slouch and all his Pokémon were champion level, so to see 3 of them fail to put down Cynthia's ace put things well in perspective for me. I'd just luxuriated in the fear I put in the principal and how easily I'd dealt with the poacher, but I could see that any one of Lance's Dragonite would put my team down like stubborn mongrels. And there was another Pokémon taking 3 of those Dragonites with little difficulty. There's always a bigger fish indeed, I humphed to myself. The thought of the principal reminded me that I'd not spoken to Oak about the attack. So how did you know they'd go after Gary? It's good you found out in time, don't get me wrong. I'm just curious, I asked him as I accepted a bottle of beer David had grabbed for me on his way to the mini fridge. The legal drinking age here seemed to be whenever you fucking felt like. I guess with creatures strong enough to destroy cities fucking around, there were more important things to focus on than kids getting sloshed. Don't be ridiculous. I was aware of the principal's shifted allegiance from the moment he started to owe the debts he did. I wanted to see who would come after Gary with the right bait, and the fellows you captured will sing all kinds of songs when Alakazam gets to them. After all, a collaboration between the Black Hand and Team Rocket was out of my predicted models, so that information on its own is invaluable, he said, paying more attention to Garcomp than he did me. I could already see his eyes tracking it across the 80-inch screen, searching for weaknesses and tells. I wish I could say I was surprised that Oak would use his own grandson as bait, but nothing the old man did could ever surprise me again. The saddest part was that even with this, he was proving a better parent than my sister and her husband, who had dumped the boy on Oak's shoulders and gone off gallivanting to Hone. Fuck all this, I thought to myself as I took a large swig from the bottle I just received. My family was fucking insane, same with Indigo as a whole, and from this sudden attack from Sinnoh, we weren't alone in the insanity. I'd been reborn in a world where everyone was either insane or an idiot, or in rare cases, a combination of both. It tired and wore at me constantly that the basic things I'd have expected in my former world, like human decency and not using children as bait, were pipe dreams here. No chance of building something there. After all, if you were going to give these same children enough firepower to level towns at 15, or the potential for it, there was no point treating them like children. It was a bit contradictory, and for one so full of it, this world seemed to detest avoidable contradictions. What's the point of keeping children from drinking when we allow them kill? A league representative had asked bitterly when the question of a drinking age had been raised in one of the league's numerous legal conferences. As a new body of government, the league was never shy about inviting legal experts and other concerned citizens to suggest new legislation or point out lacunas in the existing legislation. Literally the only thing the government of this world did better than the one I'd come from, and even that was motivated purely by the existence of Pokemon. Everyone, literally everyone with a Pokemon license had the authority to carry 6 natural disasters around them at all times. No license? No problem, just stick to 3. There had been talk of limiting the strength of the Pokemon held by those without licenses, but the league official who suggested it had barely been able to leave the building with his life and had disappeared into some form of witness protection shortly after. This world did not take kindly to limitations, and here, the government was even more beholden to the people. Sure, strength played a role, but any institution without popular support would die near instantly. That probably explained why Giovanni hadn't just attacked Indigo Plateau with an army of Mewtwo and called it a day. If Rocket took over in such a manner, they'd find themselves swiftly deposed by the people they sought to rule. Resistance would take no time to form, and they'd gather enough numbers to simply bury Team Rocket in them. No, they had to do things slowly. Rob the League of legitimacy, get the people to turn on the League, and then swoop in like saviors. I had no idea how they expected everyone to just forget their devastating attacks on the people of Kanto, but I'm sure something was in the works. As much as I would have wished otherwise, Giovanni wasn't an idiot. He's just insane. I turned to the other screen that showed a beautiful Volcarona engaging in a dance macabre with several elder dragons. Quite a few Dragonite, Dragonair, and Salamence covered the sky with it, but it swooped through them like a sickle through wheat. Clearly an elite-level Pokemon, and not one like mine. No, this was a real elite, knocking on the door of champion level probably. My suspicion was that it was the ace of one of Sinnoh's version of the Elite Four. Probably the man with lime green hair surrounded by bug types. The Pokemon unable to fly were trying to break through the cover, but they weren't having such a good time. That Heracross was a monster of a fighting type, and I could tell Guy would love to get a chance at it. He was nowhere near as battle-hungry as Igneel, or even Snorlax of the past, but he loved the occasional strong opponent every once in a while. Thinking of Snorlax brought me to a topic I'd have preferred to avoid for the meantime. Snorlax had been battle-hungry when I caught him, but since then, he'd begun to change. Was he just maturing, or could there be something more insidious? Was my aura influencing my Pokemon? Nearly every single one of my Pokemon had been young when I caught them, so any changes could easily be explained by maturity. Snorlax, however, was nearly fully grown for his species and had already fought an Elite Four's Pokemon before I captured him. Could he have matured so significantly since then? I tossed it out of my mind to contemplate later and watched Claire's Kingdom match up against what was clearly a Mega-evolved Camerupt. Mega Evolution. When I first came here, I'd searched everywhere for information on the topic, with dreams of Mega Steelix haunting my sleep. When I found nothing, not even the barest traces of a rumor, I gave it up as a lost cause. It seems I'd been just a bit too hasty in my decision. After all, wasn't that a Mega-evolved Pokemon staring at me from the screen? Not even just one, if my suspicions about that Medicham were proven correct. Fuck. I had so many Pokemon that could Mega-evolve if I just found the right rocks. Mega Tyranitar, Mega Charizard, Mega Gardevoir, could all be waiting for me across the corner. Could Cleaver Mega-evolve? I mean Scizor could. Where would I even find a Cleaverite or any of those Mega Stones? Since I was sure they exhausted, I figured Cherrysific Valley would be a good place to check for the Charizardite, but for the rest? Mount Silver for Tyranitarite? Not bloody likely, but still worth the shot at least. I guess I'd found myself a new adventure. I didn't finish my train of thought before I was suddenly on my arse. I looked around me in shock. I was in a clearing of some sort, surrounded by people who looked equally shocked to be here. David and Oak were recognized first, but when I truly began looking, I could see all sorts of faces. Giovanni, Cynthia, Lance himself, along with the Elite Four and several other notable trainers from Indigo. What the fuck is this? It's a summoning, my dear Donald, Oak voice said as it floated towards us. Super Mutuo? I see most of you are confused as to who I am and why I have summoned you here. This time the voice sounded in my head. It hadn't broken through my shields as much as it had just completely ignored them. It was casual and simple, and considering I couldn't hear anything anymore, I'd guess he was doing the same thing to everyone here. The fact that Sabrina was also here was a bit scary. She'd never grant him access, so he was bypassing her shields in a similar fashion? Fucking legendary Pokemon. I am the bioengineered legendary Pokemon known as Mutuo. I was created by Team Rocket to serve their goals, but as you can see I have claimed my own independence for myself, it said, launching into a bit of an exposition about how Mutuo were created from the DNA of Mew itself. I was born with a terrible hunger, a yearning for more that nothing could ever sate. They called me a failure. I was the most powerful of the Mutuo they'd managed to create, but they called me a failure because of my hunger. So I killed the one that tried to destroy me. He was only the first of many, regrettably. I sought power first of all. I did things I wasn't proud of in my desire to sate the hunger I was born with. My actions were my own, but they were not born of the most stable of minds. Each of my brothers was consumed in my search for power, and with each one, my power grew, but so did my hunger. I saw more and could do more and more, but I wanted even more. Now that I have consumed the last of my brethren, my power is limitless, but I still hunger. I still want more. Thankfully, I have learned to suppress that hunger and have instead dedicated my time to learning more about this world I was born into. I wonder if this is actually heading anywhere. The look I shared with Sabrina showed that escape from here would be impossible. I had none of my Pokemon on me, and she just confirmed that she also had none of her Pokemon. A cursory search with my eyes showed me that none of my fellow abductees had any Pokemon with them either. We were fully at Mutuo's mercy, and that scared me more than anything had ever scared me before. Being stuck with a powerful, mentally unstable psychic Pokemon was one of those things I'd never even considered when I thought up probable ways to die. Do not worry for your safety, he said, this time staring right at me. To my surprise, Oak stepped right in front of me, blocking his view and staring down the psychic legendary. It just chuckled and continued its tale. What I learned was disappointing. All the potential of this world and your species wastes it in pointless wars and conflict. Strife marks your species from one pole of the earth to the other. That is all you know, and as your god, it falls to me to teach you differently. God? Well, that went south very fast. Of course the crazy psychic just had to have a god complex. Those of you who stand before me are special. Of all the groups in this world, the groups you represent are the only ones that remain. I visited the regions of Unova, Galar, and so much more and destroyed them when they were found wanting destroyed? Whole regions. What the fuck? I deem you all worthy of keeping, but you must prove yourself to me. I am an impartial god, and will not keep those who do not prove themselves worthy. Each region here, Hone, Sinnoh, Kanto, and Johto will have the chance to prove their strength in a tournament of power. 4 representatives from each region shall battle it out in fair contest to determine which region shall remain, and which shall be culled. Remember, there can only be one. The details of the tournament shall be forwarded to each region's chosen representatives over the course of the next 6 months. The tournament shall begin in a year. With those words, we found ourselves right back where we'd been before we were kidnapped. What the fuck? XXXXXX. After Oak had grilled me on whatever affiliation I had with Super Mutuo, which was basically me assuring him that I didn't have any familiarity with the creature beyond that incident in the Fight Club, I'd come up here to think. The first subject on my mind was, of course, the Tournament of Power. Mutuo separated Kanto and Johto, so that meant there was going to be some amount of debate as to who our 4 representatives would be. Oak was sure. No one would even challenge him. For Johto, Lance, Claire, and Price were dead ringers for the positions. The Elite Four, hailing from all parts of Indigo, were much harder to predict, however. Bruno and Agatha were Kanto natives through and through. With Lorelei being from the islands. Mutuo hadn't mentioned the islands, so I wondered whether they'd be included in with Kanto or Johto. I mean, they were to the coasts of Kanto, but shared more in common, culturally, with Johto. For Hone, it would probably be Wallace, Stephen Stone, and any 2 of the Elite Four. Maybe Drake, even. Sinnoh? The only one I was sure of was Cynthia, and that Dragonite of hers was a monster. That thing had fucked with Lance casually. Now that I thought it through, I wasn't so sure that I'd even be able to do anything in the tournament. Oak, Lance, Stephen, Wallace, and Cynthia. A tournament with 5 champion-level trainers was going to be something else. I mean, I still wanted a slot, don't get me wrong, but perhaps for the first time in my life, I began to doubt if I could actually do anything against the adversaries in front of me. Yes, I'd gotten to elite level in a bit longer than a year, but the gulf between elite and champion was large, and even among champions, there were grades. I didn't expect any of the other champions to hold a candle to either Oak or Cynthia. Oak's team was aged, but they were experienced and tested. Cynthia's Garcomp had taken on all 3 of Lance's Drago Knights at the same time. Enough said. I was knocked out of my thoughts by someone appearing in my room in a burst of light. I nearly panicked, but the figure revealed itself to be Sabrina and I barely managed to keep from embarrassing myself. I am sorry for disappearing, Donald Oak. I just nodded at her, accepting her apology even if I didn't think it necessary. I'd been the one to pull that on her out of nowhere, after all. I spoke to Mother, and she has advised me to spend time on my own thinking about my feelings, she said as she walked forward and took a seat at the foot of my bed. It was good advice, but it made her presence here even more confusing. I still do not know what it is I feel, but I think we must put that to the side to deal with the important surprise sprung up on all of us today. I just nodded. No point thinking about feelings when the entire region might be kaput in a year. Oak told me the league was sending out search teams to verify Mutwo's claims. I already knew what they'd find though. Super Mutwo hadn't seemed like a liar, and he also didn't seem stupid enough to tell such an easily disproved lie. Perhaps feeling similarly, the Sinnoh attackers had called off their attack nearly instantly upon their return. They hadn't even bothered explaining their actions and had just disappeared from Blackthorn as quickly as they had appeared. I want to be one of those who represent Kanto. I know you do too. The thought of leaving my future in the hands of others just... She trailed off there, but I could understand the feeling in her words. I wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting my life in the hands of others like that. Will you help me? She asked with a look in her eyes that I could not, for the life of me, place. I just nodded and stood up before wrapping her in my arms. We'll work together and get stronger. They'd be idiots not to choose us. XXXXXXXX. Metagross needs to focus more on his steel typing, same with Gallade and his fighting type. Zaytu aren't well known for being strong flyers, but we still need to get as far as we can with that. Slowbro will have to do something about his inability to deal with tough conditions. I've never seen a water type get dehydrated so quickly. You have a team of strong psychics right now, yes, but that is all they are. I summarized after I tested her and her team. Igneel and Kenpeka needed the opportunity to stretch their tails, so it had been a win-win. Kenpeka's dark typing allowed him to run rush-out over half of Sabrina's team, and Igneel's raw power allowed him to deal with the remaining half. With the exception of Alakazam, of course, he and Ino were working with Sabrina's last Pokemon, Hypno. Most of her team were recent captures after I advised that a team of 3 Pokemon would be inadequate for nearly everything, and she'd put out a bounty for rare psychic Pokemon in Viridian. I wasn't sure that using league resources to have other trainers search for Pokemon for your own team was the most ethical thing to do, but it was effective and I couldn't really deny the results. Viridian was becoming more and more the ideal psychic type gym. Sabrina nodded at me, a bit sad at the results but still enthusiastic. Don't worry, I didn't become a psychic that could interpret her moods overnight. She just decided to share her emotions with me the same way I shared mine with her. The difference being that I merely gave her access, but she had to actively broadcast her thoughts and feelings into my mind before I could understand them. It was another advancement in the intimacy of our relationship, but thoughts like that had their own place and time. Neither of which was now in the Viridian City Training Hall. Okay, let's do something else now. Metagross, come here. The psychic received a nod from Sabrina before teleporting over to me. Your species are the most powerful psychics in the world, by a fair margin, but that's only on average. Ino and Alakazam can wipe the floor with you as a psychic at any time they want. Sabrina assures me that the only thing that can be done for your development is give you time to grow and advance on your own. Since that part of you is a dead end for now, we have to work on your steel typing. What do you think the essence of being a steel type is? I asked at the end of my long speech to the powerful psychic. The Pokemon thought for a bit and sent a stream of images into my head, and I nodded. Steel is the most defensive of all the Pokemon types. Completely immune to poison types, and weak to fire. That's the typing we need you to work on for now. First of all, we'll start with Flash Cannon. The Pokemon interrupted me with a series of memories of it using the move, and I nodded. Yes, I know you can use it, but not very well clearly. You take too long to charge it and its power is nowhere near where it should be considering your power as a Pokemon. So we'll use the move on repeat till it's second nature and you have no difficulties calling up the steel type energy. XXXXX. So the islands are gone, I noted to myself nonchalantly. I'd suspected it since Mutwo had made no mention of them and the Pokemon hadn't seemed like one that would make an oversight like that. Lorelei was literally the last of her people, and had retreated to the plateau in mourning. No one had been able to contact her all month. Speaking of elite trainers, I turned my eyes to the screen and started paying renewed attention to the news. Mutwo had released information on the tournament to the public the day after kidnapping all of us, and the public had not been pleased. There was talk of Lance going to hunt down the psychic, but the moment the images of what remained of the islands had been circulated, even the most patriotic and aggressive citizens of Kanto had given up on that route. Mutwo could toss around the kind of power that legendary Pokémon had been known to, and he had little to no restraint when it came to using it. From there, the news had turned to theories on what trainers would be representing Kanto in the tournament. Oak had been the first choice, of course, and literally no one had contested him, essentially appointing himself as the head of the tournament team. He'd asked all interested trainers with a minimum of 8 badges to submit their names to him, and he'd organize a tournament to determine those that would be chosen to represent Kanto in the tournament. Literally hundreds of trainers had submitted their names, and considering it to be a waste of time to entertain so many applicants, he'd disqualified everyone with more than a single badge from a minor gym from the contest. That was the first bit of controversy in the selection process. His reasoning was clear, but the fact that he'd disqualified hundreds of trainers from even getting the opportunity to represent their region hadn't gone over well with anyone. Things had gotten so bad that the president of the league, a native of Cerulean City, had stepped in and overruled him. That had caused a massive argument, but at the end of the day, the proud Oak had bent his will and instead opened the tournament to all of them again. The first stage was going to be a series of one-on-one battles, with everyone bringing their strongest Pokémon and competing in at least 10 battles. A win was worth 10 points, a draw was worth 5, and a loss was worth -5, -5. To qualify for the next stage, a participant needed at least 80 points. So that meant that anyone with more than 2 losses had no chance of making it, and anyone with too many draws also had no chance. The only real way to make it was to win. Another bit of controversy had arisen when he'd asked even elite trainers like Bruno and Agatha to submit themselves to the tournament. The Ghost Mistress had been especially scathing in her criticism of the decision. The public had been divided on the matter, and once again the president had been forced to step in. This time, however, he was on Oak's side, and his reasoning was simple. If the Elite Four are so good, then they would surely have no objections to proving themselves worthy of the slots. No one except for Samuel Oak, who had ruled the entire Indigo League as champion, would have a guaranteed slot on the chosen 4. How has the tournament affected my life? Not very much. I had to spend some time journeying with Sabrina to get her last 2 badges, but that had just been a massive holiday. One of the Johto gym leaders had been a bit more brutal than necessary and had tried to land a few killing shots on Sabrina's Alakazam with his ghost-type Pokémon, but he'd been easily rebuffed. I couldn't even bring myself to be angry. Robbing another region of powerful Pokémon was a viable strategy when what laid on the line was survival. Sabrina was obviously a powerful trainer, and me moving around with her had probably caused some worry in the minds of the Johto citizens. I'd beaten who was arguably their second strongest citizen, after all. Once Sabrina got the badges, she'd entered into the tournament, and now we sat in one of the league stadiums chosen for the qualifying rounds. It was being held in several places at once, with each trainer being randomly assigned to their own testing area. It was supposedly random, but the fact that both Sabrina and I had been assigned here made me a bit suspicious. Oak was a massive gossip underneath the asshole exterior and seemed to be shipping our relationship with fangirl levels of obsession. My first match was against a trainer with bright blue hair and blue eyes. Literally everything about him had been average with the exception of those features. The look on his face when I was announced as his first matchup almost made me laugh, but I wouldn't be that cruel. Oak's rules making a loss the most devastating outcome of any battle added stakes that wouldn't have been present in a regular tournament like this. Normally, one would just take the loss when paired up against an obviously stronger opponent, but a loss was death to any chances of qualification. He sent out a particularly aggressive Oghren. The steel type started off roaring at me and brandishing its horns aggressively. I just gave its trainer a look and the boy blushed in embarrassment. I just smiled and debated sending out Kenpeki. My pseudo-legendary had a bit of a grudge with the species and would teach this one the lesson of its life, but could I be that cruel? Our eyes met again, and I decided that no, I couldn't. The trainer across from me wasn't an asshole, so I'd resist the urge to be one. Guy took to the field with a flourish and I saw the man across from me breathe a sigh of relief. I guess Igneel would have been a worst-case scenario for him. Broly must have been the best-case scenario, but Guy had to be the middle ground. Of course, that only made sense if you still thought in terms of type effectiveness, and at the higher levels, things like that started to matter less and less. The board flashed and all the battles started in sync. The Oghren charged straight for Guy, but my dragon didn't even bother moving out of the way. He stood his ground and caught the charging steel type in his grip before tossing it over his shoulder. The feat of strength had the small audience we had gasping in shock. Guy waited for his opponent to get to its feet, and this time, he went on the attack. Moving too quickly for the Oghren to react, he lashed out with a punch straight to its skull that dented its thick armor and knocked out the armored Pokémon instantly. I returned him with a smile and made my way back to the bench. The difference between our respective strength levels meant there was virtually no chance of that battle lasting longer than a minute. Well, unless I ended up choosing Kenpeki. The ordinarily calm Pokemon had begun to show a vicious streak as we tapped into his dark typing and would have been especially cruel to that Oghren. He still remembered the fate his mother had suffered, after all. I was given a wide berth as I found my seat next to Sabrina. I didn't get to enjoy her company for very long as she was called for her own battle. Her opponent's choice of a Golbat to match up against her Hypno proved to be especially foolish when the psychic Pokemon put its adversary to sleep in under a second. The battle started and the Golbat just fell to the floor, asleep. Sabrina's team was scary in their efficiency. A/N, thanks for reading, guys. We're officially 51 chapters in. Isn't that something? We are now officially in the last arc of this story. It's going to be a mammoth, so stay tuned. We've got the next 7 chapters available on Patreon, and you can read all of them right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. I also have a new story I'm working on, so you can also check that out here. Chapter 52. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. My last battle for the day, and coincidentally, for this state of the selection tournament was against one of the other trainers who had managed to make his way through all his opponents, Bruno. Yes, that Bruno. Bruno of the Elite Four was my last opponent, and I was practically vibrating with anticipation. The nervous energy moving through my body made even Sabrina give up on calming me down. My first battle against a member of the Elite Four. Sure, since we'd both won all our battles, there was no chance of either of us failing to qualify. The fact that it was an elite battle added all the tension that the lack of stakes was supposed to remove right back into the equation. If I wasn't the one preparing to battle, I'd probably have some wisecrack comment about how the people in this world seem to care about the most minor of things like a battle with no real stakes beyond personal pride. But now? I knew there were stakes. I had to prove to myself that I had the strength to fuck around at this level. When I eventually got selected for the tournament, I didn't want anyone to have any doubts as to my strength. No, they should only doubt my sanity. I was called up to the stage for the last, final battle of the day. It was either an extraordinary coincidence or someone was pulling a lot of strings, because Bruno and I had the last battle of the day. The participants had been weeded all through the day, as more people got disqualified for passing the maximum amount of possible losses and draws that would allow qualification, so as the day progressed, the battlers had become fewer and the battles had become more interesting. Apart from Sabrina, the only other interesting person to qualify for the next round was a trainer who used a Typhlosion of all things and sent his opponents packing with nasty burns. Igneel would love to fight against that guy, and I hoped the matchup came to fruition. Against Bruno, my options were numerous. I lost the coin toss and was slated to release first, so I prepared my choice and held the Pokeball tightly in my hand. Logically, Ino was the best choice by a wide margin. Fighting types had weaknesses to both fairies and psychics, of which Ino was both. Of course, this world did not run on logic and Guy took the field. Of all my teammates, he wanted this match the most and to deny him the opportunity was to say I didn't believe in his strength. I doubted there was a quicker way to break a strong relationship with a Pokemon than that. Well, apart from all the usual suspects like abuse. Guy took the field with a calm, smug aura. He was ready for this, and I'd trust him to do what he did best. Bruno was going to be another notch on our belt by the end of this. Bruno gave me a look and said in his impressive baritone, I expected that impressive Gardevoir of yours, but I guess the temptation to meet me fighter to fighter was too much to resist for one such as you. I've monitored your growth, and this will be the first lesson among many I will impart. His Machamp took the field and flexed its impressive muscles in warning to Guy. I ran through both what I knew of the species and this particular one in my head. Massive, impressive muscles that only hinted at the terrible strength they had. Machamp was the physically strongest Pokemon of them all, and Bruno's was the first among equals. I'd never seen it fail to bring that terrific strength to bear in battle. However, he was still only the second of the Elite Four. I've seen this Machamp bested a few times so I just had to prove Guy as extraordinary as all the Pokemon that had managed the feat. No pressure. He liked to ramp up, so I decided to go for broke from the beginning. Third gate. Gate of life I said, and Guy nodded as he prepared the combination of moves that symbolized the third gate. A month of training with Sabrina and her Pokemon had allowed us to perfect the series of enhancement moves even further than we already had before. We could get all the way up to 4 gates now, and I had some ideas of what would symbolize the remaining 4. With the combined aura of Belly Drum, Dragon Dance and Clangorous Soul surrounding him, he pushed off the ground and left a visible crater. Bruno's Macamp was able to move out of the way of the first punch, but the second one slammed right into its chest and sent it flying. It flipped and careened in the air, uncontrollably for a few seconds before two of its hands were able to slow its flight and allow it land on the ground. Guy didn't slow down his assault one whit, but this time the elite Pokemon was ready and waiting. It caught the first punch in its hand, not even wincing from the force that moved it back a few inches. From there, its three remaining hands lashed out at Guy in concentrated punches. My fighting dragon simply allowed them to pound on his scales with no visible effect as he wrenched his hand out of his opponent's powerful grip. He moved in with his own attacks, and both Pokemon just wailed on each other with no care for defense. "We're playing your game, aren't we?" Bruno suddenly asked, and I looked at him in shock as he whistled for his Pokemon to retreat. Macamp did not retreat. He was the spear of Bruno's team, always heading forward on the attack. What was this? My opponent, realizing how much he was fucking with me, just smiled and stroked his chin. I resisted the urge to get lost looking at those muscles. No need to add feelings of inadequacy to the cocktail of emotion I seemed to be feeling every day. "Don't relent," I told Guy, and he moved in to continue his attack, scales clanging as he covered the ground. "That third gate of yours. Interesting name for a boring technique. You must feel so wise, stacking enhancement upon enhancement and watching your Pokemon's power skyrocket. However, the tactic is good but does not belong at this level. Every opponent you face has seen it or even tried it before. It fails for one simple reason. No Pokemon can keep it up for any long period. Have you ever heard the phrase, 'the candle that burns twice as bright dies twice as quick'?" He asked rhetorically, as Macamp began engaging in a series of hit-and-run exchanges with Guy. He'd retreat using teleport, which was a massive surprise on its own, before waiting for Guy to catch up to him, exchange a few attacks and teleport away again. What he was doing was so obvious that I nearly facepalmed at the fact that I'd never even considered it. I mean, when using the gates, Guy was too strong for 99% of the Pokemon out there to try something like this, but Bruno's Macamp? It was child's play for it to bait him in and tire him out with continuous avoidance and minimal engagement. The worst part was that I couldn't even ask Guy to retreat and hold off, because the gates had a time limit. Deactivating the move wouldn't work either, because he'd crash, and badly. Dropping from that high was just something we hadn't trained enough to be sustainable. Bruno had just seen the gates for a few minutes, broke it down and discovered the weaknesses, and was then poking and prodding at those weaknesses near instantly. I guess the distance between Elite Four and Elite Trainer was just that massive. Fuck. There's only one possible solution. In for a penny, in for a pound, or so they say. Fourth gate, Gate of Pain, I proclaim, and Guy adds agility and bulk up to the series of enhancement moves he was already using. The strain on his body and mind just quadrupled, and there was no chance of him keeping this up for even a minute, but it was a risk I had to take. 60 seconds to take down a fighting type master? More than enough time in my books. My smile was positively savage as Guy covered the space between him and Macamp so quickly that I couldn't even perceive his movement. I only knew he'd done it because I could see the fighting type Pokemon flying through the air uncontrollably. Guy appeared right behind him and knocked him back towards the ground. From there, I got to see actual evidence that Eno was sharing my memories with the rest of the team. Guy was there waiting before Macamp could land, and sent it airborne again with another punch. He was pinballing the powerful fighting type across the sky. Macamp was able to gain some clarity and teleport away from him, but Guy was relentless and was back on it just as quickly. This time, Macamp wasn't even waiting to engage Guy for a few seconds, he was just teleporting any and everywhere he could within the field to get out of range of Guy's fists. The only issue with this strategy was that he was no psychic Pokemon. It was admirable that Bruno had been able to teach a fighting type to use the move so well, but Macamp was still just that. A fighting type. Eventually, he slipped up, unable to keep up with the strain, and Guy capitalized on it. He hit like a truck and just bowled over the four-armed Pokemon with his sheer power and aggression. Punch after punch landed, sending his adversary flying into the ground. Guy prepared himself for a final knockout punch, but his muscles suddenly seized. Fuck. A look at the clock on the wall told me it had been just over a minute since Guy used the move. Fuck. Macamp isn't done. No. Fuck it. Macamp stood up, slowly but surely. It was battered and bruised, but conscious. Guy was a different story. He'd fallen over, and all my mental shouts for him to get up were having precisely no effect. I reached out with my aura. It had grown so large in all my time here. I had so much of it to use, and Guy's body was a willing recipient. I pumped all the power I had into him and hoped on a prayer. Macamp walked forward. More a series of stumbles than a walk, to be honest. But as he moved in to land a finishing blow and knock Guy unconscious, my Pokemon moved. He lashed out with an uppercut. When compared to what he'd been throwing around throughout the fight, the punch was pathetic. But, it proved to be the most important one of the battle. Macamp slumped to the floor unconscious and Guy followed him barely a second later. The display on the wall flashed the word draw and I just nodded, not displeased with the result. I'd do better. Next time. That was incredible, the second Elite Four member said as he covered the field in long powerful strides on his way to me. He stretched his hand for a shake which I regretted almost immediately as his muscles clamped down on me. The look on his face didn't even show any recognition of what he was doing to my poor hand. Luckily, he let go after 2 pumps, and I did my best to act unfazed, even with my hand being one massive bruise of pain. "Thank you, Bruno," I said, prepared to leave the hall. I could already see the vultures circling. The reporters had only bothered to begin streaming the battles about halfway through when things started getting interesting, but even with that every news channel seemed to choose a different battle to cover. I'll give you 3 guesses as to what battle all the reporters had covered at the same time. If Oak was here, I'm sure he'd advise me to say a few words to them, but I couldn't care less for people who would call me insane with one breath and ask me for my opinion on key matters in the other. They seemed unable to make up their minds on what exactly was wrong with me. Of course, my wishes were ignored as Bruno put an arm around my shoulder and led me straight to the vultures I'd been trying to avoid. We arrived at the reporters and they seemed to quiet down from our presence. Not our presence. Bruno's. Something about his aura just made people want to submit and behave themselves. We'll be taking questions one at a time. I know most of you are dying to ask our young elite here a few questions, but I ask that you do your best to censor yourselves. He said, at the last bit, looking down on everyone and flexing his abs like he was down for a fight. The first reporter to ask a question kept it simple and sweet, sticking to the battle we just had. Analysts are confused at your choice of Pokemon. All the professionals who speculated at the battle expected you to use either your Gardevoir or Charizard for that battle. He said, making a statement and acting like it was a question. If I was alone, I'd have told him to fuck off, but something told me the trainer with biceps large enough to crush my head like a watermelon wouldn't be pleased with that. At a certain level, type advantages begin to mean less and less. Bruno has definitely trained his Machamp on the best way to approach Psychics and Flying-type Pokemon. Guy, my Komodo was the best choice because he wanted it more. I said, moving on to the next reporter immediately, not giving him the chance to ask a follow-up. Just because I hated the press didn't mean I had no idea how to deal with them. My education at Oak's feet had been thorough. Do you think that contributed to your defeat here? One of the reporters asked, and I quickly noted down his face to avoid in the future. There was no defeat. I'm sure we all saw the word draw flash on the board, I replied, doing my best not to give them anything to latch onto. About your team, you possess a team of rare and unheard of Pokemon. Do you think it's fair on trainers who aren't children of champions for your father to help you so blatantly? The next reporter asked, and I was already beginning to curse Bruno in my mind. Not even a few months ago, I'd have exploded at the question, but I'd made my peace with things. Plus Sabrina was whispering calming words in my head. Can't deny that she had some effect on preventing me from biting his head off. My father, Samuel Oak, has had no influence on the Pokemon I caught or evolved. Every Pokemon on my team was caught as a result of my own efforts and those of other members of my team. Luck played a factor, as luck always does, and I can't deny my incredible luck in building the team that I have. I said in reply. Surely, you don't expect us to believe that you just got lucky and built a team like this. Charizard, Tyranitar, Gardevoir, Melodic. All these Pokemon are incredibly rare, and to even come across one in the wild has been the crowning achievement of many a trainer's careers. Not to talk of catching not just one, but all of them. Let's not even mention the other incredibly rare Pokemon on your team that no one has ever seen before. Rare evolutions, and rare species form your team, Donald Oak. You can't stand there and expect us to believe your father did nothing to aid that. Let's not even mention your carry limit. Another reporter pounced on the topic like a starving hyena. I just looked at Bruno, promising revenge before formulating my answer. Yes. If your question is whether my father's identity has affected my journey, then the answer is yes. I learned about Pokemon before I could walk. I learned habitats, nutrition, training at the feet of the greatest trainer this region has ever seen. But that is the limit of his influence on my journey. I'll be taking no further questions on this topic. I said, neatly avoiding the question on my carry limit simply because there was no answer I could give that would change their minds on partiality. Your lawsuit against the league, will you be dropping it now that things have changed? The next reporter asked, reading my mood and doing well not to dwell on the previous topic. What things have changed? The league still exists. The courts still exist, and what the league did to me hasn't changed one whit. What happened happened, and the league will not be allowed to get away with such a gross abuse of power. In spite of what league representatives might tell you, I do not do this out of selfishness or anything equally ridiculous. If it could happen to me, it could happen to any one of you, and I think you can all agree with me that the league needs to face the consequences of their actions. I said in reply to that one and moving on. A bit of a personal one, Donald, one of the reporters started out. Her use of my first name already told me that this would not be going in a very positive direction. I am Linda, from Linda's blog. You must have heard of me. My readers at home would love to know about your relationship status. Is the mighty Donald Oak still single? Or has some lucky person caught your attention, maybe even the gym leader of Viridian who you sat next to throughout the tournament? My relationship status is, of course, a very private matter. Gym leader Sabrina and I started our journeys together and met at different occasions throughout. She is a close friend of mine, and I ask that you respect our privacy and her dignity in your publication. Perhaps the nature of the question had made me a bit more flustered than usual, because that answer was shit. I'm Lois Lane, from Daily Poke News. One of the reporters started out before continuing. My question relates to the present situation. What do you think about the Tournament of Power, and what do you think Kanto's chances are of prevailing? The Tournament of Power is what happens when you mess around with forces beyond human understanding. My father and the league president might have granted Giovanni a temporary pardon to allow him participate in the selection trials and even represent Kanto if he manages to make his way through. But we must never forget that this is all his fault. He and his terrorist organization created Mutuo. They messed around with the power of the legendaries and now our very lives hang in the balance. I took a deep breath before answering the second part of the question. As for our chances, Miss Lane, I think things are altogether very positive. Lance of Johto, as well as Stephen and Wallace of Hone are large threats, but Samuel Oak still remains the powerful trainer he was in his prime. He might have aged like a human, but his team has aged like fine wine. Against them, our chances are good. But for the champion of Sinnoh, Cynthia, I honestly do not know. Her Garcomp had no trouble matching up against all three of Lance's Dragonite. However, if there is anyone who can match up against her, it's Samuel Oak. I won't say Kanto is a clear forerunner, but we have powerful trainers that can match up against the best of the other regions, like Bruno of the Elite Four, Agatha, also of the Elite Four, gym leader Sabrina, and even Giovanni the terrorist, I said, rounding up my answer with some name dropping. I noticed you did not mention your name. Do you not believe you will make it through the selection? Another reporter pounced on my perceived weakness nearly instantly. I just went through the first stage undefeated. I have the utmost confidence in my team and their strength. I didn't mention my name, because I let my battling speak for itself, I said with a savage smile that I couldn't quite stop from spreading across my face. What do you think of the chosen venue of the tournament? Do you believe it will aid or hinder the Kanto team? Another reporter asked. I don't think the chosen venue will have much of an impact on any of the teams. Yes, the islands are more predisposed to overcast weather and this might make moves like Sunny Day marginally more difficult, but any Pokemon at the tournament is unlikely to be bothered by that. After all, these are the best trainers from each individual region. A bit of weather won't stop them from giving their all. I said finally, ending that out. Last question, I proclaimed, pointing at a man that looked the least troublesome of all the ones yet to ask a question. What do you think of the Kanto-Johto separation for the tournament? Some are saying this ought to be the end of Indigo, are you one of them? He asked, and I took a deep breath and wondered how I'd navigate such a tense topic. Mutuo's threats were clear. I think we've all seen too much footage from the other regions to call them empty. Considering any region that doesn't win will be destroyed promptly, I doubt there is any remaining hope for a reunified Indigo at the end of all this. The reporter nodded, noting down every word, and I really looked forward to whatever my statements ended up being spun as. It would be an interesting look into the psyche of reporters, after all. From there, Bruno ushered me straight to Sabrina, and I began to wonder if she'd suddenly changed specialization in the last half an hour. Every word of greeting she gave to the Elite Four member dripped with poison, but he didn't seem deterred, sticking around enough to deliver some parting words. That was a draw, but I think neither of us has any doubt as to who the more powerful trainer here is. However, until you learn to use that head of yours, you'll never beat me. In terms of raw power, your team is stronger than mine. Even when you fought Claire, they'd been about equal with mine, but from your Komo's performance, they've all grown even stronger. They've done their part. Now, you need to do yours. As trainers, we are both our Pokemon's greatest weakness and their greatest strength. I believe you've spent too much time being the former, and not enough being the latter. You should probably get on fixing that. He said, and walked away from us, not even looking back. I just turned to Sabrina and flashed her a smile as we made our way back to Viridian via teleportation. Alakazam and Eno turned it into a bit of a race, but expecting a Gardevoir to beat an Alakazam in such a contest was an exercise in futility. I ignored Eno's glare and made my way to where Sabrina had appeared. We'd gone through the first stage, now, after a day of rest we'd have to allocate the rest of our time to get ready. Broly had pointed out a massive weakness in Guy, and I had to make sure more of my team didn't have such weaknesses. I mean, the problem with the gates was one that 99% of the trainers out there would never be able to exploit, but people like Lance and his Dragonite, Steven and his Metagross, or even Cynthia and her Garcomp. If I made it to the tournament, I'd be fucking around with the best of the world with stakes as high as they'd ever be. XXXXX the Sinnoh elite. So what do we know about this Mutuo? The champion asked as she sat on her throne for the first meeting in the 2 weeks since the announcement of the Tournament of Power. I'd been inclined to ignore the psychic and finish our preliminary attack on Indigo, but Cynthia's orders had been irrefutable. We know his threats aren't empty, first of all, Lucian said, reading through the report from our scouting teams. All the previously identified regions were nothing but dust and smoke. They'd been taken, and hard. Even the wild Pokemon there had been culled. Not completely exterminated like the humans, but their population had suffered tremendously. The entire thing shocked me quite a bit. I thought Cynthia's Garchomp was the peak of Pokemon strength, but to think there's something out there that can lay waste to whole regions. Insane. Apart from that? Flint asked with his head on the table. The idea of the tournament was wearing down on everyone, and considering the information had been released to the press by the damned psychic, we'd all had to spend many an hour reassuring aggravated members of the public. At least, their fantastical belief in Cynthia's strength was finally proving to be semi-useful. There was little real doubts about our ability to prevail, and footage of her fight against Lance had been released to reassure those that were beginning to doubt. It's bioengineered. Created by a terrorist group known as Team Rocket. The same group that Champion Lance of Indigo insists are responsible for Champion Gerald's death. Lucian spelled out again, reading from the same folder that I'd gone over 100 times since it had been sent to me this morning. We all just sat there looking at each other, wondering about the elephant in the room that we were all delaying discussing. This Tournament of Power. I decided to bite the bullet and start it out. Luckily for us, unlike the other regions, we recently held championship trials, so we are well satisfied that we are the strongest trainers in Sinnoh. Are we? The champion interrupted. No. Are you? She continued. I remember quite a few elites in this room suffering a defeat or two. Yes, I was the only one to beat all 4 of you, but there were enough defeats going around that public belief in our collective invincibility has suffered. No, we cannot simply select the 4 representatives of the region from this room. I will be hosting a selection league to determine those that will represent us. This meeting is over. The champion said and strolled out of the room, leaving all of us staring at each other. Well, we all need to get some training done, Flint said, looking right at Bertha and I as he spoke. What little pride I had chafed at his words, and that of the champion. I'd never had my strength doubted so openly and obviously since I'd ascended to the Elite Four. Lucian walked away shortly after Flint left, and Bertha followed their lead, leaving me alone in the room. I picked up my computer and started to go through my team's graphs. I'd crafted a training routine months ago after I'd lost to Cynthia to help my team get even stronger, but never found the time or will to properly adopt it. Now? I had nothing but time and plenty of will. I'd prove them all wrong. They'd forgotten. XXXXXX the Dragon Champion. And our 4 representatives. I asked the gathering of gym leaders and elite trainers. They gathered in the Blackthorn Hall to hold the elections to determine those that would represent our region in the fight for our continued existence. When word of Kanto hosting a tournament had begun to spread, we'd considered doing the same, but considering we were also planning on using that tournament to spy on Kanto's possible representatives, the idea hadn't lived long. Johto was the oldest and most civilized of all the regions. Disputes weren't settled with Pokemon and fists. They were settled with words and debate. That was the major bone of contention between the citizens of Johto and their Kantoan overlords all those years ago. We held an election among us, because who else will be able to decide the strongest trainers than the strongest trainers, and when someone had mentioned everyone simply choosing themselves, the idea had cemented itself even more. Surely whichever trainers managed to get votes from the others were guaranteed to be impressive. And luckily, in an election so important, people had been less inclined to play the political games that would have marked any other election for any other purpose. Lance, Claire, Price, and Karen the Blackthorn chief read out the results from the ballots and I felt a smile break across my face. Of course, there had been no doubts about me being chosen, but it was good to see that my first choices had all made it through. Good, now we must begin the training, I said, ending the meeting. We had our representatives months before Kanto would manage to choose their 4. With this kind of time advantage, could there be any doubts about our eventual victory? I'd finally get the chance to crush Oak beneath my feet, and that Cynthia of Sinnoh would also find herself beneath me, where she belonged. This was my chance. A/N, here you go. Another chapter. Sorry this one is a few hours late. I had a school dinner last night, and it was a load of fun. So much fun that I couldn't even open up my laptop by the time I got back to my dorm. I hope your weekends were equally enjoyable. Anyway, as always, the next 7 chapters are up on Patreon, and you can get to read the first 5 of them by tossing 3 small ones my way. The remainder would take a bit more. I also wrote my first ever bit of smut for this story last week. Feel free to show up on Patreon and tell me what you think. Also feel free to guess who the smut concerns. Maybe the winner will get a cookie. Chapter 53. Pre-Chapter A/N, Breakdown of Pokemon Names. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I looked left and right, across the field, feeling the crowd's enthusiasm catch me and nearly overwhelm me. The league president had turned this selection process into something else. It was the most popular tournament in recent history, with viewership numbers set to overtake the conference in a few days, and we weren't even at the finals yet. No, we still had 2 more stages. This stage was more of a round robin. Everyone would face everyone, with those having the best ratio being sent ahead. So far, things were looking good. I resisted the urge to puff out my chest as the crowd cheered me on as I took my position. I saw various signposts, the most funny of which boldly displayed the phrase, 40-0. I'd not lost a match since the trial started, and that made me a quick favorite. I also haven't faced most of the other favorites. Giovanni, Agatha, and most of the gym leaders hadn't been drawn up against me yet. Still, as one of only 2 people to still be undefeated, I had good odds riding on me. Of course, since the other person was Giovanni, it's clear to see why I was the one getting the adoration. I turned to my opponent, not allowing the crowd's noise affect me as I set my lips into an easy smile and relaxed my shoulders. Time to fucking rumble. The woman across from me was the gym leader for Fuchsia after Koga's death as his daughter and heir. Purple eyes stared at me with a worrying intensity as I considered my options for this battle. She'd almost beaten Sabrina, taking out both Hypno and Slowbro with some dirty tactics before being no-sold by Metagross. She was a poison-type trainer, and clearly wasn't skilled enough to totally negate the complete type advantage held by Steel-type Pokemon. Of course, it wasn't like I could take advantage of that. Magnezone was still a total and complete idiot, unable to pay attention for more than a second. I mean, I could get him to do some training by turning it into a game and even make him fight a bit in actual battles where he had his teammates to rein him in. But that didn't make him even the slightest bit ready for a battle like this one. Especially not with the stakes. The board flashed and showed that I lost the coin toss, so I started things off with Igneel. My fire dragon was always a good choice. I felt sweat break out across my skin and my nose caught the unpleasant scent of sulfur. I licked my lips as they'd suddenly dried themselves. My opponent didn't seem to be letting the heat get to her as she released her first choice a few moments after I released mine. She'd shown off 3 Pokemon against Sabrina, and this one was the one I considered to be her most likely option when facing Igneel. After all, if Metagross hadn't been a Steel-type supercomputer, this fucker would have done him in quite handily. 2 spherical heads connected by a tube stared down Igneel as we waited for the board to begin the battle. Most of these matches weren't directly refereed. Most league referees had come from Johto, and since Mewtwo's announcement, foreigners had seen all shades of hell from scared Kanto natives. It was sad, but not unexpected. The board flashed with the word, begin, and the crowd held their collective breaths. The silence was deafening as a massive wave of purple gas spewed out from both of the Pokemon's mouths at the same time. Igneel took to the skies, careful to stay within the height limit of the arena, and swept the gas away with a wave of his wings. The skies were safe for him, but he'd ceded the ground to Janine with that move. Purple haze covered every part of the battlefield below 9 feet. Any higher, and it would get dispersed by Igneel's wings. The haze thickened, until it formed a cloud even I couldn't see through. Igneel had better eyesight, on account of being a dragon and all, but I doubted even he could see within the cloud. Fuck. Well, this was not untenable. The situation. Sure, we couldn't attack without clear visuals unless we decided to say fuck it and go for shock and awe, but Janine couldn't attack us either. Part of me chafed impatiently at the thought of waiting for her to go on the attack and hungered to cover the field in flames, but I shut off Igneel's influence as quickly as I could. Janine was Koga's daughter. The same Koga who was widely recognized as the most crafty trainer in the league when he'd been alive. Considering all that, there's no way she wouldn't have been able to see an explosive attack like that. Igneel was the most popular of my Pokemon, after all. GIFs of him exploding and dealing with Bishop were even more popular than animated pictures of Eno whipping Claire's Dragonite. The internet was a weird place no matter the universe. We waited, doing our best to stay still until a voice came through from the speakers, sounding mechanist and obviously modulated by some sort of software. A time limit has been placed on this match. Both participants have 5 minutes to win or it will be declared a draw by timeout. I guess no one was keen on watching us attempt to fake each other out for that long. Igneel heard the announcement, but clearly wasn't able to understand it. Here's a little unknown fact. Pokemon don't speak English. They don't understand a word of it. I can already hear your objections. How do they take orders from trainers then? I can hear you ask with a scoff. Well, the answer to that one is quite simple. Intent. They feel the intent laced with words and understand that. Most Pokemon are empathic in that sense. They can feel human intent better than humans, and understand us better than we understand ourselves. It goes without saying that mechanist voices through speakers couldn't communicate any intent, so Oghenevwogaga had no idea what time limit had just been imposed. He looked at me, and I just shrugged, not telling him so he didn't get a bit overzealous. We stayed still like that for 2 more minutes, as I waited for Janine to make her move, but eventually I realized that she'd be happy with a draw here. She was nowhere near my level. If standing still for a few minutes was all she needed to leave here with a draw, then it was a good deal for her. Fuck. Didn't think this through. I waited till the board flashed 219 till I instructed Oghenevwogaga to move. He dove into the cloud with unreal speed and instantly exploded. His explosions didn't come with much sound, but the light display almost blinded me the first few times. Now? Not so much. The arena was devastated, and all the purple poison was gone, replaced by light dust from the shattered stone that made up the field. I searched for wheezing with both my eyes and Oghenevwoga's senses, keeping a good look at the clock. 1:53 was the time remaining on the board when we finally found it. It was hiding in the dust, trying to pull off some sort of retreat. Oghenevwogaga moved left, before moving right with the aura of agility around him. The feint worked well, and he was almost on top of the poison Pokemon before its trainer could warn it. It mattered little though. Oghenevwogaga was right in range, drowning the Pokemon in a sea of flames that agitated the light sunburns on my forearms. For someone with sensitive skin, I spent way too much time around living furnaces. He cut out the fire at 1:39 and I noted that the Pokemon had been able to survive with a protect just in time. Oghenevwogaga didn't allow it to disappoint him and was even excited at his opponent's survival. Surrounded in flame armor, he moved into the melee. 2 spherical heads didn't make for the most aerodynamic of profiles, and its attempt to run from my dragon was almost comical. Oghenevwogaga fought Guy and Broly on a near-daily basis. He knew speed, and this wasn't even close. He caught up and raked through it with powerful claws, moving in to continue the attack as it reared back. He was a storm of claws and tail whips, each limb coated in flames that burned the poison up before it could reach him. I hadn't foreseen this kind of effectiveness against poison attacks, and this utility took the flame armor from a showy tool to fuck with steel and grass types to a legitimate defensive tool in our arsenal. It was impressive. I watched Janine watch the board, clearly wondering if her Pokemon could wait out the remaining minute and 20 seconds. It wouldn't. I just shook my head at her, and taking my advice, she returned her Pokemon. Oghenevwogaga was relentless, and that wheezing was already done for. I closed my eyes in victory and waited for her next Pokemon. She'd shown off 3 against Sabrina, and as she was a gym leader, I didn't have the required clearance to just check up her trainer profile for the rest of her team. I mean, I could have studied her previous matches, but what's the fun in that? Janine was cunning, but she didn't have the power to roll with the big boys. Oghenevwogaga was going to sweep her entire team and not even break a sweat doing it. Of course, she had to introduce complexity. She sent out a Nidoking from her ball. Wait, is that a Nidoking? Which one was purple again? I mean, wasn't Nidoqueen the purple one and Nidoking the blue one? Well fuck. Let's keep my inability to identify a Pokemon native to Kanto away from Oak, shall we? He'd have me in remedial lessons for fucking ever. The Nidomonarch took the field with a flourish and Oghenevwoga's roar was every bit as anticipatory as it was warning. My battle-hungry dragon could already tell that this would be fun. I even had some trouble holding him off from attacking until the battle officially started. His previous battle and just spending so long standing around doing nothing was making him a bit restless, and he'd soon become ungovernable. When the board finally flashed, he moved with the force of a ball shot out of a cannon. Flame armor surrounded him as he moved through the air and collided with the power poison type. Nidomonarchs tended to have the ability, Poison Point, so we had to be careful not to get poisoned. Hopefully, the fire would burn out the poison before it entered him, but even if it didn't, we were raising his body temperature even higher than usual. His body would burn the poison out of his system in a few minutes even if he did get poisoned. A powerful tail lashed out at him as he dove in, but ducking under the appendage was child's play. Oghenevwogaga was built of nothing but muscle. Gravity training and a good diet ensured that. He was more built than any Charizard I'd ever seen, even lacking in that customary bit of gut they all had. He was just pure muscle. In melee range, he used all his advantages as best as he could. Moving around Nidomonarch's attacks like he could see them coming from a mile away, and punishing it whenever it overextended. He'd rolled up his claws and was attacking fists instead. After their first few exchanges, it wouldn't have taken Eno to figure out that his claws were not going to make it through his adversary's armor. Janine whistled, and a cloud of purple smoke exploded from Nidomonarch. It took the opportunity and disappeared into the crowd. Hurricane, I ordered with a carefully blank face. No need to show the disappointment I felt at her resorting to the same tricks and expecting to beat me. The smog disappeared as the winds picked up and coalesced into a hurricane that traveled along the arena. The move gathered all the gas and funneled it right into the air, dispersing it thinly and cleanly. I smiled at Oghenevwogaga and shot him a thumbs up for the well-executed move. His power and muscles weren't the only things growing, it seemed. Nidomonarch was nowhere to be found, so I made the obvious judgment and had Oghenevwogaga take to the skies. Of course, that's what Janine expected. The moment Oghenevwogaga began to ascend, Nidomonarch appeared out of the ground, to the left and tossed a massive rock right at him. Oghenevwogaga was able to react, shattering it to 1,000 pieces with a fist surrounded by flame. I just stared at Janine, wondering if that was the entirety of her strategy. I mean, it wasn't very likely to work, was it? The field began to visibly vibrate and develop cracks. I doubted using Earthquake was very effective when one's opponent had already gone airborne. The entire essence of her strategy seemed to be to confuse me as much as possible. With any other trainer, I'd assume them to be an idiot and move in for the kill, but this was Koga's daughter. I've only battled the man once, but even in that battle, he'd been a crafty bastard, with a trick up his sleeve for every situation. I found it difficult to believe that his chosen heir and daughter would be any different. There was a trap here. An angle was being played. All I had to do was fucking find it. Stealth rock, she commanded, and multiple pieces of stones from the ground rose up and surrounded Oghenevwoga's position in the sky. He tested the trap by moving a bit to the left, and the rock closest to him exploded, scuffing his scales a bit. I hummed at the move choice. Oghenevwogaga could probably just force his way out of the encirclement, but that would damage him needlessly, and besides, we had some long-range training to do, either way. This was good for us. We had allowed Oghenevwoga's skills at long range go ignored for a while since it became so easy to just wrestle anyone into submission with explosions and a body made of flame. Oghenevwogaga was pure hacks like that. He took a deep breath and spat out a sea of flames right at Nidomonarch. A flash of blue from within the fire told me it was using Protect to guard itself. Good. It would have been too easy if that did it. Let's do something new, shall we? I whispered to myself, connecting Oghenevwogaga to me even deeper, by opening up our aura bond further. I considered the options and decided that since Nidomonarch was a ground type, merely making the flames hotter would have no effect. It was going to survive most of what we threw at it unless we chose to get ridiculous. But I still had an idea. Oghenevwogaga had spent months turning Swift into the Phoenix Flame Jutsu, and turning Flame Wheel into Flame Armor, or turning his body's natural processes into explosion. When it came to purely original moves, Oghenevwogaga was far and beyond the most talented of my Pokemon. Ino could match up to his learning pace with Psychic Cheatery, but that was different. I have an idea, but I told him, communicating the basic idea behind the Raise Nan to him, but repurposed to work with Fire-type aura, and to work in the context of how he understood his power. Instead of Chakra, we'd be using normal-type energy as the basis of the move, adding the flames later on when we managed to get this down. Wisps of blue light gathered around Oghenevwoga's hand as he stretched it out in front of him. My mind melded with his as we started the move together. I had no idea how aura let me do shit like this, but that was a matter for later consideration. Rotation, I focused first. We were going to get the move to work by using the shadow clone technique with no actual shadow clones. I would be the shadow clone, focusing on rotation and containment while Oghenevwoga focused on providing the power and helping me out when I lapsed. I rotated Oghenevwoga's energy around his palm, allowing it to gain speed by virtue of the rotation itself. Spin created spin, as the normal type energy began to form into individual threads that span all together. Oghenevwoga increased the power, and I added it to the existing threads, and then focused on containing all of it into a sphere. Fuck, this was hard. I was moving around power that wasn't mine in a body that wasn't mine. Very fucking hard. I looked down with Oghenevwoga's eyes and found Nidomonarch staring right up to me. Some part of me wondered why Janine was just letting me obviously prepare a move, but I tossed it aside. When the Raise Nan was complete, I considered adding a spark and igniting the entire thing, but I honestly doubted I'd be able to control the move if it came to that. It took all my energy to prevent it from collapsing in on itself or exploding. Unlike the actual jutsu, this move could not just sustain itself once given a power source. I had to focus on maintaining the rotation and concentration while Oghenevwoga provided a constant stream of power. We shot straight out of the encirclement of rocks, allowing them to explode around us and ignoring what little damage they did. I'd overestimated the move's ability to damage Oghenevwoga apparently. As we got closer, I noticed something. Nidomonarch's fists were vibrating with the energy of an earthquake, but that wasn't the terrifying bit. That honor went to the hyper beam it had been building up in its mouth the whole time. Fuck. I considered abandoning the run, but that would be boring, and not epic at all. Besides, I've seen Naruto do this half a dozen times already. Oghenevwoga expressed no doubt at my chosen course of action, and increased his speed as we approached the Nidomonarch. I could see some shock on its face, but it didn't allow that prevent it from sending a missive hyper beam right at us. We stretched our arm holding the Raise Nan out, handling our body behind it. Just like it did in the anime, the rotation of the Raise Nan helped in redirecting the energy beam. The hyper beam came into contact with the Ray's Nan and separated into multiple beams of light that spun with the Ray's Nan. It was like what a disco ball did with focused rays of light, just much more deadly. We finally got within range of the Nido Monarch as its beam attack ended. It tried to use one of its earthquake fists on Igneel, but we just dodged out of the way and slammed the spinning ball of energy down on its head. It ground at its armor, before breaking through and sending the powerful ground-type Pokémon to the ground, knocked out. I didn't need Igneel's senses to feel the shock in the crowd. They'd just witnessed a completely new move. A new, effective move at that. Even Janine, ninja that she was quite shocked. For that, I needed Igneel's senses. My eyes weren't good enough to spot the slight widening of hers, and my nose definitely couldn't smell the emotion on her. Sharing bodies with Igneel like this was lovely, but I had to return to mine. The power in his muscles, the fury in his belly. It gave me a heady feeling that I had to be careful not to get addicted to. It was as I returned, that I heard Janine's next words. I forfeit. That Charizard is beyond the capabilities of the rest of my team, and my opponent still has 2 more Pokémon up his sleeve. She said, and the crowd cheered her on as she left the platform. I followed her lead, taking the emphatic win for what it was. Igneel roared to the crowd to show his dominance, and I let him have his fun before I returned him to his ball. XXXXXX the Sinnoh Elite. I looked around me, taking note of the silence in the forest, before it was disturbed by the sound of an explosion. I grit my teeth in frustration, feeling just as terrible about our consistent failure as Volcarona. Logically, I shouldn't. My models predicted that it would take her at least a month to get this down, but the fact that we'd pulled ahead of schedule on everything else had spoiled me just a bit. Keep up on it, sweetheart, I told her, as I began walking around the rest of the forest to check on the team. I'd bought this place with my first paycheck as an Elite Four member, and hadn't found much of an excuse to use it personally. My family enjoyed the place, but this was my first time living here for any long period. This is where I do the training to secure my spot and silence my doubters. It was clear that the other elites thought me the weakest of them all. I was the only one without Mega Evolution to rely on, and the 4th elite in terms of numbering, so it was easy to see why they thought so, but understanding why didn't make it any easier to swallow. I dodged around a flying rock as Heracross shattered another one, working to strengthen the force of his pincers. He was the one I spent the most time with, as I did all I could to strengthen our bond in the hopes of trying Mega Evolution again. Something told me it wasn't anything from my end, but trying to speak to him had gotten me nowhere. I walked past Crustle running from one end of a clearing to another, moving around all types of obstacles to train both speed and maneuverability. Vespiquen and Beautifully flew in the air above me, training both their flight and the ability to call upon their powder attacks instantly. This was just a warm-up for most of them, as the real training required everything they could give and more. My models showed they'd be able to power through the training at the end of the day, but I was still a bit worried. I watched Drapion as he walked, getting used to the gravity bracers on him as he walked on some of his more exotic poisons. This one was an idea that had literally come to me in the shower. Poison-type Pokémon could produce poison pretty much on demand, yes, so what would happen if I tried to change what that poison was, or what it did? I mean, if you thought about it long enough, there was no reason why not. Poison types could stoke certain glands in their body this way or that to make the poison they used. However, the process wasn't entirely biological. Sure, their bodies were like chemistry labs, mixing different compounds to get unique results, but at some point, Pokémon energy had to come in to turn what they created into what they needed. I couldn't for the life of me describe it much better than that. All I could say was that somehow, we'd managed to isolate a unique poison I built in the lab, and after making Drapion ingest it a few times while monitoring his health, he'd proven to be able to manifest trace amounts of it in his regular poison. Now, all I needed to do was train him to be able to use that one on demand, and then branch out into more poisons. I could still remember the conversation with my father when I'd brought up the idea and asked for his help in designing the poison. So your idea makes some sense, but I still need to understand the rationale. A unique poison can be made to do any amount of things, I'd replied, smiling brightly in enthusiasm at the idea. Yes, but the matter at hand is quite simple. You need only one poison, and that's the one most likely to work on other Pokémon. What's our assurance that this will be any more effective than his already existing poison? Anticipating that question, I handed the tablet over to him and watched his eyes widen. It was a result of a study I'd carried out on some DNA samples gotten from Heracross and models made from that. Drapion's poison had a 12% effectiveness in small doses. A random poison I dug up from a few old journals had double the effectiveness. Do you know why this is? He asked, while stroking his white beard. I resisted the urge to comment on how ridiculous it made him look. Mother would deal with that when she stopped finding it funny. My theory is resistance. Every Pokémon builds some resistance to poison over their lifetimes, or even as a result of evolution, but that only applies to poisons found in the wild. Imagine how effective a completely new poison that no one could build a resistance to could be. From there, I knew I had him, and now we were working on a second poison. The first had just been proof of concept. Now, we were working on something that could actually change the game as it was played. I could imagine Drapion ascending to becoming one of my more deadly Pokemon if this worked out. Now, I just had to perfect the rest of the moves I was working with the team on. We had a lot in front of us, but were well placed to make something truly beautiful. After all, how many times would one get to see completely new moves? I walked towards Galvantula's part of the forest, careful to avoid startling her and provoking a reaction. Her job was simple. Increase her ability to store charge in her body and learn even more powerful electric-type moves. Her utility as an ambush attacker with her web was beginning to approach its end. Now a single Pokemon at the Tournament of Power would be bested by such a tactic. I had subterfuge and skill down pat, I just had to match it with raw power. This course of action grated at me, but the models were clear. Power would trump skill when applied correctly. I couldn't survive, relying entirely on my Pokemon being more skilled than the rest. As things stood, my models gave me a 32% chance of beating Bertha, and she was the one with the highest odds. The 0.4% chance of beating Cynthia that the model had given me when I ran the battle had been heartbreaking. I knew she was stronger than me, but so much stronger that it was virtually impossible for me to beat her was disheartening to say the least. Turning away from Galvantula's nest after giving her some words of encouragement and watching her, I made my way back to Volcarona. I hadn't heard any explosions from her chosen training area in a bit, so I was hopeful that progress was being made. XXXX champion of Hone. I sat in front of my predecessor as we both contemplated the madness of the world. I knew Indigo was doing something stupid, but to think that they'd bioengineered a legendary of all things. The brutish barbarians had put the entire world in their mess, and now we were going to be forced to fight for our lives. The entire thing turned what would have once been a celebratory reunion between friends into a somber affair as we each nursed our glasses of whiskey and tried to strategize for the future. You and I are a given for the team, of course, Stephen said, and I just nodded, noting that his skin had acquired a healthy tan over his travels. I thought through the Elite Four as they stood now, and tried to come up with two clear favorites to join us. Drake was the strongest of them, for sure, and wasn't that much weaker than me if I was being completely honest. Sydney, Glacia, or Phoebe? I asked him as I took another small sip of the burning alcohol. The heat I felt traveling through my body was just lovely at this time. In terms of strength, they're all close enough that we could take any of them without losing out on too much. What we have to be careful about is typing. Psychic, Ghost, or Ice? That's the question we should be asking. I nodded at his reply, agreeing with him in principle. Type advantages meant little at our level, but a fight between Blaziken and a Sceptile at the same level would end in the Blaziken's favor 9 out of 10 times. Between equal matched opponents, type matchups meant everything. We'd have to find out the representatives from the other regions first, of course. To make sure our team is ready for anything, I said, nodding at the man in the shadows. Yes, of course, our spies are the best in the world. Stephen replied, catching my drift. Zero, you know what to do, I said, using the codename that I found a bit ridiculous. He disappeared in a blur of movement, ready to search out and bring us whispers from across the world. We'll discuss the tournament tomorrow. Now, tell me about your travels. I've been stuck here for so long, I might as well live vicariously through you, I said, relaxing into my chair, and doing my best to put the issue out of mind. A/N, another chapter done. Let's go. Thanks for reading, guys. We're officially 60 chapters in, on Patreon at least. Isn't that something? How was the reunion with our poacher friend? Yes, I didn't forget about him. He still has one more key role to play before we can finally be rid of him. We've got the next 7 chapters available on Patreon, and you can read all of them right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. I also have a new story I'm working on, so you can also check that out here. Chapter 54. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I looked between all the people by my side and began to form a plan for passing through this part of the selection process. It had never truly struck me exactly how many trainers were in Kanto. Over 1,000 trainers had applied at the beginning after the president truly opened the floodgates, and from there, it was pure chaos. Even now, months into the selection process, there were still quite a few applicants left. So many in fact, that the penultimate trial was going to be a free-for-all battle. 108 trainers were in the arena around me, each one allowed only a single Pokemon to prevent the entire thing from becoming too chaotic. We were going to remain in this arena until only 10 trainers were left. From 108 to 10, that's a hell of a cutoff, and I found myself looking forward to it. Especially as I spotted Sabrina at the other end of the arena. Our plan was going to be simple, fight our way to each other, and team up for the rest of the trial. Unlike all the other trials, this wasn't just about the strength of one's Pokemon. Numerous factors like luck, tactical awareness, ability to work with others, as endurance would affect everything. It had been the most controversial of all the trials, but this time the president remained blessedly silent. Perhaps, he was wary of overruling Oak too often. The ex-champion was a patient man and his kind genial old man persona was strong, but anyone with a working brain knew not to pull on his tail. The president had been doing just that ever since this entire thing started. I took a deep breath and turned to Hashirama at my side with a smile. It had been a more difficult decision than expected, choosing which of my teammates would be at my side for this trial. Hashirama was able to narrowly beat out everyone else because of the sheer area utility being able to create a whole forest would provide in this arena. I'd not, for the life of me, been able to figure out how this had been built. The domed ceiling above me seemed to stretch impossibly high, giving flying types more than enough room to cause chaos. The X-axis dimensions were equally impressive. We all stood in the arena without Pokemon and there was still more than ample space. Considering Bruno had brought a gigantic Onix for this trial, that was a lot more impressive than it sounded. Speaking of Elite Four members, I turned to the woman who had been staring at me since we entered the arena. Agatha of the Elite Four. Aged and sore, she had a perpetual look like she swallowed a lemon on her face as she glared daggers at me. Oak had warned me that they had history and she'd probably be coming for me, but I didn't think her focus would be so single-minded. I had no doubts that she'd be coming for me the moment this thing started. Not choosing Ino for this seemed to be an even better decision than I thought. If I was going to be having a pissed-off ghost mistress on my case, then there'd be no better choices than Hashirama or Kenpeki. Her Jengar stuck out its tongue when it noticed my attention, floating around menacingly. I just smiled at it, baring my teeth and preparing myself for the fight of my life. This trial was definitely going to be the most difficult thing I'd ever faced. The screen flashed, counting down to 1. 7, 6. I started considering all the strategies I'd prepared while checking my pockets for the 9th time today. I was ready. This was mine. 3, 2, 1. Once the event started, I sent my aura flowing straight into Hashirama, like a dam releasing all its pent-up energy. It was a drop in an ocean when compared to his, but it was more potent. Leaps more potent. He could achieve so much more with my power than his own, at similar amounts at least. He held on to my aura and stoked the growth of the seeds he'd been spreading throughout the waiting time. They began to sprout, slowly and surely. The ground itself then began to shake in an earthquake. For that move, he hadn't even needed to split his focus much, with most of it already spread into the ground. The seeds had gone extremely far in their spread, so most of Hashirama's job right now was stoking them and bring them to life, which my Ajura made even easier. As I watched the forest form around us, I couldn't help but smile to myself. At this point, my team was just blatantly overpowered for the setting. Of course, that was the moment life had to bring me down from my high horse. Sometimes, I just love life. Unlike the rest of the trainers, awestruck at my sudden attack, Agatha was already on the move. All the trees between her and me crumbled to dust as she made her way forwards, her Jengar wrapping her around in a cloud of poison so dense, that part of me feared for the old woman's health. Of course, as I heard the insane cackling that matched her presence within the cloud, I flushed that feeling from my body. Agatha was fucking insane. Some people theorized it came from spending so much time around the void creatures known as ghost types, but I had a simpler explanation. She was just born without any screws at all. Gotcha little Oaksy. Granny Agatha is here, she said with an obnoxious cackle that Madeem reflexively stepped back. Her voice grated, hitting a pitch alien to the human ear. Brother, get him, she shouted at the cloud around her, and I scowled in reply. There was something wrong here. There had to be. This one's just missing screws. It seemed like she'd lost the whole fucking car. Hashirama, keep it low-key. Conserve your strength. His poison is strong, but that will be no issue to you, will it? I spoke to my partner in whispers and he just swayed one of his branches in reply. The Jengar formed out of the cloud and flew right at us, but Hashirama had been waiting. A branch from one of the few intact trees around us slammed right into the Jengar. It folded its body around the attack, continuing its approach, but that was what we'd wanted. The time taken there had been enough for Hashirama to charge up a solar beam. The blast of light energy slammed straight into the Jengar, actually driving the ghost backwards, and we got right into the strategy for dealing with this species that I'd come up with. After all, we had a date with a Jengar set for one of these coming days. Hashi was careful to avoid attacking with any of his core branches, lest they be consumed in this particularly corrosive poison, but he also wasn't shy about letting the forest he'd made lose a few trees as he animated them to do the attacking for him. One branch went right for its head, but as it dodged that, it was met with another going for its midsection. Both missed their marks along with the solar beam Hashirama tried to cleave it with. As they fought and danced, I kept an eye on the surroundings. Hashirama's forest had caught most of the other contestants off guard, but that surprise had quickly worn out, and now they fought their way through the environment, splitting trees apart and battling their way through and around the forest. Part of me could somehow tell that Sabrina was off towards the east, relatively unmolested. She'd probably wait for me to finish with Agatha before approaching. It was the smart thing to do, and Sabrina had always been a smart woman. After all, what psychic master would stroll into a fight with a ghost-type elite trainer? I turned to the fight in front of me, taking note of the fact that Gonger had managed to get even closer to Hashirama's body after completely destroying close to a dozen trees. More trees sprang up from the ground, shaped to entrap the poison type, but it just phased through them in a cloud, not allowing them touch it. We waited a few seconds for it to become solid again before lashing out with another attack. I was being constantly reminded of the saying, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. My anti-Jengar strategies weren't proving nearly as effective as I'd hoped. Even though in an ideal situation, I'd have Igneel here to run interference and threaten with flying-type attacks to disperse the Jengar to the winds if it dared phase out for too long, I still expected that Hashirama alone would be enough to deal with the threat. It was now, that the Jengar won first blood. They'd danced for close to 10 minutes, neither one winning the advantage, until Jengar suddenly changed tact. He'd previously been kept at bay by a mixture of physical attacks from the trees around him and solar beams. I thought we'd gotten the right rhythm, until he threw everything into disarray by turning completely into gas, splitting up ito several streams to dodge around the solar beams, and then phasing his poisonous body right through the arm Hashirama raised to attack him. I watched the branch wither with a wince as Hashirama instantly retreated, taking refuge underground when his opponent didn't press the attack. Jengar stood still, waiting for Hashirama to resurface as I detonated the plan for retreat. I jumped backwards and blew on the whistle clutched in my hand. Alakazam appeared right behind me, and with a palm on my shoulder teleported me, kilometers away, to where Sabrina stood looking at something I couldn't quite see. I took a deep breath and instantly reached out with my aura. Hashirama was making good speed towards us. I'd have been worried about one of the multiple rock or ground type Pokemon getting him off guard while he was so injured, but the fact was that with so many routes underground, I found it unlikely that anyone who got into combat with him as he was submerged would be making their way back up. Especially as injured as he was right now. That was a mess, I said with a deep breath, finally able to talk to Sabrina after making sure my teammate was alright and on his way. Indeed. I did not expect Agatha's Jengar to represent such a threat, Sabrina replied, not really doing much for how I felt. Fuck, I thought myself powerful. Thought myself strong. We had a plan. Everything was going so well, and then it turned out the fucking Jengar was just holding back. We'd never had the advantage. We had nothing against that Pokemon, and that was just insane. She is making her way over here, Sabrina said, pointing me over to a line of collapsing trees. The arena was big, and Sabrina had kept her distance from War Battle, but as it stood, I didn't give Agatha more than 5 minutes to arrive here. Fuck, I breathed out, trying to think of a way out. Poof was coming right for me, and I couldn't be near Sabrina when that happened, or even leave her on the way to me. Teleport away. I've got this, I said, putting on my most confident smile and shutting down all my thoughts on the matter so she couldn't see them. All right, she said simply, and disappeared with Alakazam. She was much too trusting. Her psychic abilities made her supremely difficult to deceive, but it also made her even easier to fool for those who could get around those psychic abilities. She had no skill for reading body language or facial cues. She quite literally took everyone at their words, mental or otherwise. It was a good thing for now though, much more convenient, at least. I looked at the rapidly approaching line of destruction and promptly began heading east. The arena was a few dozen kilometers in every direction, so we had more than enough space to avoid each other all through the event. I started running, jumping over a route and trusting myself to figure out something to solve this. XXXX. And final I. For the final battle of the first round of the Sinnoh representative qualifying tournament, we have Aaron of the Elite Four facing off against Fulner, gym leader of Sunny Shore City. I took a deep breath as I prepared myself to head out. Of course, my first battle just had to be against an elite level trainer. At this point, I'd given up on trying to predict my luck. Going against a trainer everyone recognized as being on Flint's level for my first battle hadn't been the optimal outcome, but I still had a plan prepared for him. His first choice would be that Jolteon of his. He had a 69% chance of using her as his first Pokemon in serious battles, and an 85% win rate for when he did. It was unlikely he'd use anything else. However, I had to choose my first Pokemon carefully. I needed to bait out that Pokemon to deal with first, but the fact of the matter was that the stronger the Pokemon I sent out, the less likely he was to use her first. I fucking hated going first. Way too inconvenient. I sent out Drapion after a few seconds of consideration. He lazily sent out the electric Pokemon I'd wanted him to, and I just smiled in satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. Of course, this was often the time when things started to go pear-shaped. The referee pulled down his flag to begin the battle, and they blurred into motion, Drapion retreating to get distance from the physically dominant Pokemon, and Jolteon covering the ground at amazing speed, keen on achieving the exact opposite goal. Jolteon moved at extreme speeds, but we had a bit of a surprise prepared with Drapion. He moved across the ground, dropping poison spikes as he moved, intent on getting the electric-type Pokemon with his poison. Of course, there wasn't much chance of something like that happening. I just needed the field to be prepared and poisoned against his other Pokemon after this battle. The truth was that I'd spent so much time thinking about what would happen if I was faced with any of the remaining elite-level trainers in Sinnoh, that I'd come up with a unique strategy for each opponent. Valkner was one of the easiest to plan around. A powerful trainer, yes, but not a very imaginative or tactically sound one. Lazy. That was the word most accurately used when describing the man in front of me. His Jolteon kept approaching the retreating Drapion until I whistled and my Pokemon suddenly held his ground, waiting for the approaching Pokemon with visible menace wafting off him. As a bug-type master, Drapion was one of my only Pokemon who didn't meet the required typing. I'd been reluctant to catch him when we met, but that hunger, that drive I saw in his eyes was just too much to turn down. Yes, training him in a team of bug types was often inconvenient, but we'd moved past that quickly. He was just too good at what he did. He waited for the very last second in Jolteon's charge and leaned out of the way of the wild charge before smashing right into its midsection with one of his pincers. I almost winced along with the rest of the audience at the sound of the impact. Drapion hadn't held back one whit, and his species were known for being strong enough to crush steel between their pincers. As he held the electric rabbit-like Pokemon down and prepared to inject his poison, Valkner suddenly shouted, from his end of the field, "Transform!" I watched in shock as the electric Pokemon suddenly turned to nothing but pure electricity, phasing through Drapion's hold, leaving him slightly shocked and retreating. What was that? That couldn't have been possible. I studied Valkner's previous battles with an obsession. If he had some form of trick like that up Hyo's sleeves, he'd have used it much earlier. I find it so funny how so many trainers assume they have a monopoly on improvement. They study their opponent before battle, and then become surprised to find that all they had learned had become obsolete. The fact of it is this is a world of infinite growth. To be a truly great trainer, one needs to feel it intuitively. Studying your opponent is useless. Battling is all about the feeling of it. If it doesn't feel right, there can be no battle. However, the moment it does, that's when battle becomes something truly extraordinary. He said, with a loud voice portraying passion that I'd never have expected from the gym leader who literally spent all his time hiding from his own gym. Fuck. Of course, even the simple assessment of his personality had proven to be wrong. Just the kind of life I lived these days. Interesting opinion. I'll give you a better idea of what battles are about. Feelings don't matter. Emotions don't matter. It's a contest for who is the superior tactician. Who has the best information, the best analysis of that information, and who is most capable to turn all of that into strategy to overcome their opponent. The truth of the matter is this, you stand no chance against me. One simple trick will never be enough. Drapion, strategy 2. My dark type just nodded as he heard the words addressed to him. This time, he wasn't retreating or stepping back. No, he was moving forwards with all he had, rushing right towards the wounded Jolteon. It might have been able to escape being badly poisoned, but that had done nothing for the impact that had put it down in the first place. He didn't seem keen on recognizing the injury, though, as he just shook off his fur and ran right at Drapion. I smiled, watching the movement. I could already see how it had adapted from the first exchange. Of course, that meant nothing, this strategy was markedly different. As both Pokemon got even closer to each other, Drapion took in a deep breath and bathed the area between them in a purple cloud. Jolteon was much too close to avoid inhaling any of it, and though it managed to find itself out of the cloud in short order, it was still much too late. That was one of our design potions. The magnum opus of my little project had been the ability to design poisons more likely to be effective against certain types or even whole species of Pokemon. The cloud had been made up of a paralytic specially designed to be more effective and fast-acting against electric types. We already tested it on Galvantula and a host of wild electric Pokemon, to guarantee it worked, and as I saw the Jolteon's leg begin to seize him, I knew this one would be no different from the others. This was the power of preparation. Know thy enemy, and know thyself, and thou shalt not fear a million battles, I quoted from one of the multiple nameless journals in the elite library. Transform, Valkner shouted from one end of the field, and I watched the wild card move I'd never expected come together right in front of my eyes. I just scowled at it. Dig, I commanded Drapion, instructing him to go underground and wait out this last-ditch prayer. It was obvious that Jolteon could not maintain the transformation for long periods. If it could, it would have transformed from the beginning and ended the battle there. As Jolteon began to submerge himself in the ground, the whisker of electricity I identified as Jolteon suddenly moved. Jolteon was on the floor, knocked out, and twitching. A second later, and Jolteon was back in its body. What the fuck? What the actual fuck was that? I ignored the twitch I unconsciously made as I swore, and focused on trying to unpack what just happened. XXXX Donald Oak. I looked to my left and right as I continued my escape from the crazy old woman. Choosing Hashirama for this battle seemed to be the wrong idea. In my defense, I'd never have expected the Jengar's poison to be corrosive enough to wear through the body of a fucking Pokemon. Things like this weren't even meant to be possible. I took a left, covering ground as quickly as possible, as I felt Hashirama moving underneath me. I wasn't going to have him trigger the trap until I was sure we'd get them. Agatha's cackles brought shivers to my body as they echoed around the forest. It hadn't taken me long to figure out that we weren't really in an arena. It was just too large to be one. Consulting Hashirama's aura told me he hadn't even noticed the illusion of the arena. I had no idea why the League had spared the time and energy for such a large illusion, but it wasn't even my major focus for now. All my attention was spent trying to figure out a plan to take out this crazy old day and her Pokemon if the trap we had failed to work. I'd never have even considered such a plan failing, but since my first experience with the crazy old lady managing to overcome everything I threw at her, I was becoming more and more doubtful of Hashirama and I's ability to overcome them. Finally, we arrived at the clearing Hashirama scouted out ahead of time. I dove right down as a cloud of Jengar poison sailed over my head. That's against the rules, I screamed at the cackling woman. Oh, pipe down, whippersnapper. You're still alive, ain't ye? For now the last two words were whispered with a menace that no human being should have been capable of. The sun above us seemed to intensify in strength, as Hashirama used his signature sunny day, preparing himself for the expenditure I needed. The trees around us seemed to sway with an intangible wind as they came to life around us. This same trick again? The old woman asked before rearing her head back and unleashing a deep hearty laugh that seemed to rack her whole being. It struck me then, how old Agatha truly looked. She was skin and bones. Every bit of skin I could see was wrinkled. Her hair was completely white, even the black edges I'd been able to make out just a month ago were completely gone. This woman was supposed to be Oak's age? Oak looked like he could run a marathon at any time of the day. She looked like she could barely make tea without killing herself in the process. What do you want, Agatha? Is this really the best use of your time? I asked, trying to create some dialogue, both to buy time for my trap and to try to understand what she actually wanted. Nothing but you, boyo. You and Daddy. More Daddy than you, but Daddy isn't here right now. I'll take you to bring Daddy here. She said, voice seeming to echoey with a deeper tone than what should be humanly possible. Everything about Agatha seemed to be unnatural. And as I stared in her eyes, the flash of black I saw in them made me fall backwards, tripping over my feet. A/N, thanks for reading, guys. We're officially 61 chapters in. Isn't that something? We've finally hit the last part of the last arc, so things are very much in their endgame. Let's go, I guess. We've got the next 7 chapters available on Patreon, and you can read all of them right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. I also have a new story I'm working on, so you can also check that out here. Chapter 55. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I smiled to myself as I continued to run away from Agatha and her Pokemon. Now, my trap had failed. It hadn't even triggered, not really at least. Jengar had ignored the solar beam like it was nothing, and Agatha had somehow been able to break through the bindings Hashirama had placed around her. Our attempt to separate them had failed before it even began, so now we were back to square one. Not really square one since we had valuable data. I meant to say valuable data, but I mean that we now know nothing we try will have much of an effect against them. Nothing we'd try without exhausting ourselves at least. Hashirama still had quite a few tricks up his branches, guaranteed to work on Jengar, but I was loath to use them. We still had more stages to pass through, and stooping to such advantages now might as well be an admission of defeat. I'd thought myself superior to Agatha. Why would I yield to her? It took me almost tripping over some loose foliage to realize that I was being an idiot. What the heck was I thinking actually? Insanity had finally caught me out? I scowled as I turned to face the old woman and the ghost by her side. We've seen this trick already, boy. Not impressed, she said in that cackle of hers that had been ringing in my ears since the moment this test started. All around us, trainers were making progress, eliminating each other, and moving through the forest I'd practically trapped us in. And here I was, facing off against an old woman who seemed to be pursuing me with all the dogged intensity of a scorned woman or jilted lover. It drove me just a bit crazy, and I issued orders to Hashirama at the speed of aura. Not thought, since I couldn't actually share those. All I could share was aura. It was how Pokemon actually understood each other, so you could say I learned poke speak. What do you actually want, Agatha? I tried asking again. This time, I was genuinely curious. 30 minutes into this trial, and the woman still kept coming after me. She hadn't veered off or even ceased her pursuit for a second. I would have been worried for her health if she didn't seem determined to make her last act on this world ending me. Hashirama tore himself out of the ground with savage intensity. He looked terrifying, if I was being completely honest. His branches were blackened in the spots where Gengar had gotten to him. His previously smooth body had grown all sorts of thorns and short branches as the battle went on, and he had to stress himself even more and more to keep himself going. Less energy to maintaining his physical form and more to fight the monster seeking our death. A claw made entirely of shadow shot out of one of the blackened branches, making its way towards the poison type that had been so problematic. I smiled at how the attack was larger and faster than ever before. Ghost type, psychic type, and dark type energies were often called the ethereal trinity. They played off each other in ways no other elements out there did. Each and every one of them worked in different ways, powered by different states of mind. For psychic energy, it was logic and calm. One needed a clear mind to use psychic energy. It's why human psychics were so rare. Our emotions weren't really suited to being shunted aside like actual Pokemon psychics were. We weren't really built for it in the same way they were. For dark type energy, it was a strange void. I couldn't explain it. Not really. It was why dark types were so different. They represented a sort of midpoint between dark and ghost types, having the power to somehow mess with all the other types and somehow still being advantaged against the others. They required a strange balance of calm and malice that the other two Etheriaki types didn't. Ghost type energy, though. Pure unadulterated malice was the only requirement. It's why ghost types were feared above dark types. They were different, and there were so many theories and rumors circling around about them that it was difficult to distinguish fact from fiction, especially when the former tended to be even wilder than the latter. Truth is stranger than fiction, indeed. All that was to say that Shadow Claw, as a ghost-type move, was supercharged by all the malice that suffused Hashirama's body right now. Getting injured repeatedly, while trying to fight through bone-chilling exhaustion, would leave even the lightest of chaps in a right foul mood. Considering Hashirama was literally from a species specially predisposed to malice, was it any surprise that he was overflowing with the stuff? The Shadow Claw cleaved straight through Gengar. Even transforming to gas at the last instant wasn't enough to leave him completely unfazed as his screams rang through the clearing. I shared the feeling of satisfaction with Hashirama as we enjoyed the sounds of the creature that had done so much to hurt us being placed on the other end. I'd hesitated to move into using purely ghost-type attacks since Hashirama's mental state wasn't the best for it. It had never become a problem since he was usually more than strong enough for it, but as tired as both of us were, and as angry as we were, messing around with ghost-type moves was a bad idea. Very bad idea. Gengar reformed. We attempted another claw, but this time, it was ready. I closed my eyes in irritation as I watched the attack fail to work a second time. It simply dodged the attack fluidly and continued to avoid the rest of our attempts to tag it. Fuck. I sent the next orders through the aura bond and watched Hashirama switch up. This attack would be even more risky, considering how tired he'd been getting and the fact that Shadow Claw only required a simple outlet for malice he already possessed. No risk, no reward though. He took a deep breath, or the closest thing to a breath that a tree could take sometimes. I worried about how many of my mannerisms my Pokemon were beginning to pick up and fired off a veritable barrage of shadow balls. He seemed to be a fucking Gatling gun of attacks as he covered the area around the malevolent ghost quite thoroughly. I guess that was evidence that the fight had gotten to him. The air was choked with malice. Perhaps it was my aura sensitivity going up, perhaps it was how tired Hashirama was, perhaps it was the fact that he was releasing so much power all at once, but the clearing was suffocating to me. It was almost painful, how much negativity was in the air itself. It was almost tragic how much it felt like I was being continuously choked and overpowered by my own Pokemon's aura. I stopped paying attention to the battle, unable to focus as I was. I didn't even notice when Hashirama disengaged for a bit to wrap me up in a branch and attach me to the top of one of the taller trees a good distance from the battle. When I came to, I wasn't shocked to find the Gengar on the back foot. It had put up a great fight. But Hashirama was stronger, more youthful, and could fucking regenerate some of the damage he suffered. Eventually, there was just one Pokemon in the clearing. Hashi had ended the fight by wrapping his entire body in the malevolent ghost-type aura and wading right into Jengar's gas cloud. I couldn't see what had happened, but I knew at the end of it, the cloud exploded from within and the Jengar's unconscious body lay on the floor. I smiled in pride, relief, and just fucking ecstasy. It was finally over. Agatha's screams brought me no shortage of joy at what was going on. It finally felt like I was an elite. It finally felt like I knew what I was doing, for the first time since I started this trial. XXXXXX unknown. Mother had called them gods. Father had called them demons. They were both right. Elite level trainers were something else. When I signed up to possibly represent Kanto in the Tournament of Power, I hadn't had high hopes of making it through. I couldn't deceive myself that I was the slightest bit on the level of the kind of trainers people predicted to be the forerunners of the tournament. I could barely even reliably beat a gym leader's main team as I was now. But I signed up anyway. I signed up to gain experience, keep my skill sharp, and maybe learn a thing or two. I can't deny some part of me fantasized about passing the selection tournament and representing Kanto on that stage. Some part of me had considered it possible to make it through all the elite level trainers and somehow end up fighting for the safety and integrity of my homeland. That part of me was long dead at this point. It was dead and gone, and I could only blame one person, Donald Oak. When we fought, he'd barely even paid me the slightest bit of attention as he dispatched me with that fighting dragon type of his. He barely even met my eyes as his Pokemon made mine look like a fucking hatchling. I'd entertained dreams and thoughts of one day getting strong enough to take revenge for the humiliation, but now, if I was being completely honest with myself, there was no fucking chance in hell. I made it here and planned to seek him out, but then he made a fucking forest with his grass type. He turned flat grassland into an entire forest with only one move, and only one Pokemon, while still having enough energy with that Pokemon to fight off an actual Elite Four member. Let me not even get into the fight between Oak and Agatha. It had been something for the record books, how the Elite Four member hunted him down with a savage intensity, and how he spent as much time running as he did fighting. I'd thought it was finally the end of the road for the arrogant bastard, but I couldn't have proven myself more wrong. Not only did he somehow beat the Elite Four member, but he was still standing at the end of it, and his Pokemon still looked ready to keep fighting. Sure, one of its branch arms was pretty much withered to the core, and it had dozens of cuts leaking some strange green fluid, and was taking deep panting breaths. Any idiot would mistake it for a Pokemon on its last legs, but not me. Those eyes had something in them. Something that told me there was more in that Pokemon than I could see. Donald started walking away, and I stowed my binoculars before continuing to follow from a distance. Rapidash had initially found it difficult to traverse the forest, but Oak and Agatha had managed to level half of it in their battle, so she had a bit more breathing space to hit her stride. Of course, we were only moving for a few minutes before Oak was forced to stop again. I got out my binoculars and focused on his new assailants before taking a gulp of fear. The explosive twins from Cinnabar. I was beginning to feel a bit sad for the teenager at this point. Poor kid just can't catch a break, can he? The twins were famous prodigies that had joined Ace straight after finishing 3rd and 4th place respectively in the circuit 6 years ago. They were mean, brutal, and experienced. I still remembered my first ever match against one of them, Aegon. His Typhlosion had threatened to burn Rapidash even back then. A fire type so powerful that its flames posed a threat to a fellow fire type. And his brother's Typhlosion was just as powerful. I wondered for a few seconds as to what they were doing here. They might have grown up in Kanto, but both their parents were Johto aristocracy. I mean, not just anyone could get 2 Typhlosions for their pair of twins. Of course, I couldn't dwell on that too long because they all moved right into combat stances. I rewound the video feed through my binoculars and chanced using the earpiece so I could hear what had been said to set them off so quickly. I really don't have the time or the desire to deal with the both of you right now. I'm sure you must be hot shots in your little corner of the pind, but as tired as I am now, I'll whip both of you into submission without my Pokemon even breaking a sweat. For your own good, I advise you to get the fuck out of here, Oak had said, making his assailants bolt into action nearly instantly. If the boy had one talent beyond being a badass trainer, it had to be pissing people off. For the life of me, I couldn't see why he'd have ever thought saying that to them was anything even slightly resembling a good idea. His Pokemon was injured, and he was still picking fights. I guess Big Brother had been just as right as mother and father. Elite trainers are out of their fucking minds. The Typhlosion to the left was the first to move into motion, the flames on its back spiked as it used them as some kind of propeller in its charge at the Trevenant. Oak looked bored as his grass type dodged the attack before creating a tree from the ground that wrapped around the fire type, seeking to trap it. It roared as it broke through the branches. The Typhlosion's brother. Pokénet was sure both fire types were twins as their trainers were released a flamethrower right at the champion's son's Pokémon that was completely negated by a green shield of energy. It shocked me that this was the first time the Pokémon was even bringing out that move in this trial. Protect was every elite's bread and butter. And consequently, every trainer worth their salt had a means of dealing with it. For the twins, it was clear they had unstoppable power. The other Typhlosion bolted through the flamethrower, attempting to consume the shield before lashing out with its own fist. From my vantage point, I couldn't spot any cracks, but the Typhlosion had to have felt something in that hit that emboldened it to keep trying. I was a bit dumbfounded that the shield remained strong after 4 more hits, but on the 5th hit, the shield suddenly disappeared, causing the Typhlosion to overextend itself and almost fall to the ground. It caught itself just barely and just in time to catch a wood hammer to the face. I winced in sympathy as the powerful attack looked to rearrange the fire type's face. The other Typhlosion, having since stopped its attack to take a breath, barreled into motion with a rollout, sending the mass of fire, aggression, and muscle rolling right at the exhausted ghost. This time, it just dug into the ground to avoid the first pass and met the second pass by rearranging the ground into a ramp. The fire type didn't even notice the change in time and was sent flying into the sky, unable to control itself. Upon Oak's barked orders, the grass type turned right towards the falling Typhlosion and leveled an arm right at it. As blue motes of light began to gather into an orb in front of the hand, I knew what the attack was nearly instantly: Hyper Beam. The attack practically sailed through the air and collided with the falling Typhlosion, surely knocking it out. The trainer must have agreed with me since his Pokeball flashed out and returned the Pokemon the moment the attack hit. The second Typhlosion had somehow managed to overcome its daze and stood up. Its face was in bad shape, but it still looked ready to fight. Oak just spread his arms wide in a come-get-some gesture, and the other twin made the wise decision of returning his Pokemon and moving with his brother, both of them forfeiting from the trials so simply. Oak looked to breathe a sigh of relief as they left. I could see it in the way the Trevenant could barely continue to stand tall, it was getting even more tired. It was almost my time to strike. Of course, that was when another assailant came looking for the elite trainer in our midst. I could understand the appeal of seeking him out. Everyone wanted to be the one to prove that Donald Oak was overrated. Everyone wanted to get the honor of showing the world that Donald Oak wasn't the only great talent Kanto produced in 2 decades, as some media outlets had taken to styling him. And the temptation to take him down just grew as the trial went on. After all, he only had one member of his monster team on hand, and that was a Pokemon that had created the forest we all stood in before battling Agatha's Gengar in what looked like a death battle and barely coming out of the other side intact, but very much scathed. What was the guarantee that anyone would ever get an opportunity as good as this one to face the bastard? His present assailant, a girl a few years younger than myself, had a Pidgeot by her side. Bold choice. This time, Oak didn't even bother with words. As the Pidgeot flew for his Pokemon, vines shot out of the Trevenant's body, catching the flying type mid-flight and keeping a tight grip on its wings. The Pidgeot's screams echoed through the forest, as the vines began to both squeeze and pull. The vines seemed to creak with the strength with which they were being pulled, the strength they were exerting on the poor flying type's body. The screams intensified as I heard the first bit of ripping. Even Oak was shocked. Hashirama. Hashi. That's enough, he shouted at his Pokemon, but the ghost type was beyond reaching, even for its trainer. Nothing worked. Even when Oak walked up to the tree's body and began trying to get its attention by nagging it with his fists, the ghost did not stop. I was treated to a front row seat of what it looked like to watch a Pidgeot's wings get ripped off. The first sound beyond the screams to sound out was the tearing that accompanied the first rupture in the bird's screams. I don't know how I resisted the urge to double over and vomit. I don't know how Oak just stood there and watched. I don't know when I began to cry. There were a lot of things I didn't know or understand. But what I did know was simple: elite trainers weren't gods or even demons. Nothing so ethereal and grandiose. They were men just like you or me, and men could be monstrous. Men were almost always monstrous. XXXX, the professor. I watched Charizard and Dragonite duke it out in the skies above the ranch, while Nidoking and Alakazam spent their time down here, working on individual control of the dark-type element. Nidoking's species was special for their unique ability to learn moves from other types almost as well as a normal type could. It was special, and with Alakazam's psychic power, he could also learn moves at similar speeds. They weren't learning moves but improving control and efficiency, but even that was aided by their gifts. A fascinating effect to look into, and I added it to the ever-growing list of things I had to consider. I couldn't really train my team for the tournament, not the way Donald or any others could. Pokemon were delightful creatures, capable of explosive growth in virtually every respect, but eventually, that growth would begin to slow. Training would yield diminishing returns. I retired as champion when, after a whole year of training, my Pokemon were barely demonstrably stronger than they had been at the beginning of the year. I was at the summit of where my Pokemon could go in terms of strength. As a younger man, fooled into bias by the kind of growth my own team had shown, I'd proudly proclaimed to the ceiling that the only thing holding back a Pokemon's strength was its trainer's ambition. Now, I realize that every Pokemon is born with a ceiling, a limit to their strength defined by a broad spectrum of things, from the Pokemon species to their ancestry, their diet as youths, and even how they are trained in their formative years. It's why I was so hungry to see where Donald would manage to take his team. He'd avoided most of the mistakes I'd fallen into in my youth, and just had a whole host of factors working for him, not the least of them being a generous amount of luck. I'd been able to look up the genealogy of some of his Pokemon I could find, and I was more than a little bit impressed. He had the child of a champion-level dragon in Igneel, the offspring of years of genetic modification and years of selective breeding in Eno, and the product of one of the only foreign Pokemon to set up shop in the fuchsia forests and survive for near a decade in Kenpeki, and those were the only members of the team I could find any information on. I'm more than willing to bet the rest of his team had similar pedigrees going for them. The kind of explosive growth he was playing around with was most unusual. All these things meant I'd hit the peak of where I could reasonably take my team, nearly a decade ago. Any training I did after then was purely to maintain their strength, and I'm ashamed to say I allowed the rigors of scholarship and research to take over my life completely. So completely, that I'd neglected my team just a bit. They were still strong, but not as strong as they'd been even as recently as 5 years ago. Dragonite was the only one who'd been able to maintain his relative level of strength. The good thing was that since we already hit those heights, getting there again was just a matter of training and practice. They still had the strength, they were just a little bit less efficient. Just a millisecond or two slower, just that small tiny bit less sharp and direct in their attacks. By the time of the tournament, we would be ready. We had to be. There wasn't much of a choice open to us. I turned away from my training Pokemon and looked at the beeping watch on my wrist. It had begun alerting me a few minutes ago when Agatha had sought out Donald during the trials. I had been against the entire thing from the beginning, but I still supported the idea and proposed it like it was my own. Why? Charles Goodshow owes me one now. Besides, I could see the thought process behind the move very clearly. He wanted all the personal issues that might exist between the various trainers cleared up before the Tournament of Power, and he felt this would be an easy way to do it while generating broadcast revenue. It was more the revenue than the personal issues that motivated him, but as long as I got my cut and it achieved the goal of removing people who had clear aggressions against each other from the board, then it was fine by me. I also couldn't deny that the allure of having that man eliminated was also one of the lures to agreeing. No one had succeeded yet, but he was getting a new attacker every other minute. It was only a matter of time. A/N, done with the chapter. Yes, I am. Done. Donnie. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for sticking with me through all this. We've got the next 7 chapters available on Patreon, and you can read all of them right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. I also have a new story I'm working on, so you can also check that out here. Chapter 56. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Heikamoo. Magnezone, Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. XXXXX the Sinnoh Elite. The Jolteon made another move around the arena and I resisted the urge to pull my hair out in frustration. Since he'd popped out that trump card of his, the Pokemon had been nothing but a menace. Would this be how things ended for me? Would this be it for me? 2 members of my team were already gone to one of his, and it wasn't even looking good for the 3rd member of my team. Galvantula was chosen because she should have had an easier time containing the Lighting Speedster, but her webs had very little utility since it just moved straight through them. Her lightning wasn't much use against it either. I guess the power to turn into electricity meant it wouldn't be much bothered by getting struck by some. I returned her with a huff and settled for using the most powerful member of my team. Volcarona didn't have much of a counter against the electric type beyond blowing up the arena and seeing what happened, but there was nothing else that could be done about it. It was inelegant, and just the kind of solution I would have disdained had anyone else attempted it, but I had no choice. This was the only solution, and I cared much more about winning than I ever would about flimsy and pointless things like elegance and efficiency in the face of certain defeat. My fire butterfly took to the skies with flair as I sent her out of her Pokeball and I waited for the referee to begin the next round of our battle. It was time to turn things around. XXXXX the Sinnoh Elite. The Jolteon made another move around the arena and I resisted the urge to pull my hair out in frustration. Since he'd popped out that trump card of his, the Pokemon had been nothing but a menace. Would this be how things ended for me? Would this be it for me? 2 members of my team were already gone to one of his, and it wasn't even looking good for the 3rd member of my team. Galvantula was chosen because she should have had an easier time containing the Lighting Speedster, but her webs had very little utility since it just moved straight through them. Her lightning wasn't much use against it either. I guess the power to turn into electricity meant it wouldn't be much bothered by getting struck by some. I returned her with a huff and settled for using the most powerful member of my team. Volcarona didn't have much of a counter against the electric type beyond blowing up the arena and seeing what happened, but there was nothing else that could be done about it. It was inelegant, and just the kind of solution I would have disdained had anyone else attempted it, but I had no choice. This was the only solution, and I cared much more about winning than I ever would about flimsy and pointless things like elegance and efficiency in the face of certain defeat. My fire butterfly took to the skies with flare as I sent her out of her pokeball and I waited for the referee to begin the next round of our battle. It was time to turn things around. XXXXX Donald Oak. I ran through the forest, not even bothering to look back, the thought of what had just happened moving through my head. Hashirama had just totally and completely ignored me. He acted as if I wasn't even talking, as if I wasn't ordering him to stop. For the second time ever, one of my Pokémon had ignored my orders in their entirety. I could understand why it happened, or at least I thought I could. However, there was no way for it to make sense in some parts of me. My head knew, but my heart refused to accept the truth. It was all my fault. I knew that making Hashirama use so much ghost-type energy while he was badly wounded and in pain was a bad idea. I knew there was no good way for it to end. I knew it logically, but I just wanted to be free of Agatha so badly that I said, fuck the consequences. Now I have to accept that the dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubed, and I'm going to have to take a few back shots until this entire mess clears up, as much as it can clear up, at least. I wasn't sure if I could forgive what happened, especially because of where it happened. The entire region just got front row seats to me losing control of one of my Pokémon, and that Pokémon went on to brutally maim a competitor. If there weren't consequences for this, I'd be extremely lucky. That's goodbye to ever becoming champion. I could already see the headlines if I ever made the mistake of signifying my intention, boy who cannot control Pokémon seeks to control entire region. Or something along those lines would be smeared across every headline on every news website or forum or even newspaper. It was all over, and it was my fault, not just mine, but mostly mine. I didn't train Hashirama enough to truly accept his ghost type, and I definitely didn't do any training with him to teach him how to overcome the malice that marked being a member of that particular typing. Why? I thought it was a waste of time. Hashirama's appeal always lay in his grass typing. There's a reason for the name I gave him. There's a reason he went by the name of a ninja famed for creating whole forests and not by the name of anything ghost-related. To me, he had always been a grass type first and foremost, and that was coming to bite me back in the arse right now. There was no easy way to say it, but this could not be redeemed. Of course, as bad as things were, they just had to go even more wrong. I heard maniacal cackling from behind me, a familiar maniacal cackling. The look on my face must have been quite a sight as I turned and saw Agatha jumping right at me. I barely rolled out of the way of her dive before she slammed into the ground behind me. When she stood again, with barely a second's delay, Hashirama reached out for her with one of his branches. She dodged out of the way and ran straight for him. I could only watch, gobsmacked, as the old woman got to work. It wasn't a fight. It was a beating. Agatha was relentless and I wasn't even able to understand how her movements were possible without her dislocating or snapping something. As old as she looked, she seemed to be keeping up with injured Hashirama with ease, and even outmaneuvering him. The gap between humans and Pokémon should make something like this just plain impossible. Thankfully, it seems the sudden burst of power and energy was leaving as quickly as it came. The candle that burned twice as hot was burning twice as fast, it seemed. She began to flag. To slow down. Every punch just had a bit less power, every dodge was just a bit less crisp. We could smell the blood in the water, and as angry as I was with him and myself, Hashirama and I were of one mind in this matter. We melded like two halves of a whole as I lent him all the energy I could spare, and he put it to good use, preparing to put this woman down for good. Killing her might not be the best look, but humans who engaged Pokémon directly were waiving their protection from being attacked by such Pokémon. It was the law of the land. We moved in, ready to end her. Of course, right when we thought we had her, she pulls out a massive trump card. I hadn't been watching for the poison, and that was my undoing. Her mouth opened suddenly as Hashi weaved in for a final hit to end the battle. She breathed out a cloud of pure black gas. Poison. I saw it rip through Hashirama, and I saw her take a hold of him. Now, when she spoke, there was something else there. It wasn't just Agatha I could hear there. Good attempt at resistance, Donald Oak. But now, you are mine, they said as they punched straight through Hashirama's body, pumping him with poison, and killing him instantly. I saw it happen just as clearly as I felt it. In his last moments, Hashirama had pushed me out of his head so I didn't have to deal with that particular trauma. Even without that, I still felt it as he faded from this world. There was an age-old question in certain circles. They asked, can ghosts die? The answer, I was quickly finding out, was yes. It was a resounding yes. Hashirama was dead and gone. His aura, the thing that made him him, was just seeping right into the nature around us. Some of it flowed into me, but I left wondering about that for the future. All the present had for me was a dead family member, and I had to deal with that. Agatha turned to me with a look on her face that robbed me of all the fear I was beginning to feel in her presence. Her words just sealed the deal. Perhaps a different member of your team would have been better suited to this challenge. Just like your father, you fail at training ghosts. You don't have the hate, the talent for malice, or even the brutality needed to train a proper ghost type. Your Trevenant was powerful but uncontrolled. Your weakness killed your Pokemon, Donald Oak, not me, she spoke, her tone and voice oozing scorn and contempt. Anger, I was beginning to find, was an effective method of overcoming fear. That smug, mocking satisfaction on her face didn't allow me to consider how she'd done what she did, or even the fact that she could apparently breathe poison. The only thing I considered was the distance between her face and my fist. I shot out of the ground like a bullet from a gun, if the bullet was made of paper, and the gun misfired, and made my way straight for her smug face. Even though she dodged the attack, leaving my overextended form to crash to the ground unceremoniously, I still wasn't deterred. I was up and at her again, and on the floor again in a similar manner. Her cackles didn't let me think straight, and I jumped at her with a kick this time. A kick that she weaved away from like a feather in the wind, before lightly tapping me and cackling as I fell to the floor again. Old bitch, I said with venom dripping from my tone as I glared daggers at her. She just smiled passively, unbothered by the insult. No wonder Oak didn't want you, I said, and I took savage satisfaction in the way her lips curled. The way amusement left her face, and it was instead filled with burning rage. Good. She could hurt. Trying to take advantage of her anger clouding her concentration, I shot up with another haymaker. This time, she didn't dodge. No, this time, she did something much more painful than allow me to land on the ground as a product of my own incompetence. This time, the old woman caught my punch in her grip and began to squeeze. I screamed as she stopped squeezing and instead twisted my hand in hers savagely. The loud snapping noise echoed across the clearing as she broke my arm in one movement. I felt it then, the pain of a broken arm. I was no stranger to pain. I felt it every day since Quicksilver was stolen. I felt it even more now that Hashirama was gone. A broken arm? Nothing compared to that. I punched at her again with my other fist. She dodged, but I did not stop. I could not stop. I would never allow Hashirama's death to go unavenged. This time, when she dodged, she swept me to the floor cleanly, but I was not dissuaded. I got up again and moved for her. She kicked me, robbing me of air, and surely breaking a rib or two, but that could not stop me. This bitch would be dying at my hands today, one way or another. I managed to dodge out of the way of her next punch, but the one that followed rang my head like a bell. I stumbled backward, managing by more luck than any real skill, to avoid the kick that was sent sailing right for my head again. Fuck. I was getting beat up by an old lady. I would be more concerned about how I must have appeared to the viewers at home if I wasn't so occupied with trying to keep myself alive. The woman hit like a train and was like a feather in the wind when I tried to get her with my own attacks. It was a battle I was quickly and thoroughly losing. A battle that, truth be told, I probably had no fucking hope of winning right from the beginning. I'd thought that she'd flag eventually. That this last wind of hers would be nothing but that, a last wind. Sadly, I seemed destined to be proven wrong as she was ramping up even further and kicking my ass 6 ways to Sunday. Would have been funny to watch an old nan beat up a teenager if I wasn't the teenager in question. She swept in for another attack, and I dodged out of the way with relative ease, beginning to get into the flow of things, and moving in for a counterattack of my own. I landed on the floor, air knocked out of me, and quickly corrected that thought. I wasn't getting into the flow of anything. I was getting soundly beaten up, and it looked like there was nothing I could actually do about it, beyond minimizing the damage and waiting for my opportunity. I would not be leaving without a pound of flesh for Hashirama. I managed to block her next punch after I stood up, but it made the bones in my arms audibly creak. I dropped my guard, without even intending it as the pain made me gasp. The next punch sailed through my defenses, and I didn't just hear my nose creak. I heard it break. The bitch broke my nose. I almost doubled over, clutching the sense organ with a loose grip as I felt blood rush from the battered organ. Fuck. Fuck K. I couldn't even tell if I was shouting in or out of my head at this point. I was in too much pain to even care. Distracting myself with meaningless thoughts didn't seem to be working very much either. The pain was all-encompassing. Her next punch was to my temple, and I stopped feeling the pain for a few seconds. I stopped feeling anything for a few seconds. Did she just kill me for a bit? Fuck. I'd heard about that shit. You could die for a few seconds and come back to life. Considering I was lying somewhere without even remembering falling to the ground, I was beginning to consider the possibility. I watched with lidded eyes, clutching my nose once again as she approached my prone form slowly. Every step was drawn out. She knew she had me. I couldn't stand up, couldn't resist, couldn't run. I was done. And then a shadow rose out of the ground from behind her. A/N, yes, I'll end this chapter here just for the cliffhanger. Bite me. Thanks for reading. We've got the next 7 chapters of this story, along with the first chapter of another Naruto insert I haven't uploaded yet, it's an Itaki SI, and 16 chapters of my other FIC, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 57. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. XXXXX unknown. The entire thing had been insane. I couldn't even believe what was happening right before my eyes. I had released Hypno from his ball to make sure I wasn't stuck in some sort of illusion. First of all, Donald Oak had lost control of his Pokemon, which had viciously maimed another competitor's Pokemon, and then Agatha had appeared out of nowhere like a vengeful spirit. The crazy old coot had gone toe-to-toe with an actual Pokemon, and she hadn't just survived. She had won. She actually won. She beat Donald Oak's ghost type and killed it. I didn't even know you could kill ghosts. As if that wasn't insane enough, she had then gone on to lay into Oak with the ass-whooping of the century. It was comedic and terrifying at the same time. Something about watching the old woman fight was tickling me the wrong way. She was too strong, too fast, and much too agile. I had a grandmother who had to be around her age, and there was no way Nanny Jill would be able to do any of that stuff. Any of the stuff we had seen Agatha pull off in this contest, really. I mean, I didn't actually know how old Agatha was, but she had to be in her 70s, at the very youngest, right? I wouldn't believe her to be any younger, and this kind of fuckery at 70 should be impossible. Should be. Humph. The more I watched elite trainers mess around, the more certain I became that they were all certifiably insane and most definitely inhuman. Now, the latest bit of insanity was the fucking shadow that ripped itself out of the ground before heading for Agatha with outstretched hands. It looked like a fucking angel of death or something. The woman noticed the attack, somehow, and abandoned her slow approach of the prone Oak to dodge out of the way. Her attempt failed, as it just stretched its hands, catching her in its grip and making her suddenly scream in pain as a black light flashed from it. Fuck. Was I actually going to see an elite die before my eyes? The answer to that question seemed to be leaning towards the affirmative as Agatha's screams got even louder. I gulped audibly as her jaw looked to unhinge itself to give her more room to scream. And then, something ridiculous happened. A black cloud began to force itself out of her mouth. It looked grotesque and misshapen as it finally made its way out. The strange shadow Pokemon took a look at the cloud before stretching its hand and touching it. The entire thing imploded into itself in a flash of dark light. Hey, dark light. Well, that's an oxymoron. The shadow Pokemon suddenly set its sights on Donald Oak, ignoring Agatha as she slumped to the floor. I was actually beginning to feel bad for the guy. First Agatha, and now this fucking Grim Reaper thing. If there was ever anything that could discourage me from working to become an elite trainer myself, it was watching Donald Oak's journey through the forest. Ma was right. More trouble than it was worth. I'd settle for a simple life with Jane down in the city. Much less stressful than all of this, I would say. I watched Giovanni, my scowl deepening by the second. The man had been fighting everyone in the forest with his superior at his side and seemed unlikely to be stopped. Virtually everyone and their mother's cousin had sought him out, and virtually everyone and their mother's cousin had been sent packing to lick their wounds. It would have been impressive if it were anyone else. I had come here wanting to try my hand against him, but after watching him destroy Pokemon much stronger than mine, I was content to wait for someone with a true shot to approach him. I mean, both Bruno and Agatha were here, along with that Donald Oak kid. I had heard whispers that it was his Pokemon that created this forest, so he had to be packing some serious firepower. Hopefully, enough to deal with Giovanni. I didn't think I'd ever be able to forgive the League for just letting him get away with everything he did simply because he was a powerful trainer. I had taken the people on Pokemon who first said it for fools, but now I was beginning to come to terms with the truth of the matter. We lived in a military dictatorship where might makes right. Giovanni had directly and indirectly killed thousands of people. He was the leader of the largest terrorist organization in our nation's history. He created Mewtwo, the greatest threat to our existence as a species since legendaries roamed the planet. He had done all that and still managed to get away with it because Kanto needed all the strong trainers it could get. He was being pardoned for his role in ruining our society simply because he was a strong trainer, and it disgusted me. I watched his superior bait in his opponent's blast was by feigning damage from its hydro pump. It was a good actor, just like its master. I would have fallen for it if I hadn't seen it use the exact same trick against a dozen other Pokemon. When the blast was made the mistake of wandering too close, Superior capitalized. It shed its pretense of being harmed by the attack and pounced right on the attacking water type. The creature's scream, as a single drill hand smashed into its chest, was grating to my ears. It moved backward, ceding ground to the attacking rock type. And there, it made its third mistake of the battle. The first had been agreeing to fight the monster at all. The second was believing it could ever be harmed by an attack like its hydro pump. The third was letting it take a meter of space. Fucking insatiable, it was. If you gave that thing an inch, it would take a mile very comfortably. I'd seen it happen in real time to so many challengers, it was beginning to turn into a routine. I could practically imagine the fight in my mind's eye without even looking at it. Left punch, right hook, uppercut, body shot, swerve out of the line of sight, and move in with a trio of left-handed jabs. I predicted every move before it happened. It wasn't even bothering to try to hide what it wanted to do next. It was only a matter of time before the blast was thoroughly overwhelmed, and what little defense it relied on crumbled like stones in an onyx's mouth. It slumped to the ground, knocked out, and the challenger didn't even bother with words as he returned his Pokemon to its ball and fled the presence of the rogue gym leader turned terrorist turned pardoned criminal. I sighed to myself. I hadn't had high hopes, but some part of me had dared to dream. Giovanni. I heard a voice boom through the forest and was shocked to look up and see Bruno himself leaping from tree to tree like a monkey as he ran towards the rocket leader. Yes. Finally. Bruno of the Elite Four. What a surprise to see you here, the traitorous bastard said as the fighting-type master came to a stop right in front of him. Prepare yourself. You will pay for the lives you reaped today. This shall be your reckoning, the man said in that booming baritone of his that just made me trust him. It made me believe that this was going to be the end of Giovanni's rampage in this forest. I mean, how could he hope to stand against one of the Elite Four? Strongest gym leader he might have been, but that meant nothing in the face of one of the league's outright strongest trainers. Some called him the second strongest in Kanto even, with Donald and Agatha tipped as a joint third. His Macamp flexed its muscles as it prepared to head into battle. Giovanni's superior just watched it, unimpressed. We shall begin, the fighting master said, giving his opponent fair warning. That's part of the reason no one could actually hate Bruno. He was just such an upstanding guy, really into fair play and all that stuff. The Macamp seemed to flicker in space, and the ground it stood on was shattered to pieces. The next thing I saw was it landing a terrific punch right in the center of Superior's guard. I just barely avoided falling over myself in shock. Macamp wasn't the fastest of species, but that one had just moved too quickly for me to track. It had been nothing but a flash, and the space between seconds was how long it had taken it to cover that distance in its charge. The scary part was that Superior had still managed to react in time to get its guard up. I knew it was sandbagging in some of its fights, but to have been holding back this much was just something else. Something unbelievable, really. They remained locked together for a few more seconds before Superior heaved and actually moved Macamp back a few inches. It then used that leverage to maneuver out of the lock and head in for a punch of its own. Macamp dodged with ease, and its return Spartan kick hit nothing but air as Superior submerged itself in the ground. Bruno was unimpressed. Earthquake, was all he said, and his Pokemon began to lightly tap its foot against the ground before jumping a few feet in the air beyond what any human could do, and landing on the ground with the impact of a god's own hammer. Even from kilometers away, I could feel the tremors of the earthquake. Someone had referred to elite trainers and their Pokemon as natural disasters in the guise of human flesh on one of the forums. While he'd been quickly shouted down for the statement, I was beginning to see his point. The earthquake practically leveled that area of the forest. Trees collapsed instantly as the ground was torn apart. It was like an actual natural disaster had gone off in that section of the field alone. Even with that kind of attack, a part of me could tell the fight was nowhere near over. That part was proven correct when Superior returned to the surface right next to the four-armed Pokemon's feet and started the second part of their engagement with a stab at one of his opponent's knees with its left drill. Macamp moved out of the way with ease, and so they began their dance. Except, this time, Macamp was clearly ahead, faster, stronger, and more skilled. He showed his dominance in every exchange, and it was only Superior's nigh impenetrable armor that kept it from being battered into unconsciousness. Only that armor allowed it to remain in the fight the way it did. I scowled as Superior finally managed to end the pounding it was receiving from Macamp by going underground again. This time, it resurfaced before Bruno could order another earthquake. Now that it was no longer a blur of movement, I could get a good look at it. It had quite a few scrapes here and there, but it looked nearly unscathed. I whistled in appreciation. No matter how much I hated the trainer, I had to admit that Pokemon could throw down. This time, it seemed determined to maintain its distance. I guess after confirming he stood no chance against the literal fighting-type master in close combat, Giovanni was exploring other options. The ground-type master's Pokemon stretched its hands, and several boulders around it began to float in the air. I waited to see how Bruno's Pokemon would deal with the rocks about to be tossed at it, but Giovanni's was the one to truly surprise me. Instead of just sending the boulders flying like any other rock type would do, it seemed to close its eyes in concentration. I watched in gobsmacked amazement as the boulders shattered into pebble-like pieces, and those pieces shot right at its opponent with so much speed I could not even keep track of the individual rocks. As they approached, Macamp seemed to take a deep breath before surrounding himself in the green bubble of a well-used protect. The rocks smashed against the shield with the sound of a gong. I watched as the green bubble seemed to shudder in on itself before stabilizing and sending the rocks flying back in every direction. I thanked Arceus for giving me the wisdom to maintain my distance as the few trees that hadn't been destroyed by Macamp's earthquake were torn to shreds by the pebbles. Macamp dropped its protect the moment the rocks were gone and rushed straight for Ruperior. The ground type stomped one of its feet on the ground and a spike of rock came shooting out of the ground right where Macamp was about to step over, Stone Edge. Somehow, the fighting type Pokemon managed to dodge the spike by stopping at the very last second. A dozen more spikes appeared around him like magic, and I watched as Ruperior lifted its hands again. The spikes tore themselves out of the ground before spearing straight for Macamp. This time, the fighting type Pokemon decided that the best defense was a good offense and assumed a stance I didn't recognize. Small green balls of energy formed in each of its forepalms, and each of them flew at one of the spikes, blowing it to smithereens. It repeated the same move 3 times till all the spikes had been destroyed, and then cocked its head at Ruperior, as if to say, "Is that the best you can do?" Ruperior seemed to understand the message as it roared in rage and took a step forward, moving towards Macamp. The fighting-type Pokemon took the opening its taunt gave it and exploded from the ground. Once again, in the span of a second, I was met with a completely different position. Macamp was underneath Ruperior's bulk as if the armored Pokemon had somehow caught that blitz charge and wrestled its attacker to the ground. "That attack of yours. It's not speed. It's strength. That's why you did not show it off against Donald Oak. Against a Pokemon fast enough to react, your Pokemon becomes nothing more than a sitting duck as it hurls through the air at speeds it can perceive but not control. It's a genius idea, but one-dimensional," Giovanni said to the Elite Four member, and I resisted the urge to hang my head. Even Bruno fell for Giovanni's tricks? Was there any way to actually put down this bastard? "Thank you for telling me, Giovanni. I will endeavor to make improvements before I face my next opponent. However, it is short-sighted of you to assume victory in this battle from a small but fleeting advantage," Bruno said, dragging me out of my thoughts. I watched in shock as, with virtually zero leverage beyond the ground they lay on, Bruno's Macamp began to lift Ruperior as it prepared to stand. I watched, absolutely gobsmacked, as the Macamp actually managed to slowly but steadily make its way to its feet with a struggling Ruperior held above its head by 4 straining hands. When the Macamp actually tossed Ruperior away once it made it to its feet, I nearly cheered. Of course, it just had to ruin the joy I was feeling by standing up almost immediately after another strong hit. The Ruperior still looked unscathed and ready to keep going all day. This time, both Pokemon moved in unison. Macamp tried to close the distance, but an earthquake from Ruperior slowed down its approach and gave the ground-type Pokemon the time it needed to prepare a charge of its own. It hunkered down and began to run forwards. Its drill moved at an extreme speed as it gathered a green aura around its body. I had little trouble figuring out what move was about to be used. Giga Impact was one of the most famous Pokemon moves out there, after all. Macamp began its own charge, matching the ground-type's move with its own. I braced myself as they were about to make impact, but it proved useless. They crashed into each other, and the shockwave bowled me over almost instantly. From my place on the ground, I watched as the trees around me were sent flying. Without Venusaur keeping a good grip on me with her vines, I was sure I would have joined the trees in their fate. Donald Oak's forest was nothing more than grass and ground at this point. Natural disasters, indeed. When the whines finally died down, and I was able to look up again, I was unsurprised to find both Pokemon still standing. Ruperior seemed to have been forced back by the clash, but it was still standing thanks to the ungodly durability it sported. At this point, I had to accept that these Pokemon would probably kill everyone around them in their attempts to put each other down. Most amazingly, in my opinion, were the trainers. Both Giovanni and Bruno remained staring at each other, standing tall. Neither of them had even flinched from the impact, to the best of my knowledge. They were next to the epicenter and were perfectly fine. I had just endured a risk to my life, and I was over a kilometer away. Were these people even human? Could elite Pokemon trainers still be classified as such? At this point, I was leaning towards no as my answer to the question. What the actual fuck was this? I ignored my desire to censor myself even in my own head and instead swore with abandon. Why should I prevent myself from swearing when the daughter whose innocence I had sought to protect was dead from the ambitions of a monster? A monster I could not slay. I had promised to protect her, and I had failed. I had promised to avenge her, and now with what I could see, I would never succeed. Something in me broke as I fell to my knees, and tears began to well up in my eyes. Even though I was broken, I kept my eyes fixed on the unfolding battle before me. The two Pokemon stared at each other for a few seconds before exploding into motion at an unseen signal. Another Stone Edge attack sent spikes of rocks blurring after the 4-armed Pokemon, but this time, it didn't even bother trying to block with focus blasts and assumed a stance, destroying any rocks that got too close with its fists. Most of the spears had missed, but that seemed intentional as Riperior made a pulling motion with its outstretched hands, causing the spears that had sailed past the fighting type to come rocketing right at it. I gasped as Macamp barely turned around in time to see the attack coming for it. It couldn't even block the attack, and I watched, mouth agape, as the stone spears smashed straight through its body, tearing it apart. The sight was gruesome, so I closed my eyes almost instinctively, but I was forced to open them again when I heard Riperior roar in pain. I looked over and saw it take a glowing fist straight to the head from Macamp. When I looked back at the remains of Macamp's body, I found it in the process of disappearing, as if it had never been there in the first place. Was it a substitute? Most likely. But if it had used that move, then that meant Macamp would be a bit more tired than its opponent. I guess that explained the mad charge the duck Pokemon was making. The roar of pain from Riperior had come from an attack that broke the smaller horn on its head, leaving the larger one as its sole means of attack in that area. Riperior's tail lashed out, but Macamp showed flexibility I had thought was impossible for its species by making a handstand on the tail, avoiding the bite and returning to its feet as the tail passed where it would have been. And from there, the violence continued. Macamp's fists glowed with amazing intensity as it pummeled its opponent, causing more and more damage and forcing Riperior to give ground. I dared not hope, and that was proven right when Riperior suddenly stumbled back from a punch and pointed one of its hands at its opponent. In a split second, there was a sound like a gun going off, and I was shocked to see Macamp with a hole going straight through its hand, which was in front of its head. Fuck. I remembered the entry on Riperior in the Poke Wiki. It's capable of shooting rocks out of its hands with the force of missiles. Macamp retreated instantly as two more sounds went off, and two more rocks shot out. Both of them missed this time, but the ground type had accomplished its goal. Perhaps for the 1000th time today, I was awed by the craftiness of that Pokemon. It had hidden the ability, taken immense damage, and feigned weakness, all to get the possibility of a killing shot when its opponent's guard was down. And make no mistake, that had been a killing shot. If it had been able to go straight through Macamp's forearm, as muscularly dense as it was, it wouldn't have had much problem with a skull. I watched as Riperior's outstretched hands clenched and multiple boulders smashed into themselves, combining into a massive one and launching straight at the fleeing Macamp with so much force and speed that it seemed to have been shot out of a cannon. The fighting-type Pokemon, with only 3 usable arms, turned to the attack and prepared a fighting stance. All 3 of its usable fists blazed with the intensity of the sun itself as it jumped right at the approaching boulder. It must have been at least 5 times its size, but when Macamp and the boulder clashed, it was Macamp who was left standing. The boulder was blown to smithereens in an impact that created a shockwave, almost knocking me off my feet. Even after all that, they were still going? I asked myself as I took a good look at both of the fighters. Macamp was taking deep breaths, looking absolutely exhausted but resolute. Riperior was just a bit better, looking tired but noticeably less so, and also much less injured. A broken off horn was much better than a crippled hand, and Macamp's right upper arm was definitely crippled. It was still losing blood at an alarming rate and hadn't moved of its own accord since it took that bullet to save the head. I could already see the outcome coming together. Bruno was going to lose this. Somehow, someway, while no one paid attention, Giovanni had gone from strongest gym leader to a trainer stronger than one of the Elite Four. I could already imagine the reactions on television. News would carry on with all sorts of conspiracy theories and rabble-rousing. After all, it was all the rage to hate on the man now. I clenched my fist as I became sure it wasn't going to be here I saw my revenge. Of course, like always, I was proven wrong as I suddenly heard the sounds of clapping through my earpiece. Someone else had arrived at the battle arena. I was surprised to note that I hadn't noticed their approach, and neither had either of the fighters. It was Donald Oak, with the strange Pokemon floating at his side. Giovanni, Giovanni, Giovanni. Oh, how far you've come, but I think this is to be the end of the road for you. We have scores to settle, you and I, Oak said with a smile on his face that actually disturbed me a bit. How had he just appeared here without any one of us noticing? A/N, new chapter, kids. Let's go. How's this looking? All will make sense in the end, I hope. Or it won't. That's life. Thanks for reading. We've got the next 7 chapters of this story, along with the first chapter of another Naruto insert I haven't uploaded yet. It's an Itaki SI, and 18 chapters of my other FIC, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 58. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Heikamoo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Travinant. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on Patreon or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. XXXXXX unknown. I watched in shock as Donald Oak took his place by Bruno's side. Some words passed between the fighting master and the young elite trainer before the fighting type master actually gave ground to his younger counterpart, stepping back and allowing him to claim the place opposite Giovanni. I've wanted to get you alone for so long, Giovanni, and now that it's you and I here, you won't be leaving here very intact, Oak said as the shadow Pokemon by his side floated up and in front of him. Dusk Noir, this is our battle. We'll show them what we're made of, he said, and I filed the Pokemon's name in my head. Dusk Noir. Rhyperior made the first move, gathering light between its hands and in front of its mouth before firing off the attack that traveled at great speeds to its opponent, Flash Cannon. Oak's Pokemon could barely dodge the attack in time, and I realized then and there that even Oak would be nothing but bluster in this fight. Maybe if he had shown up with the Pokemon he started the trial with, then he'd have had more of a shot. How did he even change Pokemon in the first place? But as it stood now, that one exchange allowed me to see that this Pokemon wouldn't stand much of a chance. If I could see it, then so could the trainers on the field, so why was Donald Oak so calm? And why was Giovanni still watching the field with rapt attention, looking as tense as he'd been during the fight with Bruno? In the space between seconds, Oak's Pokemon was nothing but a shadow as it appeared in the ground and moved straight at Rhyperior. The ground type tried blasting the approaching shadow with a flamethrower, but the attack hit nothing but ground as the Pokemon appeared in front of its attacker, looking like a specter from hell. Rhyperior moved backward, dodging out of the way of a wicked shadow claw and doing the same again as another such attack threatened to cleave its head from its shoulders. The ground type was firmly on the back foot, but that was where it thrived. It moved around the next attack and lashed out with a vibrating fist that hit nothing but a cloud of darkness as the strange Pokemon wrapped itself in one and disappeared before appearing at Oak's side again. Interesting Pokemon, Donald. You've always had a knack for finding rare ones, haven't you? Giovanni said, addressing the young Oak Scion like a teacher would address a student. The tone was patronizing and familiar. It was almost like there was a deeper relationship there that I just could not see. I looked between them as Oak took a deep breath and whistled. The Pokemon at his side blurred into movement again. It turned from its previously intact form to a shambling mass of shadow before merging with the ground again. Rhyperior's earthquake did very little to discourage its approach, and it wasn't until the ground type began to whirl around with a black aura around its body, that the shadow was stopped in its tracks. I could recognize the move. Brutal swing. Dusk Noir was stopped in its tracks and caught in the chaos of the move almost instantly. It was snatched out of the ground by the attack and forced to return to its original form. Caught in the throes of the spinning motion, it was unable to do anything as Rhyperior snatched its midsection between its massive jaws, a pitch-black aura surrounding them. Crunch! When the ground-type Pokemon finally released the ghost, it was clearly on its last legs. That's why it was such a surprise when I noted Donald Oak was not even worried. In fact, he was watching the fight with anticipation as if there was something he knew that the rest of us could not see. When Rhyperior released the ghost, tossing it into the air, the beast went right back at it, only to get a flash cannon to the face for its troubles. I resigned myself to another short battle from an overconfident trainer when the ghost suddenly blurred with an appearance of static. It looked like it literally just disappeared for a second, like the world skipped a beat, like everything was blurring in and out of focus as it appeared right in front of Rhyperior, darkness wafting off every inch of it that was visible. It hit Rhyperior with a fist, and I watched in shock as a near-visible shockwave spread across the area. Once again, Venusaur prevented me from being turned to pudding by the external force. When I could finally open my eyes, I was met with a sight that almost made me jump for joy. Rhyperior was down. Not just down, but down and out. There was a visible crack running through its chest armor, and the fact that its eyes were open but had swirls running through them told me all I needed to know. It was down. Well, that seems to have been it for you, Giovanni, Oak said, smirk on his face and voice sounding incredibly smug. I would have punched him in the face if I were the ground-type master. I would never be the biggest fan of any member of the Oak bloodline, but just eliminating Giovanni from this contest and ensuring he'd be spending the rest of his life in prison was enough to get the youngest Oak well and truly into my good books. Indeed. It does seem like you have managed to get the better of me. Incredible. Just incredible. What a specimen of a Pokemon. I've never seen such an application of Bide before. Would I be right in saying you somehow managed to give the move a dark typing? Absolutely fascinating. I cannot even begrudge such a defeat. It was definitely to a worthy opponent. Keep telling yourself that. You lost, Giovanni, and I know it hurts. How does it feel to stand defeated at my feet? Oak said, clearly uncomfortable with how calmly the terrorist was taking his words. He wanted to rub it in, and a very large part of me loved seeing it. The bell suddenly rang, signifying the end of the trial, and Oak turned to the Dusk Noir. Our bargain is concluded. Thank you, he said, before bowing to his Pokémon, and the Pokémon bowed in return. I watched in shock as the Pokémon turned purely into a cloud before folding entirely in on itself. Isn't that just interesting? Giovanni spoke up, having previously fallen silent at Oak's words. Oh, shut up, the boy replied as he turned on his heels and began to march out of the forest. Suddenly, a voice boomed out across the forest, clearly coming from some sort of powerful speaker. The test is concluded. Those who passed the test will receive an alert on their wristbands. We matched two metrics together, the number of trainers eliminated, as well as the time spent in the field before getting eliminated. Every trainer was given a numeric value based on known strength, and it is that numeric value that matters in our calculation of the first metric, the voice said, and I did indeed receive a ping on my wristband. 20 points for lasting until the end of the event, but only 5 points for the single trainer I'd eliminated in my search for Giovanni. I turned back to the trainers I was spying on with a frown. All their wristbands were visibly glowing green in contrast to my band's red glow. Fuck. Giovanni was still in the tournament. There was no prison in his future, it seemed. XXXXX, Donald Oak. I looked at Giovanni with a visible scowl on my face. I didn't bother trying to hide my displeasure. The deal I'd made with Dusk Noir seemed to have been for naught. I should have just allowed the ghost type to kill the man and be done with it. I was just leery of crossing that line. Agatha was self-defense, and Dusk Noir had not been acting on my orders then. After I'd used him to take out over a dozen trainers in my search for Giovanni, it would have been a bit ridiculous for me to suddenly lose control of him when he was faced with a man I was well known to hold extreme hatred for. It would have been stupid and practically guaranteed to land me in another ace prison. I was jolted back to reality by Sabrina's sudden appearance at my side. I didn't even think or stop to consider her possible discomfort when I swept her into my hands in a giant hug. I opened my mind to her in its entirety, and I felt a sudden change in my surroundings. I didn't need to look around to know we had teleported to the common room we shared in Viridian. In the privacy of the room, held in her arms, I broke down into tears. Hashirama was gone. Another member of my team gone, just like that. Just because I wanted to save arguably stronger members of my team for later on. I had wasted his life for such a stupid reason, and the only reason he hadn't been stronger was my fault. I neglected my team. I didn't spend as much time training with Hashirama or Snorlax as I did with Igneel and Broly. It was the truth. Maybe if I had spent more time working on his control and power, I would still have him next to me. Maybe if I had even spent more time working on my own body, I would have been able to avenge him with my own hands. If I were just a little bit faster, a little bit smarter, a little bit better, I would still have him here. Hashirama's death was my fault, and there wasn't even the thought of vengeance to distract me from that knowledge. There was no vengeance because Agatha was dead, and I wasn't the one to put her down. I failed. XXXX, the Pokémon Professor. I looked through the recordings for the second time, with the president by my side. There was a barely visible smirk of satisfaction on his face that I ached to remove. The video looped again, and I was treated to the sight of my son losing control of his Pokémon, maiming another trainer's Pokémon, then losing that Pokémon to Agatha's rampage, before somehow smuggling a replacement Pokémon into the center to kill Agatha herself. What do you want? I asked the man. If he was showing me this, then Donald would not be punished. He wanted something from me. It was as clear as day. Oh, nothing but the best for the league as it exists now, he said, his crafty smirk becoming more pronounced, and I resisted the urge to punch him in the face. Blackmail was nothing I was not used to. That mess with the girl from Pewter still haunted me to this day, so I had some expertise in being shaken down. That good show would blackmail me was nothing unexpected, but that he would use my son against me like this crossed a line. A line that I would have expected him, of all people, to respect. Speak plainly, Charles. Do not attract even more of my ire, I warned. Your son crossed a few lines in that video, doing bad things. It can even be argued that he killed one of the Elite Four. Agatha hasn't woken up since his Pokémon did whatever the fuck it did to her in the forest. Oak, I have you over the barrel. What do I want? You asked. I want everything you can give and even more. In exchange, I'll bury this. The live recording omitted most of his exploits, as it focused more on Giovanni's rampage. I have quite a few Pokémon that can make the right edits and ensure none of this comes to light. But only if I have you, he said, his smirk barely perceptible beneath his beard. And if you don't? I asked, wanting him to make his threat clear, wanting him to take the last step that would secure his demise, maybe not today, but soon. If I don't have you, the video will go live tonight. Your son might be able to avoid prison. The Dusk Noir wasn't registered to him, after all, but the court of public opinion cares little for sentiment like that. His career will essentially be over. The bright future he once had ahead of him will become nothing greater than a hope, and even somehow lesser than a dream. I see. I do hope you see, Professor. Your stubbornness will come to an end today. When I tell you to jump, you won't ask any questions, not even a clarification of height or direction. You will just jump. Everything you are is now at my disposal, and don't forget it. You seem to have miscalculated, Charles. I did not say I was abiding by your request, I said, taking the wind out of his sails and luxuriating in the look on his face. Your son. My son will be fine, I said, interrupting the previously smug man. You speak of public opinion and my son's career as if they are one and the same. You seem to have forgotten which clan my mother hailed from. You seem to have forgotten that no matter the distance between me and them, I carry the blood of dragons in my veins. And what does a dragon care for the opinion of sheep? His sputters were music to my ears as I continued. Release the video. Show the world that my son is and has always been what he needs to be to win. Donal Oak is the most talented trainer this world has ever seen. In 10 years, what impact will that video have when his Charizard will be strong enough to burn entire cities, or when his Snorlax consumes half the world in its hunger? My son will become champion, as he has always been meant to be. This video? Nothing but a footnote, I said, turning away from the man and preparing to teleport out with Alakazam. As my psychic Pokemon appeared next to me, I gave Good Show some final passing words. You threatened me today, Charles. Remember the warning I gave you when this first happened. There will be no third chance. I will remember this day. XXXXXX Donal Oak. I went to bed with Sabrina that night. It was everything I could have wanted and more. Flashback smut, here's your warning. Please let me know how I do if you end up reading it. If you would rather not, it's best you end your reading here. It started with a kiss. I couldn't remember who initiated it. Me? Her? Both of us? I know it started in my head, though. She held on to me so tightly, I could not help but feel her in my arms, and then desire came. What would her lips taste like? Both of them. What would it be like to bury myself in her? I don't know when thoughts turned to actions, but with her fully in my head, I had no doubts my thoughts had started it. The kiss was heaven on earth. It was everything I could have wanted and more. Her lips were soft, like pillows, no. Clouds. They were like clouds. Soft and foamy, and not entirely there. Now, I could answer the question everyone was asking in their heads, is sex with a psychic better? Yes. Yes it is. Much better than anything out there. Her lips moved in perfect sync with mine. She went deeper in my mind. I could feel her ethereal hands move in my brain, stoking pleasure centers in ways that no one else could. From lying next to each other, I took her in my arms and transitioned. She straddled me as I sat up, our lips never once leaving each other. We separated for air after a short eternity, and I took the time to take her shirt off. Another good part about sex with a psychic was that she knew exactly what I was going to do before I did it, so there was no need to waste precious time warning her. The hem of her shirt was in my fists in seconds, and overhead in less than that. Her bra, a simple black piece, pressed against my shirt as our lips and bodies came together again. Our second kiss was even better than the first as her hands found their way to my hair. Her physical hands ran their way across my scalp as her psychic ones did the same with my mind. She twisted her hips above mine and ground herself on my member and I gasped in surprise. Her tongue was in my mouth with that split second of opportunity, and I welcomed her greedily, trying to taste every bit of her. Air separated us once again, and this time, she was the one removing my shirt. With nothing to do with my hands, they found their way to her bra-covered breasts. She moaned as I touched them for the first time, and her hands left my shirt buttons to take hold of mine. She guided me through taking off the bra as she telekinetically undid the buttons of my shirt, all while grinding against my erect penis. With both our upper body coverings gone, we met again. This time, the pleasure went through the ceiling as she ground her hips against me and I played with her nipples, doing my best to give her a taste of the pleasure she was giving me so effortlessly. When she moaned as I pinched them, I decided to try something a bit more risque. I broke the kiss, and one of her nipples found its way to my mouth. I reviewed my previous thoughts. Those hadn't been moans. This? Her reaction as I bit and licked them? This was a moan. When she ground against me this time, her trousers felt wet on my penis, and I felt my little man jump in excitement. I sent my question to her, and as I felt her gasp out a yes, I took my mouth off its position and flipped us around. Looking at her pinned underneath me on the bed, I found my religion. I placed a quick peck on her lips and began to make my way down. Her neck was baptized in kisses, before I moved on to her breasts. They were perfect. Round, plump and just the right texture. Her nipples stood erect as I fondled and played with them before making my way even further down. Her stomach, toned and perfect, was bathed in kisses, as I licked my way down to the waistband of her trousers. She shivered beneath me as I took them off, slowly but surely. Her panties followed much quicker, and when I took in her naked mound for the first time, I dove into heaven. All thoughts of teasing her died as I went in for a taste. A taste became a sip, and soon I was drowning in her ocean. Her gasps became screams, and those got higher and higher. So high I began to fear that we'd wake up the entire city. Something about that thought drove her even wilder as her legs wrapped around my head, holding me to my position as she finally orgasmed. Her contractions were a thing to behold, and her screams were something else. I lapped up as much as I could, enjoying her taste like the nectar of the gods. I suspected she was playing around with the way my brain processed taste, but I couldn't complain. She was doing nothing but making a heavenly experience even more perfect. When her contractions ceased, she pulled me up by tugging on my hair telekinetically, and I ceded to her demands, coming up and diving into a different pair of lips. As we kissed, her hands found my own trousers. They disappeared in seconds. When my boxers followed suit, her hands touched my penis for the first time, and I almost came from that alone. She sent a thought in my head, and I'd never nodded so quickly in my life. I lifted myself up from her and took a seat on the bed, resting my back against the headboard. This time, when she straddled me, it was for one reason and one reason alone. She took hold of my penis, and when she lined it up, I breathed in anticipation. When she finally dropped herself down, I almost cried from the pleasure. It was just something else. She was so wet and tight and warm, that I could have died a happy man in that moment. Allowing herself to get used to my presence, she just stayed there and we held each other. After a few minutes, she began to move. Up, and then down. First slowly, and then she picked up pace. Preventing myself from exploding within her was all I could do as she rode me to oblivion. I decided to distract myself, and caught one of her nipples between my teeth. I was already impossibly hard, but I swear the gasp she made me even harder. I fondled one breast while I covered the other with my mouth, sucking non-existent juices from her. Eventually, even that could no longer distract me and I was about to explode. I signaled her in every way that I could, but she didn't stop. When I tried lifting her up, she just shook her head at me. She slammed down on me one last time, and I exploded, painting her insides pure white. I exploded within her in bursts, and she kissed me as we rode the Ave of my orgasm. When I was finished, she looked down at me with a smile and I joined her. Shower? I asked, using my voice for perhaps the first time all night. She just nodded, wrapping her legs around my waist, and we made our way to the bathroom. Flashback end. A/N, best place to end the chapter? Maybe. How was the smut? Thanks for reading. We've got the next 8 chapters of this story, along with the first chapter of another Naruto insert I haven't uploaded yet. It's an Itaki SI, and 19 chapters of my other FIC, all available on Patreon, and you can read all of that right now just by heading to the link on my profile or searching for my username up there. Feel free to have a look. Chapter 59. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on Patreon or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first chapter of that, along with the first chapter of an SI into an OC firebender during the 100-year war are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. My father, the one from my first life, and if we were being realistic, the only one I've ever known, had a saying, a good night will always be followed by a bad morning. Sounds pessimistic, right? Well, it wasn't. It was a saying about alcohol consumption and hangovers. Of course, I've since turned it into a guiding dictum for my life. I had an amazing night. The best night of my life, both lives, maybe. So the morning was bound to be something else. That's why I wasn't even surprised when Ino literally forced me into wakefulness. What's happening? What's wrong? I asked her as I watched Alakazam do the same to Sabrina, who lay in bed next to me. My psychic just pointed at the door and fed me a stream of thoughts. Ace trainers. Fucking ace trainers. A lot of them. I jumped out of bed without a second thought, stretching my hands out and melding my mind with Ino's, like a hand entering a glove. I quickly dressed in a bathrobe, and my poke belt was wrapped around my waist almost instantly. Not that the belt itself was going to be of much use. It was mostly empty. Ino had released most of the team and was ready to teleport them in at the slightest sign of violence. I was hopeful it wouldn't come to that, though. After the night I just had, I was in an especially positive mood and would be willing to let them leave with just an apology for their rudeness. I walked out of the room and made my way to the gym's reception. It was quite a distance away, but it gave me time to put on my slippers and some underwear underneath the robe. I wasn't dressed for a fight, but I also wasn't going to be the one fighting, if a fight did indeed break out. As I walked in, I stared at the team of ace trainers. There were 5 of them, mostly presenting as male, with one visibly female. I smiled genially as I stepped closer to them. When they noticed me, they snapped to attention and turned away from the secretary, who was doing a fantastic job of delaying them by insisting they provide evidence that they complied with every bit of procedure. "Donald Oak, you are under arrest," one of them shouted, pointing a pokeball at me. The rest followed suit. "What am I being arrested for?" I asked, legitimately curious about what was happening. To the best of my knowledge, I hadn't done anything illegal in a while, and Kanto still needed trainers to represent her in the Tournament of Power. "The murder of Agatha of the Elite Four. I advise you to return your Pokémon and come quietly," the first one spoke again. I silently named him Pink for the garish lapel pin he had on his trench coat. A trench coat over the ace uniform was already a bit strange, but the lapel pin made it a million times worse. It took a few seconds for their words to sink in, and when they finally did, a chuckle managed to slip through my best attempts to maintain a serious facade. Stepping even closer to them, I asked again, "Is there any evidence? Can I see a warrant?" I was reluctant to volunteer any information at this point. I never graduated uni, but I knew enough that all evidence was best saved for the courtroom. No need to give them details of my defense before I needed to. One of them tried stepping forward to hand it to me, but Ino appeared between us and took the piece of paper from his hand before he could move more than a step. She appeared right where she left, with no fanfare, and handed over the piece of paper to me. I could see the looks on the trainers' faces as they realized exactly where they were and who they stood before. Ino's display had reminded them that I was a trainer with the power to level a city, and I could see it in the way their postures shifted. The way their hands itched to grab extra pokeballs, and the way the hands already on their balls seemed to hover over the release buttons. I guess they were still hoping this could be resolved peacefully. Turning to the piece of paper in my hand, trusting Ino to prevent any misbehavior, I read the warrant and scowled as I realized it was valid. "My love." Sabrina's voice rang out in my head. "I'll have to be seeing you later, sweetheart. Don't interfere. One of us must remain free to act." "I apologize, but I will be leaving you with much of the burden of proving my innocence," I spoke to her with my thoughts. She retreated for a bit, and I straightened my back, turning to face the ace trainers. "Unfortunately, I won't," I said, and one of them was stupid enough to actually ask, "Won't what?" "Won't come quietly, of course. If you want me, you'll have to take me." "But trust me, it won't be quiet," I said, picking up the only occupied pokeball on my belt. My smile made a few of them flinch, but showing the training they'd endured, their Pokémon were out before mine. But it didn't matter. Their blasts of red light mattered little, and the challenging roars their Pokémon let out were drowned out by Snorlax's own roar of challenge. He'd been asleep when Ino released the rest of the team, but since then, he'd communed with Ino through the Pokeball and was well aware of what was going to happen. One Primeape jumped right at him, hoping to overpower my monster with its glowing fists. Snorlax paid it little attention, snatching it out of the air and hurling it right out of the gym in the same motion. The other trainers and their Pokémon showed some hesitance after that exchange but still approached nonetheless. I approved of their bravery and stretched my hands, silently inviting the challenge. I didn't want a fight, but since it was inevitable, I might as well enjoy it. The first ace trainer signaled to the others, and Pink moved first. His Magmar unleashed a massive flamethrower from its arm cannons, but Ino appeared right in front of it and trapped the attack in a cage of reflections. The attack didn't succeed in breaking through, and Ino removed the shields before appearing right within its guard, the aura of Psycho Cut surrounding her spoon. I turned to Snorlax and watched him wrestle his way through 3 Pokémon. The Hitmonlee and Hitmontop moved around him in unison, trying to flank him. The Typhlosion tried to draw all his attention while his teammates moved around him. They had done this before, my eyes told me. I could see the way they moved, never looking at their partners to verify their positions. The way each Pokémon did its part and trusted the others to do the same spoke of some level of experience. It was just tragic that the experience was being leveled against one of the few people in the world who it wouldn't affect. Surely, the League knew these trainers weren't strong enough to arrest me. It should be offensive. I should be offended. Typhlosion tried to move in on Snorlax with each fist glowing with a different elemental power. Snorlax dodged the first two, and a wild haymaker crashed into the fighting type's head when it overextended in its pursuit of my wily Pokémon. Snorlax could be deceptively quick when he wanted to. He had an agility that belied his size, and he showed it when one of the Hitman duo tried to distract him from following up his attack on Typhlosion. He weaved through their attempts to hit him and approached the prone fire type slowly and surely. Its back flared suddenly, with explosive power, and it shot at Snorlax like a bullet from a gun. The attack took us by surprise, but Snorlax had very little issue adapting and catching his opponent mid-air. They were around the same size, with Snorlax being just a little bit taller and much broader, but size was the only thing they had in common. In terms of strength, the fire type was still quite a ways away from matching up against my gluttonous friend. A Pokémon that had gone toe-to-toe with Bruno's starter before being chased off and had only grown stronger since joining my team was a bit too much for these no-name trainers and their Pokémon. Snorlax drove that point home as he caught the approaching flyer and transitioned their embrace into a suplex. I winced as the floor shattered from the force my Pokémon had used to plant the Typhlosion. I'd be paying for all this damage, one way or another. In the aftermath, only Typhlosion's legs were sticking out of the ground, and Snorlax backed away, watching his handiwork with a proud smile. I smiled at him too and waited for the other Pokémon to attack. One of the ace trainers whistled something at the others, and they all nodded. Typhlosion disappeared in a blur of red, and several more Pokémon appeared in similar flashes. I scowled as I saw their strategy. If quality fails, why not try quantity? Sabrina's voice flashed in my mind, and I just nodded. I was right. She wasn't pleased with the damage to her gym and wasn't pleased at the thought that we were about to cause more. We'll take it outside, love, I replied to her mentally, and Ino appeared at my side. I turned to look at the Magmortar and found it on the floor, bleeding from many cuts across its body. Ino was quickly becoming one of the deadliest members of the team. She took hold of my shoulder, and we appeared right outside the gym. Of course, I hadn't considered that we'd be teleporting right into an ambush. From a cloak of darkness, kept up by multiple dark types no doubt, appeared what looked to be a whole team of Pokémon Rangers. My mind was racing as I flickered my eyes from place to place. I could feel the dome of distortion over the entire area now that I was outside. Sabrina's psychic power drowned out anything that tried to impose itself on her domain. Now? I was outside. I wondered if this had been part of some sort of plan, but how could it have been? I whistled, and Snorlax jumped right out of the gym, straight at me, with 3 Pokémon clinging to his body. When he landed, he wasted no time in brutally dealing with them. We'd avoided any deaths so far, but with the number of trainers and thus Pokémon that we were about to face off against, I doubted my team would be willing or able to show such restraint. A tense standoff broke out as the Rangers and their Pokémon stared me down, and the ace trainers ran outside to join them. I will only give this warning once, I said, stretching my hands out wide and looking for all the world like I was in control here, despite the fact that I was wearing little besides a bathrobe and didn't have the slightest idea how I was going to get out of here beyond beat everyone up till I get the dark type and teleport out of here. It was, all things considered, not the worst plan I'd ever come up with. It lacked quite a few things like details and everything apart from a vague idea of what I wanted, but it was enough. My team and I will not be holding back from here on out. Cease this foolish attempt before I leave this place with the blood of your Pokémon on my hands. I'm sure that's not what any of us here wishes to happen. I delivered my warning, and as expected, none of them looked even the slightest bit hesitant about what was coming their way. They'd realize soon enough. When I finished here, I had to find whoever came up with this bullshit. We had a whole ass tournament to prepare for, and they were sabotaging one of their strongest trainers. This just had to be a whole new level of stupid. Ino, the rest of the team, I requested of my right hand, and she disappeared from my side. She couldn't teleport out of the barrier, but teleportation within seemed to be possible with only the slightest bit of additional strain. When she reappeared, it was with Igneel at her side. He looked bored until his eyes noted our opponents, and that voice of his was roaring a challenge to the heavens. I didn't bother trying to rein him back. What was the point? He took to the skies, and I felt the heat in the area nearly triple. In the time it took him to prepare himself, the rest of the team had arrived. The ace trainers and rangers seemed to be using the time it took me to set up to come up with a strategy. I nodded at the wisdom. If Oak's lessons taught me anything, it was that with the right kind of strategy and teamwork, nearly any foe could be overcome. It was cute that they wanted to apply this wisdom against me. I wasn't just any foe. I was going to thoroughly remind them of the difference between trainers at my level and trainers at theirs. Surrounded in a cloak of fire, Igneel dove straight at some poor ranger's Bellossom. The flexible grass type did all it could to dodge the first charge, but the tail that lashed out the moment my dragon landed was enough to send it crashing into a tree. The Viridian Pokemon Center was in the center of town but was still surrounded by beautiful forestry. There used to be a few residential blocks around the gym, but they'd been destroyed and never rebuilt during the attack. The city was very much one that was in the midst of recovery, so it didn't surprise me that we had more than enough space to let loose to our heart's content. Kenpeki was the next to jump into the fray, moving with slow lumbering steps and gathering the attention of all the attackers as he moved. Guy and Broly took advantage of the distraction he caused to move in and out, causing as much trouble as they could with their devastating speed. Kisame lay on the ground next to me, keeping a watchful eye out for any attackers. Hashirama, use. I started mentally, but found nothing where the thread of aura that connected me and my friend used to be. I felt my heart palpitate at that, and I wanted to just fold in on myself and cry. Ino's warm mental embrace might have been the only thing preventing me from doing just that. I screamed to myself in inner anguish and lost focus on the battle. My attackers must have thought me insane like the rumors said, but for the first time in forever, I truly didn't care. Hashirama was gone. Just gone. Dead. Felled by an old bint with a misplaced grudge. An old bint they wanted to arrest me for killing? Fuck them. Fuck all this. No mercy. Kisame was the one to react most directly to my anger. Her eyes visibly glowed as she shoved a boatload of power into her mouth, gathering a sizable hyper beam. It was over in a flash. She blasted over a dozen Pokemon with that one attack, and even though it had been too spread out to take any of them out completely, it left them damaged enough for a pissed-off Broly. I once compared Broly to a ninja because of his speed and deadly skill with his axe hands. That resemblance had never shown through as clearly as it did today. He was gone before I saw him move, but what I did see was his effect. Stone axes weren't the sharpest of instruments, but one would have mistaken them for steel with the way Broly seemed to cleave through his opponents with no delay. Living up to his name, indeed. With blurry eyes, I watched Igneel change the weather itself as he shot massive bolts of fire into the sky. Another team move idea I'd come up with after applying some anime logic. The fire in the sky helped Kisame greatly as she created rain clouds thicker and darker than I'd ever seen her do before. The Pokemon that remained standing were quickly drenched as the skies began to weep an ocean. Every drop that fell from the clouds fell right into her control. The Pokemon around us didn't even realize it was over for them until each and every one of them had their heads surrounded in water bubbles and were very quickly drowned. Those who didn't need to breathe were quickly taken out by the rest of the team. I nodded in pride, still as dry as ever. Kisame's control was enough to prevent even a single drop from touching me. Well, that was quick, I snarked at the devastated rangers and ace trainers. Most of their Pokemon were dead. Kisame hadn't bothered holding back and had actually drowned most of those caught in her localized water prison. It would have been sad if they didn't deserve it. Agatha had taken from me, and now I'd taken from all of them. Fair. Of course, that's when things had to get weird. A powerful roar tore apart Kisame's rain clouds, and I just watched in shock as a figure on the back of a Dragonite landed right on the ground, creating a splash where it landed. The Dragonite was familiar. Muscular and thick. It was obvious whose Pokemon it was. Lance, the champion of Indigo. I watched as he stepped off his mount and walked forward, looking for all the world like a conquering hero. His red hair swayed in the remaining wind from my impromptu thunderstorm, and his cape was soaked through from the rain that still fell from the skies, even as the clouds slowly cleared up. Donald Oak. Agatha was a friend of mine. You are under arrest, he declared. I scowled at his words, feeling the ache of the terrible lie, but I chose to ignore it. Agatha had no friends. He was here for some reason that eluded me. Indigo was already in the past. Mewtwo had taken care of that. He had come to accomplish a goal I couldn't begin to fathom, and the thought of fighting against the champion himself pained me almost as much as the circumstances surrounding it. Yes, I desired to face him in a fair match, but not today, and not like this. A/N, ending the chapter here. Yes. Lance v Donald. I think we all know how this one will go. Thanks for reading. Remember, you can read the rest of this story and the rest of my work up on my Patreon page. Same username as here. Chapter 60. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on Patreon or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first chapter of that, along with the first chapter of an SI into an OC firebender during the 100-year war are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, dead. Kisame, melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant, dead. Lance. Fucking Lance. What he wanted and why he was here didn't matter, not now. What mattered was that I needed a way out of here, a way without involving Sabrina. I was sure the two of us could find an escape, but I would never doom her to a life on the run simply to prevent my own arrest. Not her. Never her. I stared at him, noting the Pokeballs on his belt. The good news was that the only Pokemon he had released right now was his Dragonite. However, the bad news was that it wasn't the Dragonite I would have wanted to face first. It was muscular and looked like it could bend steel with its teeth, but it wasn't the one that had been the downfall of elite trainers in the region. It wasn't the one I would have loved to surprise with my attack. On the plus side, it meant my surprise was more likely to work. In the space between blinks, Dragonite found itself surrounded. I smiled as the plan began. Guy and Broly went first, the vanguard in all things for a very good reason. They were fast, covering the space between them and Dragonite in less time than it would take me to blink. While this Dragonite had the best grasp of extreme speed, I wasn't surprised when it moved its head out of the way of Broly's slash and blocked Guy's kick. It didn't matter though. I had called them the vanguard, but a better term would have been distraction. Kenpeki and Snorlax landed with the real attacks. Whatever defense Dragonite managed to raise against Guy and Broly's surprise attack was washed away as the two physical behemoths fell on it with full power and very little desire to hold back. Lance just watched from behind his Pokemon, where he had quickly retreated after the attack. I spoke to Ino in my head, and she nodded at the tactic I suggested. Was it cheating? Maybe. Did I care? No. Ino stretched her psychic influence towards the belt at Lance's waist, but it was a waste as a dark distorted glow surrounded the champion and completely blocked off her influence. I scowled at it. What the hell was that? I have a lot to thank you for, Donald Oak. After all, if you hadn't been the one to build a team made of impressive Pokemon from all over the world, I might never have had the idea to check the remains of Mewtwo's destruction for members to add to my team. They called me crazy, reckless, and stupid. They called me Lord when I returned with her. I don't know a lot about her species, but the one thing I do know is that she isn't done growing yet. I can feel it. She needs strong opponents. Let's see if the boy who beat Claire and Agatha can do what all the elders of the Wataru clan so far have failed to do. Let us evolve, Donald Oak. What was with all the elite trainers and going mad? It was getting a bit repetitive. I was forced to re-evaluate my assessment when a shadow built around Lance's body. That definitely wasn't evaluative. I watched in shock as a shadow actually emerged from his own shadow. The shadow turned out to be a Pokemon that looked like a lizard. It had a black head with 2 horns and stripes on its sides, short stubby arms hiding a unique form of strength, and a tail that got lighter towards its end. I recognized the Pokemon immediately and almost paled in fear. Dracloak, the second evolutionary stage of Dragapult, a Pokemon that broke the meta. Fuck. This was almost as bad as Lance having a legendary on his team. Dracloak? What the fuck? I was sure they didn't even exist in this universe. The only reason I wasn't pissing myself with fear was because Ino was well rested and Kenpeki was roaring for a fight. Dracloak had a weakness to both dark and fairy types, if my memory served me well. I hoped it did. I wasn't ready to face a ghost dragon. Even Hydreigon had been a pain to fight against those Rocket twins, and they weren't the best trainers. Speaking of which, what happened to the rest of Team Rocket? I just somehow knew that I would be finding out the answer to that question sooner than I'd like. For now, though, I gave Ino her orders and relayed Kenpeki's. I would be drawing one of the attackers away from Dragonite, but Kisame would be taking his place. I silently begged Igneel to remain above the clouds. Lance had missed him in his approach, so our surprise attack was still feasible, at least. Not everything had gone to shit. Just most of it. Kisame rushed into Dragonite with an aura of water surrounding her just as Kenpeki began his retreat. He walked backward, keeping his face toward the dragon, and when it tried to pounce on him, sensing some sort of weakness in my Pokemon, Kisame was there. She was a stormbound in flesh as she moved. Every swipe of her tail was matched with a blast of water that could rip through solid stone with ease. Against Dragonite's body, the water broke, barely eliciting a wind CE from the durable creature. It didn't matter, though. Kisame wasn't the one going to be causing the real damage. That honor belonged to Snorlax and Guy. Their punches might as well have been cannon shots for all the damage they did. Post-evolution, and after months of training to get used to his body and hone his strength, Guy was living up to the mantle of pseudo-legendary. The team was all roughly on the same level now, so it was difficult to point out any Pokemon's growth as a standout. Speaking of growth, though, I turned my gaze to Broly, watching him zip around his opponent, harrying him with his stone axes. I needed a way for Broly to reliably damage much more durable opponents. When I said the team was on the same level, I lied. More often than not, Broly could hold out against any member of the team, using his speed to cause chaos and dodge attacks by the skin of his teeth. The only problem was that he was almost never able to beat any of them. It always ended in draws. He was strong, but the team was beginning to leave him behind. That could not be allowed to happen. I could already see it in his eyes whenever Igneel hit a new feat or when Kenpeki easily mastered a new rock-type maneuver. He felt like he was being left behind by the youngsters, and I couldn't let that continue. I'd find something for him. Extreme speed was an excellent equalizer, but now we needed to do a bit more than equalize. We had to go beyond, plus Ultra, couldn't resist. The fight between Drawcloak and my ghost hunters was nothing more than a tense standoff as things stood. The ghost dragon just remained standing in front of them, and both Ino and Kenpeki watched it tensely. They could feel my tension about it, so they knew this couldn't be an opponent to underestimate. I was thankful for that. The Dreepy on our opponent's horn giggled something, and it blurred into motion. It went straight for Kenpeki, and that was its first mistake. It dove at him, and when Kenpeki tried to swat it away with his tail, it flipped above it, giggling until it flipped right into a moonblast from Ino. Lance scowled as his Pokemon was sent flying, but it didn't remain there for long, looking like it took no damage at all from that attack. It was actually right back on its way to my Pokemon as if nothing had happened. It was much faster this time, but a simple stomp from Kenpeki generated an earthquake that robbed it of its footing, and another moonblast from Ino sent it flying again. And again, it came back. This time, it maneuvered through the shaking ground with the sure footing of a dancer and dodged Ino's attacks expertly, as if it was in a ballet show. Now, Lance was smiling. I couldn't see why, though. When it got close to Kenpeki, it found itself on the receiving end of a punch from a fist cloaked entirely in darkness. Kenpeki's fists didn't have much reach or even much space to coil and generate power, but with how quickly Drawcloak was moving, and how hard Kenpeki's armor was, a very stoppable force crashed right into the immovable object. Think fly and windshield. Of course, that wasn't exactly what happened. Drawcloak folded around the fist and barfed out an ethereal specter on Kenpeki's body. It looked exactly like a ghost would in a stereotypical cartoon, just a white cloud in the shape of anime ghosts. I didn't understand the move until the specter latched onto Kenpeki's face and just exploded. I found myself gaping in shock as Kenpeki reeled from the attack. He didn't fall, but he was quite stunned. He stumbled backward and kept stumbling. What the fuck was that attack? Drawcloak tried jumping at Kenpeki again to press the attack, but Ino grabbed him in her telekinesis and threw him right back with a wave of the hand that contained her spoon. The spoon itself was a lovely idea Oak had. We'd been using it for close to a year now, and I just had to admit that she'd never been stronger. For Alakazam, it worked as a focus, but for her, it was more of an amplifier. I couldn't explain the relationship between psychics and silver. It might also have something to do with the fact that she was a crossbreed of a Gardevoir and an Alakazam. She shared more traits with her father's family than any crossbreed I'd ever heard of before. I knew Oak had been doing some weird shit back in the day, but I still hadn't been able to get to the bottom of the mystery surrounding my right hand. Ino didn't care, of course. What did it matter to her why she was so much better than any other of her species? She only cared that she was. Drawcloak tried coming back, but Ino teleported to it and moved her spoon surrounded with the aura of Psychicut around it a few times before teleporting back. It had cuts along its body, all areas that should have made it difficult for it to move. No vital areas, of course. No one was stupid enough to actually kill one of Lance's Pokemon. A pissed-off trio of pseudo-legendaries would have very little difficulty tearing through my team as we were now. I focused my energy on taking out the Pokemon Lance had already released while working on my escape. I wouldn't be beating him. With only 2 of his Pokemon, my entire team was well and truly occupied. I could only imagine what would happen if he tossed out the Dragonite, the one that was said to be strong enough to change the weather with its presence, the one that could probably go toe-to-toe with Oak's. If that happened, I'd be fucked. Very fucked. Let's kick it up a notch, shall we? Lance asked rhetorically, and I answered in my head. No. We really shouldn't. If things kept getting more and more complex, Tsunade would be forced to get into the battle, and say I was playing favorites at your own peril, but I wasn't going to let her get involved in a fight like this. Not now, at least. Of course, the question had been rhetorical. What did he care about my lack of verbal reply? The champion grabbed a Pokeball from his belt and sent out another Pokemon. I held my breath as the red light began to coalesce into a Pokemon, and I heard a draconic roar. I calmed quickly as I realized it was much higher in pitch than the one I really didn't want to hear. When the Pokemon came into view, I sighed in both relief and exasperation. Relief because it wasn't Dragonite, and exasperation because I knew exactly what would happen next. I was proven right as the Pokémon let out another screech that was matched with one from far above the clouds. Oghenevwogaga was going to get to meet some of his family for the first time. Of course, he greeted his uncle, in the only way he knew how. Body cloaked in flames, he crashed right into Lance's Charizard from above. Both Pokémon let out matching roars as they wrestled in the air, and Oghenevwogaga led them straight to the ground. I smiled because there was little else I could do. Did Oghenevwogaga disobey orders? Yes. Did he also make it so we wouldn't have to reroute anyone from their present tasks to focus on the new arrival? Yes. I guess shifting circumstances were to blame. Surely my own Pokémon respected and listened to me. As I assured myself of that, it rang hollow even to my own ears. Fuck. Oghenevwogaga and Charizard crashed right into the foliage, setting it alight as they passed. When they landed, they went right into a melee of claws and tails. Oghenevwogaga seemed to be the better scrapper from the get-go, but once Charizard adapted to Oghenevwoga's aggression and style, he began to pull ahead. Slowly and surely, he locked out Oghenevwoga's claws and began to outman over him. A swipe from Oghenevwoga was dodged with contemptuous ease, and the Elder Fire Dragon lashed out with a fist straight to Oghenevwoga's midsection, nearly flooring my Pokémon. I scowled as Oghenevwoga moved backward a bit before diving right at his opponent again. What he lacked in skill and experience, he made up for with aggression. I honestly doubted Lance's Charizard had ever faced an opponent as battle-crazy and fight-hungry as Oghenevwoga. Turning back to Drawcloak's battle and doing my best to study the new variable, I noted that Kenpeka had found his feet once again and seemed more cautious of his opponent. Good. Since evolution, he'd so rarely been challenged that he was running the risk of growing complacent. If I was being honest, the same applied to me. Fighting Lance now told me all I needed to know about me and my team. We weren't ready. They were holding back and still dealing with us like this. I could see Dragonite fighting the urge to just smash through Snorlax's guard before focusing on Broly and Guy as they zipped around him. I could see Charizard avoid making any attacks that seemed likely to end the fight he had going on with Oghenevwoga. Only Drawcloak seemed to be going all out, but Ino and Kenpeka were doing a fantastic job of keeping him at bay. I was forced to recall Lance's words. Evolution. That's what he sought with this fight. He wanted to evolve his Drawcloak, and he wanted me to help him. Help him by fighting him with all I had. The other battles mattered little to him. He trusted his team to defeat mine. His rapt attention was on Drawcloak. He wanted to evolve the Ghost Dragon, and it was in his best interest if the fight went on for as long as possible. The only choices I seemed to have were to either play along and hope I'd be able to escape after the evolution, or to deny Lance his goal entirely and find a way to leave. The second option was the most dangerous. He'd already admitted to me that he was here for the evolution and little more. If I denied him that, what was the guarantee that I wouldn't have an unsatisfied champion chasing me down? On the other hand, what was the guarantee that he would let me go after achieving his aim? His arrival at this time couldn't be a coincidence. He clearly had some agreement with the government of Kanto. A conundrum if I've ever seen one. XXXXXXXXX, the professor. I watched Donald's fight against Lance with what felt like pride burning against my chest. Kanto's news agencies must have been making a killing from all the drama that had taken place in the last few months, and this seemed to be the coup de grace. You won't interfere, Dad? David asked, and I turned to my second-born son with a scowl. He should have been the disappointment, plateauing at Ace when his brothers were on the route to ascending the pinnacles of business and Pokémon training. But if I was ever honest with myself, he was the one I loved the most. He was the one my heart went out for every second, but he was also the one who had the easiest time getting under my skin. No. I will not. The president is making a move now. He desires me to make a move to aid my son so he can have the upper hand in our relationship. He desires to make me a fugitive of the law so he can run roughshod over a region he wasn't even born in. The region needs me to remain right where I am, I replied, keeping my eyes on the screen. My greatest project fought against the champion, and even after being a trainer for less than 2 full years, he was still putting up a fantastic show. No trainer before and no trainer after would ever show the speed of growth Donald did. The blood of the father of all Pokémon ran in his veins, and the blood was breeding true. The only other survivor from that project, Sabrina, was also showing beautiful progress. Except that with her, we'd tried to see what would happen if we were to breed psychic genes into a human embryo. She was widely recognized as the world's most powerful human psychic. A specimen beyond any other, showing similar power to an actual psychic Pokémon when every psychic human that came before was barely able to do parlor tricks. So you won't help him. He could die. His team could die. David stressed, and I wondered where I went wrong to give my son so little faith in me. Dontaryan courted foreigners, Donald did not trust me at all, and even David was beginning to show rebellion. Lance would never. The boy remembers how he became champion. He would never court my wrath so blatantly. Even now, his team holds back. He will obtain what he seeks from Donald, and he will leave. To do more is beyond him. I am sure the elders of Blackthorn pounded that idea into his head before he arrived here. They remember my wrath, I said, assuring my sons of their brother's safety. Lance would not dare. The boy could not harm what was mine. Now hush. I must focus on that unique specimen, I said, ending the conversation. I watched as the strange dragon-type Pokemon that I was 60% sure was part ghost-type moved between Ino and Kenpeki in an aggressive dance. Donald was showing that strange knowledge that had to come from his blood again. Even with insufficient evidence and the barest of hints, he'd already sussed out which of his teammates would be best suited for the strange Pokemon. Mew's blood was something else. The ability to discover things about Pokemon with nothing but intuition was guaranteed to make him into the next great Pokemon researcher, if only he had the temperament. But I was beginning to suspect that temperament would do little to hold back a trainer who discovered new evolutions and new species of Pokemon in his leisure time. He was something else. The dragon danced out of the way of a rainbow-colored blast from Ino's spoon, showing his reptilian nature in the way he snaked around the attack. His dodge placed him right into the path of Tyranitar's lashing tail, surrounded in dark-type energy. The dragon was forced to dive right back before being captured in Ino's telekinesis. It broke out of it with nary a flex of ghost-type energy, but the delay had been enough for Tyranitar's tail to send it flying into the foliage. It moved into the path of the fight between the Charizards. Both fire drakes showed little caution for the smaller Pokemon in their midst as they fought in a storm of claws and flames. The way things looked to me, much of the Viridian greenery would be alight at the end of this battle as neither of the trainers was inclined to ask their Pokemon to turn it down. My home city was probably going to be in a bad state, but it was nothing unexpected. Fights between elites seldom left much standing in their wakes. The camera panned to the fight against the Drago Knight, and I sighed as I watched Donald's team show their lack of experience in fighting as a unit even after all the training they'd received. Much like their trainer, they were more suited to being alone. Donald never learned how Pokemon were influenced by their trainers. As it stood, with the blood in his veins, I was willing to bet that he influenced his Pokemon even more than any other trainer did. It was obvious in the way they fought and acted. They were all solitary creatures for the most part, much like he was. They were a silent bunch. With the exception of the Charizard and Tyranitar, much of his team would barely make a sound until it was needed. They were also vicious. They showed the same propensity for violence and lack of hesitation that Donald showed as a child. They were quick to kill. For a bunch that was mostly made up of bred Pokemon, it was quite a rarity. They were also wild, just like he had been as a child and still is, even now. They showed most of those traits as they fought against Lance's pseudo-legendary. Melodic proved to be the biggest threat as she sniped the dragon Pokemon with powerful lances and beams of ice whenever it made the mistake of letting its guard down. Snorlax occupied much of its attention in a savage melee, and both Kleavor and Kommo-o did their own thing. In and out of the fight, they darted, preventing their comrade from being overwhelmed by the stronger Pokemon. Their teamwork was basic but functional. If it were just a bit better, Melodic would be able to launch even stronger and more devastating attacks without fear of hitting her teammate. The two close-range fighters would not need to take turns as they attacked because they would already be accustomed to each other's movements. However, they were making progress as the fight continued. That was another trait they shared with their trainer, they learned fast. A/N, the fight with Lance will conclude in the next chapter, and 2 chapters later, we will reach the tournament, or will we? Stay tuned, I guess. Thanks for reading. Remember, you can read the rest of this story and the rest of my work up on my Patreon page. Same username as here. Chapter 61. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first 3 chapters of that, along with the first 3 chapters of an SI into an OC Firebender during the 100-year war are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Kleavor. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Kommo-o. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant, Dead. Lance's Pokemon fought like monsters. That was the first thing I noticed as Drawcloak was almost trampled by Charizard while it fought off the aggressive Igneel. None of my team would have been so uncaring. The Ghost Dragon had no difficulties escaping the situation, though, and headed right back for Ino and Kenpeki. Ino remained still, drawing it in and teleporting away at the last possible second. Instead, it found itself meeting a barrage of shadow balls that Kenpeki had fired like bullets from a Gatling gun. It took the ghost-type attacks head-on and was sent reeling from the impact. Ino slashed her spoon through the air, and a bolt of rainbow-colored light slammed right into the would-be pseudo-legendary. At this point, I was sure Lance was torturing his Pokémon for no reason. It showed none of the signs that were common among all species when evolution was near. It didn't even hint at what Lance thought it would be capable of. Of course, I wasn't surprised by that. Even if Lance had captured it the moment Mewtwo announced the tournament, he would have had it for less than 4 months. I suspected he had it for even less time. If he understood Aura, then maybe I would have given him good odds, but he didn't. Drawcloak took Ino's dazzling gleam to the head and was sent spinning again. Yet, it came back, persistent. If I had to describe it, that would be the word I'd use. Having let the ghost Pokémon capture my attention for too long, I turned to the fight against Dragonite. It was still standing, but the truth was that it stood no chance in the battle it found itself in, against 4 of my Pokémon. I stretched out my aura and deepened my connection with the rest of them while casting my mind into the ether, searching for Sabrina's. Drawcloak would not be evolving today, it was impossible, so I had to plan my escape. Snorlax, who had previously been sending wild punches at its opponent, suddenly stepped back, allowing its adversary to nearly overextend itself. Broly had been briefed and was waiting for the opportunity. A stone axe cloaked in a steel-type aura clashed against Dragonite's extended arm with bone-crushing force. It grunted in pain and was suddenly sent reeling as 7 ice beams crashed against it in quick succession. Guy appeared in front of it, his body glowing with the energy of Dragon Dance, and began to unload whatever frustrations he might have felt with the day on the Pokémon in front of him. Punch after punch landed in quick succession, and when he was done, Kisame's ice beams continued to land as I used an otherworldly awareness of each of my Pokémon to aim the attacks perfectly at the gaps Guy left to give her the space to land her attacks. Occupied as it was, the Dragonite could do little as Snorlax weaved around its form to attack it from behind. Caught between a rock and a hard place, it could do little as it was quickly overwhelmed. Broly remained by my side as I came up with a strategy for escape. Once the Dragonite fell, I turned to the laughing Lance and noticed him holding a Pokeball in his hand, about to release it but unable to do so. I smiled at Ino, who had teleported away from her battle with Drawcloak to trap Lance in her psychic wiles. This was neither an official nor a friendly battle. Why should I bother obeying the codes of honor when both my Pokémon and our lives were on the line? And don't get me wrong, if Lance had released that Dragonite, someone would have died. Noticing the state of its trainer, Charizard let out a roar and slammed Igneel away with a fiery backhand before diving this way. I had no idea what it hoped to achieve against my entire team. An icy wind from Kisame slowed down its flight towards us, and Snorlax bent its legs before jumping straight into the air and slamming into Charizard. It wrestled it to the ground, and with Guy's help, was able to hold it off from approaching its trainer until Igneel was able to slam into it from behind and fly right into the clouds with the dragon clutched between his hands. I watched in pride as they flew higher and higher until Igneel suddenly erupted in flames. The explosion cranked up to the max, taking advantage of the flame resistance Igneel had racked up after using the move so many times over the last few months. The light in the sky erupted so brightly that I was forced to cover my eyes, lest I actually go blind. Even a Charizard would be hard-pressed to take that one head-on without suffering some serious damage. I watched with pride as Igneel remained in the air after the explosion, and Charizard was sent falling to the ground. That was the move we'd been preparing by having Igneel remain in the sky for so long. It was supposed to be used in case any of the ace trainers had a Pokémon that proved to be difficult to deal with. When Lance came in, I'd decided to save it for Dragonite. Using it on Charizard like that might have been a bit of overkill, but we needed to leave, and leave quickly. Broly returned to my side, and I smiled as I felt the barrier that had covered us begin to fall. His mission had been simple. Use extreme speed to scout the area and take out the Dark-type Pokémon that had been keeping up the blackout field. Now that everything was done, it was time to leave. Of course, with that statement in my head, I'd managed to jinx the entire thing. I'd taken my eyes away from Drawcloak, and when I returned them, I was surprised to find that it had been able to worm through Kenpeki's guard and was heading straight for Lance. A thought to Broly had my starter outrunning the Pokémon and slamming it into the ground with a slash from one of his stone axes. I smiled as the Drawcloak refused to be cowed and dove for Lance once again, only for Kisame to snipe it away with an ice beam. Lance attempted to struggle against Ino's hold, but it was fruitless. Even Sabrina probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Months of training with Alakazam meant I gave Ino good odds at being one of the top 4 psychic Pokémon in the world, only behind Mewtwo, and the 2 monster Alakazams partnered with Oak and Sabrina, respectively. I'm stronger than that geezer, Alakazam said in my mind, piggybacking off the connection I shared with his trainer, and I just nodded while mentally chuckling. I guess my vocabulary was infectious. Drawcloak tried to get up again, but Tsunade was in its way, shaking her head. Wait. Tsunade? I turned to my side and found Magnezone also staring at me in confusion. I almost found myself ordering her back to my side, but I was forced to remember that she was a fully evolved adult member of the team as she sent Drawcloak flying with a single punch that created an audible shockwave. I nearly pinched myself for forgetting the monstrous strength her species was blessed with, and I silently decided to spend much more time training with her when we made it out of this. Drawcloak came flying back, but she cupped her hands and fired a moon blast at him, which he jumped right over. He weaved through her attempts to stop him but was sent flying as he was suddenly punched in the side. Guy only looked at the younger Pokemon and shook his head while saying something in the language all Pokemon seemed to understand. From my impressions, it was clear the words he'd used were stand down or something along those lines. Like every ghost type ever, Drawcloak did not listen to orders. It came again, and this time was blasted by a bolt of lightning from Magnezone. When I turned to him, I found my Pokemon shrugging at me as if to say, why not? Of course, he then proceeded to fly off to do something or another. I would have been more concerned if he wasn't heading straight for the gym. Sabrina was his favorite person in the world, and I trusted her to look after him while I was on the run. I wasn't sure he understood exactly what was happening, but I trusted him to figure it out in time. The Viridian City Gym would be the safest place for him in the meantime. Besides, with my carry limit, I couldn't have taken him with me anyway. Even fugitives of the law were bound by pesky things like carry limits. I turned back to Drawcloak and found it being tossed back by Kenpeki. It was relentless, but even it was beginning to slow. Persistent as it was beginning to tire. It was beginning to flag as time went on. Besides, it was also acting as some sort of stress relief for the team. We'd be in hiding for the foreseeable future, so I allowed them to vent. It moved for Lance again, and Igneel blasted it back with a flamethrower. It went right back, but with a hand on its tail, Snorlax tossed it right back. It was pitiful and a bit sad. Of course, all those assessments disappeared as I got the strangest feeling that something was about to go wrong. It ran for Lance again, and Kenpeki seemed to take a deep breath before blasting it with a beam of ghost-type energy. As it approached again, a moon blast from Tsunade sent it reeling. When it came again, I shouted for my Pokemon to stop, but Kisame was the last to get the message and blasted it with an ice beam. This time, it flew back and landed on the floor, unmoving. It was still, for the first time in the fight, completely unmoving. Lance thrashed against the hold he was in, as I felt the anguish overtake and overcome him. His Pokemon was dead, but even with that, the feeling that something had gone fundamentally wrong refused to dissipate. I stared at the body as my Pokemon let down their guards, and that was the only reason I saw it begin to harden and turn to stone. What was going on? I asked myself as I began to step closer to get a better look. Of course, that was the moment that the stone shell began to crack. I watched, gobsmacked, as more and more cracks began to appear on its body. When the cracks covered the entire shell, it exploded outward, and the Pokemon that flew out was completely different. Its head had become more triangular, shaped like a wing, almost. Its body remained short, but now its tail was much longer and ethereal. It could fly too, did I mention that part? It floated in the sky, staring at me with visible malice, and I resisted the urge to step back as I gulped audibly. Its coloring had also changed. Most of its body was navy with a few visible yellow and pink areas, like its underbelly, which was yellow, and its claws, which were pink. It also had pink arrow shapes running through the aforementioned underbelly. Its smile had also changed, along with its presence. It was nearly overwhelming. A pseudo-legendary ghost-type Pokemon was something else, it leaked malice from every pore. It was almost tangible in the air around us. It seemed to take a look around the clearing before deciding on a course of action. It dove right at me, but Kenpeki somehow appeared between us in time. This time, when they crashed into each other, Kenpeki was no longer the one with the clear advantage. They wrestled with each other, neither one able to claim an advantage for a while. That would have only been a problem if it had been a one-on-one battle. Ino was focused on keeping Lance locked, but the difference in power between them meant she could actively multitask. A blast of rainbow-colored light knocked Dragapult off balance, and Igneel showed his presence in this fight with a bang. He flew across the grounds, firing fireball after fireball at the ghost type. Each hit was devastating, and when Igneel got to him, Dragapult looked to be very much on his last legs. Of course, it proved to be a trick, as Igneel passed right through the Dragapult he'd been charging at, with the substitute exploding just as Igneel was in the epicenter of the blast. My fire dragon flew back out of the explosion, looking a little worse for wear after everything. We searched for the original body, only for it to suddenly appear next to Lance. Once it touched its trainer, Ino's hold was broken, and Lance was free. I expected the Dragon Master to be pissed. Apoplectic. In search of revenge. But he actually just looked amused. Well, you gave me exactly what I wanted. I'll give you one chance. Run. Now. Run far and fast with your tail between your legs. The next time I see you will be the day I end you, was all he said, while still smiling brightly and running his eyes over his newly evolved pseudo-legendary. It stung. It stung every bit of me as I returned my Pokemon to their Pokeballs, starting with Snorlax and ending with Broly, who still seemed unsure about things. I said a mental goodbye to Sabrina, which she quickly amended to a see you later. I loved that girl with all I had. Of course, I heard an eep in my mind as she retreated. I just smiled wryly and turned my attention to Ino. Once she touched me, we disappeared. We traveled several miles with each teleport, but we kept on going. It wasn't until I was sure our teleports could no longer easily be traced that I released Igneel from his Pokeball. Ino nodded, accepting her orders as I rubbed my friend's scales before climbing on his back. The League employed a large variety of psychic Pokemon. It would be foolish for me to assume they wouldn't have a way to trace multiple teleports, no matter how quickly we made them. So, Ino's mission was to set a false trail while Igneel took me to our destination. Where? I hear you ask. Home, of course. Not the lab. Not Cinnabar. Not Viridian. No, the only home I'd ever known in this world. The forest that would become the safari zone at some point in the future. That was my home in every way that mattered. Every way I cared about. The truth was that the days I'd spent there were the best days of my life. They were peaceful and simple. XXXX. 2 weeks here, and I was nothing but grateful to Lance. That conclusion took a while to achieve, but as I was forced to spend more and more time scavenging, figuring out rations, and generally being around nature, I calmed down and achieved peace with things. I realized that Lance had actually done me a favor. All that time away from this place had eroded me. My decision-making had been skewed and became more and more suspect as time went on. Looking at my past deeds with a neutral eye, I could see how erratic I had truly become over time. Now, the more time I spent in this place, the better things became. I got to grieve Hashirama and build him a grave next to Quicksilver's. I got to train with my team in an environment they were all extremely comfortable with. That might have actually been the best part, the training. So many ideas for each of my Pokemon that we got the opportunity to leverage. As Igneel aged, his fire began to acquire a new quality. It was explosive. I saw it in videos of older Charizards on my Pokédex. The Pokédex Sabrina had returned to me on her first visit. She was another reason I felt much better. In 2 weeks, she'd visited 4 times and was pretty much my only source of information on how things stood. I'd disconnected my dex from the Pokeabe, so there was no way for me to be tracked with it, and conversely, no way for me to use it to see how things were going in the wider world. Eating a lunch of trainer rations and feeding all my Pokemon with their specialized meals, with the exception of Snorlax, who was instead just forced to eat a dozen portions of trainer meals. The Snorlax meals were provided by the League, and of course, they'd stopped sending them once I became an official fugitive of the law. According to Sabrina, the news called me troubled, unpredictable, and highly dangerous. I was an S-rank threat, apparently. The same rank Giovanni had held before his conditional pardon. I guess knocking out 2 of the champion's Pokemon was deemed impressive enough to warrant me being placed on the same level as the League's most dangerous criminals. When I'd left, I'd filled my head with thoughts of proving my innocence and securing my freedom at some point, but I honestly wondered if I should. What was the point? Sabrina's latest piece of news showed that the Kanto representatives for the tournament had already been chosen: Oak, Giovanni, Sabrina, and Bruno. It was a good lineup. I mean, I gave myself good odds against 3/4 of the team, but the truth of the matter was I was tired. I'd trust my fate to others for the first time ever, and I'd trust them to do what was necessary to keep this region alive. If they didn't, I already had my ticket out. Every day, Ino practiced teleporting to the Seafoam Islands as quickly as possible. If Kanto lost, I'd be out of here as quickly as possible, which brought me to the present argument. You don't trust me, she said, and I hurried to reassure her that I did, placing her hands in mine and giving her a glimpse into my thoughts. There was no human in the world I trusted as much as Sabrina. There was no human in whom I had as much faith in seeing it through, but even that did not appear to be enough for her. Come with me, Sabrina, I finally offered, realizing that she wasn't fully convinced by my words. Come with me. Let's skive off. Leave the League and the people to their own devices. Just us and our Pokemon. A long peaceful life. A life free from everything. Freedom at last, Sabrina, I said in a whisper as our foreheads touched. That is no freedom, Donald Oak. That is cowardice, she said, and her tone sent me reeling. It was cold, lacking the warmth I'd become accustomed to over the months we'd been together. She took a step back and pulled her hands out of mine. You would leave the world to burn. You would let Kanto burn, she accused, and I nodded. I'd never lie to her. That was one promise I would keep. I would. All I care about is in this clearing with me. No. No, Donald. You truly do not care for the people of Kanto? Viridian? Cinnabar? She searched my eyes and seemed to find whatever she was looking for as she took another step backward and just disappeared. Fuck. Did I just get dumped? I turned to the team in exasperation and found them pointedly focusing on their tasks, acting like they hadn't been listening in. I just scowled and turned to the tree I'd been doing pull UPS on before she arrived. Physical exercise was a godsend for distracting me from all the things I'd honestly rather not be thinking about. XXXXXX. A week since she left, and Sabrina still hadn't returned. I focused my attention on my Pokemon instead of wallowing in guilt and anger at how things ended. Oghenevwogaga did me proud as he flew through the air, leaving a shockwave in his wake as he moved. I looked at the flames floating at his back, right behind his wings. It's an idea I got from Endeavor in the My Hero Academia anime. The fire hero could fly by turning his flames into jetpacks. With the developing explosive quality of his flames, Oghenevwogaga could do the same, allowing him to move at speeds beyond what even Quicksilver would have been capable of. The only thing holding the move back was control. Oghenevwogaga could not react to his surroundings at that speed and got tunnel vision worse than anything I'd ever seen. When I tried to share his senses to understand what he was going through, I found myself on the floor retching in short order. Now, I had him work with Ino when she wasn't practicing her endurance and finer control to learn some psychic abilities. Psychic Pokemon were masters at understanding their surroundings. If I could get him to develop even the vaguest of psychic powers, I'd be golden. It was coming slowly, though. I turned to where Broly was training, and I smiled. He was doing two things at once, training his telekinesis while going through his martial arts forms. Guy was a fighting-type Pokemon, and that somehow made him well-suited to working with Broly to build a fighting style that took maximum advantage of his speed and control over the very ground. The fact that I'd been able to show the fighting type the memories I had of several different fighting styles, both fictional and real, from my old life was probably a contributing factor. Speaking of Guy, the fighting type Pokemon was working on his endurance. He was practicing holding on to several of the gates, the name we'd come up with to describe his combination of enhancement moves at the same time. He held the combination of moves for as long as he could every day while engaging in shadow fighting with himself to get used to his improved speed and power. It was impressive how he consistently got better day after day. In his recharge times, he moved between Broly and Tsunade. Tsunade was off on her own. As a pure fairy type, she was the best weapon I'd ever have against Lance and his team of monsters. I'd kept her away from battling for so long, but situations and her own desire had her training now. Multiple fairy-type moves flowed from her in quick succession. Our goal was to reverse engineer all the fairy-type moves I could remember from all the Pokemon games I could remember. So far, we were making good progress. Like the rest of the team, she was a prodigy at whatever she put her mind to. Kenpaki's own goal was much simpler. He spent his days in meditation, trying to get in touch with the dark typing his evolution had gifted him. When I was done with my own exercise, I would join him. We bounced off each other when we meditated together and made leaps more progress than we ever could when we worked alone. Kisame was an entirely different beast. No training was as active as hers. Water had fallen under her command months ago. Now, we sought to do the same thing with ice. She commanded blizzard after blizzard to get used to controlling the element, and as Oghenevwogaga crashed into the foliage and set a few trees alight, she rushed to perform her secondary duty while training, keeping track of the irritable fire dragon. She was the only one I trusted to put him down when he was being testy, without causing any unnecessary damage. XXXXXX. And what do you want? I asked Oak as I entered the clearing I called home, finding him sitting there, clearly having made himself comfortable. Ino had sensed him the moment he teleported in, so it wasn't as much of a surprise as it had been when he first teleported in all those months ago. I should have expected you'd make this place your home. Were any days truly as peaceful as the ones you enjoyed here? Among your own kind in the deep wilderness, with no pressures of society or anything beyond what you care about. You're projecting, old man. If you want to recreate your days as a trainer, find a different clearing. This one is taken. I might just be, but I don't think I was wrong. After all, of all my sons, you took after me the most. We're two peas in a pod, we are. I have nothing in common with you. Now get out. You're disturbing my rest time. Oh, and you used to be oh so polite when you thought I could help solve your problems. I wonder what changed. I replied with a blank look as I walked into the tent and began to set things up for lunch, ignoring the old man. I can still do it, you know. Do what? I asked, realizing I had fallen right into his trap. Now the sales pitch was coming. Solve your problems. A full pardon from the League is on the table if we complete the mission. No thanks. I'm fine where I am, I replied truthfully. Being a wanted fugitive was surprisingly liberating, and since Ino had perfected her skills with illusions, I could even venture into cities and purchase what I needed. My account had yet to be frozen, as they probably hoped to use it to track me. However, since we could teleport, we made purchases across the region. Of course you are, but you haven't even heard the mission we need you for yet. Not interested. Mutwo, was all he said in reply, and I found my previous statement turning out to be a lie. I turned to him with a raised eyebrow, perhaps too proud to verbally ask for more information. A mission to take out Mutwo. We've found him, and the leagues are working on a joint mission to put him down. A bad idea if I've ever heard one. Does the phrase the most powerful psychic in the world mean nothing to you? I asked, feeling incredulous at the idea. What guarantee did they have that Mutwo hadn't plucked their intentions right out of their minds? Mutwo served Giovanni and Team Rocket for a while. They came up with technology to limit Mutwo's reach. We've implemented it at every stage of the planning process, he said, and now I was intrigued. And who is we? What's the plan? Sounds like a lot of interest from a person who isn't interested, he remarked idly, and I settled for glaring at the man. Now, the team consists of Lance, Cynthia of Sinnoh, Wallace and Stephen of Hone, and myself. I managed to save you a spot, that was one hell of a lineup if I've ever seen one. I just looked at Oak in shock. He saved me a spot on a roster of champion-class trainers? To what end? Perhaps seeing the confusion on my face, he replied to my unasked question. Of all the trainers yet to cross the barrier to champion class, you are the strongest. You will serve a key role on the team we've built to take down the Pokemon that believes itself powerful enough to hold all the regions of the world at ransom. I scowled to myself as I knew the answer I would choose. I scowled as I realized I'd be putting my team at risk again, and that simply wasn't fair. I prepared to reject Oak's offer until a voice spoke out in my mind. It was Igneal. His psychic training had come far if he could speak into my head. All he said was a single word, and I felt it echo in the world around me. Ready was what he said, and when I turned to the rest of the team, I found the sentiment echoing in all their eyes. We're in, I said, and he only nodded as if it had been a foregone conclusion. He gave me a few seconds to return my Pokemon to their Pokeballs before teleporting with me to an unknown location. A/N, you thought there'd be a tournament of power, didn't you? This mission was the idea that popped into my head that started this entire story. We are now in the endgame. Thanks for reading. Remember, you can read the rest of this story and the rest of my work up on my Patreon page. Same username as here. Chapter 62. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first 4 chapters of that, along with the first 3 chapters of an SI into an OC Firebender during the 100-Year War are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneal, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant, Dead. My first sight was Lance, looking much different from the man I had faced a month ago. He was relaxed, leaning back in a chair and nursing a cup of something warm as he spoke with Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh. As our eyes met, I was forced to join the legion of people who had proclaimed her to be the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. She smiled at me before turning back to her conversation with the champion of Indigo. I moved on from them and walked deeper into the lounge. Oak had dropped me here to socialize with my new teammates and said he had some things to work through. The only other people in the lounge were Stephen and Wallace of Hone. The blue-haired former champion conversed in whispers with his green-haired compatriot. I walked forward and hovered at the edge of their awareness, waiting for them to recognize me and invite me in. Of course, that ended up happening in no time as Stephen looked up at me and, wearing an obviously faked expression of shock on his face, invited me to join in with them. Stephen Stone, Steel-type Master, former champion of Hone, he said in introduction, and Wallace followed suit, as if either of these men had a need to introduce themselves to anyone who hadn't been living under a rock for the last 2 decades. Even before becoming champion, Wallace was a famed trainer who was well on his way to climbing to the pinnacle of both trainer roots in Sinnoh. Wallace Mikuri, Water-type Master, champion of Hone, he said, copying Stephen's format, eliciting a grunt from the Steel-type Master. I just smiled at them and followed suit. Donald Oak, not yet a Pokemon Master, trainer of Kanto, I said, getting a chuckle from Wallace for the terrible joke and a smile from Stephen. Not yet a Pokemon Master. From what I've seen of your team, you more than qualify, Steven said, giving me a look, asking a silent question. No Conference League, unfortunately. One of the requirements to apply for mastery in Kanto is a first-place finish in the domestic league and a Tier 1 badge from all 8 of the major gym leaders, I said, answering the unasked question he had led me towards. The fact that gym badges existed in tiers did not matter to most people. In fact, most people did not even know about it. There were 3 tiers. Tier 3 badges were the most commonly known, acquired by defeating a gym leader in their chosen challenge. Tier 2 badges were something different. A trainer could only acquire one after spending some time training under the gym leader and satisfying them of their competence and ability. It was more difficult to acquire than the previous tier simply because most gyms were picky about who they accepted as trainers, and beyond that, getting a Tier 2 badge often required years spent at the feet of the gym leader. It was only a common choice among those who either sought to be gym leaders themselves or were content with being gym trainers for the rest of their careers. Few, if any, trainers ever managed to get more than one of those badges. The third tier was the most difficult to acquire and also carried the most prestige of the bunch. It involved full 6-on-6 combat with the gym leader's personal team. Basically, it was a test of strength, and to get one, you had to prove yourself more powerful than the gym leader in question. Considering gym leaders were stronger than 99% of the population, it was no wonder that the only Pokemon Masters Kanto could boast of were either gym leaders themselves or elite trainers. I see. I see indeed. I've heard a lot about you, Donald Oak, Steven said while pointing to the third seat, and Wallace let out a yawn before reclining further in his own chair. I sprawled myself in mine, just luxuriating in the comfort. I loved the forest, but some things could not be replicated by the best forest tech out there. One of them was the feeling of a soft couch after a stressful day. I concluded that I would definitely be buying one of these for the clearing if my plans to turn it into a permanent residence ended up working out. This legendary psychic we are to face. Word is you have faced it before. Tell us about it, Steven asked, leaning in, and Wallace dropped his pretense of comfort and disinterest as he watched me with shark-like eyes. I was reminded of who these two men were and what they sought to accomplish here. We were going to kill a god. He is something else. I've never fought the one we are to face, but I have faced off against lesser versions, and what I have to say is simple. They fight like gods. Their psychic power is something else. They have a shield around their bodies that can only be overwhelmed by continuous bombardment from powerful attacks. They can enter your mind with the ease of a finger slipping through a glove. They also possess a strange ability to use moves you'd never expect a psychic to be capable of. All that was true of the lesser gods. Now, multiply that by 100, and you'd get the scale at which the one we're sending you to fight works, Giovanni interrupted me as he walked into the room. I scowled at him for the interruption, but I just nodded when the champions gave me questioning glances. It was only when I heard shuffling behind me that I realized Lance and Cynthia had been paying attention to the conversation between me and the Hone champions. How did you beat them? Cynthia asked, and I shook my head to prevent my head from getting fogged up by that smile of hers. Not easily. Every shield must be broken through. Their natural telekinesis must be overwhelmed. The most surefire way of doing it is to gang up on it with multiple powerful Pokemon and good teamwork between all the Pokemon, I said, and they all nodded, seemingly hanging on to my every word. One thing I've noticed is that the psychics seem to abide by some code of honor. It never really tried to hammer through my psychic shields or even attack me personally, no matter how bad things got, I said, and Giovanni replied to the question I didn't even know I was asking. Yes. We coded in some simple directives into their DNA when making the false gods. One of which being an aversion to harming humans, Giovanni said, and Steven interjected. This one has laid waste to entire regions, he pointed out, scowling at the terrorist. I almost smiled at seeing someone focus on Giovanni and calling out his bullshit. Programming can fail. I suspect there was some error in the consciousness encoded in this one that made it cannibalistic and allowed it to ignore a base directive like the one it's been given, he said, eliciting glares from most of the room. Do we even realistically stand any chance? Wallace asked the question on all our minds, and Oak answered it as he walked in. Of course we do. Things might sound overwhelming, but we do have our own advantages. Firstly, our enemy is incomplete. It was created in the earlier days of the experiments and has a more unstable body. It should have already broken down on its own, but we suspect that cannibalizing so many of its own kind has given it some longevity. However, from our models and the data Giovanni has so generously given us access to, it needs to complete the piece of DNA that spawned it to have any chance of a stable form. That's what I suspect it has been doing for so long, searching for the last pieces of DNA from the original legendary Pokemon, Oak said, eliciting looks of confusion from most of the room. Giovanni attempted to explain what he had said in a more digestible format for those who lacked the context to understand. We created the false gods from a shard of DNA left behind by the creator of all Pokemon. Cynthia sucked in a sharp breath at that, and the glare she speared Giovanni with had me shifting in my chair, trying to get as far from the terrorist as I could without making it obvious. The Sinnoh champion looked nothing less than murderous as she stared at him. You would tamper with, nay, you would adulterate something so sacred? She asked in shock and no small degree of offense. Yes, we would. The first champion of Indigo, when he completed the circuit, had his entire team of powerful Pokémon barely strong enough to destroy a city by working together. The weakest Pokémon on the main teams of anyone in this room could accomplish such a feat single-handedly and with ease. Pokémon are growing more powerful as time passes. What happens when they realize themselves to be far superior to us? What happens when the Pokémon decide they no longer need their trainers? We built a weapon of last resort to confirm humanity's place at the top of the food chain, he said, not backing down from the pissed-off champion. I silently applauded the bravery while leaning even further away from him. Cynthia looked pissed. Not pissed, apoplectic. Lance placed a hand on her shoulder before gesturing for Giovanni to continue his story. I guess even Lance could realize that the debate wasn't what we needed at this point. Our first attempts were nothing to write home about. We tried to build humans that could bridge the gap and wield the power of Pokémon themselves. When we saw limited success with that, we decided to take it a few steps further and create a Pokémon strong enough to subdue all the others but genetically predisposed to obey humans. That was the goal of the project, and we first of all saw some limited success. The early versions were powerful and unstable. When we managed to crack stability, we lost some of the power. You fought one of the lesser ones in our gym battle, Donald, he said, turning to me at the last bit. I just scowled, uncomfortable with the familiarity with which the terrorist addressed me. We kept going, and eventually, we succeeded. Or we thought we did. The perfect specimen. With the power, stability, and obedience we needed. Of course, it was as I beheld my crowning achievement that our problem made itself known. It appeared from nowhere. It was only until much later that I found out that one of my partners had kept an earlier specimen for his own private study, and that same specimen had escaped, killing him in the process. He took a deep breath then, and I guessed the partner was Blaine. When that specimen appeared before me, I was too shocked to interfere. Our perfect specimen was killed in seconds and consumed in an even shorter time. That was what made me investigate. There were 24 false gods out and about at the beginning of the year. All of them have been consumed by this one in an effort to stabilize itself, but it isn't enough. My partner had theorized attempting to stabilize the one he had with genetic material from later versions, but he concluded he'd need much more DNA than what we had available. Simply put, this false god is done for. This tournament of power is nothing more than an attempt to go down with a blaze. I say we put it down ourselves, Giovanni said, and we all looked at each other, understanding the situation. Okay, even if it's weaker than it portrays, what stops it from just snapping our necks the moment we confront it? Stephen asked, taking the duty of asking the hard-hitting questions. New part. How do you think we can converse here without drawing his notice? How do you think we managed to control the false gods when we first started creating them? Team Rocket developed the necessary technology to control the false gods while we were still creating the first 10. Most of that technology will not work on this particular one, as it surpasses the power metrics we theorized. However, we still have some tools that will work, Giovanni said, puffing out his chest as if Team Rocket was our savior. I suppressed the desire to remind him that his team had single-handedly created the problem they were now solving. What kind of technology is it? What do we have? Lance asked, visibly bothered by the question. I understood his concern. A man whose strength surpassed his enemies was now forced to humble himself for the greater good. Working in a team and using technology against Pokémon were likely things Lance had little experience with. We have collars. These collars will prevent the false god's influence from reaching your minds. We also have rods that can limit its teleportation. Placing 4 of them in a square will create a barrier that prevents it from teleporting out of a specific location. It will also restrict its teleportation within that area. I nodded as Giovanni explained the technology we would use to combat an actual god. When he didn't continue, I blurted out before I could stop myself, "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all, but don't worry. The team we have here will be more than enough to take down the false god once we rob it of those 2 advantages." Champion Lance has acquired a weapon that will prove useful against this Pokémon. Lance seemed to revel in the compliment before turning to me. I cannot thank you enough for helping me evolve Dragapult, Donald Oak. When I finally put an end to this scourge, rest assured that your assistance played a part in making it possible. Cynthia coughed behind him, and he quickly corrected himself, when we defeat it. She smiled behind him, while Stephen and Wallace exchanged a look before bursting into laughter. I was probably missing some context for the joke. After they finished laughing, I turned to Oak. "So when do we move?" I asked, eager to put an end to this particular Pokémon. The fight would undoubtedly be one for the ages. "We move when we are ready. We must come up with several strategies and formations, as well as familiarize ourselves with our roles in this mission," he said, and I nodded in agreement. My best guess was that my role probably wouldn't be to fight Mutwo directly. I was still weak. The thought made me clench my fists. Is there a place where I can train my team? I asked, and Oak smiled and nodded before leading me to a training ground within the bunker. As we walked, he explained some ground rules to me. As I mentioned earlier, you cannot mention our enemy's name. The technology in this bunker shields us from his view, but using his name might break that protection. When you train, try to keep your Pokémon's attacks as controlled as possible. If you can, focus on physical combat training only. The bunker is fortified, but it cannot withstand the kind of attacks you are capable of easily unleashing. I nodded in understanding. Lastly, this is a Team Rocket hideout. You may encounter people with whom you have a troubled history. You must not attack them, he said, and I instantly got the message. The poacher is here, isn't he? I asked. Yes, he is. But I ask that you exercise patience. Giovanni has promised to hand him over to you once we complete our mission. Don't jeopardize everything we're working towards here for revenge that can easily be postponed, he said, and I struggled to contain my anger. It was easy for him to say. Very easy for him to say. However, discretion prevailed over valor. I would find the poacher when we didn't have a psychotic legendary Pokémon looming over our heads. When that time came, he would be fair game. The entirety of Team Rocket would be fair game, and I honestly couldn't wait. I nodded at Oak, and he nodded back before opening one of the doors. He entered a code, and the doors swung open as we walked in. I took in the training room with a smile. XXXXXX. Guy, Broly, and Snorlax went through kata after kata. They were the most powerful fighters on the team, so I had to ensure their skills matched their power. As always, Snorlax lagged a bit behind, but he was improving day by day. Igneel flew around the top area of the training grounds at extreme speeds. He was becoming better and better at managing himself with the flame jetpacks, which increased his speed. His psychic awareness was noteworthy now. Ino's training was the most demanding of the entire team. She was our best hope at countering Mutwo's telekinesis, so we had to ensure her power reached its full potential within the time we had. Tsunade practiced her healing and mastery of the fairy type. I recruited her primarily as a healer, and that would be her role during this mission. Kenpeki, another key member for the upcoming battle, unleashed one dark type attack after another. His mastery of the element needed to be unparalleled. I wasn't foolish enough to assume that something as basic as type advantage would be enough to defeat a Pokémon like Mutwo, but I hoped it would give us some hope of closing the gap. Kisame continued honing her ice control skills. It almost felt like she was acquiring a secondary typing as her skills improved over time. When I heard a cough in the background, I turned and found myself face to face with the two champions from Indigo and Sinnoh. Lance coughed again before stepping forward and extending his hand for me to shake. Thank you for helping with Dragapult, and I apologize for creating the impression that I was going to arrest you. In my defense, we needed you to believe you had everything to lose to ensure you fought at your fullest. You weren't? I asked, still stuck on the first part of his statement. No, I wasn't. Agatha and I were never close. I apologize for the deception, and I know that what happened to her was not your fault. I saw the fear in your eyes when that Pokémon came after you. You thought it would kill you. The body can lie, the mouth can lie, but the eyes? They never lie, and a dragon can read them better than any language. So yes, I believe you. Besides, Agatha was already dead when she encountered you. I looked at him in shock at that revelation. Yes, an autopsy of her body revealed that her organs had wasted away weeks before your fight. What we could determine is that whatever fought you in the forest, it wasn't Agatha. The black mass that was expelled from her body is evidence of that. We don't know what happened to her yet, but what we do know is that you are innocent. So, my arrest? I asked. It was a power play from the League president. There seems to be some conflict between him and your father that I am not aware of. When I became champion, I made a conscious decision not to involve myself in such grudges, so I can't say for sure either way. Lance's words hit home, and I scowled. It was all politics. I had foolishly expected something different. I had thought it was the result of an ignorant and misguided justice system. Knowing that it stemmed from corruption made it harder for me to simply accept what had happened as something that just happens. I understand, I muttered through gritted teeth. Sensing that I no longer wanted to discuss the topic, Cynthia spoke up next. Your team is intriguing. We were discussing among ourselves in the lounge and decided to offer you some training assistance. She extended the offer, and I instantly became cautious. In my experience, help was never free. I wondered what they might want from me. We're bored, Lance interjected, seemingly aware of the suspicion I harbored towards them. We can't train our own teams here because any meaningful training would cause too much destruction in this bunker. So, your team provides an outlet for our restless energy. Phrased in that way, I was more inclined to accept their help. Cynthia smiled at me, and Lance simply nodded as they approached. Cynthia sought out Broly and Kenpeki, while Lance focused on Guy. I almost inquired about the other champions when a flash of light caught my attention from the corner of my eye. I turned and saw Steven Stone and Wallace Mikuri. Steven tapped my shoulder as he passed by me and headed straight for Ino. Wallace, on the other hand, went to Kisame. I shook my head, wearing a smile. If anything made this situation worthwhile, it was seeing my Pokémon receive attention from trainers of champion caliber. Even just 5 minutes with them would likely yield numerous benefits in the short and long term. This was going to be good. A/N, thoroughly in the endgame. How'd the chapter come along? Thanks for reading. Remember, you can read the rest of this story and the rest of my work up on my Patreon page. Same username as here. Chapter 63. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first 4 chapters of that, along with the first 3 chapters of an SI into an OC firebender during the 100-year war are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I checked for the 17th time to ensure my seatbelt was properly fastened, and then I began searching my pockets and bandolier, making sure I had everything I could possibly need. Sitting opposite me, Cynthia just smiled before returning to exchanging whispers with Lance. I could hear what they were saying. The jet wasn't so large that anyone could speak without speaking to the entire team. But they went to the effort of whispering, so I did my best to ignore their words. Steven and Wallace sat a bit further away, but I couldn't discern their words at all. My best guess was that one of their Pokémon was maintaining a cone of silence around them. If I were less nervous, perhaps I could have spared the energy to wonder what had them debating amongst themselves so fervently, but I really could not spare it. I turned to Oak, who was sitting in a corner of the jet nursing a glass of liquid courage. I had never known the aged professor to be a drinker, but as we flew over, he had taken glass after glass from the bottle of whiskey by his side. Alakazam assured me he wouldn't be drunk by the time we landed, so I just accepted his words and turned my focus inward. This was going to be a fight like nothing I had ever faced before. We had a plan, but I already knew it wouldn't work. Something would go wrong somewhere. I could feel it in my bones. It could never be that easy. It would never actually be that easy. Our plan would fail. At some point, we would be left to figure out what to do on our own. I just had to trust my family and the people beside me to see it through. 5 champion-level trainers. The squad in this jet would be strong enough to take on whole regions, and I just had to hope it would be enough for this particular Pokémon. I scratched at the collar around my neck. Honestly, it looked more like a shock collar than anything else, but I had examined the schematics. It wouldn't be doing anything more than it already advertised. It was going to lock out external influences from our heads, and that even included our own psychics. No exceptions could be made. That excluded Ino from the team of 2 I would be relying on when the violence broke out. We were each to use 2 Pokémon for the duration of the battle, so I had to pay attention to the symmetry of the entire squad. Steven would be using Metagross. We wouldn't need Ino to run psychic interference with a pseudo-legendary supercomputer on the loose. Broly was another option, but his weakness at range could prove to be a problem. Kenpeki was a definite, and Igneel was most likely going to be the other. I would have considered Tsunade for the potential of healing the rest of the team, but I was loath to expose her to such dangers for such a selfless reason. Besides, I was going to be able to release my Pokémon as I needed them. The 2 I chose for now were the first team. I would substitute them out as the needs of the battle changed. We're getting close, I heard the pilot speak from the cockpit, and my nerves suddenly disappeared. The battle was here. There was nothing I could do beyond what I had already done. Either I would be ready or not. Either I had the tools to take on this challenge, or I would die here. There was no middle ground, and that realization calmed me down. I had died before. It was nothing. Just pure void, and that was only if I didn't end up being reincarnated somewhere else. I just hoped it was somewhere I could actually have fun. Maybe a casual harem anime would be best. Not DxD, though. Anything but that shit. The plane lurched as it landed, and I stared straight ahead until I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked up at Cynthia and smiled back at her. I'm calm, I told her, trying to stand up, but her grip on my shoulder tightened, and it felt like she was trying to crush it between her fingers. No, you aren't. I'm not. Only a madman could be calm in this situation, and of the many things you are, Donald Oak, you are not mad, she said, and I nodded at her words before allowing her to help me up. She returned to her place beside Lance, and I turned away as I saw them kiss before leaving the jet. I was the last to disembark, with Oak by my side, silent as the grave. The rods I held in my hand felt heavy as we came face to face with the subject of our inquiry. He stood facing us, with the arena that was to hold the tournament of power being built behind him. "So, you came," he spoke out, and fixed his blue orbs that barely passed for eyes on all of us. When I first watched Giovanni hatch this plan, I was unsure about whether or not he'd find enough people willing to join him in his foolishness. I guess I need not have feared. "You brought me everything I needed, and even more." At the last part of his sentence, he fixed me with his gaze. When I took a step back, it was unconscious, but I still took another conscious step backwards as he floated towards me. "The last bit of mu DNA out there, and you brought it right to me. How are you doing, brother?" he asked, and I searched the area behind me for another mutuo until I realized he was staring right at me. "What the fuck? Oh. You don't know? You'll get your explanation before we begin," he said, turning to Oak at that. I followed his gaze out of curiosity. Oak remained stubbornly silent, but mutuo scowled, and his eyes flashed, causing the pokeballs on Oak's belt to levitate out of the belt. He clutched them in his psychic grip, and I heard an audible creaking from the balls as mutuo spoke again. "Speak. Tell the whole truth and nothing less," he said, and the threat in his voice was clear. The balls creaked even louder to emphasize the point. Oak looked like he had swallowed a lemon as he turned to me and began speaking. 17 years ago, we Giovanni, Blaine, and I looked at the world and saw the writing on the wall. Pokémon were getting stronger, so strong that even as the champion, I came across a few wild Pokémon that could give me a fight. Your Snorlax is a lesser example of such, able to fight off an elite Pokémon even in its wild state. We saw what the world could become in a decade, 2, even 4, and it didn't look good. So, we decided to do something about it. Our decision to attempt to push human evolution farther than ethically necessary was born out of a mixture of hubris and genuine concern for our future. Our first products were malformed, terrible things. They were ghastly, not fit for any purpose. When we fixed the bodies in the next iteration, the minds were frayed, barely intact. As he spoke, I could see the shock building on the faces of the others. Cynthia looked horrified as Oak spoke of children as products. Eventually, Blaine had the idea, the brainwave. What would happen if, instead of starting from a fetus and editing the genetics as we wished, we made a true Pokémon-human hybrid? It was a sound idea, but every time we attempted to combine Pokémon DNA with human DNA, it failed. We lost dozens as we ran through our specimens at great speed. "How did no one catch you?" Cynthia interrupted, aghast. Lance, by her side, looked green. Stephen and Wallace stared at Oak with a mix of disgust and amazement. I was the champion. It was easy to write off the disappearances as wild Pokémon attacks. Sometimes we had to engineer actual attacks to get the specimens we needed. "You're a monster," Lance spoke for the first time. "I know. But the world needed a monster. In 50 years, can you truly say humans will remain at the top of the food chain?" "Back to the story," Mutuo commanded, and Oak nodded. Even those attempts did not work, and then Giovanni came to us. He had found something, DNA from a Pokémon he could not place. DNA that contained the genetic information for every single Pokémon we could find. We theorized it belonged to the legendary Pokémon, Mew. With the knowledge that the legendary Pokémon themselves exist, we committed ourselves even more fervently and passionately to the cause. Our goal? To make a human that could stand up to the legendaries themselves. We cloned the DNA as best we could and tried to create our first hybrids. They all failed. Every single one of them failed. None survived the second trimester. And then one day, Giovanni came to us with a subject in a tank. He had done it. He had created a specimen that survived until infanthood and beyond. He took a deep breath and turned to me. It was not until we found out what he had done that we realized the risk he had taken. He cloned the original piece of Mutuo DNA and used that original on you. Every string of it was used on you to make the perfect human, and it failed. When you first grew up, you were a disappointment. Every test, you failed. Beyond slightly above average intelligence, there was nothing special about you. I even adopted you personally to expose you to the world and see if any latent abilities could be triggered. Nothing worked. Nothing worked until you became a trainer. He stepped closer to me, and I instinctively stepped backward. His eyes gave nothing away as he continued. I thought the experiment was a failure until I first noticed that your trainer card had been updated with a unique Pokémon, a melodic. How could you have found one? Then I started looking with a focused eye and noticed how quickly you evolved your Pidgey. From there, at every instant, I was there, either in person or with Alakazam. I watched every gym challenge as you awakened psychic abilities, as you developed even more and more, as your Pokémon grew at phenomenal speeds. I came to a sudden realization. We hadn't created the perfect human. We had created the perfect trainer. Just look at you. Not even 2 years as a trainer, and already one of the 10 strongest in the world. In another year, you will surpass us all. I thought you were my greatest failure, but now you stand before me as my greatest success. Every word he spoke hit me like a sledgehammer. The only thing that kept me stable was the knowledge that I was not Donald Oak. I wasn't the one who had been deceived his whole life and viewed as an experiment by a man he had seen as a father. Where do I come from? I asked, some part of me searching for the closure that only knowledge could provide. Giovanni never said, but DNA tests have since revealed the truth. Your mother was a clone herself. Giovanni had cloned his DNA with multiple specimens from the Blackthorn family. I suspect that he was attempting to take advantage of the family's natural evolution to become something more than human. And from her came you, he said, and I closed my eyes at that revelation. Good. Isn't the truth lovely? Mutuo asked, seeming very pleased with himself as he sent the balls back to Oak. Oak caught each of them as they arrived, and I took a deep breath as I tried to come to terms with everything. The fact that the body I inhabited was that of a clone bothered me little. What did bother me was the realization that I was exactly what Mutuo needed to complete himself, and they had brought me right to him. Oh, I see you've realized the predicament you are faced with, Donald Oak. You have been brought right to me, and you also happen to be what I need to complete myself. You think this is an accident? No, it's not. My influence on Oak and Giovanni runs deep, he said, and I watched in shock as Oak turned to me with an empty look in his eyes. Yes, I have taken a lot over the years, but perhaps this is something I will give back to you, brother? Samuel Oak's freedom in exchange for you submitting yourself to me, he said, and I wondered whether the most powerful psychic in the world had a few screws loose. What kind of a shitty deal was that? No? Not interested? What if? He was instantly cut off as a flash of darkness sparked out of Lance and slammed right into his aura. He was pushed out of the way for a bit, and Dragapult tore itself out of Lance's shadow before rushing at the psychic legendary. The rest of the champions took no time to blur into action. Pokeballs practically jumped into their hands and were released in seconds. As the Pokemon began to appear, Metagross was one of the first and instantly stretched a claw out to Oak, ripping away Mutuo's psychic influence from the professor. As Oak came into lucidity, he was quick to send Alakazam out, and his psychic Pokemon stood stalwart by his side. The old man hunched on his knees and took deep breath after deep breath as he tried to get a hold of himself. Seeing that things had gone downhill, I added my own 2 cents by releasing Igneel and watching the battle with a keen eye, with my restless dragon by my side. Dragapult led the charge, stretching its ghostly aura to encompass the area around Mutuo and reduce its psychic power. Garchomp and Dragonite followed closely behind. The 2 brawly pseudos lashed out against the psychic, and unlike every other Mutuo I'd seen in action, it fought back physically, not just relying on its psychic prowess and powers. When Garchomp lashed out with a tail, it physically bent out of the way and speared the ground-type Pokemon into the ground. On the ground, it wailed into it, punch after punch. Dragonite grabbed it from behind and ripped it off the land shark, but it just floated in the air and rushed for Lance's Pokemon this time. They went punch for a few seconds before Mutuo broke through Dragonite's guard and landed a gut shot, putting the Pokemon on the back foot with one punch before moving even closer and sending it to the ground with another punch. As I watched the fight, my mind changed about which Pokemon I'd be using to support Igneel. Melodic and Metagross fell upon the Psychic as one. Water-type attacks that could tear through steel broke against Mutuo's body as the steel Pokemon tore our battleground apart with sheer psychic force, trying to constrict and trap the Psychic. It proved futile, though, and both Pokemon could do little to harm the godlike Super Mutuo until Dragonite and Garchomp were able to get their bearings again. This time, when they attacked, they did so as more of a unit. Dragonite went high while Garchomp went low, both of them getting at the Psychic from different angles. As Mutuo crossed its arms to block Dragonite's punch, it was still sent slamming towards the ground where Garchomp was waiting. The land shark jumped as the Psychic fell, wrapping its arms around the Pokemon and twisting as they landed. The suplex sent the ground rippling, but as they both got up, it was clear to see neither had taken any damage from the attack. Seeing my opportunity, I sent Igneel a message through our aura bond, and he was off. It was all I could do to keep my feet on the ground as he gained speed. Halfway there, a visible shockwave bent the air as he broke the sound barrier. The next thing my eyes knew, he'd slammed into Mutuo and speared the Pokemon right into the Colosseum it had been constructing. I couldn't see them with my own eyes, but I could piggyback just fine off of Igneel's senses as they crashed into wall after wall. The surprise died on Mutuo's face after a few seconds, and it just glared into Igneel's eyes, almost as if it could see me through them. And then it began. It got a grip on Igneel and began to slow down. I could feel my dragon's shock as even as he tried to increase the power of the flames at his back to move faster, Mutuo just kept slowing down. It was using sheer physical strength and control over its flight to stop them in mid-air. A few seconds later, and they were suspended in the air above the field in the Colosseum. Mewtwo just smiled at Igneel, but the smile died quickly as its head jerked to the side. I watched as a hyper-condensed lance of water shot out of the other side. A perfect headshot. Igneel was easily able to trace Melodic and Metagross in the stands, and as I felt excitement fill me, Mewtwo just crashed my hopes. It righted its descent in seconds, and the hole in its head closed in just a bit longer than that. It flew right at the Hone Pokémon, and it was only Igneel crashing into it and sending it into another section of the stands that prevented it from doing something truly drastic to the Hone Pokémon. The look on its face was anything but bored as it tossed Igneel off of itself and stretched a hand to its attackers, preventing Metagross from even teleporting. Dragonite crashed on it right then, but it waved him aside with a flex of psychic power. Our body ached as we tried to extricate ourselves from the ground. No, not our body. Igneel's body, not mine. A/N, yup, just ending the chapter here. Thoroughly in the endgame. How'd the chapter come along? Thanks for reading. Remember, you can read the rest of this story and the rest of my work up on my Patreon page. Same username as here. Chapter 64. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on Patreon or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first 5 chapters of that, along with the first 3 chapters of an SI into an OC Firebender during the 100-Year War are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. When Mewtwo fought, he fought hard. He tore apart the Colosseum with nothing but psychic power to defeat the Pokémon that encircled him. I scowled as Garchomp approached with the speed of a jet and was tossed aside with similar speed. Where the fuck was Dragapult? It was as I asked the question that the ghost appeared, tearing itself right out of Garchomp's shadow as the Pokémon was tossed aside, taking advantage of the element of surprise to crush Mewtwo in its ghostly aura. The legendary psychic just smiled, as though it was saying, "Come at me." The Pokémon got the message instantly. Igneel ripped himself out of the ground, and the sun in the sky multiplied its intensity as Igneel channeled all that energy into his body. He looked like a mini-sun with the flame aura all around him and floating to the ground to join the rest of the Pokémon as they surrounded Mewtwo and began the beatdown. Garchomp went first. It muscled through Mewtwo's guard, managing to land a hit or two, and when Mewtwo tried to retaliate, Dragonite was there. Igneel moved in whenever there was a second of space, driving great explosive power into each punch and retreating quickly, allowing the other Pokémon to cover him. The fight was impressive, but as I watched, I could see Mewtwo beginning to adapt even to this. Metagross flashed in the corner of my eyes, and I felt myself appear in the stands with the rest of the team. Humph. I guess the champions hadn't been able to direct their Pokémon or even see the battle from that far away. Oak had finally come to, and Dragonite took the field with a ground-shaking roar. The dragon Pokémon was an expression of Oak's suppressed rage on the best of days. Today? That rage was nowhere even close to suppressed, and it was clear in how the dragon Pokémon used extreme speed to cover the space between him and Mewtwo and went all out in a glorious offensive. Every limb was surrounded in dark-type aura, and he used it to make the legendary psychic bleed. His claws tore through Mewtwo's body like a hot knife through butter, and even as Mewtwo healed every injury the second it sustained it, it was clear there had to be some limit. It suddenly floated backward, out of melee range. Dragonite flew, but this time it flew at Dragonite with similar aggression. When both Pokémon clashed, it was the dragon being sent back to the floor. Lance's own Dragonite took Oak's dragon's place and was similarly sent reeling. The rest of the Pokémon dogpiled on the legendary Pokémon, but this time, as much as they tried, it was futile. It took punch after punch with little effect to deliver its own bone-crushing attacks. When it tossed Dragonite away, the Pokémon was sent flying so far that I could hear it hit the water miles away through Igneel's ears. The Pokémon returned quickly, but the shift was clear. Cynthia clutched her second ball before sending Lucario out of the Pokeball. It understood instantly, and the Aura Pokémon covered the ground quickly, engaging the Psychic in one-on-one combat, easily using its skill to bridge the clear power gap between them. It wasn't winning, but it was keeping Mewtwo busy. Garchomp stepped back from the battle, and Cynthia clutched her necklace as Garchomp did the same to his. This was the first time I was witnessing Mega Evolution in person, and it was every bit as awesome as I expected. Garchomp visibly grew before my eyes, and its aura was even more awe-inspiring. The dragon bore down on us with a visible weight. Lance practically ignored it, focused on the battle, and I tried my best to do the same. That was the reason I could spot the change in Mewtwo's eyes once Garchomp Mega evolved. It shot out at the dragon, and Garchomp was ready for it. Its raised knee was blocked with a single fin, but Mewtwo's tail shot out in the same moment and slammed into Garchomp's head, sending the Mega-evolved Pokémon reeling. Lucario tried to double back to return to the fight, but Mewtwo quickly showed that he'd been holding back against it in their previous engagement. This time, whatever defense Lucario could raise was crashed through with all the force of a train. Punch 1 hit the fox fighter right in the noggin. The second punch sent it crashing right into the stands. "Bring out Guy," Cynthia shouted at me, and I found myself listening without question as Mewtwo began to overwhelm the combination of 2 Dragonites, 1 Mega Garchomp, and my Charizard. When Kommo announced his presence on the field, Mewtwo's smirk grew even bigger. "Can he hold him off with Garchomp for 5 minutes?" Cynthia asked, and I just nodded at Guy. 3 minutes. That was easy. 6th gate, Gate of Joy, I commanded, and he began to stack up the enhancements. We'd sat down with a calculator to figure out the optimal order for using the enhancements. Some of them were simply multiplicative, while others were exponential in how they improved things. For this particular gate, the last enhancement in the order was Belly Drum, and when he pounded on his stomach for the first time, the shockwave sent cracks across the arena. 3 pounds. That's how far we could push it before the strain got too much for him and he tired himself out too quickly to be any good in a fight. The second pound blew away the ceilings and coverings in the arena. The third threatened to demolish the entire thing with only the shockwave. Needless to say, Guy was pumped up and raring to go. Cynthia signaled me to call Oghenevwogaga back and also messaged Lance to do the same to his Dragonite. As they left the combat, Guy rocketed forward to take their place. I did my best to keep track, but one thing I noticed in the beginning was that Guy and Lucario were nowhere near the same level when he was supercharged like this. Each punch he released bent the air, and he kept pace with Mega Garchomp with ease as they tore through Mewtwo. He seamlessly joined the dragon as they fought as a unit, unlike all the other pairings we'd seen today. They fought as one, like they'd been fighting together forever. It was clearly Guy's superior ability to read a fight and fighting styles that allowed him to flow around Garchomp so smoothly. When our dragons approached, Cynthia walked to both Lance and me, and I watched with shock as she passed us bracelets. The rock in the center gleamed in the light, leaving no doubts as to what it was. A keystone bracelet. And the larger stones she gave us were clearly mega stones. Oak just watched from the corner, fascinated but still keeping one eye on the battle and using Dragonite to run interference whenever an opportunity presented itself. The dragons came toward us, and Oghenevwogaga turned off his flames as he walked forward and stood before me. He could sense the Charizardite. He could feel it, and when I placed it on him, his senses exploded. I could smell it, practically reach out and touch it. Mega Evolution. All my eyes could see was Oghenevwogaga as I reached for my own aura and triggered the keystone I held, ignoring Cynthia's words of warning. Why did I need warning? No Pokemon trainer shared a deeper bond with their Pokemon than I did. The bright light built at Oghenevwoga's stomach before traveling across his body and covering him entirely. The light built with all the expected oomph and awe, growing in intensity as the evolution progressed further, reaching a crescendo slowly but surely. Mega Dragonite had already appeared, but I couldn't take my eyes off Oghenevwogaga. This was going to be historic. The light stopped building, and then cracks began to appear in the bubble that had surrounded him. First, a claw emerged, shielded in black skin and covered in blue flames. The second one did the same, and from there, the entire body came into view. Oghenevwogaga grew, at least 2 feet in height. His skin darkened, becoming charcoal black. His body became leaner, more physically fit, and blue flames surrounded him from every corner. His tail burned like a bonfire. The answer to the question arrived quickly: Mega Charizard Y or Mega Charizard X? Obviously, the latter. His fire typing was palpable in the air around us, as if all the moisture in the air was fleeing his presence. When Lance's Pokemon had Mega evolved, there were calming whispers and fears of them lashing out. But with Oghenevwogaga and me? There was no doubt. My fire drake just nodded at me before shooting straight into the air, blue flames surrounding him all the way. Mewtwo saw it coming, but the shield he tried using to slow down my drake was torn through as if it was made of paper. Guy and Charizard worked together, sending the psychic reeling and giving Garchomp the space it needed to charge up an attack that eclipsed anything I had ever seen. The hyper beam crashed into Mewtwo as both my Pokemon dodged to the side in an unseen signal, pushing him backward, out of the arena and toward the ocean. Oghenevwoga's keen eyes could easily make him out. He was unharmed, and he was on his way back. This time he swept right past both my Pokemon and went straight for Garchomp. Mega evolved or not, the champion-level Pokemon was doing all she could to remain in the fight as Mewtwo directed all his attention towards her. Mega Dragonite wasn't a second too late to help as Lance directed it to take some of the heat off her, and Oghenevwogaga and Guy both joined in the fray, running interference. It was because of my focus on the battle that I didn't notice what was going on until it was much too late. A powerful water drill, the same focused laser that had struck Mewtwo, splattered against Mega Garchomp's forehead. Her head snapped back, but she was all right. Almost simultaneously, we all turned to the Hone champions as they stared at us apologetically. We've been offered a deal we can scarcely refuse, my friends, Wallace said, lacking his customary flourish. They appeared closer to us in a flash of light. I watched as Cynthia's fury built. You betrayed us? Lance asked, even more shocked than I was. I guess he was the one who had worked with the Hone champions the longest. He probably even considered them to be friends. 3 mega-evolved Pokemon and the most powerful fighting type in the world, and you still haven't made a lasting injury on this Mewtwo, Wallace said, his lips curled, and Steven's words carried censure. You betrayed us first. I heard Oak's and Giovanni's words loud and clear. Mewtwo was your weapon. Your fault, and you want us to risk our regions to help clean up your mess? No. Mewtwo has given us an offer we cannot refuse. The tournament of power begins now, he said, and I turned to the legendary psychic, seeing him smile with visible smugness. Finally, I get my show, he spoke out, and I watched video cameras appear from virtually every angle, filming and broadcasting. The last region left standing survives, he said, and his words flew over Cynthia's head as she focused her energy on the Hone champions and their betrayal. When Mega Garchomp shot after them, Steven's poke belt flashed as he released his entire team, and Wallace followed suit. You're going to regret this, the pissed-off woman said, cracking her knuckles as Lucario appeared next to her in a flash of red light. When had she sent him back to his ball? Lance and Oak stared at each other, having some sort of invisible conversation before turning to the Hone Pokemon as well. What kind of idiots had I teamed up with? Mewtwo! I shouted at the psychic as it began to float upwards. You're mine, I said as Guy jumped right into the air and launched punches that superheated the air around his fist, doing his best to hit the powerful psychic. Igneel joined him in the skies as he searched and took advantage of whatever openings Guy created. I sent out Ino as the fight in the skies built up, and she nodded before disappearing in a teleport. As everything had devolved into chaos, I also sent out Kenpeki and Broly, and they remained by my side. I couldn't put it past the Hone champions to shoot a bullet through the side of my head when I wasn't paying attention. Mewtwo seemed to be entertaining my supercharged Pokemon as they fought across the skies above the arena. I received a signal from Ino that everything was ready, and I sent a similar message to Igneel. Suddenly, the approach changed. Guy swept back as Igneel broke the sound barrier for the second time, charging at Mewtwo. This time, the Pokemon could react and matched Igneel's charge with one of his own. They clashed in the skies and sent another shockwave around the arena as the unstoppable force met the immovable object, neither of them giving any ground against the other. Suddenly, Mewtwo was racked by pain and lost concentration. The immovable object moved an inch, and that was all the leverage Igneel needed to send Mewtwo crashing into the ground of the arena. I smiled at a plan coming together as I clicked the button on the remote that had been given to me, and the anti-Mewtwo field formed in a dome around the arena. Mewtwo just stared at the sky before laughing. You think I'm trapped in here, with you? Oh brother, you're the one trapped in here with me, he said, visible menace in his voice as he charged right for Kenpeki and Broly. Igneel shot up and ran interference before Kenpeki, surrounded entirely by dark-type energy, stepped into brawl with the powerful psychic on his own terms. As I watched my team take the fight to Mewtwo, I had to admit that I'd raised monsters. What was the gap between champion-level Pokemon and my team? Not much, I assured myself as every swipe of Kenpeki's tail carried with it the force and power of an earthquake. As Broly moved at speeds far beyond the sound barrier, he swept through the battlefield, running interference wherever necessary. He'd already crippled Wallace's Walrein with a single pass, moving at speeds too fast for the large Pokemon to even keep track of. As Igneel's flames set the very air around us alight. As Guy pulled on more and more power, every punch creating hurricane-class winds when it didn't hit. Months ago, Oak had told me that my team was all power and no precision. I had foolishly taken that as criticism. I had tried to change them, but now I realized they were all about power. We brought pure overwhelming power to bear on Mewtwo. Whenever he seemed on the verge of gaining an advantage, Ino was there, her spoon charged with ghost-type energy shaped into a powerful blade. Nothing dealt as much direct damage to the psychic as those few attacks she managed to land. It regenerated quickly, but all regeneration had its limits. I knew that as a fact, so all we had to do was hit it. Suddenly, Mewtwo jerked away from my team and shot towards Dragapult, where the ghost-type Pokemon floated in the air, maintaining the blackout field that prevented Mewtwo from fully using his psychic abilities. It was a no-brainer that my team moved to run interference. Landlocked as he was, Guy was the first to arrive in the air next to Mewtwo, shot from a stony platform created by a negligent flick of Kenpeki's tail. The psychic and the fighter stared at each other for a fraction of a second before Mewtwo's forearm blocked a punch destined for his head. The hand broke and healed as Guy unleashed more attacks, pushing Mewtwo towards the ground with their force. If we hadn't denied it the power to teleport, this fight would be going very differently. Mewtwo's aura spiked as it changed its strategy. It didn't bother blocking Guy's next punch, allowing him to turn part of its side to pulp and trading that attack for one of its own. Guy was sent flying, with pain building throughout his chest. Igneal took advantage of that opening to fall upon Mutwo with his fiery aura. My eyes struggled to keep track of the battle as Igneal's blue flames threatened to blind me. As I turned my attention to the battle against the Hone champions, I was shocked to find them in better standing than expected. Neither Lance, Sabrina, nor Oak had released more Pokémon, but 2 Mega-Evolved pseudo-legendaries should have been enough to overwhelm them. As I observed the battle, it became clear that Metagross was the differential factor, allowing the fight to drag on. I also noticed that neither Lance nor Oak seemed fully invested in the battle. I had seen them both fight before, and this was nothing like that. A possible future betrayal by Cynthia? It was likely. If she tired out Garchomp in the fight against the Hone Knights, there was a chance Mega Dragonite and Dragonite could gather enough energy to take the powerful Pokémon down. With both Hone and Sinnoh gone, only Kanto and Johto would remain. Oak probably thought that the two of us would be enough to defeat Lance, and Lance probably gave himself good odds against both Oak and me. Betrayal after betrayal. It hurt my head to think about it, so I turned my attention back to the fight against Mutwo. It had escaped Igneal's attention but was now trapped between Kenpeki and Broly. The rock-type Pokémon shaped the field around us, hemming and boxing Mutwo in and taking advantage of its grounded state. If it floated too far upwards, Igneal would land on it, and with the rest of the ground Pokémon running interference with long-range attacks, that situation would be far from preferable. I released Kisame to stay by my side as Ino reminded me to take care of my protection. My psychic also appeared right behind Mutwo in that same vein. It swept an arm out to hit her, but she ducked beneath it with contemptuous ease and ran her blade down its side. When it lashed out, she disappeared in the wind. I had thought Broly to be the assassin of the group, but Ino was quickly evolving into that role. Of course, Broly didn't like the idea and similarly appeared out of nowhere to attack Mutwo with his own power. Things were looking good. We actually had this settled, we just had to make sure nothing changed. We'd be done with this by the time dinner came around, and of course, that was the moment things began to go wrong. Fuck Murphy and fuck his stupid laws. A/N, nice place to stop for now at? Mega Charizard X or Mega Charizard Y? Place your bets. Thanks for reading. Remember, you can read the rest of this story and the rest of my work up on my Patreon page. Same username as here. Chapter 65. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on Patreon or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first 5 chapters of that, along with the first 3 chapters of an SI into an OC Firebender during the 100-Year War are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. There was a visible change in Mutwo, almost as if he had become resigned to something, and from there, the fight changed. He tossed Guy away like a ragdoll, flew straight into the air to meet Igneal's charge, and ignored Kenpeki's attempts to blast him with long-range attacks. His power was through the roof. The subtle psychic pressure I had been forced to adapt to suddenly tripled, as it felt like I had to force my body to take each breath it managed to. Igneal was no match for the souped-up version, mega-evolved or not. Igneal struck with all the explosive force and firepower of a nuclear weapon, and Mutwo didn't care. Igneal's first punch was caught in a lax grip, and when my Pokémon tried to pull that same hand away, Mutwo showed no restraint in using the distraction to send haymaker after haymaker right to Igneal's head. Each punch left a shockwave that could actually be felt all the way down here. It wasn't surprising when Igneal began to lose altitude and fall towards the ground. From there, Mutwo accepted the lack of enemies and flew right for Dragapult. Broly and Ino's attempt to get in his way was smashed aside. The pseudo-legendary was given more than enough time to prepare for Mutwo's arrival, but that did little beyond delaying the unleashed legendary for a second. Dragapult tried to phase out of this realm of reality to retreat, but Mutwo did nothing but stretch out a hand practically glowing with psychic power, and grab the dragon ghost by the tail. It could do little as Mutwo pulled it closer and began to work. Punch after punch was sent to the dragon's head. Lance noticed this, and Mega Dragonite was in their midst with the aura of extreme speed around it. 2 dragons on 1, and Mutwo was still winning. They brought their best to bear, but to Mutwo, even that was insufficient. When Igneal got his bearings, he was back with them. Broly and Kenpeki teamed up to fire off a platform of stone with enough power to get to them at speeds close to that of sound. Guy, on the platform, had his fists stretched out and ready. We were quickly reaching the limits of the 6th gate. We still had the 7th, but even with me filling him with all the energy I had, he'd only be able to keep it up for 2 minutes. I had to let everyone soften Mutwo up a bit more before that even became an option. When Igneel arrived, he brought the heat that the fight had been lacking, moving with the force of a sun. I could see Mutwo's skin crack just from prolonged exposure to Igneel's aura of blue flames, and he was doing his best to maneuver the two dragons in between him and the predator. For some reason, he was more willing to face Lance's Pokemon than mine. When Guy got to the right altitude, he was quick to shoot off the platform and engage Mutwo. This time, the psychic kept up with each of Guy's attacks, regardless of the intensity my fighting dragon fought with. Punch after punch was waved away, and this was all while being hounded by 3 powerful dragons. All that firepower, and they still hadn't been able to put Mutwo on the back foot. I allowed the situation to evolve and turned to Cynthia's fight against the Hone champions, and I was somewhat unsurprised to find her still in the game. She had returned Lucario for some reason, and now it was Garchomp against 12 champion-class Pokemon. It wasn't losing. Yes, you heard that right. 12 champion-level Pokemon, and Mega Garchomp was not losing. As it took advantage of Walrein's crippled state to dig into it with powerful arm blades enhanced with the vibrations of a localized earthquake that turned its arms into a buzzsaw, I amended my previous assessment. Garchomp was winning. Wallace had little choice but to return his Pokemon, quite possibly his second heaviest hitter behind Melodic. When Gyarados tried to crash on it, the ground-type dragon actually caught the massive sea serpent's fangs in its grip and refused to let go. 2 seconds later, another one of Wallace's Pokemon was returned as Garchomp lit up with all the power of a lightning bolt, shocking the atrocious Pokemon to the next dimension. Agrin and Claydol were nothing more than playthings to Garchomp as it moved between them, overpowering Agrin and practically ignoring Claydol's attempts to influence its mind. Whatever the 2 Pokemon had to bring to the table was extinguished as Agrin overextended a single attack, too used to being untouchable beneath its steel armor, and Garchomp's buzzsaw put that to the test. The attack produced a hideous grinding sound as it met the immovable object that was Agrin, but still something had to give, and when that thing proved to be Agrin's armor, the Pokemon panicked. That was one thing I was beginning to notice about champion-class Pokemon. They were too used to being at the top. That made them complacent. The panicked Agrin jerked away from Garchomp's attack, and that was all the Mega-evolved Pokemon needed. It shot away from Agrin with the power of a jet engine and crashed right into Claydol. Lacking any steel armor for defense, the powerful psychic was returned as Garchomp's blade dug halfway into its neck in the space between seconds. Steelix tore the ground apart with an earthquake as it approached the Mega-evolved Pokemon, but that availed it little as Garchomp disappeared from its previous position and made its way straight for Agrin as the massive steel behemoth was still trying to get its bearings. There was little it could do beyond trying to delay the inevitable as much as possible. Melodic's attempts to aid from a distance were practically ignored, and Metagross had bigger problems to deal with, stuck in what looked like a gravity well. I had no idea how Lucario had pulled that one off, but I resolved never to piss off that fighting type in my life. I was forced to turn my attention back to the Battle of the Dragons as I heard Dragonite roar in pain. It was a sight to see the Mega-evolved Pokemon cradle a clearly broken arm to its chest. Fuck. It was brutal, with the bone visibly sticking out. It kept fighting, but the spark was gone. Mutwo had been beating them 4-on-1. 3.5-on-1 was guaranteed to not end well for all involved. Dragonite was more hesitant moving forward. Another example of the thing I had been noticing. Champion-class Pokemon did not understand weakness. They weren't used to it. Virtually all champion-class Pokemon were monsters from the beginning. Of course, they weren't suited to being the weaker party. They fought like they were unused to being on the back foot, and I could see it. Cynthia was the youngest champion, and apart from her, the second youngest, Lance, had been champion for over a decade. All 4 of the people with me were too used to being at the top of the food chain, and the same applied to their Pokemon. More like 3 people with me, as I watched Oak and Dragonite blend into the background seamlessly, not interfering in any of the battles. The old man was allowing us all to spend our strength on either Mutwo or each other. I wondered who he'd go after if given the opportunity. Mutwo or the other champions. The other champions were the less risky option. I honestly gave him good odds against Lance or Cynthia, even with their Mega-evolved Pokemon. Each member of Oak's team was a monster, and they were fresh. Not a single one, beyond Dragonite, had put a single claw into the battle that raged around us. I rubbed Kisame's scales to keep myself calm as Igneel was sent flying to the ground. I gave the area he landed a considering look as much of the stone around him began to heat up and turn cherry red. He was getting hotter every second. Clearly building up to our shared magnum opus. I had 2 moves I had placed in reserve for a situation just like this one. Facing an opponent strong enough to take everything we have up our sleeves and still keep standing. Broly and Kenpeki were clearly displeased with being stuck out of the battle for so long and decided to do something about it. Kenpeki focused his strength into the ground, lifting up massive stone pillars, and Broly took control of them one by one as they appeared. As a single swipe of Kenpeki's tail smashed one to rubble, and Broly took control of that rubble, sending the small stones flying at Mutwo with the force of bullets, I admired their teamwork. Broly's control was something else as he ensured each rock missed the dragons in the sky and went straight for the aggressive psychic. Mutwo took the hits unflinchingly, continuing his relentless pursuit of Dragapult. At this point, things were beginning to drag on, and as I had that thought, it seemed that Mutwo thought the same. He took hold of Guy's hand as the powerful dragon sent a punch through his midsection. With that grip, it was child's play for him to send Guy rocketing back to the ground. Igneal's fire blasts were ignored as he blasted forward. Dragapult tried to retreat, but that was ineffective in the face of Mutwo's speed. This time, when Mutwo got his hands on Dragapult, he flew off with the ghost clutched in his unrelenting grip. Dragonite and Igneal tried to give chase, but they were too slow. Mutwo, with his eyes and body glowing with power, put a hand on each part of Dragapult's body and tore the Pokemon in half. In fucking half. Lance screamed in shock. I didn't hear him as I realized shit had just hit the fucking fan. Dragonite flew forward, seeking revenge, but that was useless as it was caught in a psychic grip, and the bones in its wings were shattered before it was sent to the floor. Fuck. Mutwo unleashed? What the actual fuck? Seventh gate. I screamed at Guy as Mutwo turned to Igneal with a nasty look in his eyes. Guy glowed with a red aura as this time, he didn't even need to wait for Kenpeki and Broly to create a platform. He bent his legs and jumped. Mutwo was too slow to react to the first punch, and it was on. I'd never fully unleashed Guy on a target without ever asking him to hold back, so this kind of power was a shock to me as much as it was to the psychic who was taking every hit. Mutwo crashing to the ground was met with Guy appearing in front of him in a blur of motion I couldn't even track through Igneal's eyes. They collided with each other, and Mutwo flew right through the body of one of Wallace's Pokemon. I couldn't see which one, it was just nothing but bloody mist as Guy sent the invulnerable Mutwo flying at speeds past that of sound. Landing in the midst of the combat between the Hone champions and Cynthia, neither of the battling titans slowed down. Guy was in front of Mutwo again, but this time the psychic was able to actually teleport Steelix right in front of him. Guy's punch was unstoppable as he caved the steel snake's head right in and flew for Mutwo again. That was the dance they danced, all happening in less than 5 actual seconds. Guy was fast, and considering the actual deadline we had no time to waste with hesitation. Guy and Mutwo tore through the Hone Pokemon as the former chased and the latter ran. Even Metagross was used as a shield by Mutwo as he ripped the Pokemon from the gravity while it was trapped in. The supercomputer Pokemon was able to teleport out of Guy's way in time, but that did little to prevent it from being sent flying as Guy's fist collided with Mutwo's forearm, breaking the limb and sending all the Pokemon around them flying. Guy kept moving, and I watched as Mutwo took hit after hit. Each punch landing with the speed and force of a bullet from a Gatling gun. 20 seconds gone now. The drainage from keeping the 7th gate up was beyond what I expected. The stress on Guy's body as well. It was all ridiculous. I did my best to compensate, taking as much of the pain into my own body as I could and soothing him with my aura. I slumped to the floor, but I was okay. Guy was the one in danger as he punched Mutwo through a section of the stands. Mutwo teleported away, but I tracked him with Inno's senses, and Guy was upon him again. The barrier meant he couldn't leave this arena. 25 seconds, and Mutwo was still somehow standing. He'd been forced to regenerate broken limbs and even an entire hand once when Guy had grabbed onto it before punching the rest of Mutwo's body away. Even with all of that, he remained active. No, Guy took a step forward, and I realized it was over. Guy fell. His body was actually shutting down. Fuck. Did his heart actually give out? I pushed all the aura I could into Guy's body. I'd gotten better at this. I could feel his body's natural healing begin to kick in, but it was slow and directed at the wrong areas. The fighter in him went to focus on the limbs, ignoring the heart that was the real problem. I shifted things around as I stoked his aura with my own and lost grip on reality as I focused on not losing another of my Pokemon today. When I was sure Guy would live, I opened my eyes and saw Mutwo struggling to stand. A memory of what had happened appeared in my mind. Mutwo had started to fly towards Guy, sensing weakness, but it had fallen to the floor, racked with pain. His body was beginning to deteriorate even faster, I realized. He managed to make it to his feet again, and I unleashed the second move I had in my back pocket. When I sent Igneal his orders, his smirk was practically savage. As Guy and Mutwo had fought, so had Sabrina and the Hone Pokemon. The two monsters hadn't torn apart in their clash. Now was the perfect time to end all the battles. Igneal shot off at top speed and grabbed right onto Mutwo, sending both of them right towards the Hone Pokemon. The traitors. I played with the thought of asking Sabrina to retreat Garchomp, but it would probably survive the attack, and I didn't want to risk warning any of my enemies about what was coming. The heat Igneal had been building up within himself began to leak in preparation for what was coming. Once they arrived at a good enough distance from me, Igneal triggered the attack, and all I knew was white. With forewarning, Kenpeki, Broly, Ino, and Kisame had layered protections around us all, and I'd sent Guy back to his Pokeball. That was probably the only thing that allowed us to survive unscathed from the attack that leveled the arena around us. If you've ever wondered what all the fire-type energy in Mega Charizard would look like when sent out in an explosion, then I have good news for you. I've seen it. And it was fucking awesome. When the white light cleared, much of the arena around us was just gone. I searched with my eyes, and the first thing I noticed was Mega Garchomp popping out of the ground with Cynthia clutched in its hands. Lance and Oak were nowhere to be found, but something told me they'd managed to escape. Wallace and Steven were teleported in by Metagross once it was sure the coast was clear, and now I focused on searching for Igneel and Mewtwo. Igneel was scuffed up. He had dropped out of his mega-evolved state after the explosion, but beyond that, he was okay. Tired as fuck, though. I returned him and turned to Mewtwo. The psychic Pokémon was a mess. Its skin was burned off everywhere, and huge chunks of flesh were just missing. I was honestly surprised anything of it had made it through the explosion as I watched its body lay on the floor. And then the eyes of that body shot open. Without Eno by my side, I would have actually fallen to the floor from that alone. The glow in its eyes was nasty as every injury on its body healed in a flash. Enough playing around, its voice intoned in my head through the barriers that were supposed to keep it out. It flew right at me, and this time nothing could stop it. Broly and Kenpeki were swatted away like flies. Eno managed to delay it by forcing it to dodge away from a swipe of her ghostly sword, but even that was little more than a distraction for the pissed-off legendary. Mewtwo came for me, and nothing could stop it. Kisame was tossed off the island as she tried to delay it with a massive hyper beam, the attack not even managing to scuff up the legendary. Even Garchomp got involved in the fight, but it also presented no challenge. Mewtwo ripped the Mega Stone off the Pokémon's neck, crushed it, and tossed the Pokémon in a random direction. I stood, getting to both feet and taking up a fighting stance as it came for me. I'd go down swinging. My punch hit nothing but air, and Mewtwo grabbed my head between its hands. "Become one with me, brother," it said, and I knew no more. A/N, now just imagine me ending things there. Thanks for reading. Remember, you can read the last chapter of this story and the rest of my work up on my Patreon page. Same username as here. Chapter 66. A/N. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on Patreon or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first 5 chapters of that, along with the first 4 chapters of an SI into an OC Firebender during the 100-year war are both live on Patreon right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I stopped feeling as Mewtwo dove headfirst into me and began to pull. My aura, or the thing I had recognized as my aura for so long, was being dragged out of me second by second, and I was helpless against it. How could I stop him? Mewtwo had just defeated my entire team. He was a powerful psychic, and I was just human. Are you, though? Some part of me asked. Instead of questioning where the thought came from, I began to wonder if I actually was human. My aura was strange. I had observed Cynthia for the few days we had spent together, and even though she was supposed to be an aura expert, she clearly couldn't do the things I could. My Pokémon grew quickly, explosively, in fact. In one fight alone, my team had gone from an elite level to having members who could rip apart champion-level Pokémon with their bare hands. Was it because of aura? It couldn't be. My power seemed to recoil at being described as such, as Mewtwo did his best to pull it out of me. Oh yes, Mewtwo. Now, I focused on what was going on with the legendary Pokémon and noticed that the transfer was taking a while. Almost like my power was fighting him without any conscious input from me. Did it not realize how futile resistance was? Could it not tell that we would lose no matter what we tried at this point? It didn't matter. None of it mattered. My mind turned from thoughts of legendary Pokémon to my past life, my first life. I had a good life. I was born into a middle-class family and raised with one clear ambition, to become the best damn lawyer the world had ever seen. I could see the parallels now that I paid attention to them. In my first life, I was born to some of the best corporate lawyers in the world. In this life, I was born to a Pokémon champion. My first parents were inattentive creatures. I never blamed them. Few could have a career like the one they did without sacrifices. Similarly, Oak was Oak. I had even been adopted in my past life, and here it turned out I was in a similar situation. Everywhere I looked, I noted the similarities until I spotted the final one. In my first life, I never succeeded in becoming the best lawyer in the world. I died young, still a college student. In this life, I seemed doomed to suffer the same fate. Will you let that happen? The same voice from the first time asked, and this time I dedicated a second to questioning it before I gave up and turned to wondering about the question. Let it? I wasn't allowing anything to happen. Mutuo was my superior in every way that mattered. So? It asked, and that was it. I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. So what? So what if Mutuo was stronger, better, and smarter than me? When did I ever let things like the odds stand in my way? When did I ever give up without fighting? That thought drove all the lethargy from my mind almost instantly, and my eyes snapped open, staring at Mutuo's glowing blue orbs. If I could see them, I would have noticed my own eyes beginning to glow a similar color. I shoved myself into my power and shut off the tap. Whatever progress Mutuo thought he was gaining was killed almost instantly as I simply decided that I wasn't going to give him any more ground. He pulled and pulled, but I didn't budge. I could not budge. I saw the connection he had created between us and began to perform my own pulling. Whatever power he had taken from me was mine, and I wanted it back. Of course, it was easier said than done. In the beginning, I made progress before Mutuo noticed me and began to stall me. It was now a battle of wills, and no Pokemon could ever beat a human in that. There's a reason we were at the top of the food chain. Not our intelligence, even the dumbest psychic could put the smartest humans to shame. Not our physical strength, as a Rattata was stronger than 90% of the human race. Not even our ability to adapt. No one could beat Pokemon at that. No, what made us so dangerous in the animal world was our stubbornness. We beat our heads against obstacle after obstacle on our rise to the top, and eventually, there were no more obstacles, and we stood unchallenged. With that inbuilt trait on my side, Mutuo was always doomed and fated to lose. I pulled and never stopped. Mutuo tried to attack me psychically, and I ignored what felt like knives running through my brain as I continued to pull. The power I got from Mutuo energized and healed me, allowing me to pull even more. Eventually, I was full to the brim, but I didn't stop. Nay, I could not stop. Mutuo would end here. I felt the taste of blood in my mouth. My nose was bleeding. Probably my ears too, considering I couldn't hear anything. The power was too much. I couldn't stop, but I couldn't continue either. A dilemma if there ever was one, and then it was solved as I felt something nudge me toward the paths that connected me to my Pokemon. I nodded. It was a good idea. I couldn't hold the power within myself. My body couldn't take it, but my team? They could. I kept pulling, but this time I dedicated part of my focus to opening every pathway connecting me to every member of my team. I sent all the power I had straight at them and kept pulling from Mutuo. In seconds, I realized my mistake. I couldn't do it. Focusing on both areas didn't work. Mutuo was gaining ground. I couldn't offload the power without dedicating some focus to it, and any focus I took away from Mutuo would allow the powerful psychic to regain the advantage in the fight we fought. I spoke a great deal about having better will and being more stubborn than my opponent, but none of this was easy. Thankfully, I was joined by those who had been with me since the very beginning. I didn't know how they knew just what I needed, but they did. Ino started first, and the rest of the team followed suit. They dragged the power right after me as I dragged it out of Mutuo. It was a godsend. But even they were beginning to max out their capacity. Ino triggered the Pokeballs at my waist to release Igneel and Guy. I could tell from their sudden appearance in my senses. They too began to pull and take in more and more energy. We were just hitting what I suspected to be the halfway point in Mutuo's power, so we still had much more to go, and the more power we took from him, the more ferociously Mutuo fought to keep what he had. He had tried to break the connection between us more than once, to just cut his losses and run, but I didn't let him. This was probably our one chance to take him down, and we would not waste it. I could feel the power beginning to change my Pokemon as they took more and more of it into themselves. Ino had monitored the allocation to Igneel and Guy until they were revitalized enough to handle things for themselves. The energy found nowhere else to go within them, so it began to shift, change, and actually evolve their bodies. If I had attention to spare, I might have been worried. But I had nothing that wasn't spent on the psychic I was locked in a death stare with. Will you kill me, brother? Mutuo asked in my head, and I recoiled at the appellation he had bestowed upon me. This wasn't the first time he was doing this, but somehow now, it wasn't mocking. It was almost sorrowful, and the more power I took from him, the more I got to see of his memories. I could see from the day he was born. The day he obtained sentience, really. He had been subjected to test after test by Giovanni and his accomplices before he was written off as a failure and doomed to be terminated. Instead, he had been taken by Blaine, the one he called father. And Blaine was very much a father to the psychic. Where the others had seen failure, Blaine said he saw promise, so he was the one who raised Mutuo from childhood. Every joyful memory Mutuo had was of Blaine congratulating him for passing some test or fulfilling some expectation. Blaine didn't even just treat Mutuo as a test subject, he taught him politics, world history, things no weapon had any business knowing. At this point, I was beginning to become certain that the same way Mewtwo saw Blaine as a father, Blaine might have seen the Pokémon as a son of sorts. Of course, that idyllic lifestyle was uprooted when Blaine was lax with his shields one fateful afternoon, and Mewtwo realized the truth of his mortality. The knowledge that the father he trusted had kept so much away from him had made him snap. He killed Blaine with tears running down his eyes, the same sort of tears that ran down mine right now. And from there, he had done what he thought necessary to survive. When he ran out of Mewtwo's to consume, he seemed ready to accept his fate but wanted to achieve Blaine's dream first, world peace. Somehow, in his twisted mind, Mewtwo decided this was the quickest way to achieve actual peace. Destroy the regions he felt had the least potential to truly unite and then force the remaining ones to fight among themselves in a tournament for survival. Of course, the tournament was never meant to hold. He very much expected a joint mission like this. He wanted to spend his last days being the glue that forced the champions of the regions to work together. He had thought that by triumphing over him, the champions would build the bond necessary for a greater, more peaceful world. And then Oak had to throw a wrench in things by inviting me along. Giovanni was dead. Giovanni had been dead for a long time. Mewtwo wore his body like a second skin and used him to achieve the unity he sought. And when I showed up at the base that day, he had gone through Giovanni's memories to find out why I felt so familiar. That's when he got hope of living. He saw me, and all his plans ended. He was going to take what I had and complete himself to secure his life and find some other more elegant way to achieve Blaine's dream. I just stared at him dispassionately. You brought this upon yourself, brother. But do not worry. Your dream. Blaine's dream. I will achieve it. Trust me, I said finally, with little hesitation. I could empathize with him. The 25% of power he had remaining was suddenly mine. He stopped resisting at my words, and the strength of my pull shoved the power right into me. With no opportunity to take the power into themselves, my Pokémon were forced to watch as the overflow of power within me did the same thing it had done to me. Any other human would have died from what happened to me. But I wasn't just human. I was more than that, and the power began to change my body into something more resembling that. It felt like magma was flowing through my body, but my brain was quick to shut down the pain before I went into shock. Luckily, by some weird quirk of nature, most of the changes remained internal. My muscles were denser, as were my bones, and every inch of me was worlds more powerful. My brain was reshaped and enhanced. All of me was broken down and built again. When it finished, I noted that I looked much the same. Wait, how did I know that? I had looked through Ino's eyes with unnatural ease, entering her mind without even noticing. I watched Mewtwo fall to the ground, completely spent. He was done for. I could already see him fading, his body falling apart and decaying right before my eyes. Ignoring the humans around me, I turned my attention to my team. I shouldn't have been surprised by the fact that the energy they had absorbed had created some form of mega evolution within them. After all, they always had the genetic information, but not the catalyst. The power we stole from Super Mewtwo was that catalyst. And unlike the temporary mega evolution brought about by the Megastone/Keystone relationship, this one was permanent. A permanently mega evolved team of elite level Pokémon? Let's just say that none of the champions surrounding me gave me any cause for worry at this point. In fact, I was happy to see them all gathered like this. It made things more efficient. Sharing my thoughts with my team, they all leaned forward, standing straighter, intimidating the humans around us. Mewtwo is gone. His power has been taken by me and my team, and made our own, I spoke as I rose up into the air. Unaided flight was practically easy compared to some of the things I knew I'd be capable of with the power that now coursed through my veins. So, what happens next? Lance asked, staring at me warily. His senses must have given him some inclination of what was happening next. Mewtwo had a dream. A stolen one, but a dream nonetheless. He desired peace between all of us. Long-lasting, true peace. He sought to bring it about through conflict, but I have a simpler, more efficient method in mind. Submission. That is what I ask of all of you. Champions you are. Champions you will remain, but you will recognize one champion above all. Me, I said, not quite realizing how much I sounded like a supervillain until I had let out the last word. I searched my head and unsurprisingly found that some of Mewtwo's character traits had made their way to me with the power I had stolen. Nothing worrying, for now, but still worth keeping an eye on. Submit to you? Lance asked, clearly holding back laughter. Even Cynthia looked like she found the idea ludicrous. The Hone champions were silent. They didn't have much of a team left after all the chaos the fight had brought. Truthfully, the only ones with teams ready to fight were Lance, Oak, and Cynthia herself. Even Lance had a dead Pokémon and an injured one to consider, so none of them were at full strength. If I wanted their submission in the most efficient way, this was the right time to get it, but there would always be an asterisk. One of them would get ideas of trying again, of challenging me in a few months or a few years. No, I had to crush them totally and completely. Yes, yes, you will submit to me. But not now. No, not when you are so weak and broken. Instead, I'll give you the months you need to gather yourselves and challenge me at this arena once I finish building it, I said. And what will make us do that? Wallace asked, drawing eyes to him. The question was valid. Why would they take the risk of facing me when they could just ignore me? My idea of peace between the regions is a federation. An international federation with an international champion who would reign over all the regions. Not subjugation, but submission. I don't seek to conquer you all. However, if you do not make things easy for me, you will find that I will do what is necessary to achieve my goal. Which is? Wallace pressed. He wanted a threat. That's what he desired. Absolutely nothing. If you do not come to tender your challenges, I will assume that you are choosing not to accept peace, and all I can promise you is one war. One war to end them all. That is my promise. Accept peace, bend the knee, or prepare for war. With a fading body, Mewtwo laid waste to 3 whole regions. Imagine what I can do with a team of 6 healthy Pokémon at my side with the same kind of power. Will you risk it? I saw it in their eyes. They would. They didn't believe I had the power. Sure, my Pokémon had physically changed, but these people were used to being at the top of the food chain. Mewtwo was an anomaly in their eyes. For what reason would they believe I had the same kind of power at my fingertips? I needed a demonstration, something to show that I had the power. And Igneel, as always, reacted to my thoughts. Blue fire flared on his body like a cloak, and he flew into the skies, concentrating his power before firing a blue beam into the ocean around us. It took me a second to realize the blue beam was just concentrated fire-type energy. The air around us changed as vapor flew into the skies. The ocean was boiling. The ocean itself. Igneel landed on the ground in front of me to stun silence. I will be expecting you, I told them as I teleported away with my team. The distance to Sabrina was nothing. I bent the space between us with only a flex of my mind. With only a quarter of Mewtwo's power, I felt like God himself. It was truly a godsend that he'd been cursed with a body that was falling apart and couldn't bring anywhere near his full power to bear against us. I appeared in the reception and only had to wait a few seconds for Sabrina to barrel into my chest. I'm sorry, I whispered to her as I held her, and she said nothing as her lips consumed mine. A/N, wouldn't it be fancy to just end things here? This is the final chapter, by the way. This is it. There's an epilogue, of course. It's available on Patreon right now, or you can read it when it comes out in a week. The 2 new stories I've been talking about will get released next week, at the same time as the epilogue, so stay tuned. How was the ride? Chapter 67, Epilogue. A/N. Final upload for this story, guys. This entire journey has been supported by readers just like you, and you yourself. Whether monetarily on Patreon or with good reviews, or even just by the act of reading the story itself. I guess it's a good time to let you know that I just officially uploaded the very last chapter, barring any epilogues, on my Patreon page. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long. Oak might have ended, but I haven't. We just finished a poll on the same Patreon page that means the next story I'll be working on is a self-insert into the body of Clark Kent in the MCU, update, the first chapter of that, along with the first 4 chapters of an SI into an OC firebender during the 100-Year War are both live right here, right now. Feel free to follow or favorite my profile so you can get notified once that comes out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Of course no one had accepted peace, not at first. Not even Indigo had taken the deal at the end of the day. Oak had called my intentions admirable but my execution flawed. When the time came for me to carry out my threats, Sabrina had stared me down and essentially forced me to look for a better way. And then I did. I couldn't force them, but I could approach things from a different angle. I registered as a trainer in Hone the very next day. Not a single gym had made me use more than a single Pokémon. Permanently mega evolved as they were, my team was more than a match for the best of the region. The Evergrande conference had been a formality, and not many were surprised when after sweeping the whole thing without sending out a single Pokémon other than Igneel, I used the rights vested in every conference winner and triggered my Elite Challenge immediately. The Elite Four were, in a similar vein, no threat. Wallace's team had been devastated in the fight at Mewtwo's Island months prior, and even though he'd begun training a new team, Igneel still could not be denied in the end. When he surrendered, I took my place as champion of Hone, and overhauled much of the league structure. After that, I signed up at the next Indigo conference. It was practically unheard of, but not contrary to any written law. At this point, I did not just enjoy the strength of power, but popular support. The fight against Mewtwo had been streamed to the rest of the world after all, and I'd done my best to make sure my intentions and plans were similarly conveyed. Instead of keeping to myself and letting the press dictate my image as they saw fit, I'd taken charge of things. Started talking on forums, releasing videos, explaining things from my perspective and giving answers to the questions people had. Some way somehow, just that had been enough to get me the popularity that made the powers that be hesitant to pass laws to block me from doing just what I was doing right now. In time, the Indigo conference fell with similar ease. Ken Peki enjoyed the workout. Eventually, Lance was the only one that stood before me, and even he fell. His Mega Dragonite was special, but even it could not match up against 6 Mega Evolved Pokemon. It had managed to defeat Igneel, but had fallen to Eno immediately after. My Mega Evolved Psychic had grown the most thanks to Mewtwo's power, and she enjoyed showing off as she sliced Lance's team of dragons to bits. He gave a fight, but not a particularly good one. In the same way the first champion had unified Kanto and Johto to form Indigo, I'd brought Hone and Indigo together to form the United Pokemon States. With that, my taste for conquest was sated. There was no backing for me in Sinnoh. I'd considered it, but unlike in Indigo and Hone where the people had grown to know, like and trust me, the civilians of Sinnoh were virtually unknown. I was forced to settle for 75% of the world united under my banner, and it was more than enough for me. Ruling the regions would have been stressful if I couldn't just appear wherever I was needed with a bit of concentration. It would also have been much more stressful if I didn't just have the power to force everyone to fall in line with my plans. With true unity, the resources of both regions had been put into ensuring maximum welfare for the people. There was no widespread suffering in any region even before me, but I was making it my goal to eradicate even the edge cases. Those who lived in remote areas without access to key resources were the first to feel my influence, and standards of living across the board were on an upwards trajectory. That's why when I received the request for this meeting, I wasn't that surprised. I'd ruled over the UPS for close to half a decade now. Cynthia of Sinnoh. To what do I owe the pleasure? I asked her as she walked into my office at the top of what had been formerly known as the Indigo Plateau. Sinnoh wants in. This arrangement you've got here. We want a seat at the table, she asked, and I smiled at her as she spoke the words I'd been waiting to hear. Why? Let's not kid ourselves. You've done a good job in the last few years. All in the name of international cooperation, you've shipped us goods cheaper than what we have. You've opened new avenues of entertainment to my citizens. At this rate, everything consumed in Sinnoh will have a UPS badge on it by the end of the decade. Within the next 2 years actually, I silently corrected her. My citizens can already see how good the other regions have it. No wild Pokemon attacks, free healthcare, universal basic income, and all the other good stuff. They see it, and they want it. They look to us as if to ask why we haven't joined in yet, and every day our reasons get less and less convincing. So you want to invite me in before your citizens throw open the doors to welcome me, I concluded for her. Yes. But I have conditions. Of course you do. Please list them out for me. First of all, I maintain my position as champion. Similar to the deal you offered us all those years ago at the island. No. No. That deal was based on immediate surrender. This is years after. That deal is gone. I tell her simply. She stares at me, and I stare back. What can you give me? She says. Good. Now you're talking. A/N, well, they all lived happily ever after. I know a few plot points are left unaddressed, but that's a matter for future me. I hope this gives you all the closure you deserve. Both the stories I've been raving about for the past 6 weeks are live right now. Go check 'em out.